San Francisco!
To Dub Nation.
Steph Curry downtown again!
And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here!
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Oh, yeah. We made it to Friday, Marcus. We did. We're getting there, man. It's getting really, really exciting. And yesterday, it got real exciting because we actually saw the 49ers in our lives. So happy Friday, everybody. Hope that rain can eventually dry up a little bit. I love the rain. I do. But just I'll take a little break. Into the weekend we go. And then, buddy, I'll see you in Vegas next week. Good morning, bro.
That's it. Happy Friday. It feels good on a Friday morning. I know for our schedule, and a lot of people who work early in the mornings, they get off around noon on a Friday. So it's basically like a baby 3-day weekend, and then you top that off with a trip to the Super Bowl, a trip to Las Vegas on Monday. Let's blink and go, Murph.
Life is good, y'all. We'll be here Monday, and then we'll be in Vegas Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, giving you the great Radio Row hijinks. Something will happen unexpectedly down there that will enter the lore. You know what I mean? Like, it says, whether it's you coming straight from the club to the show, or whether it's us interviewing. One year we interviewed a guy who wrote a book about how aliens are working with the government to control our minds. Yeah, I mean, because it was 5 a.m. and there was nobody there. And we're like, this guy's like, can I talk to you about my book? And I said, yes, sit down. I did no pre-booking at all. So, like, strange things happen at Radio Row.
I mean, we had a couple years ago Jake Plummer coming over with the mushroom bar, which was left at the table after you boys were done, which Greg Papa then took a bite of on air, started choking, and then started talking about like the hallucinogenic effects of eating a mushroom bar.
Papa will do shrooms live on Radio Row.
So you never know what can happen, Murph, but it's also for a man that's never experienced Super Bowl Radio Row. It's my first time, so I'm a little hesitant because we talk about like being on Twitter. You never want to be trending. You never want to be the main topic of Twitter. I just don't want to get in trouble to where I'm the main topic of Super Bowl Radio Row.
We'll keep our nose clean to a certain degree, but maybe doing shrooms will be okay. Based on Michael Bublé at the NHL. Did you guys see this?
No, I know we were going Michael Bublé at 6:02.
Bublé at 6:02. Did you guys see? Right before I came on, it's just trending on social. You don't want to be trending. Look it up. Michael Bublé was at is the NHL All-Star game this weekend? How about that for knowledge, by the way?
I was going to say, I know
the sports guy.
Well,
know your stuff.
I was just talking with Mike because I know the Sharks are on a bye week.
I think it's the NHL because Bublé was at the NHL. He was in the NHL All-Star Celebrity Game.
So I know it's coming up. But by the way, what the hell is the NHL doing taking a bye week?
It's tomorrow.
Why is the NHL taking a bye week?
Because it's the All-Star game.
Yeah, but doing it during, I guess, whatever.
That's what they do every year. Yeah. You're the Sharks fan. Come on, man.
I don't know if the Sharks got any All-Stars on the roster, to be honest with you.
And they do a celebrity game. You guys all know Michael Bublé, the crooner, who I have to say, as a guy who, I'm so set in my ways, right? Totally, shocker, breaking news, right? I'm set in my ways. I will allow Bublé into the Christmas club. Like, I use him, no, man, if it ain't Bing Crosby, get out of here, man. If it's not Frank, I dig the Bublé Christmas album.
See,
I do. I think it's legit.
I didn't even know there was a Christmas club you had to get into.
I just made it up.
I thought you could just play whatever the hell Christmas music you wanted to.
I just let it. Yeah, but there's there's good and there's bad. You know what I mean?
Okay.
There's some SC Christmas music out there.
Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Christmas all over again. That's in the club.
That's 100%.
Okay,
but I'm talking about Bublé tries to be a crooner like Bing Crosby or Dean Martin or Frank Sinatra, the legendary singers of the mid 20th century when America peaked, by the way. And Bublé kind of copped their style. And I was like, dude, you can't pretend to be freaking Bing Crosby. But guess what? The Bublé Christmas album is pretty damn good. So I'll let him in. So I'm pro Bublé Christmas. Anyway, he showed up at, so his whole image, right? He's like the guy who wears a coat and a tie, plays the piano, and sings these big. He showed up at the NHL All-Star game yesterday saying he played in the game, but that he was microdosing on mushrooms.
During the game?
Yeah. Dude, it's going crazy on Twitter. People going nuts.
That's ballsy, yeah.
Some people are saying Bublé's career is over. Other people are saying Bublé's stock up.
I was going to say, I give him some respect, but to be taking shrooms when guys have, like, blades on their feet, it's a little dangerous.
It was pretty funny. Talk about unexpected. Waking up in the morning and hearing that Michael Bublé said he was microdosing shrooms during the NHL Celebrity All-Star.
Go ahead, Bublé. You do you. You do you, Bublé.
Hey, while we're talking crooners, I think I want to do another shocking thing, and that is, I want to say admit I'm wrong, but I want to sort of like ease a harsh stance I had. All right? So how's that? I think yesterday I was too hard on Whitney Houston. I was too hard. I was too hard.
Here we go.
I went
Walking
back and
to
looked
Whitney
at. I went
Houston
back and
comments.
looked at it, and I was like, okay, yeah, it's very good. It's very good.
Well, I was
It's
shocked
very
when you
good.
kind of drove off the road
I
to
did.
take a shot
I
at
did.
Whitney, and I was
It
like,
was a hot-
whoa,
it was a hot
is
take.
it what we're doing here
It was
this
a hot
morning?
take, so-
Taking shots at Whitney?
Well, first of all, I'm pro Whitney in general. I told you I have her albums on vinyl. I had a monster crush on her in high school. I used to video her. Waterboy used to put VCR tapes in the VCR, and then you would wait on MTV for their video to come on, and then you'd run up and hit record. That's all you could do. You had to run, hit record. So it would start like 5 seconds after the song. But I used to VCR her videos and just sit there and just watch them and drool. I thought I had a huge crush on her. But anyway, exactly. But then I thought her anthem was oversung. I said she sang it too like American Idol, like trying to hold too many notes. I like a more subtle anthem. But listen, it was good.
So you're saying you weren't running up to the VCR to tape the anthem?
I did not tape
you
the
did
anthem.
Not tape
No,
the
no, no,
anthem
no,
is
no.
what you're saying.
Anyway, brother, how was your Thursday night?
My Thursday night was chill, man. I actually dove into the NFL Pro Bowl Skills Challenge last night.
Okay, what'd you get?
So it started. They had the quarterback accuracy competition. C.J. Stroud.
Who were the QBs?
So C.J. Stroud, Baker Mayfield, Tua Tagovailoa, Gardner Minshew.
Did you hear about
Who I
that?
had no
He's
idea was a Pro
replacing.
Bowler.
I read about that. He's replacing a big name. God, shoot. He's replacing. Come on, help me out. Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. Okay,
Because
yeah.
Josh Allen's playing Pebble Beach.
Yeah, there's a bunch of guys that got replaced, but the quarterback accuracy challenge
Minshew.
is always good. Baker Mayfield ended up winning, and Baker was kind of the star of the show. He was out here kind of like trying to sabotage Tua, like telling him to stop in the middle of his set and stuff like that.
So he's got jokes.
So he had jokes. He actually got onto the play-by-play broadcasting booth, started chopping it up with
Baker.
So Baker's pretty good.
Well, remember he did there was a time when he was the number one pick in the draft, and then he got the ad. What was it? Not Progressive.
State Farm, right?
State Farm?
And he was like living inside the Cleveland Browns Stadium.
He was flirting with trying to become a big celebrity.
Yeah, he was doing a bunch of commercials. So Baker could
Then
talk.
he started throwing a bunch of picks.
Yeah, he was definitely one of the highlights of the Pro Bowl. And then they tried to do that best catch competition, which is like kind of like the slam dunk competition now. But it went so badly last year.
Oh, yeah. What are they landing in? Like a foam pit or something?
They changed it because last year was so awful that this year they tried to do like pre-recorded bits. And they had Puka Nacua riding a wakeboard, and they had who was even the quarterback?
Puka Nacua riding a wakeboard.
Puka Nacua was on a wakeboard.
In one of those fake pools, like?
No, it looked like this is like gigantic, like action water park, and they had him like holding on to like a
They
string.
trying to catch balls?
And they were throwing balls at him, so he
I'm
actually
telling you, if
caught
I'm a
the
GM,
ball.
I'm not truly loving that.
No,
You know what I mean?
And then they had David Njoku doing like backflips off a rope swing trying to catch passes.
Damn.
And he dropped.
What was he landing in?
He landed into a pool. But the problem is, Murph, he dropped all 3 passes, and they only had 2 competitors, so I guess Puka Nacua won, but they're saving the big announcement for Saturday.
Was it entertaining?
It was entertaining just because probably the most entertaining fact was watching the producers at ESPN be late on the dump button every 5 seconds because there was S-bombs and naysayers being dropped all over the broadcast, and they had to have their finger.
Are you serious? Were they talking naysayers?
Oh, yeah, because they're all on the sideline, and they're like, oh, this is a bunch of BS.
That was getting on. Oh, that's bad.
And dude, it was going over air, and they would try to hit the dump button, and we know all about the dump button.
Yeah.
You got like a 5 seconds to hit it. They were late on almost every single kind of censoring last night. So it was entertaining overall. The dodgeball game was fun, but yeah, it's the Pro Bowl
Guys just letting it
Skills
rip on
Challenge.
dodgeball? Yeah.
Oh, Derrick Henry was throwing heaters, yeah.
All right. I'm glad you watched that. Good stuff, man. We had our Little League draft last night. So
Ooh,
I
how'd the
was
big board
tied
break
up.
down, yeah?
Oh, man. I got to tell you, that you could do like a 30 for 30 or a documentary or even like a funny movie. Like, I think there was a feature film within the last 5, 6, 7 years about a degenerate who bet on Little League games. I don't think it reached much box office success.
Ooh.
But it was a great premise. It was some degen who was so down. He was like in some small town betting on Little League.
Okay, now I'm a big fan. One of my favorite baseball movies is the movie Hardball with Keanu Reeves, where he's a degenerate gambler who's like betting against Michael Jordan, and he gets in trouble with the bookies. And for his like community service to get rid of his debts, he has to go coach an inner city league Little League team.
That's a good premise.
And that's G-Baby and all those guys.
Plus the comic talents of a Keanu Reeves.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
It's one of my favorite movies.
All right, I'll try to see if I can see that one this weekend. Because I'm actually home. I'm a bachelor all weekend. Candace and Declan, big 6'4" deck, are going down to Orange County for a high school or club water polo tournament. Just me and little Roars. And he'll be doing his frickin' Fortnite with all his buddies. So maybe I'll dial up Hardball.
I was going to say Big D's going to be playing Fortnite and bump some Larry June.
Ah, yeah, that's right. Well, Big D only plays Fortnite occasionally, but he'll be doing Larry June in the AirPod. He has AirPods now Forget it.
That's
You can't
awesome.
Hey, if you have a 16-year-old kid, forget it. You stop talking, you stop communicating with your 16-year-old.
Which, by the way, I just want to recognize like what I've done for the Murphy family and like in terms of music, whether it's me enlightening you about Andre Nickatina or now Declan knowing about Larry June, man. I feel like I'm making an impact on the Murphys.
You are making an impact.
See, I don't know if it's a positive message but it's definitely an impact.
Remember the impact that Copes did by leaving that little box?
Yeah.
In the car?
Daddy, what's this?
That was 4 years ago when he was 12. He was a little more innocent.
Wow.
Copes left a box of, shall we say, light 'em ups. I don't know, some, and it slipped out of his pocket in my front seat. And Declan got in the car and said, "Dad, what's this?" And it was a box of joints.
Yeah. And then Kipe was in the back seat.
Hey, you got a doobie?
All right, good, man. All right, guys. Well, listen, we're excited, clearly, and there's stuff to talk about with the Niners. Nick Bosa's talking, Fred Warner's talking, Kyle Shanahan's talking, and really, guys, what's probably going to be the story of today, Jed York's talking. And this is going to be a big deal. And for all you KNBR historians, you all know the deal with Jed York and us. For those who don't, we can brush up against that a little bit. But Jed York is a significant deal for him to pop his head out. Hey, on Groundhog Day when Punxsutawney Phil pops his head out, right?
Way to tie it together.
So there you go.
Once every year, Jed York pops his head out.
He is. He's so we don't hear from this guy, and he says a lot of interesting things.
Yeah.
I feel like he was making some stuff up just to get some headlines.
Did he tell us whether or not we're going to get 2 more weeks of winter or not?
It's 6 weeks, and I believe
Whatever
they
it
said
is.
that he is getting. I think it's already. The news is already in. Phil didn't see his shadow, so spring comes early.
I don't know. I don't believe Phil.
Did you see the movie?
I feel like Phil lies to me. I've seen the movie.
Yeah, cute movie, right? Bill Murray.
Groundhog
There was a
Day.
time Andy McDowell was the gal in rom-com. She was the gal. She's a brief run. Didn't really last too long. Anyway, Punxsutawney Phil / Jed York has spoken. We'll get into that on the other side. Happy Friday, everybody. And a guest list. Oh, well, should we even just say it and tell them now? Stay tuned because Ronnie Lott's joining us at 6:30. Got to spoil the guest list to make sure people stick around, right? Because that's at 6:30. Ronnie Blanken Lott. He's like Punxsutawney Phil sticking his head out on KNBR 104.5 and 680 East 110.
Blank, let a naysayer know.
San Francisco. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Giants catcher Patrick Bailey stopped by the afternoon show with Tolbert and Copes to talk about FanFest this weekend out in Napa, where you can see Patrick Bailey live in person. So to hear that podcast and more, check out What's Trending Now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
My buddy told me this is just a microdose of mushrooms, and he was lying. So, I'll be honest, I thought I was in Blades of Glory for most of the time that I was out there, until it sort of settled down, and then I realized, holy shit, I'm at the NHL All-Star Game.
There he is, Michael Bublé on microdosing mushrooms, dude. I mean, we lived long enough to experience that, by the way. How was your life? I lived long enough to hear Michael Bublé say he was doing shrooms during the NHL All-Star Celebrity Game. And now you've achieved that, Marcus.
And here's the thing, Michael Bublé might have not been the only one doing it, because microdosing shrooms has become a big part of culture in like 2024 now.
People wonder why the hell we're bringing this up. You got in the car. We were talking about going to Radio Row next week, and Jake Plummer, the former Arizona State quarterback and then NFL quarterback, did a memorable hit with us extolling the virtues of psychedelic mushrooms, and then left a bar that Greg Papa wound up biting. That's why we're talking about it, guys. And I said, speaking of mushrooms, did you hear the news that Bublé was doing them at the... I think it was just last night, guys, so that's fresh news. Okay, guys, I want to make sure Matt Mayoka, who's always great, will be on with Papa and Lund today at 11:30 this morning. Before everybody goes wheels up, Niners go wheels up on Sunday. The game plan is in. They practiced yesterday. I saw Fred Warner had an extra long huddle after practice to talk to them. And this has become a theme now. And Ann Killian writes a column in the Chronicle this morning, and most of the guys said this too. The guys who were there at Super Bowl 54 are trying to tell the youngsters how fleeting this moment is and how every second counts, as Farhan tried to tell us every second counts down in the dugout. Oh, by the way, Corbin Burns to the Orioles for a frickin' song. They got nothing. The Orioles didn't give up anything.
Well, Giants don't want Corbin Burns. That's why. Why would you want a former Cy Young winner at the top of your rotation?
He's getting beat off the what is it? What's the word I'm looking for? Beat off the post or beat off the track, off the blocks is what I guess. And like you run the 100 meters and you get beat off the block. He's getting beat off the blocks on everything. So I mean, listen, I've talked to him and I want to believe, and I'm a season ticket holder. We're literally collecting the credit cards from our season ticket holders today, and I know Corbin Burns was on their radar, and then they didn't get him, and the Orioles got him, and they didn't give up anything. So we're getting beat time and time again. Time and time again. But I digress.
It feels like Groundhog's Day, Murph, is what you're saying. Farhan Zaidi not getting a free agent. I digress.
So Farhan right now is not popular, nor is Greg Johnson, which leads us to the other topic of the day, Jed York. Okay, so this has been quite a journey, Marcus. Quite a journey. So Jed spoke yesterday, I guess, is the big story. He said a lot of interesting things.
Had a lot of good nuggets.
He said, I'm coming down with nuggets. You know what I mean? The big one was the Brock Purdy one, right?
Yeah.
The summer of 22. He said that Kyle pulled him aside and said, hey, man, I got to talk to you. And never good, right? When somebody said, we need to talk.
Never.
Like Marcus during the break, hey, after the show, we need to talk.
Yeah, Murph, we've had a few of those conversations.
Well.
Yeah. But whether you hear from a significant other, your best friend, if young Tony comes up to me and says, Marcus, we need to talk. I'm like, damn, what did I do?
When do you ever get that we need to talk and it's good? Hey, man, we need to talk after the show.
Never.
Oh, man.
Usually if it's good news,
man,
people just tell you.
We're giving you a 50% pay raise.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, congratulations.
No, just tell me right now.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right. Break it to me.
So you have the Jed story with Brock and Kyle. So this was part of a long, extended Jed York hit yesterday with the local media.
Last year in preseason, I think week 1 of training camp, which you have a quarterback that we're paying, I think, $20 million to. You have a guy that you drafted with investing 3 first-round picks into, and he grabs me after practice. He's like, hey man, we got to talk. And that's generally not a good thing when your coach tells you got to talk. Like, all right, what's up? And he's like, I think our third-string quarterback's our best quarterback. I'm like, okay. I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, obviously, like, we've invested in Trey. Like, Trey's doing a good job. Like, we're going to do everything that we can. We're not going to change that. And we're not going to change the depth chart. But, like, I think Brock will end up being our quarterback at some point. And, like, he didn't force it, right? You had 2 injuries, and that's how Brock ended up playing.
Okay, man. I mean, there's a lot to react to there. Like, damn, did they screw up on the Trey Lance trade, right? It's like, wow. I mean, listen, we knew that already, right?
Correct.
I mean, they traded Isaiah down to Dallas for, what, a 4th rounder, was it?
Yeah, 4th or a 5th.
So, but it's just so stark to hear it that way. Like, you know, you've given Jimmy $25 million or whatever, and then you've traded all those resources for Trey Lance, and then he's like, yeah, we completely whiffed on those 2 things.
Yeah, Mr. Irrelevant's actually the best quarterback.
I mean, first of all, credit for honesty, right?
I mean, credit for having the cojones to go to your boss and like, yeah, you know, we just invested 3 first-round draft picks in this guy, traded up to number 3 overall, and oh yeah, we were paying Jimmy G $20 million, but those guys are no good. The last pick of the draft is actually our best quarterback.
I mean, it's borderline a fireable offense, you know what I mean? Like, if I was Jed, I'd be like, what am I doing? What am I paying you for, bro?
Like, what was the follow-up conversation with Jed York and John Lynch after this conversation? That's what I really want to know. That's what should have been the follow-up question to Jed York.
It would be what Nick Bosa said at halftime of the Detroit Lions NFC Championship game. Do your job.
Yeah.
Right? By the way, we should probably cut that Bosa, do your job. That's worthwhile in any walk of life. You know what I mean? Like if we're going to beat up California Kyle or something like that, or tell a story about Triple E or something like that. We can hit the Nick Bosa, do your job. But I would have said that to York. If I was Jed York, I'd be like, hey, Lynch and Shanahan, what are you doing?
Yeah, why did I just waste all this money and resources on these other 2 quarterbacks?
Kyle's like, well, I'm just telling you the truth.
That is.
Yeah.
Which is good from your head coach, honestly, but it's also like the vision and kind of skill breakdown that Kyle Shanahan in a small glimpse, too, because this is only after a couple weeks of training camp. It's not like he had been around Brock Purdy for a year or 2. It's not the Jordan Love situation, Aaron Rodgers situation, where you get to sit with the guy as your backup quarterback. No, last offseason, Murph, we were talking about Brock Purdy battling against Nate Sudfeld just to make the roster while Jimmy G was out here practicing by himself on a practice field before he got re-signed to the 49ers.
I mean, again, we've talked about it a million times since Brock has risen. The inexact science, you know, the Tom Brady in the 6th round, the Kurt Warner in the Hall of Fame didn't get drafted. So, I mean, there are stories of guys doing this, but to miss like so bad on 2 guys to invest in Jimmy and in well, I guess they kind of invested in Jimmy because he was the guy here. Actually, you know what? I got to walk that back a little bit. The Jimmy acquisition was a huge positive. It was just that he couldn't get you that final step, right?
Correct.
But so I should probably walk that one back. It's more the Trey Lance one, and that's well covered ground. And here we are now in Brock. Did you hear Andy Reid praising Brock Purdy yesterday?
No, I missed that.
Saying that he was on his radar at Iowa State.
Oh, okay.
And he said that Matt Campbell, the Iowa State coach, said this guy changed our program, and that caught Reid's ears because he's like, changing our program's a big deal. He's like, obviously this guy can play. So, boy, this, you know, and getting back to what we were talking about with Fred Warner in the pregame huddle or the post-practice huddle, where he was talking to everybody about this fleeting moment that you have in 2019 haunts these guys. Mm-hmm. I say 2019, I really mean, you know, February 2020, but I always go by the season, right? So Super Bowl 54.
Correct.
That Bosa, Warner are kind of leading the charge of Juszczyk, Kittle. They're leading the charge of, dudes, we've been there and lost. We know what it's like. So please, every second, do that extra work, do that extra rep, get that extra sleep, whatever you're doing, get that extra, whatever you need to do to be zen and present. You need to be zen and present.
And look how the youth of all those guys, whether it's Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Deebo Samuel, all these guys in the early stages of their career, getting to the Super Bowl and then thinking like, oh, this is routine. We're going to get here year after year after year with the loaded roster that we do have. And now here we are 4 years later, and they're finally getting their first chance just to get back in the Super Bowl.
It's funny because everybody says, like Dan Campbell said, this might be our only shot. And the Niners are saying, we know how hard it is to get back. Then you got Mahomes and Reid going, it's not that hard, guys.
Oh, man.
It's not that hard.
What do you want? You want 6 in a row? 5 out of 6? What,
4 out of 5?
Yeah.
Anyway, that was my stupid story, my personal story. My freshman year at UCLA, we went to the Rose Bowl and we won. We beat Iowa. They were number 3 in the nation, too. Huge upset. They had a chance to be number 1. We knocked them out. Sorry, all you Iowa Hawkeyes out there. And my buddies and I went. It was the time of our lives. And we literally were saying after the game, okay, next year let's do it differently. Let's stay closer to the stadium or let's rent a place and then we'll tailgate here. Bro, we never got back. We never got back. Okay, so they haven't won one since, actually.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, is your guy? I thought Chip Kelly interviewing with the Raiders.
Yeah, I was going to say Chip Kelly almost back at the NFL.
The
now,
excitement.
He's going through the search. Now, Raiders made the news yesterday that they're going with Cliff Kingsbury.
And your reaction is?
I don't hate it. I know the air raid wasn't so successful in Arizona with Kyler Murray, but Antonio Pierce needed to bring in an offensive mind. So I don't have an issue, and I'd rather have Cliff than Chip.
I would say you'd rather have Cliff than Chip.
Yeah.
Yes, you would. All right, guys. Hey, listen, we told you guys we got big stuff coming, so let's get to the guest list here on a Friday, February 2, 2024, 2/2/24. Groundhog Day, right? Have you seen the movie Young Tony? You have? No, I'm actually rather surprised.
Dude, Tony will surprise you with a couple movies that he has seen. I was talking to him before he went to his Vegas trip, and I brought up Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and he goes, "Oh, that's a great film." And I was surprised that he even knew who Johnny Depp was.
You guys do know
who the movie was.
You do know it was a very famous book prior to that.
Prior.
Way more famous book than movie.
I'm more of a movie guy, Murph.
Oh, yeah. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas is the book by Hunter S. Thompson that changed a lot. The movie was a sad aftermath. The book is the thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hot takes. Yesterday was Whitney Houston. Now it's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
By the way, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, is that the story about Michael Bublé going down to play down there?
It might be.
All right, what do we got?
All right, in about 3 minutes, the Hall of Famer, the Super Bowl champ, the friend of the program, Ronnie Lott, stopping by the program in just a couple minutes here, right around the corner.
I mean, what more do you need, man? It's not Rams week. It's Super Bowl week.
It's Super Bowl week with Ronnie Lott right around the corner. 7:35 today, the one and only Greg Papa talking about his call of Super Bowl 54 and what he thinks about the Chiefs and Niners.
Chocolate bars left over by Jake Plummer.
Yeah, exactly. I'll talk about those mushroom bars. Then at 8:35, we're going to check in Kansas City with Adam Teicher, covers the Chiefs for ESPN, so we'll get the Kansas City angle.
Good booking, kid. Young Tony. I said, get me a Kansas City guy. You got me the guy. He's the main dude. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we'll chop it up with Adam Teicher, 8:35. And then at 9 a.m. this morning, we'll preview FanFest in Napa with Giants left fielder / right fielder, sometimes play center, Giants outfielder Michael Conforto.
30 bombs for Mikey Conforto this year?
That's your three-hitter right there, Murph.
30 bombs. Let's go. Leave the yard. Uppercut. We're going for big tanks, big flies. Maybe. Kind of. Sort of. FanFest tomorrow at Napa. Oxbow. Oops, I'm going to make sure I get this right. 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Bob Melvin will be there. Michael Conforto will be there.
Patrick Bailey will be there.
And it's going to be at the Napa Yard at Oxbow Gardens. Wasn't that it? Mm-hmm. I think I got that right. Or is it the Napa Gardens at Oxbow Yard? All right, there you go.
If you have questions, ask Copes.
Should be dry, though. 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And that's it. Ronnie Lott, the legend, next on the Sports Leader.
Do your job.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Lock formation left, receivers all over the field for Cincinnati. Intended for Curtis, intercepted by Ronnie Lott. Lott brings it back, close to midfield, still going. And Lott finally tripped up at the Cincinnati 46-yard line, a flag down, but after the interception was made. Ronnie Lott picking off the pass intended for Isaac Curtis, and the sensational 49er rookie secondary continues to sparkle.
Tim, they're really going to have to contend a lot with the 49ers secondary. Ken Anderson told me before the game that they're really concerned about those guys because not only can they hit you, they're around the football all the time, and that's one of the great things that Ronnie Lott does. He's always around that football.
That is a great Dave. Overnight Dave found that from the 1981 season, guys. So, I mean, can you imagine? I mean, it was a big deal then. It was. But can you imagine today's oversaturated media of having 3 rookies in your secondary and going to the Super Bowl and winning? Dude, that, I mean, like, it was a big deal then, like it was. But having 24-hour coverage now, can you imagine the Niners are coming in with 3 rookies in their secondary?
Oh, the scrutiny of, they got a rookie here, they got a rookie there. Like, that's pretty unheard of to go to a Super Bowl with 3 rookies.
And he did that pick against the Cincinnati Bengals in the regular season. Then they did it a few weeks later when they won the Super Bowl, which is what the 49ers are trying to do, which is why it is time to talk to the all-time great. Oh, the connection not just made just yet. Anyway, we will talk to him in just a second. I guess there's a little trouble with the phone. That's okay. We'll chill out, and when we get the connection, we'll get him. But yeah, they had played the Bengals in December of that year, and then only just a couple weeks later, because the Super Bowl back then was in January. God, I mean, you're young and old enough to know. Remember when they moved it to February? Remember, it was just only about 8-10 years ago, right?
Yeah, I think you're right.
It was seemed like revolutionary and weird that they were playing the Super Bowl in February.
Well, they obviously have been making the NFL schedule longer, and then they added the additional bye week before the Super Bowl because that used to be non-existent, right?
No, they always had it. They always had it. 1 week they didn't. How do you feel about it, by the way? Do you prefer that they would get right back at it, or are you good with the 2?
I'm good with the 2 because I think it builds up the storylines, it builds up the hype, and we want these teams to both be at their best, whether it's play call-wise, whether it's health-wise. I don't have an issue with the bye week in between, do you?
No. I mean, I want the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, earlier this week, I had the game being played on Sunday.
But, like, think about the fact, like, just for our own personal perspective of going from the NFC Championship game Sunday night to us hopping on a bird flying out to Vegas Monday morning, like, it would have been a lot all at once.
You know, I don't know why it was the case, but in 1990, the year that I refused to talk about, the NFC Championship game where they lost to the New York Giants, that year there was no bye. They went right into the game. And I don't know, there was some reason why. And people were like, is this better? Is this worse? And then, obviously, the NFL, I think they like the hype machine. Another week to expose the brand and raise the visibility and all that stuff. All right, so we have a little bit of trouble connecting with Ronnie. Be patient. We'll get him at some point. I texted with him yesterday, and he was in. So, but anyway, so that leads us to, I mean, we might as well stay on the topic of a secondary then. Yeah. And, you know, we don't talk about the Niners corners at all. Demo Lenore and Charvarius Ward. We just don't talk about them.
I mean, we talked a lot about Embry and the defensive pass interferences that he had in the Packers
in the slot, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, they've never really. Jimmy Ward was a significant loss.
Yes.
I say significant, and yet they're in the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, by the way, shout out to Jimmy Ward in Super Bowl 54, putting that hit on Patrick Mahomes and the fumble flying out of bounds. If that's a turnover inbounds, that changes the whole entire dynamic of that game.
You know, so getting off the DBs for just a second and getting back to that game and talk about Bill Vinovich being the official for this game. Yesterday, Bosa talked about the holding. The non-hold, right? Mm-hmm. On that 3rd and 15 play.
Shout out Eric Fisher, yeah.
This is forever a story in the NFL. Is there holding on every play? You know?
Most likely, yes.
Yeah, right. So it is interesting when refs decide to throw that flag. So they asked Bosa yesterday, were you held? And he's like, yeah, pretty much. And then he said about the current tackles for the Chiefs, right tackle Jawan Taylor, left tackle Donovan Smith. Did you see his quote?
He said they hold a lot.
They hold a lot.
They hold a lot.
Getting into Bill Vinovich's dome a little bit, maybe? Like Bill Vinovich being the head official at Super Bowl 58 and letting him, like, that's a little bit of a mind game, kind of like, you know, the way a manager talks about a strike zone or something, you know?
True, but I mean, this isn't the first time that we've talked about these issues with holding on every play. So I don't know if it's going to have an effect on the game. Like, yeah, it might be in the back of his head, but I don't think it's going to make him gun-shy to throw the flag.
I'm just saying this guy will have a huge impact on the game. And the play that he had in Super Bowl, he generally let them play in Super Bowl 54, except for, do you guys remember the offensive pass interference he called on Kittle right before the half?
Mm-hmm.
That was like, I mean, I never want to blame flags for anything. It's just it's a tough way to live, you know? And sometimes in life you're going to get boned, right, as we live by. But that offensive PI on Kittle that call did not need to be made. And it was a big play down into the red zone that would have gotten him points. So, again, don't want to cry about the refs all day, but it's a big deal. And that's why I think Bosa's saying that their tackles hold a lot is definitely just a little tiny seed. The way maybe an NBA coach would talk about a ref before a game. Yeah, well, if I was them, I'd watch the Lakers hand checking, something like that. So, anyway, that's what, but back to, yeah.
But it's definitely something to bring up, whether it's the Kittle play before the half, whether it was the Bosa hold on 3rd and 15. I also believe before the Chiefs took the lead, there was a big defensive pass interference that put him down to like the 1-yard line, kind of a sketchy call against the 49ers also.
Brutal, man, brutal. All right, well, listen, we'll try Ronnie again later. There was a problem with the phone.
All right.
It's all good. Live radio. You stick, you move. You're good, California Kyle. We'll check in at another time.
Yeah, but to your point, like I definitely want to dive into the conversation with Ronnie Lott, whether we're talking about the 49ers DBs on the outside or talking about a rookie like Jair Brown, Tashawn Gibson, because obviously there's been an effect after the Talanoa Hufanga injury, which hasn't been a huge topic throughout the season, but it's definitely something that I've noticed over the past couple of games.
Dude, I got a stat for you. Per Matty Barrows, weeks 1 through 11, when Armstead and Hufanga were healthy, they were number 5 in defensive EPA. What is EPA?
East Palo Alto.
It is East Palo Alto. You're right. Anyway, it's one of these new analytics that evaluates a defense's efficiency. So they were number 5 against the run, and then since then, number 22.
Ooh.
I mean, off a cliff, dude.
That's a huge drop-off. And everybody, of course, had their eyes focused on Eric Armstead with that injury, but Hufanga is a force in the box. And 49er fans know this. That's why he was second-team All-Pro last year. He is an absolutely run stopper.
It's expected points added. I should know that, but then again, I come from the days of, when Up With People did the halftime show.
Yeah.
All right, you know what I mean?
Expected points average.
Dude, you want something? Who's big on that? David Lombardi. You want some of those?
I thought you were going to say Farhan Zaidi.
Bro, don't get me going now.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone off the road.
I'm in a good mood.
I shouldn't have dangled that carrot in front of Murph.
It's Friday. I'm feeling good. Don't get me upset. The Corbin Burns trade was definitely a moment, another one of those moments.
It was something, Murph. It was something.
Anyway, so back to Ward and
East Palo Alto. EPA.
Yeah, and Demo Lenore. I've been pleased with Lenore.
Demo has been, I think, sensational this year, like better than most people expected. And being able to move him inside to the nickel has been huge for this defense.
He'll defend the run, too, if he'll come down. So, but this is a deal, man. The reason why we're not talking about it so much is because the Chiefs' receivers have been so bad this year, they're not perceived as a threat going into this game.
No, but we also got to be reminded about Travis Kelce, the man that has the record for the most catches in postseason history, and how that's going to match up against the linebackers and against those safeties.
I heard some of Tim Ryan's bull rush. I wanted to hear it all, but I had to get out of the car. But he was saying basically just, what are you going to do about Kelce? Because the chemistry those two guys have is off the charts. And Kelce has this ability to just find his spot in the zone. And Mahomes has an ability to know where he said those guys are like, to make my second reference of the week, Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers, man. It's just a pair. Just a kid in play to keep it a little more... You got another better duo for me, buddy? Who you got?
You want famous duos? I'm trying to think of like
in your current day.
A current modern one. I don't know.
That's Kid and Play. Did you guys see House Party?
Yeah, I've seen Kid and Play. They actually remade Kid and Play. They actually did a remake a couple years ago.
Did you ever think about growing the Kid and Play hair?
No, I don't got that kind of hair, Murph.
Right, so anyway.
That's not for me.
But those guys just, at a certain point, you're just going to accept the fact that Kelce's going to catch 9-10 balls.
I mean, to your point, Kelce is going to find soft spots in any zone coverage he plays. That's why you got to go more to man if you want to try to match up to him. But I do want to give a shout out to him and his brother Jason Kelce and their New Heights podcast, because they were talking about backyard baseball and backyard football the other day and how Jason Kelce wants to buy the right to bring back the game, which I would absolutely love. But I think it's a perfect example of how Patrick and Travis Kelce play together. They play a backyard football style where it's just literally a pick'em game. Patrick Mahomes is running around for his life trying to extend the play, and then Travis Kelce is going to find those soft spots, and they're going to have that connection.
There's nothing you can do about that. There's really nothing. I mean, other than hope for a turnover. I can't say hope for a turnover, but try to force a turnover.
Well, see, here's the thing, Murph. Going back to Super Bowl 54, they picked off Patrick Mahomes 2 times, but they only got 3 points off of those 2 turnovers. You have to capitalize on turnovers in the postseason because we've seen recently Patrick Mahomes is not giving away anything in the postseason.
This is exactly why one of the themes of this week is the Bosa, Warner, Kittle, Juszczyk, Greenlaw lectures to the youngsters of this is your time. The time is now. Who was it? Brandon Ayuk? The time is now, the time is now, the time is now to seize it right now. I mean, these guys, there's a great line. Bosa said, because remember the pandemic hit right after that bowl. So Bosa said he didn't watch it for a long time. He just went down to Fort Lauderdale and just sat in the room, And then he said he finally watched it months later. He said he started sweating. How about that? Just like the tension of it. Ooh. Whereas Warner took the other way, and Warner said that he watched it all the time to sear it into his brain.
Wow.
So, I mean, it's like a thing. Hang it. You get a second chance. Now imagine, guys, living through the Buffalo Bills going to 4 straight, and the Bills giving this speech the second time, and then giving this speech the 3rd time, and then giving this speech the 4th time, 4 in a row.
Yeah, it doesn't have the same impact on the 4th time, Murph.
Oh, man. So anyway, we'll listen. All right, we'll try to hook up with Ronnie later in the show. We appreciate his efforts to try to get with us, but we will do that in a little bit. So as it is, next guest, the next signpost is Greg Papa. So what I want to do is get into the Jed stuff. Yeah. And I want to get into, like, you guys, you 808 KNBR crowd and 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line crowd. Because if you've been a Niner fan for a while, you know this journey, okay? And it's been a journey, and it hasn't always been good. And the owner's a big deal, like Joe Lacob, right? Look at Lacob. Come on in, get your jerseys.
Welcome to the Bridge Club.
You almost gave us a heart attack. You know what I mean? And, right now, the owner of the Giants is not a popular dude, right? Greg Johnson, and it's perceived he made a wrong comment at the Jung-Hoo Lee comment or at the Bob Melvin press conference.
Just trying to somewhat break even.
Yeah, all that's, and they're not getting it done in the offseason. And now you have Jed, who is always compared to his uncle, Uncle Eddie. And now you have Jed going to his 3rd Super Bowl, but he has yet to win one.
0-2.
So building this team, how you feel about Jed, the evolution of Jed, 808 KNBR next on The Sports Leader.
The time's now. The time's now. The time's right now.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, happy Friday, everybody. We are fired up. It's a feel-good Friday. Of course, every Friday is a feel-good Friday. Interesting weekend ahead of chill sports, unless you're down with an NHL All-Star game or a Pro Bowl. Or Pebble Beach. I can't forget my guy Steve John down at Pebble Beach.
Yeah, and you got the Dubs tonight taking on the Memphis Grizzlies.
And Saturday, too. Right, so a couple of Dubs games. Good, thank you. The Warriors. Who are they?
Yeah, Warriors.
And, of course, you'll be tracking the latest Giants. And please, any laugh track you got. Tracking the latest Giants off-season acquisitions. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll be here all day. And speaking of the Giants, we love them anyway, right? So go to FanFest tomorrow at Napa Yard at Oxbow Gardens, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's free. It don't cost nothing, as the great John Belushi once said. Bob Melvin, Matt Williams, Patty Bailey, and our 9 a.m. guest, Mikey Conforto, Mark Hallberg, the very soft-spoken Mark Hallberg, Tyro Estrada will be there, too.
He's a bad MF-er, Murph.
I always remember Sean Estes was with me in Scottsdale last year, and he asked Kapler, he goes, why would I want to go to the Yard to see this team? And Kapler was like, in his chill way, he's like, Tyro Estrada is just a grimy, gritty, gritter. And I was like, all right, whatever. And he is. I like Tyro. He's a piece.
In that quote, too, he said, yeah, he's a bad MF-er.
Did he say?
Yeah.
By the way, he's at it again. He's reviewing breakfast joints in Miami.
Oh, man.
I got to say, the joint he reviewed looked pretty good. I got to tell him, he's like, yeah, unbelievable breakfast. He's like, skillet with eggs.
Oh,
yeah.
Man. And we never even got into the sound about how he's hacked the GPS system of just walking faster to get places quicker than his GPS is going to tell.
Is that what
him.
he's saying?
Yeah. We can get into that another day. Let's talk Jed.
We don't need to do that, too. Okay, so obviously the big story yesterday was Jed. Okay, I'm going to go I'll give you my version, Taylor's version here on this story. So obviously I'm a lifelong 49er fan, right? I go all the way back to the AstroTurf and Candlestick in the 70s. Okay, so I've known this team forever. Written only one book on these guys, but still. From Kezar to Levi's.
For life.
Grew up, thank you.
I got you.
Grew up in a Niner family. My dad was not a fanatic, but he was a solid 49er fan. My dad was a reasonable man. He had other interests in the world. He read, he traveled, he cooked, but he liked the Niners a lot. And we watched the Niners on Sunday, and he had the history down. He's the man who told me about the Len Eshmon Award and Hugh McElhaney and all the great stuff I learned, right? The $1 Million Backfield, all that stuff. So, we're Niner fans. My brother, 10 years older than me, he went to Kezar. My sister, we're all Niner fans. So they mean a lot to me, right? So 81, oh my God, right? I'm still buzzing off of 81, right? Joe Montana and Ronnie Lott and everybody. And who is this young owner? So let me back up one step further. The Niners were owned by this guy. The Morabito brothers founded the Niners in 1946. They were local businessmen, Italian guys, and they owned them all the way up until they died, and then their wives inherited it, and then they had to put the team for sale in 1977 because that family was dying out. And an interloper from Youngstown, Ohio, named Eddie DeBartolo Jr. bought the team. Now, here's the catch. You know who brought Eddie DeBartolo to the Niners in the NFL?
Al Davis.
I've got a kid. He looks a little like Al Pacino. Yeah. If you like Serpico, you're going to like this guy. But anyway, so, dude, Al plays a huge role in Niner history.
Oh, I think more than people know, whether we're talking about Eddie D, whether we're talking about Bill Walsh. But sorry, I don't want to interrupt. Keep going, Murph.
So anyway, so he brings this interloper in 1977. Eddie DeBartolo Jr. is the son of a construction mall titan in Youngstown, Ohio. Senior. Marcus, they just called him Senior. Dude, this guy. I was in the room with this guy once, and it was like, bro, I'm not talking to that guy. I'm not talking. I mean, you want to talk about a presence? Eddie DeBartolo Sr., the grandpa, Jed's grandpa, Eddie Jr.'s dad, is the original guy, the money guy. They had no money. He's the guy. He's the one who went and chased the American dream and built malls. This is after World War II now. There's no malls. He discovered, hey, if I get a little land right outside of town and build a mall, I'll make some money. Dude, he builds the malls. They make hundreds of millions of dollars. They go from little produce buying Italian immigrants to billionaires or whatever. So they buy the Pittsburgh Penguins. How about that? Well, that's a little known fact.
I did not know that.
Yeah, the DeBartolos own the Pittsburgh Penguins. Yes, that's
damn, my bad.
Want to talk Lemieux? Go grab Jed and talk Lemieux. And then they come to buy the 49ers. So, Marcus, I'm here to tell you this. Young Tony, I'm here to tell you this. San Francisco hated this guy. They're like, who's this punk? So Eddie was like 30, and he was brash, and he didn't know San Francisco at all, and he's from Youngstown, Ohio, and he wasn't even going to live here. And, dude, the papers crushed this guy. And then he hired this GM named Joe Thomas, who sucked. Made Farhan look like Brian Sabian, dude, this guy. So he was so bad, there was a big fire. Blame Joe. The famous sign at Candlestick in 78, blame Joe Thomas. Huge sign at Candlestick, which, you know, nowadays they'd freaking tase you if you did that, right?
Oh, you can't even bring a
Could
bedsheet
you
in
hang a
anymore.
blame Farhan Zaidi bedsheet off the stands?
Zero chance.
Dude, you could do that back in the day.
Oh, what a time to be alive.
Exactly.
What a time to be alive. Talk about free speech, Murph.
You would spray paint blame Mark Davis on a sheet. Wouldn't you?
I would have been at Raider games with the fire Josh McDaniels last season with the bed sheet.
You would have had like a football field size bed sheet that said fire McDaniels.
Yeah, exactly. I would have done what Doritos is doing down at the Luxor. I would have took out a full fledged ad campaign on the outside of the Luxor.
So Eddie comes to town in 77 and is a disaster. Go look at those teams. Losers in 77, losers in 78. Joe Thomas, disaster. He trades for O.J. Simpson, who's I mean, if you have it, you know what I mean?
Which one do you want?
There you go.
Happy Father's Day.
He's trading for those. Hey, for the Super Bowl one too, right?
I'm just saying.
You know who's going to be at the Super Bowl, Murph?
Hey, Twitter world, it's me, O.J. Mahomes.
I mean, I don't even know what to say.
And you know what, Murph? The 49ers?
I got a little getting even to do.
Super Bowl 54, a little getting even to do.
I know how controversial that sound is.
Yes.
The bottom line is this. That's just great sound.
It's good sound.
It's just great sound.
I learned from the best.
That's just great sound. I mean, the cut, that's the rasp and timbre of his voice. You know what I mean? Everything about that. So anyway, so they're a disaster. So Eddie now is 3 years in. He sucks. Everybody hates him. Nobody's going to Niners games. Candlestick is empty. And that's when he hires this professorial dude from Stanford named Bill Walsh. Okay? And then Bill Walsh drafts Joe Montana. And everything changes. Now, 81, right? All of a sudden, Eddie DeBartolo Jr., Super Bowl, down Market Street with Dianne Feinstein, rest in peace. And down they come, and we are overcoming the Moscone assassination and the Guyana Jonestown. And then 84, another Super Bowl. And you beat Dan Marino. Now Joe, after two, Joe is like the guy. Joe's the golden god. He turns to the camera and flashes that number one, right, on the sidelines of Stanford Stadium. Now he marries Jennifer, you know, she's the blonde. And now Eddie's the dude. And the stories come out that Eddie will do anything for his players. He'll give them a jet. He'll fly them, his family, to Hawaii. He'll get you the luxury suite you need. They're like, everybody wants to come play for the Niners. Niners get great. 85, 86, 87, they lose in the playoffs. 88, they win again. Eddie's got you 3. Bill Walsh retires. They give it to George Seifert. They win again. He's got you 4. Now, at this point, Eddie DeBartolo he's gone in 12 short years from a bum, an out-of-town bum, to the greatest figure in Bay Area sports history, right? He's like Eddie DeBartolo Jr. He's the guy. Let's go for good measure. Let's win another one in 94, right? With George Seifert, Carmen Policy, Deion Sanders, the whole this. Now they got 5. You youngsters may not know this. So what? You're like, well, what happened then? Why isn't he the guy? Well, Eddie was a businessman. Mm-hmm. Eddie has investments in real estate and casinos, and he wanted to build a casino in Louisiana. Strange things happen in Louisiana, okay? Down in the bayou, strange things happen. And he decided to get the permit process sped up. He would stuff a briefcase full of cash and give it to the governor as an illegal bribe.
Yeah.
Do you have an you know what I mean? So it turns out you shouldn't do that when the FBI is wiretapping you. Oh, exactly, dude.
There's an O for you, Murph.
When the federal government is wiretapping you, don't hand an illegal bribe to the governor. I think we're going with, I appreciate the effort, Tom, but I think it's the Tim Ryan one.
Oh! What are you doing, Eddie?
So you know what happens then? You don't get to own a team in the NFL. He loses the team, and it's a startling development. It came out of nowhere, like a bolt out of the blue, and then right on top of that, Steve Young retired. Dude, now we're in now the kingdom is lost,
Now
right?
you're in purgatory, yeah.
So who gets the team? His sister, Denise. Now, we know nothing about Denise, and by the way, I've met Denise a few times. She's a wonderful woman. She really is sweet. She didn't want the team. She did not want the team. She was happy just let my brother have it. She's like, what am I going to do with this team? So she turns to her husband, Dr. John York, and said, why don't you run this thing? And Dr. John York, in fairness, hello, Dr. York. I've talked to Dr. York a bunch of times. Wasn't necessarily the most electric dude in the room, right? Wasn't necessarily the guy who you're like, that's my leader. Nice guy, but he's more like an academic and not a football guy. And all of a sudden it coincides that the team starts to suck because Young's retired. Now, they did have Jeff Garcia and Mooch, but then they have a dispute with Mooch because Mooch was talking to Notre Dame. They fire his A. And from that point on in 2002, the John York 49ers, dude, they hired Dennis Erickson, Mike Nolan, Mike Singletary. They have no quarterbacks. It's Tim Rattay. It's Trent Dilfer. Sean Hill. So finally, Dr. York's like, listen, I got this kid, Jed, who was young all through the 80s and 90s. He was a little kid. He was the little kid on the stage, the little kid. Now he goes, Jed, why don't you take the team? So now Jed has the team, and the team continues to suck, except for here comes Jim Harbaugh. And we go, whoa, Jed, you hired Jim Harbaugh. That's great, man. And then what happens? NFC Championship, Super Bowl, NFC Championship, except for Jed and Harbaugh decide that they can't see eye to eye. They can't see eye to eye. They can't see eye to eye. He fires Harbaugh. We here at KNBR are like, why are you firing Jim Harbaugh? So Jed comes on to explain the firing and get excited about the hiring of the next coach. And I was doing the interview with him. Paulie was off that day, and I just kind of went in on him. I didn't go in on him, but I was just asking questions that I thought weren't answered. Like, why are you doing this? You are not giving us a good answer. And I had this Bill Walsh quote where he's like, nothing else matters than winning. Whether your temperaments aren't equal or whether your egos aren't equal, the end product of this business is winning. And so I was telling him, Bill Walsh is telling us, you got to win. You're winning. Why are you getting rid of this guy? And he had no answers. He stumbled a little bit. It was a bad day for Jed. The interview went beyond viral. It has legs to this day. Jed and I aren't sending Christmas cards to this day. And people just turned on this guy. They turned on this dude. And then Tom Sula, and then Chip Kelly. Yeah. And it was bad, right? And then Brian Hoyer. And then he hires Kyle and John Lynch. We're like, okay, let's see how this goes. Now, Marcus, fast forward to yesterday. And there he is. So I guess that's a long-winded, 8-minute long explanation of where we've been with Jed, where the Niners have been. Young Tony now knows the story, and where you're at about where you're at with Jed. And I'm here to tell you, and I'm here to be fair to Jed, he's done the damn thing. He did the job. He hired good people and got out of the way. And when good people left, he made sure good people came in and got out of the way. And do you understand? We haven't heard from him in years, which I think is how you want most of your owners.
And that's what I was going to bring up, because it seemed like he had more of a public voice, whether he was doing interviews with you and Paulie or going out and speaking to the media back in the day, especially during the Trent Baalke era. But it does seem like once he handed the keys to the car to Kyle and John, he did kind of step back and go more into the shadows, which you've seen the success in that happening.
I should have noted that one of the things that really set fans off is in 2014, they lost on Thanksgiving Day to the Seahawks. That's when Sherman ate the turkey on the 50-yard line. Russell Wilson, unlimited turkey. And Jed sent out a tweet that said, I'm paraphrasing, I thoroughly apologize for this embarrassing performance. It won't happen again. And we're like, whoa, he just put his coach on blast, man. And it was a big deal. It was seen as huge dysfunction. I think the tweet was even up on the big screen at Levi's.
Wow.
Yeah. So, Harbaugh was like, blank you. You know what I mean? And Harbaugh, the other there's more angles to all this, obviously. I'm giving you guys the wiki version, There's Trent Baalke's role in all this, and Baalke was the worst people person of all time. And he also couldn't pick a guy to save his life. He had a couple of hits, but he had a lot of misses.
And from my understanding, it felt like, especially the 49er fans I speak to, it felt like Jed stuck with Trent Baalke over Jim Harbaugh.
Correct. So that's where we're at. And then there he was yesterday, and I was reading all the comments underneath all the Instagram posts, And it seemed to me, unless all these commenters were just plants or bots or whatever, everybody was like, look at this kid. He's grown up. I'm cool with this guy now. I appreciate him staying out of the way. Or Jed's turned into a great... the comments were overwhelmingly positive, which Marcus, dude, let me tell you what, those were not positive for the majority of his tenure here. They were not positive. Usually owners are unpopular, right? Unless you're winning championships every year.
Correct. Unless
like Bob Kraft's popular, right?
Yeah, Joe Lacob is popular.
Exactly, right, exactly. Al was popular for a while. Of
course.
Right? So I guess that leads to yesterday and his performance, and he told a lot of good stories about, Brock Purdy and Kyle finding Purdy in the summer. I think we should probably follow at this point, as I tell you, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Young Tony, I think we should do the son story because people saw this as the humanizing moment. Maybe we should do the long version because after all that, people need to hear like how Jed talks and how he spoke yesterday. I think it was a big day yesterday for Jed because he's like, I'm taking you guys now to my third bowl. Now, understand, what's the word I'm thinking of? He doesn't like crave or die to be Uncle Eddie, but he feels Uncle Eddie's presence looming.
Oh, how could you
By the way,
not?
we got to get Eddie on.
Yeah.
This is the time to get him. He'll come on. We got to reach out to, I'll get him through Kirk. I'll get him.
Perfect.
We'll get him next week.
Yeah, let's get him on.
Eddie's great. And Eddie's always publicly gracious. Mm-hmm. He's always, Jed's doing great. But, behind the scenes, he's like, dude, I won 5.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Because a lot of Niners fans will tell you, there's something to Jed losing Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. It's not the owner that loses the Super Bowl. But that part of it, I've heard people, maybe people who sat in this room who say, all I know is we didn't lose bowls until this guy came around.
See, that's the thing because Eddie D set that standard. They never lost Super Bowls with Eddie D. They went 0-2 with Jed.
So here is Jed yesterday giving you like the human moment of being at halftime of the game down 24-7. He has an 11-year-old son named Jackson. And he tells this very human story here. This is we can talk about it here, buddy. It's the one that's minute 33. Yeah, let's go with this one.
My first interaction, not with Brock directly, but we always do a great job.
I'm sorry. You know what, Tone? My bad. It's the one about the halftime. We thought we had the right sound queued up. Sorry, guys. That's my bad. It's the heartwarming story about his son. Soundbite. No, that's not the one. That's his interview with Purdy. It's the story about his son. It's on KNBR Insta. He talks about being in the suite. And we found the right one. Sorry, guys. Apologize to KNBR listeners for that brief mishap. We're back.
I was good. My son was like on the verge of tears, and he just started playing flag football, and like really getting into it. So he brings his football with him everywhere, and you guys might see him throwing on the field before the game. He's sitting there and he's ready to cry. And I'm like, Bud, like, our friends are here, our family's here. Like, we're in the NFC Championship game. Like, there are worse things in the world. Like, we're healthy, we're happy. Like, I keep telling you got to do well when there's pressure. Like, let's throw the ball now. So he's winging it with me in the suite. Like, calmed everybody down. It was a good moment.
So there it is. He got choked up.
He did.
He got tears in his eyes talking about his kids. So, a lot of people saw that as a real human moment. Other people will be like, win a bowl, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
but, it is kind of full circle since you're talking about Jed as a kid running around on stage back in the 80s. And now he's at the point in his life where his kid is old enough to be tossing around the football before the game or to be on that stage.
I saw that kid. I was wondering, we used to be friends with Jed and his wife. His wife's a school teacher. She was really sweet. They used to call like our show and stuff. I'm sad that we don't have that relationship anymore, but business is business. You know, I had to ask the questions I had to ask. I have to add a funny anecdote to this. Remember, for a long time, KNBR listeners would know that he and I have spoken since. Al Guido invited me and Paulie down to the U2 concert down there, and they put us up on the rooftop, and John Lynch was there, and then Jed was there, and we exchanged pleasantries and said hello. Yeah. But the big one was when they hired Chip Kelly. I drove down for the press conference, and if you guys have been to Levi's, have you been to the field level? Only shout out to the 1%ers. Mm-hmm. That field level club.
Oh, like the Mercedes-Benz,
whatever it is.
club
it's like
suite
all
level.
It's all my leather. I have rich mahogany Anchorman stuff.
Uh-huh.
It's all beautiful and all that. And they have this beautiful, and that's where the press conference was. So I went into because I'm drinking a lot of coffee and I'm driving to Santa Clara. I gotta go drain the main vein there.
I understand,
you know
Murph. I got you.
So I understand. I go into the urinal and there's only one other guy in the entire. There's a big giant bathroom, huge, beautiful ornate bathroom. And there's only one other guy at the urinal. It's freaking Jed.
It's you and Jed.
And I took a urinal like 5 down from him. And we do the look. He looks over his left shoulder. I look over my right. We give the chin. Sup.
Awkward.
Yeah. And then even more awkward, we go to wash our hands because we're hygienic. And
thank you.
We're washing our hands. And you ever do the conversation where you're looking in the mirror instead of to your right? You know?
Yeah,
so
you don't want to be locking eyes in the bathroom, Murph.
So we're talking in the mirror. And he goes, I said, hey, well, this isn't a big, it was Chip Kelly. I was like, well, this is a big change, huh? And he says to me, he goes, well, at the very least, we're going to score some points, finally. And I said, yeah, maybe. And I said, all right, we'll see you out there.
Oh.
And so we call that the Urinal Summit. The Urinal Summit. So, Jed, I'd be happy to have you back on, buddy. And there'll be we're just going to talk football and the journey and all that, but I don't think he's coming back on.
No, but I don't think there should be anything held against you because, Murph, of course, you were a journalist. Like, this is what you do. You interview people. You have to ask the questions. And I know Jed yesterday talked about the Brock Purdy, Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance story. It goes back to a conversation I had earlier this season, right after training camp. I think you were on vacation, so it was me and Paulie interviewing John Lynch, and people were like, "Wow, Waterboy's asking some really tough questions about Trey Lance." But it's what everybody wants to hear. People want to know why you're giving up on a guy you invested so much in. And so when somebody gives up on a guy like Jim Harbaugh, you have to ask those questions, Murph.
Yeah, great job, man. Great job. So anyway, big day for Jed yesterday. Shared that story about his son. Humanized him, told that story about Kyle saying Purdy's our best quarterback 1 week into the summer 22. Oh my God! And let's end this feel-good segment with Steve and Hayward, who has a take. Steve and Hayward is on KNBR. What's up, Steve?
What's up, Steve?
Hey guys, listen. You know what? You guys do an amazing job. It's interesting because it seems like I kind of want to call Marcus Boucher the Brock Purdy of the morning show because he's a rookie. And this is his first Super Bowl, and he's being guided by the great veteran, Brian. And it's cool. And he almost reminds me of a good friend of mine, Paul Allen, who's the voice of the Vikings, because he's a gambler. And Paulie was kind of a gambler as well. And when he was calling the races over at Golden Gate Fields, and I guess I really appreciate you guys. And, we may have the number 1 seed in football, but we have the number 1 seed in the morning show.
Listen to this guy, Stephen Hayward.
Oh,
you know what?
Steve.
You have a blessed Friday, my friend. There he is.
You guys are awesome. Thanks, man.
Steve, thank you, buddy. Thanks for the good vibes.
I want Steve calling every Friday.
It's not all good vibes all the time. Let me tell you that, all right, guys? So
I love the compliments. Compare me to Brock Purdy.
Do you have? By the way, would Greg Cosell? I don't know. Cosell said the last 2 weeks Marcus hasn't been seeing it that well.
But at least Greg would like my legs. Maybe he wants to see me in a dress.
How are your synapses, Marcus?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so anyway.
But I'll tell Steve. Like, he basically just hit me with the Nick Bosa speech. Like, did you know you were going to be this good? Did you know, Marcus? Did you know there was this good?
I'm Bosa.
Well, listen up, Steve.
I'm Bosa saying to him, yeah.
Here's the thing, Steve. I can be better. And I know that I'll be better.
You know what?
We haven't seen the best version of Brock Purdy. I still don't think we've seen the best version of the Water Boy.
I need the applause right now. I also need to go back to one of my favorite moments of 2024, and that is Tim Ryan when Eddie decided to hand the envelope full of cash to the governor for a bribe.
Ball out! Bribe out!
That's high quality, dude. Bribe out! Bribe out!
Bribe out! Bribe out!
Oh, my God. That's legitimately making me laugh. All right, guys. Nick Bosa had some good stuff to say about the journey on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Oh, I think he has beautiful legs. Wouldn't you love to see him in a dress, Tom?
Vallejo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Vallejo's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
I think all those guys, for the most part, were young guys, and it was their first one. And I think always when you go your first time, you experience a lot of stuff. But I think when you go your second time, you know all this stuff you experienced. It's about one thing. It's about what happens in those 3 hours. And I think it's real cool for those guys who have gone to be able to talk to players who it's their first time. Kind of help them not get caught up in stuff, especially guys who are rookies and guys like Debo and things like that. So having experience always helps.
Kyle Shanahan talking about that second journey back after going in Mahomes. It's his fourth journey back. My gosh. By the way, my barber, shout out Kenny Thunderhawk, the man who coached up this beard.
I was going to say, by the way, looking good this morning,
Yeah, thanks, bud. He's
ready to go for Radio Row.
I recommend the guy down on bad. Yeah, I'm going to look at, you know what he said? Can I tell this story? Oh, my, what Candace may lose her mind.
Why not?
He goes, there's the silver fox once again. You know, of course, he wants the tip, right? You know what I mean? And it works. I tip him. You know what I mean?
Smart man.
I'm like, here's some extra, you know? Tell me I'm the silver fox again. Tell me again. So I'm like, just in time for Vegas. He goes, oh, yeah. He goes, you're going to be trouble down there. And then he goes, but I know you're a gentleman, Mr. Murphy, and I know you're happily married. He goes, I'm just talking about maybe 2 extra seconds of eye contact.
Ooh.
How great is that?
That's hilarious.
2 extra. When you get to be a certain, all you're looking for is 2 extra seconds.
I'd say 2 seconds is a long time, Murph.
For Marcus, the 2 seconds of eye contact, arrow.
2 seconds is something else.
Arrow waking up in Henderson, right?
No, Murph. I got to make it back to the show.
All right. Well, on Saturday, right? You're staying? Are you staying?
That's the plan, but
is there any problem?
We'll see.
All right. I think my recommendation, and I think this is not breaking news, you should.
Yeah. Breaking news, I'm going to find a way to stay in Vegas.
Yeah. Hey, before we get to the sound, Roy in San Leandro. Is this the famous Roy? He's been calling for years. Roy, good morning. How are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, Roy, how are you, man?
Not too bad. It's always great to talk to both of you.
Yeah, Roy.
And I really mean that, too. I just wanted to chime in to say, you know, the 49ers have a chance. If they could stop Kelce, that combination of Kelce and Mahomes, if they just slow him down some, you know, because the 49ers, a lot is really going to depend on their defense if they can, you know, slow that guy named Pacheco down too. But I just wanted to get your opinion. You know, the 49ers, when they got that guy from Denver, he was supposed to have been, you know, big stuff, so to speak. You know, when they got him that middle linebacker.
Randy Gregory you're talking about.
Right, exactly. And, you know, we've yet to see hardly anything from him. I haven't seen him making no big plays or nothing like that.
Roy,
what do you think?
It's a great call. I appreciate you, man. Good hearing your voice. Roy's always a great voice in KNBR. But number one, he says stopping Kelce and Mahomes. Roy, we talked about that earlier today. It's almost impossible.
Yeah,
almost
the
impossible.
best way of doing it is just keep them on the sideline, which of course goes back to running the ball themselves.
And to keep everything in the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-yard thing, and then just hope for a stop along the way. I don't know. So this is where Steve Wilks, look at the big brain on Steve. I mean, this is where the coordinator has to dial something up. I'm not a defensive coordinator in the NFL. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't know how to scheme that up, but it involves safeties and linebackers, and it involves disguising looks. It involves getting heat on Mahomes. It involves, swiping the ball out of Mahomes' hands when he's running. He does kind of carry that thing loosely. He carries that thing like a loaf of bread sometimes. So as Tim Ryan calls it, the front tip rip, stuff like that. But it's going to be tough. And then in terms of Randy Gregory, dude.
Where is he?
I mean, Randy Gregory and Chase Young have been disappointments.
I mean, I mean, that's the thing. That's Nick Bosa telling him to do his job.
Do your job.
I want that all year. I want to keep that here all 2024. Do your job.
Yeah, but
we're going to do that. So, Kyle screwed up cutting sound.
Do your job.
I left the room when I was supposed to do a read.
Do your job.
You know what I mean? Marcus gives you the wrong sound.
Do your job.
There it is. So, anyway, back to Randy Gregory.
So Randy
and
Gregory and what Roy was saying, I mean, he's right. Like, coming into the season, I thought the defensive line was one of the deepest positions on the roster. And we talked about it yesterday of John and how he's built this roster since he took over in 2017 with nothing but first-round draft picks on that defensive line. And you look at all the talent, and then they trade for Randy Gregory. And then they trade for Chase Young.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about them not having enough guys on that front line to slow down the rushing attacks we've seen the last couple of weeks.
It's a situation, and then Warner addressed it, and we talked to Mike Lombardi about it yesterday, and he was like, it's just, you guys got to play better. I mean, on the D line, there's only certain things you can do. There's certain moves you can make, certain stunts, but it comes down to winning your matchup.
It comes down to one-on-one, getting off the line of scrimmage for a guy like Javon Kinlaw, keeper pads low, because I thought Tim Ryan had a great breakdown yesterday when talking about Kinlaw. He says anytime he gets a one-on-one matchup, he should be winning those. The problem is he gets double-teamed a lot, and a lot of time he gets caught in the wash.
The Chiefs tackles, Donovan Smith and Juwan Taylor. Left tackle, Donovan Smith. Right tackle, Juwan Taylor. As Bosa said yesterday, they hold a lot.
They hold a lot.
23 holds for Juwan Taylor this year and 8 false starts. Donovan Smith, 7 holds.
Yeah, but is Vinovich going to call any of them?
Well, that's
the question.
Vinovich. I mean, like Newman. Vinovich. So anyway, thank you for the call, Roy. And yes, here they come. Roy's been calling KNBR a long time. 510 and 650 say, what do you give me for Roy and Willie McCovey, the late, great Willie McCovey, who I spoke about yesterday, actually, at the we had a Junior Giants board meeting inducting 4 new members. Welcome to them. And we were talking about the stretch drive, and I said, we do it for the guy, Willie McCovey. I said, arguably the most beloved San Francisco Giant of all time. And people came in and say, what do you give me for Roy and Willie McCovey? It's interesting, 510 and 650. For years, people thought that he sounded like another Bay Area legend who also has left us, Vida Blue. So does he sound like Willie McCovey or does he sound like Vida Blue? I don't know.
Either way, Roy can call whenever he wants with that voice. Sounds good on the radio.
So here's the deal. Bosa and Warner are turning into, at least through the narrative that the media is shaping, the graybeard elders who are leading the youngsters to, this is what it's like to play in a Super Bowl. This is what it's like to lose a Super Bowl.
The 25-year-old graybeard of a Nick Bosa.
Well, the way he talked to Purdy, how do you have that? I didn't have that confidence. Yeah. So here he is on what it's like to go back. Bosa cut W, going back after experiencing the pain.
It definitely, you learn a lot going through a long season in 19, and you don't understand it as much as a rookie, how hard it is to get there. But just how hard you have to play and how locked in you have to be for the entire 4 quarters if you actually want to win. And I learned that, and I'm going to just relay to the guys that there has to be a different level of effort, of intensity, of unselfishness that you have to get to for every single snap that you're in there.
It's a really interesting cut of just like, becomes a mental game. This is where like Tom Brady excelled, right? A different level of intensity and unselfishness and prep. And I mean, I hate to call this guy out because, he's trying his best and he had fun at the Warrior game on Tuesday night, but that film of Chase Young that's gone viral is a symbol of them not playing hard and intense every second, the way Bosa said.
And that's unacceptable in an NFC Championship game. Well, any other game, really. But when you're playing to get to the Super Bowl, it's got to be balls to the wall, max effort, 100% all of the time. And that's why I think Nick Bosa gave the speech at halftime to do your job.
Do your job.
Because guys weren't doing it in the run game. There was no gap responsibility. They weren't setting an edge.
It's inexplicable that at that moment in time, as the great Whitney Houston was saying, one moment in time, how you're not completely committed to that moment. Like this, that's the whole point, isn't it?
This is why you play the game.
This is it.
Yeah,
This is it. This is why you're on Earth, to commit to the moment, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what Ronnie Lott would always say, Ronnie. And don't you want the opportunity? There's a great cut of him. I forget after one of them. Is it like the 88 one? He's like, damn, it feels good, doesn't it? And he goes, don't you want your opportunity to be great? Yeah. Although, it's funny, Seinfeld has a bit about, there is an actual human fear of success. Did you know this? There's actually a fear. Young Tony, do you know this? There's actual fear. Like some people are claustrophobic. There's a true thing called fear of success. And Jerry Seinfeld's like, he does a whole riff on that. You know, human beings are the craziest thing. Fear of success. He's afraid of success. And some people don't seize the moment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And Chase Young did not. Now, again, that was one play.
Correct.
And he also had very good plays in the second half. Mm-hmm. Maybe he listened to Bosa at halftime. Do your job.
Do your job.
But the point is that it's kind of weak that you have to say going into the game, you have to be committed to every moment. That should be unspoken.
Well, especially somebody like Chase Young, who knows what's on the line. Not only the opportunity to play with the 49ers for a Super Bowl after having his talents wasted with the Washington Commanders, but he's a free agent next year. So all of this game tape is being put on film. So you're going to see DCs from around the league look at this kind of stuff. And I'll go back to my high school football coach, my outside linebacker coach, Coach Caldwell. Yeah. He used to come up to me before every game. Time to showcase your skills, Bobby Boucher. Time to showcase your skills.
But see, people say that, and it's up to you then to take that.
Exactly. And he turned me into a first-team all-league outside linebacker.
You listened to what he said.
So I would tell that to Chase Young.
Because you
showcase your skills.
You wanted your opportunity. Can we get Coach Caldwell down to Las Vegas?
100%. I'll get the pregame speech from Coach Caldwell. It's time to showcase your skills, Nick Bosa. Showcase your skills.
I love that, man. By the way, somebody wrote in 818, said, whatever happened to Drake Jackson?
IR.
Yeah. And that's a guy, when we're talking about draft picks, and Brock Purdy being the 7th rounder and George Kittle being a 5th rounder, how it's almost ridiculous how, other than Bosa and Brandon Ayuk, how they've whiffed on first rounders.
Correct, yeah, because Debo was a 2nd rounder, right?
Yeah, Debo's 2nd round.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but man, it's like,
but you go through
Solomon Thomas, Reuben Foster, Drake Jackson, on and on and on.
Trey Lance.
Trey Blanken Lance. Yes. There you go, man. All right, out at the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, it's hopping. 707 says, y'all act like it's easy to learn this defense midseason and make an impact, let alone the great play Young has had for 90% of the time defending Chase Young.
Well, I will say this. It's easier as a defensive lineman who puts his hand in the ground and attacks the quarterback. Like, there's not, like, crazy, like, disguising coverages. It's harder if you're coming in midseason like a Logan Ryan and trying to learn the defense scheme with Steve Wilkes. But as a defensive lineman, put your hand in the grass, get off the line of scrimmage, and attack the quarterback, and make sure you maintain your gap responsibilities.
650 says, the Super Bowl, man, you got to leave it all out there, and if you're injured, so be it. You've got the offseason to heal. 209 says, can't believe a guy on defense would even think of not giving his all with Fred Warner in his huddle, right? I mean, Fred Warner is the leader you want, right? Oh, he really is. 707, seeing how effective that pin and pull run play was against the Niners, I'd like to see them run it as some in the bowl with Jennings or Ayuk being the pin guy. Okay. All right. There you go. 925 says, where's DeMeco Ryans? I'm sure Steve Wilkes is a nice guy, but I haven't seen the defense line in any consistent blitzing and imposing their will by pressuring quarterbacks. Come on, guys. Let's have a parade. The Niners, Wilkes has been conservative in terms of blitzing.
That's been one of the biggest stylistic differences this season from DeMeco to Steve Wilkes is the lack of blitzing. But we saw last weekend when he did decide to blitz, that's how Nick Bosa got his first sack of the game. Because Dre Greenlaw blitzed on the outside, Penei Sewell couldn't pick him up, and he had a free path to the quarterback.
And then I remind everybody that that when you blitz in Minnesota, it can lead to a touchdown that loses a game, right?
Yeah.
Dude, 707 with a pretty good riff. I may need a little chuckle here. He says, man, Chase Young was playing like he had money on the Lions to cover. That's pretty funny. 4A says, treat Travis Kelce the way you used to treat Kobe when you played the Lakers. You know he's going to get his, shut down everyone else. And Pacheco does not scare me like the Lions running backstage. That's kind of true. To be honest, I think I heard Tim Ryan say this too. To be honest, I'm kind of glad the Lions are out of our life. You know what I mean? My gosh. Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery and that line might be more fearsome than Pacheco. I might live to rue those words now.
Isn't it crazy to talk about how the Detroit Lions have better skill players on offense than the Kansas City Chiefs?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, Sam Laporta obviously can match up a little bit with Travis Kelce, but the running backs are better with Gibbs and Montgomery. Like, the 49ers face a better offensive line, I think, last week with the Detroit Lions also. It's crazy that Patrick Mahomes is back again with this cast of characters.
And by the way, quick correction, Drake Jackson, second round, not a first round.
That's right.
Still high first, the point stands in terms of early round.
And he was also the first pick of that draft class because that first rounder was involved in a Trey Lance trade.
Right, for sure. All right, well, listen, all sorts of things going on there, man. And it's going to come down to this defense, which has been, by any measure you look, statistically, eye test, score, has been bad. The defense has been bad. And here they are in the bowl going against Kelce and Mahomes. Okay. You know what? like we said, like we learned from our high school coach Bernie, who you tell all the kids we coach, just the way we like it, right? Just the way we like it. Kelce and Mahomes, just the way we like it.
And the 49ers are the favorite in this game, Murph.
They're favored.
2 points.
Well, Platzi has it. Platzi says the Niner passing route tree and weapons are more than the Bills and Ravens produced. Kansas City's not ready for it, and he's going for the non-analytics motivation factor of the Bosa, the Warner, the Kittle. This is their chance, whereas it is human. If you're Kelce, it's hard to stay hungry waking up in silk sheets, man.
It's hard to stay hungry waking up with Taylor Swift.
There you go. Or Tay, as he calls her.
Tay.
All right, guys, it is time for Come to Papa. And then the big hit's going to be about Jed York, and we want to hear from you guys. Where you're at with this, if you've lived through the Eddie D, or if you're just new to Jed and you saw him flop and flounder for a while, and now he's taking you to your third Super Bowl in your childhood, where you are. So that's at around 7:55-ish. We'll do the big hit. But come on, you got Papa. Papa's coming.
It's time to come to Papa on a Friday, Murph.
Boucher on a KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Time to come to Papa on a Friday.
Time to come to Papa. Come to Papa. We now prepare you for game day with the voice of 49ers football.
Touchdown, San Francisco!
Greg Papa.
Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle and its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
How great is this? Still talking Niner football with Greg Papa. Wheels up Sunday to Vegas. Baby, Vegas, Super Bowl 58. The week is really getting underway with the Niners hitting the practice field yesterday. One last promo here. Marcus Thompson joining Tolbert and Copes today at 3:50. Don't forget the Warriors in Memphis today. G-Pop, buddy, this is what it's all about. Good morning.
What's up, Papa?
Groundhog's Day, and we're still talking Niners football. Ned
sing.
Ryerson.
You know what? Underrated in that movie is the use of Ray Charles, the tune. Come on, You Don't Know Me. It's a great song. Great song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gonna watch that today? I think I watched that last year on Feb 2.
I think I'm gonna watch. I think I need to rewatch it because I think it's pretty good, and it's been a while. And Greg, Andy McDowell was kind of the it girl for just a brief run, but then it kind of died out quickly, didn't it?
Not in every household, Murph, but maybe in yours. I don't know. So anyway, today is also 4 years ago today.
It is.
Ooh, yeah.
2-3 chip jet wasp. So John and I may get into it today. I think we did it last year, though. If you could undo one day, go back to the movie Groundhog's Day, and start over when the Acme truck pulls up, or Ned Ryerson, or whatever. He wanted to just do a do-over. And he did it over and over. He took every different angle. What day would you want to redo?
Well, Marcus, I'll let you go first, but I think it's pretty...
Giants. He's going game 6.
No, Papa, I'm going Tuck rule.
Yeah, so I would no brainer.
Tuck you, brother.
If you put a gun to my head, I would have said Marcus was
How
going to say
old were you
Tuck
during the Tuck rule? How old were you during that game?
10?
I was 10, 11 years old, Papa.
Yeesh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It scarred me for a lifetime.
You know what? I at that was the worst thing I've ever seen in American sport. The most unfair thing. Thought it was wrong, fundamentally wrong. His second hand came back on the ball. But do you think the Raiders go to Pittsburgh and win that game? I don't know if they do.
I say yes, Papa.
Yeah. I don't. I had a lot of people that actually ran the Raiders didn't think they would do that. But anyway, it was so tough the next week watching that championship game because you felt like you were there. And I remember telling Al and John Gruden, fly this plane right to Pittsburgh and play them. Unbelievable. So you would pick the Tuck U game.
Yeah,
for me,
game 6 for you?
No, actually, honestly, Greg, it more than, game 6, believe me, I'm not diminishing it at all. But by a score of 51-49, game 6 getting the 1990 NFC Championship, because there's no
changed everything. Well, changed everything.
And also, like for me, who's just a religiously devout Montana is better than Brady guy, him winning 3 in a row would have changed everything. It would have been 5 for him, and nobody's going to get 3 in a row. Nobody. And I know they're saying he wouldn't have played the next week because he got hurt by Leonard Marshall, but you're asking me to redo the whole day. So
go back to the Leonard Marshall hit.
Yeah.
If the Leonard Marshall hit doesn't happen,
right,
what happens?
And they win the game.
Because they were leading. You don't have to redo the whole game.
No.
Just,
so
like the Wasps play, we take it back to 7-13 to play in the Super Bowl, and Mahomes overthrows them or underthrows them, or Emmanuel Mosley
or they flag Bosa. The hold, right?
Holding on Eric Fisher.
Yeah.
You could call that as well. How about Game 7 in the NBA Finals against LeBron? Would your Game 5, Game 4, Draymond doesn't, just kind of flip when LeBron teabags him and you lose him in Game 5?
Yeah.
Which one? Which one in Bay Area? Would it be the Wasp play? Would it be go back to Las Vegas and New Orleans in Super Bowl 47 and put the ball on the 5-yard line after Gore's run of his 1st and goal, and you get to do those snaps over again?
I think it might be the day the Giants didn't get Corbin Burns in a trade from the Orioles.
Wow.
My day.
Today?
Yeah, today.
Well, that was yesterday?
Yeah.
Wow.
Worst day in Giants
St.
history.
Mary's guy. Shouldn't be doing that.
This day in Giants
Mark
history.
O'Brien is an agent from CAA. I blame it on you.
Yeah, they got him for a song.
Rejected that trade.
They got him for a song, too. Anyway,
as long as he didn't go to the Dodgers.
Yeah, right.
They don't need more, right?
Very good point. By the way, new owners for the Orioles always snapping into action there. Hey, one of the things that you're so good at that I am not good at is knowing officials, and Bill Vinovich is the name, and I'm wondering if that matters to you.
Well, you have to also understand when you get into a Super Bowl, Bill does not have his normal crew, so he's got it's a blended all-star crew, which is part of the Mike Pereira and I are good friends. We have him on the air all the time. Mike actually told me weeks ago that Bill would work the Super Bowl. He didn't know because he's not that connected this year after his major back surgery. And if Mike's listening up in Napa, we're thinking of you. And maybe you reach out to him because it's just not the same without Mike Pereira. Although
you're right.
CBS has the game. And Gene Steratore, Mike, is past you, was the greatest analyst of all time as far as record. Italian guy. I love that guy. Anyway, we were at a Super Bowl a couple of years ago with Mike and Steratore, and Mike was like, "You're just fawning over Steratore. What's wrong with you?" But Vinovich is high quality. There's no doubt. He worked Super Bowl 54. The thing that you have to realize, the blended crew, obviously, and then that particular call, though, could have been his call. Referees don't have a lot of calls roughing the quarterbacks. They do see, the clock. The umpire's more involved in that. There's certain things that the referee sees from his vantage point and he has jurisdiction over. He's not going to call pass interference 30 yards down the field, but he does call that play. He could easily, he or his umpire back in that game could have called a hold. So there was a blatant hold, and they, flipping it to today's game, the game a week from Sunday, they hold. This team holds a lot. Donovan Smith, their left tackle, and they've gone from Eric Fisher to Orlando Brown and now to Donovan Smith, who I think is playing better. We saw him last year in Tampa, and he was awful. I think he was hurt. He is playing better. He still gives up a lot of sacks and pressures. He played 12 of their games this year. The other guy, Jawan Taylor, 17 penalties he was called for this year, which is the most on offense in 20 years. You have to go back to 2003, and I've seen he had a couple of big ones in the Miami game, a couple of big ones in the Baltimore game. So Nick does pick which side he goes over. I'm not sure. He could flip-flop and beat them both, but Vinovich is a good official. There's no doubt he's worthy of the white hat in the Super Bowl. He'll handle it well, but there is that feeling because that if we're going to Groundhog's Day and Vinovich just throws a flag on Eric Fisher, all of a sudden the 3rd and 15 becomes a 3rd and 25. It's a whole different deal. Mahomes may be able to pick it up, and specifically if you're going to single, sometimes referees get blamed for their cruise calls. It doesn't work that way, but that specific call he could have thrown a flag on.
Now, Papa, I wanted to go kind of big picture with you for a quick second because it was earlier this summer when me and you were at the practice facility for the Las Vegas Raiders out in Henderson, watching the 49ers and Raiders square off in training camp. And I remember talking to you on the sideline about these Super Bowl or bust expectations and how the season could possibly start in Las Vegas and end in Las Vegas. Well, next weekend, the season's going to end in Las Vegas. So I just wanted to ask you, for your preseason expectation for the 49ers, have there been any surprise storylines that have kind of taken you aback this season?
No, I remember that. In fact, we had to watch practice, you and I, with a Hubble telescope.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
To get the view. Anyway, and my first words on 49er preseason TV right out of the open, because that was our first game. First thing I said when they took the scenic shot of Las Vegas, what starts in Vegas may end in Vegas. And we knew it all along. I mean, I said that at SoFi a couple of years ago as well. But, yeah, there's been a lot of ups and downs and all arounds. I think the main thing, Marcus, is that this team is relatively healthy all the way through it. I mean, the whole storyline was Brock and the UCL and the Tommy John and internal brace and what would he be. He didn't play in that game, but he scrimmaged, and he did play the week later. He played a couple of preseason games. You worry about Trent Williams, you worry about Christian McCaffrey, you worry about Debo, and, Debo got hurt, and he was in and out, and Trent got hurt. He was out for the 3-game losing streak. But really, because they've had remarkably good health, and losing Cleveland Ferrell is an underrated injury, I just knew that was going to be a problem, setting the edge in the run game when we lost him the last game of the year, and he hasn't been available in the playoffs. But by and large, it could be a lot worse, So let's just hope, I don't want to jinx anybody, that we have 60 more minutes of good health and they get all the way through. But I think we felt like this was the most talented roster in the league on both sides of the ball, but they just could not, withstand a debilitating, especially when you get injuries in one group. If you have, a bunch of wide receivers get hurt or a bunch of running backs, and because you got Elijah, you got JP, but if you lose one position or even Trent, what are you going to do? So the fact that they got through that, and there was a lot of August angst going back then. That was the game that Jake missed those 2 field goals in Vegas, the 58-yarder and the 40-yarder, and then he got hurt right before the preseason game. Obviously, the Trey Lance saga, and people somehow seeing that Trey was better than Brock, which, what are you looking at? And, and then Sam obviously was better, and they kept Brandon Allen, and Nick Bosa's contract and all that. There was a lot of anxiety in August, but, I just felt like there was a little gripping, and you can't win the Super Bowl in August. You can lose it. Something terrible goes wrong early in the year. They had to get through the process. It's a long year. We think football's not as long. It's not 82, 162, but it's grueling, and these guys lay everything out. Every week is like a car crash, series of them. So anyway, just to get through the level of expectation, the Christmas night loss to Baltimore, the big win in Philadelphia, so many moments along the way. But here they are, and you'd like to have Cleveland Ferrell setting the edge. But beyond that, they are good to go.
Greg Papa, the Come to Papa on a Friday, wheels up Sunday to Vegas, and we'll talk to him again down there. But I got it. We got to go with the news of the day, Greg, and this is going to be our big hit, and that was Jed coming out, and that's a big deal. And there's so many angles. We did a whole segment on the history of the Niners ownership, back to the Morabito's, I told young Boucher about the Morbidos, and then Eddie
the brothers, Italians. How many years of Italians on the 49ers?
Nonstop, really.
Year?
Eddie, and then Eddie being reviled in '77 when he came in as a young punk, and the media just crushing him, and then Joe Thomas and blame Joe Thomas and everything. I took him all the way up through the bribe.
Al Davis was instrumental.
Yes,
in bringing him
we
into
talked
the
about
NFL.
it. We talked about it, and then through the bribe, and then Dr. John.
Wow,
running
you're
it.
going down the whole
We did
thing.
it. We did a whole segment on it, and it was like a little fireside chat. And then leading to Jed, and then Jed and Harbaugh, and Jed and Trent Baalke, and then up to yesterday. So, your perspective, man. You've been around the league a long time. You've been around owners a long time, and then what you heard from him yesterday. I don't think there's any question that he's grown into a more mature person and seems like more in control of what he's doing right now. I don't think there's any question, but you tell me.
Well, how old was he when he took over the day-to-day?
I think he was in his 20s.
I mean, that's hard. Yeah. Come on. I mean, that's a lot to ask a young man. And I remember doing long-form interviews with him on TV when he was just starting, and his desire to build a stadium in Santa Clara and everything. And it's there's no handbook or guide to be an owner. There's no look at Kyle. Kyle's gotten better as a game manager and a head coach from what he was in 17 and 18 to what he was in 19, and I think he gets better and better, and John Lynch, they all get better. Anything you do in life, we're all better at our crafts. When we first start out, first football game I ever did with the Raiders in the preseason in 97, I was abysmal. So awful, it depressed me. I wanted to quit. And you just work, and you get through it. And the key thing at his position is hiring good people around him. I think that's, Joe Lacob is the one guy that really kind of, and he had Mark Jackson in that situation for a little while. But he realized he had to make a change, and that wasn't popular. But bringing in Steve and Bob, I mean, when you bring in people of quality, it kind of, I don't want to say it runs itself, because it never does, and I'm sure Jed has sleepless nights like we all do, but probably less of them, knowing, first of all, the hiring of John Lynch and what that did to stabilize. And Trent's a solid football guy. He really is a scout at heart. And they just elevated his way where he was such a good scout, you become a general manager, and he's still, doing it in Jacksonville. But with John, it's just different. It's the quality of the person. When they hired John, I didn't really know him at all, but he reminded me a lot of Steve Kerr and just the way he handles himself. And he's the GM versus Steve being a coach. But Steve was a GM in Phoenix. But then, Kyle was already in place, and it's just the quality of those two people that set you on your course. And it was the quarterback they had to find. They didn't have their Steph Curry like Steve and Bob already in the building. They had to go find the quarterback, and they went through. Jimmy got him close. And I look back on the Jimmy years fondly. He got him close, really close. Just, if Eric Fisher's called for a hold, is Jimmy the MVP of that game? Is it a whole different scenario now? So anyway, but obviously getting Brock and the way they got it, and that's what Jed was talking about, how Kyle identified him in that training camp of 2022, and just how fortunate they were after giving up the draft capital to get Trey and all that and going through all that anxiety. So, there's no question he's grown. He picks his spots on when to be out there, unlike some owners that are out there before, during, and after every game. And it was the right time for him to come out. He told some really interesting stories. But I think the main thing as an owner, you just hire good people. Al Guido on the business side, obviously Brent Schob, everybody. But more than anything on the football side, because it's so public, the hiring of Kyle Shanahan and the hiring of John Lynch.
Yeah, Papa, wrapping it up here. Since we're on the topic of owners, I've got to ask you about the scene of the crime for the Super Bowl. And, of course, that's Allegiant Stadium, a stadium that I like to refer to as the Big Al. And we know about your relationship with Al Davis. I just wanted to get it from your perspective. What do you think his reaction would have been to hosting a Super Bowl between the 49ers and the Chiefs?
Damn. I don't know. The 49ers, I don't know. The Chiefs, I do. The rivalry with that organization was huge. And it went back to the AFL when Al left the Raiders sidelines to become the commissioner of the AFL. Lamar Hunt was a founding father. He's really the one that put the American Football League together. And Al was the one who was rating all the NFL quarterbacks. He signed John Brody, tried to sign Brody and Gabriel, and he was getting them all, and it was going to be a war. They were going to take on the NFL, and Al just loved that with his military knowledge, and he just loved it all. And he thought they were going to win the war. And, truce was settled, and Lamar Hunt and Pete Rozelle made a deal, and Al was out. He wasn't the commissioner of the new NFL. It was Pete Rozelle. So, his two most hated people on earth were Lamar Hunt, and I don't like to use that word because I don't like hate, but Al was a hater. He was tough, and he took it to his grave. It was, Lamar and Pete Rozelle. So the Chief thing is real. He just acted differently. I think he had a respect for the Chargers because he worked for them and Sid Gilman, but the Broncos, obviously, with Mike Shanahan, was a real rivalry, and Mike would have been third on the list, and Marcus Allen would be right there. Anyway, just when we went to Arrowhead, it was just a different vibe with him. I remember getting on an elevator with Carl Peterson and Al, and there was a few other people there, and the Chiefs beat the Raiders soundly, and Carl tried to engage Al, and Carl was the GM of the Chiefs then, and they didn't get along. And Al just cut him off. Not now, Carl. And it was like, ooh. So it just ended. They got in the elevator. Nobody said a word. And so the Chief thing, I don't know how he would handle it. He'd be proud of hosting a Super Bowl. He loved the game. But the Niner thing, I don't know. That's different. I think that's more of a Mark thing, because Al, he was open to moving to Levi's when they couldn't find a stadium for a while. His famous line was, what's my cut going to be? So as a businessman, I think he saw that. But, I think either indirectly or directly, the popularity of the 49ers drove the Raiders out of the Bay Area. They wanted to stay here. The Oakland A's and their squatting on the land there was a big problem. But I think really it was the Niners. When they moved to L.A. for those 13 years and the Niners became the most popular team in American sport, won all the Super Bowls and dominated, they came back to a different landscape in the Bay Area, and it bothered them. But I know how he would feel about the Chiefs. I don't know how he would feel about the Niners. I have a pretty good idea he would like either side. He probably wanted to go 12 overtimes, and they end in a tie, and they're all hurt at the end. But I do remember it's weird that the Chiefs are taking over the Raiders' facility in Henderson, which is unreal. But I remember the last time the Raiders won a Super Bowl 37 in San Diego, and we only had a week before the championship game of the Super Bowl. They inadvertently sent my bag and the Raiders took over the Chargers facility then in San Diego, and they sent my bag with all the equipment for the game and training over to the Chargers facility. So I had to go over there and retrieve it one day. And I'm there with Marty Schottenheimer. And Marty is cleaning out his office. He has got a box out. He's putting all his valuables in. And I told him, you better deadlock that door. When Al comes in, he's looking for the playbook and going right to 50 power, and he's going to steal it from you. So, and Marty, he had a real rivalry with Al going back to when he was a player. So this one's going to be a bit strange. But, when we talked about this matchup, once the Raiders got the Super Bowl, the ultimate, the one we looked at, would it be the 49ers and the Chiefs? And how would the Raider Nation deal with that?
And there we are, man. Great background. Really good stuff. So, all right, G-Pop, you're going to have 10 to 2 today. And then
when are you guys coming?
Monday afternoon, right? We do the show Monday. We head to SFO. We land late afternoon, Monday, get our credential, and then Tuesday morning, live from Radio Row.
You flying out early with the team, Papa?
Yeah, we're going on Sunday.
Yeah, Z-Man. We're having a big, there's a party for Bud Geraci on Sunday over at the Faineroos, which I'm honored to be invited to.
Oh, wow.
Zagaris isn't going because the plane is leaving. You guys are flying that day. So
I saw Michael yesterday, and how are Zagaris and I going to hang in Vegas for a week? What time is the game on Super Bowl Sunday?
Just get Z-Man into the sphere and let him take over.
I'll roll in.
Yeah, right.
I'll make kickoff.
Well, it used to say as Super Bowl 15 from Bourbon Street to the locker room is what they said.
Right, without a doubt.
That's what they said. All right, Greg, it's going to be great to see you down there, buddy. Have a great show today.
All right, man.
All right.
We'll see you on Tuesday morning when you get
wait.
in.
We'll see you in Vegas,
as the great Bart Scott once said, can't wait.
Can't wait, Murph.
And you know what you can't wait for? Ronnie Lott just called back. He's good to go. Our big hit has been changed happily to Ronnie Lott. You want it. You got it. Super Bowl week. One of the greatest 49ers of all time. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
it now.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Block formation left, receivers all over the field for Cincinnati. Intended for Curtis, intercepted by Ronnie Lott. Lott brings it back, close to midfield, still going. And Lott finally tripped up at the Cincinnati 46-yard line, a flag down, but after the interception was made. Ronnie Lott picking off the pass intended for Isaac Curtis, and the sensational 49er rookie secondary continues to sparkle.
Tim, they're really going to have to contend a lot with the 49ers secondary. Ken Anderson told me before the game that they're really concerned about those guys because not only can they hit you, they're around the football all the time. And that's one of the great things that Ronnie Lott does. He's always around that football.
Oh, that's a great find from our young staff back there. That was 1981 regular season at Cincy. December 81, Ronnie picks off Kenny Anderson. Huey Lewis liked it too. That's why it's the power of love. Hey, man, the 49ers are going to the Super Bowl, and that means it's mandatory that the great and legendary Ronnie Lott joins us on the Umagus line. Ronnie, you got your boy Murph, Brian Murphy. We got Marcus Boucher sitting in here. But, dude, most of all, we got you. We love you, brother. Good morning. How are you?
Morning, Ronnie.
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. Good morning to you guys. And, last week I was talking to Chili Davis, man. Had a great time talking to Chili. And he was like, man, come on. What's going on? And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, hey, we got to get these guys to play a little bit harder. And so here's Chili, sharing his perspective. And I was like, you know what? It's great when you get to this time of the year because people like Chili and other friends, we all, reach out. We all talk to each other about their sport, what's going on. We talk to them, each other about all these other things. And you got guys like Mully and other folks that you just sit back and you realize, man, something about championship football, championship basketball, championship baseball, where there is that kind of thing in the air where people are like, yeah, I want to be around that. I want to talk about that. And it's amazing. It's really good that we can be fans and you can be able to watch and be able to kind of enjoy what these guys are doing.
Ronnie, first of all, if Chili Davis says play harder, you better play harder. All right? That's all I'm saying. Okay? So Chili has spoken, 49ers. All right? So Ronnie Lott on the Yuma guest line. By the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So let's talk about this 2023 49ers team, Ronnie. And they have to do something you never had to do, which is come back from a Super Bowl loss. So I'm wondering, you've heard yesterday, Nick Bosa and Fred Warner took the microphone and said, hey, man, you got to seize every second. You got to seize every moment. I mean, stuff that you'd think you'd know, but they're saying, no, we know what it's like to lose a Super Bowl. Now, it's kind of hard to ask you about this because you never lost a Super Bowl, but can you imagine what that must be like and what you would be saying like a Fred Warner to your teammates?
Well, first of all, I mean, yeah. Pain is pain. And it doesn't matter what form it comes into or how it comes to you, how it, manifests itself. But pain is pain, and it stays with you. And the reason it stays with you is that there are just certain things that we all feel, and we all know what that feeling feels like. And so when you have to kind of live with that, and sometimes even when you don't live with it, because a lot of people say they live with it. I mean, you watch a lot of guys that play sports. Oh yeah, I love it. And then all of a sudden, something like this happens, and it changes your perspective. And I think for these guys, it really changed their perspective. I mean, I was at that game, and it changed my perspective. And the reason it changed my perspective, I mean, I was sitting there, thinking that in Miami, here we are. We got the lead. Everything's going great. And as we all know, it changed. And it changed because we're talking about a guy who is like that kid Steph Curry, who can light it up, and that's Mahomes, and Mahomes is a really talented, great point guard that can do a lot of different things. We've seen him do so many different things at that position, and so did anyone expect that? No. I mean, just like I didn't expect Green Bay, and I didn't expect Detroit, but those things happen, and it's how do you respond? And to me, what I love is that they're here. It's now. It's presented to you, and you gotta deal with it, and you gotta not only deal with it, but you gotta seize the moment. And just knowing those two guys, they're pretty good at understanding how pain impacts their life. They're pretty good at dealing with pain because of injury, dealing with pain because they had to fight back to get to where they're at today. And so, they understand it, and I would imagine that their whole defense has an incredible purpose of what they're trying to achieve that's bigger than the Super Bowl. I mean, this is about getting some respect. And when you're talking about getting respect, that's a personal thing.
I love it, Ronnie. It's so great to get the perspective, and you're right about Mahomes. He's like Curry, but you're right about Bosa and Warner striving for that moment, for that respect. And I could talk to you all day about defense, and I know you're not in the quarterback meeting room, but I know you know athletes and you know competitors and you know champions. I would love the Ronnie Lott perspective on this kid at quarterback, Brock Purdy. I mean, there was a scene now on Twitter where Nick Bosa spoke to him after the win in the NFC Championship saying, I don't understand how you do it. Bosa said, I struggled with confidence, and I was the number 2 pick in the draft. And Brock Purdy's answer was, I can get better, bro. I got to do better. I've just wondered, Ronnie, you've been around sports a long time. What's your opinion of Brock Purdy?
Look, first of all, think about decision-making. Decision-making is a really hard thing, but not a complicated thing. And what I mean by not a complicated thing is that, it can be as simple as, hey, get the ball to the right guy. And a lot of times, especially when you're playing with, Kyle and his group and his dad and all the people that are around him, you're going to have people that are going to be open. The question is, can you find them, and can you be able to locate them and deliver the ball? And to me, that's the smartness, that's the genius of who he is. And the genius is like, hey, I'm not overthinking it. I mean, Matt Cavanaugh is a great quarterback because he wouldn't overthink it. Matt played for us. He was a backup guy. But Bill counted on him because he knew that when he got in the game that he wasn't going to mess up the game. And the reason that when you have guys like that, they're supposed to not mess up the game. And that's what I love about Brock, is that he doesn't mess up the game. So that's a smart thing that he, wherever he grew up, however he, figured this all out, to me, he makes a lot of right moves. And that's important when you're playing at this level. Joe Montana made a lot of right moves. I mean, he was a great point guard. He was a great point guard because he thinks like Steph. He plays like Steph. He feels like Steph. And my point is, there's something bigger than all of us that I can't even attain, because there are times when you're around Joe that you realize there's certain things that he sees that nobody else can see. And that's kind of what this kid has been able to do, is show that he has the capacity to do that. Now, did he have some challenges? We all do. But he seems to get over those challenges and not put himself in situations where, hey, I'm going to hurt myself and hurt the team. And that's a smart player. And that's why John Lynch and these guys are who they are. If you look at what they've been able to do, they've been able to, really go after smart guys that are really competitive and really have a love for the game of football. And so, kudos to those guys, because that's hard to do. And everybody is trying to find people like that, but that's hard to find in sports today, is finding people like that really love playing the game and love doing it for the right reasons.
Ronnie, man, spitting truth as always. That's the voice you don't even need to know. That's Ronnie Lott on the UMA guest line, of course, talking before Super Bowl 58. I do want to ask about one or two other guys, but just going back to Purdy for a second. So you're in the locker room with him. The moment's going to be very, very big. The pregame is long. The halftime is long. The world is watching. What would you go up to Brock in his locker and tell him? How do you tell him to simplify it?
First of all, man, I'm not going up to Brock to say anything, because
okay.
I didn't go up to. I mean, the funny. What's interesting to me? I haven't gone to a game, and the reason I'm superstitious. I'm just one of those kind of guys that there's certain things you wear the same clothes or you do the same things, and my point is that those are just things that I've learned how to control me, and I've learned how to control the things that I want to do, because those superstitious moments are those things that you're going, wow, that's what I got to do in these situations. And my point to you is that's what I love about people, is that they learn how to win, and they learn amongst their family, amongst their friends, amongst certain individuals. And when I look back at being with our group of guys, especially our secondary group, we learned to win very quickly. And George Seifert and what he did, and Ray Rhodes and what he did, and those guys literally got us up to speed mentally, not physically, but mentally got us up to speed so quickly that we were able to understand how to take risks and how to be able to not take risks and how to make plays in big games. And so a lot of that is the coaching and people that you're around. And again, I hats off to Kyle and what he's been able to do and how he's been able to kind of generate points. It's hard to generate points in football.
Now, Ronnie, the Kansas City Chiefs have a special quarterback of their own in Patrick Mahomes, and they have a future Hall of Famer at tight end with Travis Kelce. So what would the Ronnie Lott game plan be to slow down Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes?
First of all, man, Patrick is going to be Patrick. He's going to get his share of whatever. The question you can't give up any cheat. Just can't give up any big plays. And you got to be aware that, he's going to have moments where he's going to, chunk it. He's going to try to chunk it. And at the same time, you can't give up, plays in that 15 to 10 yard area. So it's a tough situation. And the reason it's a tough situation is he's going to get his share. He's going to get his share because that's what great players do. They get their share. The question is, can you find a way to eliminate those shares? And a lot of times, again, when I think of Joe and how he would keep the ball on their side and how he would get first downs and what he would do in the fourth quarter and things like that to help us. He's the only man that has ever apologized. He apologized to me because he goes, "Hey man, I'm sorry that you guys had to go back on the field." And I was like, "What?" He was like, "I'm sorry because I didn't want you guys to go back on the field, and we're playing Atlanta, and this was like a regular season game, and he's worried about us going back on the field because he didn't make a first down to run out the clock." And my point is the consciousness of what he was thinking about. And that's the things that you want, your quarterbacks to think about and be. And so I think Brock is very aware and very intuitive around a lot of different situations, a lot of different opportunities, and he's done an excellent job of figuring out how to fit into Kyle's system.
Ronnie, man, we could keep you here forever. I know we got to let you go, man. I want to ask you about, like, the last two is, like, I need to ask you about two champions, and they're both Stanford guys. I'll start with McCaffrey. I mean, his old man, of course, was on the 94 Niners. He wasn't the star of that team, but he wound up winning a couple more with the Broncos. And he'll be on our show next week. You want to talk about somebody who I feel like Ronnie is going to show up to that game and won't settle for anything less than a championship is Christian McCaffrey. Maybe if Ronnie Lott was a running back, I kind of feel like he'd be Christian McCaffrey. What's your observation?
You know what? He would be Marcus Allen. And what I love about Marcus and Christian is that they do things that a lot of people can't believe that they can do. And what you throw the ball, you want me to play quarterback, you want me what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I'm going to do whatever you want me to do to win. And that his dad was that way. I'm sure his mom was that way. There are a lot of attributes that he brings to the table that are just phenomenal because those kind of characteristics are about just winning and just playing as hard as you can. And if I have to get in your face, I'll get in your face. I mean, he's just an outstanding athlete who really is passionate about his craft and passionate about being the best that he can be.
It's incredible. And then the last one is it's got to warm your soul. Even though he didn't wear the Niner uniform, the fact that John Lynch is the guy building this, and I'm going to say, like I just said, McCaffrey was like you, dude. I mean, you and John Lynch are the same guy. You guys put your body on the line. You're two Southern California kids, Pac-10 kids, Pac-8 kids, actually, who put your bodies on the line, who are both wearing gold jackets. It must be on some level very gratifying for you that it is one of yours that built this team. And you and he tells us that when you come on our show, he listens and he learns from you. So it's got to be something about John Lynch building this that makes you warm inside, huh?
Well, first of all, I'm warm inside because of what he and my son did, and Derek, and so many great athletes that they had at Tampa. And so for me, every time I think of that group of guys, it warms me because I get a chance to know that what they did as a collective group of people was phenomenal. I'm talking about phenomenal. And for me, watching them and watching how they played and being able to sit on the sidelines sometimes or being able to sit in the corner of the stands or just not even being there, just knowing who they were. No, I mean, I still sit back and go, I know who they are. I know, and so when Derek talks to me, when Derek Brooks is sitting around talking to me about his game or talking about what's going on in his life, it's the same thing of sitting around with John Lynch and I laughing and sitting there with Dick Butkus, this past Hall of Fame, and sitting there going, man, how lucky are we that we get a chance to hang out with Dick Butkus. And so those kind of moments in your life, trust me, are invaluable. But how I measure people, and I've said this to John, is like, hey man, you got to bring it every day. And John is one of those guys that learned a long time ago from his dad and his family. And you bring it. You know how to bring it, and you know what you stand for. You know what you stand for. And there are a lot of, amazing attributes that he brings to the table that sometimes he doesn't even know that he has these attributes. But again, when he was around Butkus and I was around Butkus and us looking at him, trust me, it tells you that there are certain people like that we all are trying to be like, that we all want to have some of Dick Butkus in us. And so I've had, Ray Nitschke. I had a chance to meet him and stand next to him and smell him. Man, it's nothing like it. And my point is, John understands that. John really appreciates that about the game of football and appreciates that about the guys that he looks at and the guys that he's trying to draft. And I've always been a fan from afar because, like I said, just knowing what I know about that group of guys and watching them win the Super Bowl and watching them do what they did, it's pretty special, pretty amazing to sit there and watch those guys get it done. And they got it done on that defensive side. And and if anybody knows what it's like to be in a Super Bowl, it's John Lynch. And so those guys are going to, trust me, a lot of people understand his competitive drive.
Man, Ronnie, it's just so great to have you. It's just I'm just going to sum it up. Like, all the texts are coming in. 650 just said, please thank Ronnie for being who he is and how lucky we are to have Ronnie share his incredible thoughts on life. I can't say it any better, brother. We could go on and on. We got to let you go. I know you and Marcus have an event, right? Monday night in Vegas, All-Stars Helping Kids.
Yeah, Monday night in Vegas, man. Yeah. All-Stars for Kids and Marcus Talent Foundation. And man, I thank you for, something. That's why I come on, because it's only you would think about that moment. But man, thank you, man, for doing that.
Hey, Ronnie, what do you mean thank you? I might crash the event, dude. Watch out.
Yeah, we might be there Monday night, Ronnie. Watch out.
Our plane lands at 4. The event starts at 6, man. We're,
Yeah, Michael Mina would love that if you crashed.
Michael Mina's cooking. I'll tell you what, Ronnie, look for a guy. Marcus and I might dress up as waiters. We might be in the room, all right?
Oh, yes. That's the best story in life, watching us dress up as waiters. Yeah.
Well, you and Marcus, you talk about greatness, man. That's going to be it, man. Even for a couple of USC Trojans, man. We'll forgive you. Oh, man.
Thank you.
Fight on. I say this only to you, Ronnie. Fight on, buddy. Fight on, man. We love you, man. And we'll see you down there, hopefully,
love you
okay?
guys, man. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, man. Have a great one.
Mic
you guys
drop.
Take care.
Ronnie Lott on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
This is about getting some respect.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Michael Lombardi stopped by our show, the Murph and Marcus Show, yesterday to break down Super Bowl 58 and the rematch of Super Bowl 54 between the Chiefs and the 49ers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. All right, everyone, chill. This is the Cooler. You're not sending me to the Cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, I'm still buzzing from Ronnie. It's just, it's been a little bit since we talked to him, and to get him Super Bowl, I didn't ask him because I didn't want to jinx it, but I'll take him walking that out in that vision, because we already had Joe at the NFC Championship with the Hallis Trophy. Can you imagine if the Niners win, and then here comes the confetti, and they're on the stage, and then they start playing the whole, and Ronnie's walking. Oh, dude. Yeah, I might get I'm not kidding. I might get a little emotional there. You kind of got me there, buddy.
I mean, Murph.
You kind of got me.
After hearing those 20 minutes from Ronnie.
If Ronnie walked that out. Dude. I got tears in my eyes.
I'm ready for the Super Bowl right now, man.
Oh, man. Damn. Ronnie.
Ronnie's the guy, man.
Marcus said after the show, and we finished the interview, Ronnie, he's like, man, what a great Raider. What a great Raider.
Oh, Murph, don't do that. Be honest with the people. Actually brought up a nice heartfelt moment.
Yeah, that's a good true story.
My first week ever on the Murph and Mac morning show as a producer. You know who the first guest I ever booked, young Tony? Ronnie Lott. How about that?
I mean, and you said, tell the story too about what a go-getter, what a young hustler you are.
Oh, I was filling in for Medium Impact Brian, and it was like the Monday right after the Super Bowl loss to the Chiefs 4 years ago, almost to this day. And he's like, oh, yeah, the guest list is already packed. You got a good show. All you got to do is walk in and tell Murph and Mac when to talk and when to stop talking. And I said, no. Here's the thing, Mib. I'm a go-getter. I'm trying to make a good first impression. And so what did I do? I booked Ronnie Lott, 6:30 in the morning, friend of the program, and now here we are 4 years later.
Can I quote the great Coach Caldwell? Time to showcase your skills.
That's it, man.
Bobby Boucher.
And what a better way to showcase your skills than bringing Ronnie Lott to the airwaves.
Very, very good, man. So many people coming in just loving Ronnie. We all love him, too. Hey, by the way, we're pursuing Ed Barlow Sr. for Monday. It looks like there's a chance it might happen. Also, Jim Nance next week. So
let's
just
Nance.
big stuff happening next week. Setting far away from Super Bowl 58 and greatness and the processional and the confetti and Joe Montana and Ronnie Lott is Michael Bublé on shrooms.
Michael Bublé.
That's right. I said it. So NHL All-Star Weekend. Did you know?
Yeah, I cleared my calendars, Murph.
Sharks are the Sharks there?
I don't know if the Sharks have any All-Stars this year.
I don't know where it is. Where is the NHL All-Star?
Tomas Hertl, did he make it? I don't think so.
Where is the NHL All-Star Weekend 2024?
Damn, we work in sports, Murph?
Dude, NHL All-Star Weekend 2024 is in, looks like it's in Toronto.
Bang, you got it.
Where else would it be? Come on, Toronto. Anyway, so they do like in basketball when like Justin Bieber plays in the NBA All-Star Game Friday night, Kevin Hart and those guys are out there chucking up threes. Bublé is a Canadian. And I talked about Bublé earlier. I said, Bublé, I get it. He's your generation. He's the millennial Bing Crosby, the millennial Frank Sinatra.
The millennial Bing Crosby.
And he recorded
about that.
And I made a big admission. Now, you guys know me. I'm the oldest head around. I listen to the standards. Like Christmas time, if it ain't Bing, it ain't S.
Murph's got a Christmas club.
If it ain't Frank Sinatra, it ain't S. If it ain't Dean Martin, it ain't S. Like there's only there's a small club of Christmas crooners, and you ain't in. I'm not letting you in, brother. Dude, I think I'm letting Bublé in.
Damn, you're going Dwight Howard, Bublé. Come on. Hey, Bublé, come on.
I got to say, the Christmas album is legit. It is. It's legit. So I've kind of like, damn, Bublé, put some respect on your name. So I guess he's Canadian. So he's a hockey guy. So he and Will Arnett are doing the Celebrity All-Star Hockey Game. Now, Bublé's a guy, coat and tie, piano, microphone, crooning, ladies. I did not expect this.
My buddy told me this is just a microdose of mushrooms, and he was lying. So I'll be honest, I thought I was in Blades of Glory for most of the time that I was out there until it sort of settled down, and then I realized, holy shit, I'm at the NHL All-Star Game.
Dude. Bublé was in the NHL All-Star Celebrity Game and revealed that he had microdosed mushrooms.
Well, no, Murph. He clarifies. He says, I thought I was taking a microdose, but it was a lie. He got dosed more than the microdose.
Bublé on shrooms.
Dude, he said, I thought I was in Blades of Glory, Murph.
Will Arnett chimes in later. He's like, dude, you just undermined your... Arnett's got that scratchy voice, from Arrested Development. He's like, you just blew up your entire image. He's like, oh, you have that? Oh, here it is.
It occurs to me that through all the incredible songs that you've done over the years and all the hearts of women that you've won over around the world, with all that talk about fantasy hockey, you lost them all in one sentence. It all just evaporated. Years of building it up and it just gone.
Yeah, the mushroom talk lost me all of my contracts,
the mushroom talk definitely lost you a lot of income.
Yeah.
Anybody got the guts to follow up on the mushrooms?
Anybody got the guts to follow up on the mushrooms?
On the podium there. By the way, prior to his mushroom rant, he was bragging about his fantasy hockey leagues. Everybody's like, bro, you really talking about your fantasy hockey?
Fantasy hockey and mushrooms. So, Murph, you never know. I know there's some girls out there who like guys who do mushrooms.
Dude, solid riff there. All right, Chris Russo is our buddy. Hopefully we'll see him down at the Super Bowl. And he was doing his show, and he was ripping Dan Campbell. His whole take on the NFC Championship was Dan Campbell gave that game away.
I can't believe it.
Dan Campbell, he was like, the Niners did nothing. It was Dan Campbell gift wrapping it.
The Lions lost the game.
So somebody called into him and goes, no, man, the Niners did pretty well. And Russo comes back with this legendary retort.
Yeah, I know you're a Niner fan. What can I tell you? Go listen to KNBR.
There it is in his answer. Because the guy was like, no, the Niners did some things, man. He goes, no, they didn't. Dan Campbell gave it away. I know you're a Niner fan.
Yeah, I know you're a Niner fan. What can I tell you? Go listen to KNBR.
Way to go, Russo.
Yeah, great advice by Russo.
Bring
him on over.
Great figures promoting our station. Do I even go there? 2005 Pebble Beach.
I was just say we're going Pebble.
2005 Pebble Beach now. I'm down there with Creative Tony. Ready for this? You know who was a celebrity was? I can't even do it. I can't even imitate him. But it's going to be wonderful. It's going to be magnificent. It's going to be big. Motang, Donald J. Trump. And this is, by the way, guys, 11 years before the 2016 presidential election. Nobody had it on their bingo card that this guy was going to be president of the United States.
Except for Donald Trump.
He was there because of The Apprentice, which was a popular show.
You're fired.
Yes. That was a 2-word buzz phrase for a decade, right? Well, he did the event, and so Tony was like, hey, man, we got to get Trump. I'm like, oh, yeah, he's pretty wacky, right? That'll be pretty fun. So he's coming out of the press room, getting into a town car. We said, hey, Donald Trump, we're here from KNBR. And he turns to us with that orange mullet, And he goes, I can't do it now. I got to go. But Tony was rolling tape. And he got Trump go, but your station's terrific. And he got in and drove it. And Tony's like, well, we didn't get him, but we got some gold. And so for the next 6 months, Tony would drop on the air all the time, but your station's terrific. And we'd all laugh because that was The Apprentice. Mm-hmm. And then later, the guy.
Which, by the way, if we want to do a whole series on where in the world are famous KNBR sound bites, I've been looking for that for years, but I can't find it, Murph.
I was talking to somebody. They said it's got to be somewhere. The digital footprint never leaves. Right?
Someone's always rolling, Murph. And in this case, it was Creative Tony.
Okay, so we got the Bublé, we got the Russo. You want to wrap up? Mm-hmm. Okay, then we'll wrap up. Okay, so brief, cooler content, because we got to get to the story about Jed York, man. Michael Conforto at 9, but Jed York, man. And, it's Teicher next. Oh, my bad. Mm-hmm. Adam Teicher, Kansas City Chiefs, legendary Kansas City Chief beast guy. Let's get some Chiefs going. Next on the Sports Leader.
Go listen to KNBR.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
One thing, Vahe, it's tough to back seasons. That's a tough thing. You played a lot of football games, and you've got to work through that. You've got to work through that mentally. That's not an easy thing. I'm so happy for the guys and how they handled that. When it came time to put the hammer down, they put the hammer down, which was important. And the best part is we're not done. We've got another game, and you love these seasons to carry on as long as they can possibly carry on, and we're there. And now we've got to get right back at it and start grinding for whoever wins this game here.
There he was, Andy Reid, man. And again, what a story. We talked about how Kyle can't get one, and we said, look at the Andy Reid story. I mean, he didn't get it until he was 61. Now he's going for his third. Let's talk to a man who's on the front lines and just is really, truly the voice of Kansas City Chiefs beat reporting. Adam Teicher, ESPN's NFL Nation reporter, has been covering the Chiefs for a while. He knows what he's talking about. Adam, it's great to have you. We've had you on before here on KNBR in the morning. Got Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. Good morning, Adam. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Adam.
Yeah, how are you guys doing today?
Well, we're good, man. The Niners we're going to Vegas, right? And you're going, right?
I'll be there on Sunday, absolutely.
Oh, man. And this is getting familiar for you, right? And let's start there, Adam, as in terms of the fourth in 5 years, just in terms of like Chiefs culture and the Kansas City fan base and kind of the region. Is it, I don't want to say fatigue. I mean, or is it almost routine, or are they still as high as ever?
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be like it was for that first Super Bowl 4 years ago down in Miami against the 49ers. It's not like that anymore. I mean, it's a little more of, I don't know, maybe this isn't the right term, but entitled fan base, maybe doesn't appreciate it quite like that, but still, enjoying the ride, no doubt about that. But it's not quite like that first one, because that was the one that sort of came out of nowhere, and Chiefs fans were after 50 years since the previous franchise in the trip to the Super Bowl, there was a whole generation of fans who didn't know, a couple generations of fans who really didn't know about the Chiefs being successful, hadn't seen it before. So it was a different deal then, and it's not quite like that, but still plenty of interest, no doubt.
And Adam, we've obviously been talking about Super Bowl 54 all week long, but the interesting thing we've been breaking down is the narrative in 2019/2020 was the Kansas City offense versus the 49er defense. Now it feels like going into this Super Bowl matchup, it's the 49er offense versus the Chiefs defense. So what do you think is the biggest difference in this Super Bowl rematch?
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. I mean, the Chiefs are a completely different team than they were back then. That was the team that scored 51 points in their first playoff game and 35 in their second one, ended up scoring 31 in the Super Bowl. I mean, they haven't been over 30 in a while now. The Chiefs haven't. They got to 26 against Miami in the first playoff game, 27 against Buffalo, 17 last week. So it's a different team. They're a much better defensive team than they were back then, and I just don't know that the Chiefs, if this game turns into a scoring war, which I don't think it will, but if it does, I don't know that the Chiefs are as equipped to win that kind of game as they were back then. But defensively, certainly a much more solid team, and coming off a great game against Baltimore last week.
Talking to Adam Teicher, who covers the Chiefs stone cold for ESPN NFL Nation. And let's talk about Mahomes, man. I mean, he's now, I don't want to say he's Brady. He has got to get to 6. But he's now that icon, that national icon that people are comparing to Brady. Your experience covering him, first of all, I mean, the guy's turned into a conglomerate, right? I mean, doesn't he own part of the Royals and I mean, just tell me about the experience of covering Patrick Mahomes. Those documentaries done on him show there's that very spicy side on the field. Talks a lot, yells at his teammates, but always looks to win. What's it like covering him?
Yeah, no, it's been fun. I mean, I still think he gets his role in Kansas City and with the media and as a kind of the leader of the Chiefs, he sort of understands that, he's kind of got an obligation when he talks to the local media, and really appreciate him for that. He seems to bring it when I've never seen him really kind of come to the podium or come to an interview session and not really be into it and try to help you. So I really appreciate the guy. I think he's he hasn't changed at all in any way since the Chiefs brought him in, even though he's now a megastar, as you say. He's just the same guy. And I and a lot of the other guys who cover the team really appreciate him.
And really the interesting about Patrick Mahomes this season is his stats are down across the board to the MVP type seasons that Patrick has put up before. So from your perspective, what is the big reason for the kind of drop-off this year? Does it have anything to do with Eric Bieniemy leaving the coaching staff? Is it the players surrounding him? Or in your opinion, Adam, what has been the cause for the drop-off this season?
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to conclude by looking at his stats that he didn't play that well this year because there's a lot of career worsts in the key stats. But he really, I can make you a case that he's played as well as ever this year. There's been a lot of problems around him, and he's clearly been affected by that. The Chiefs led the NFL in drop passes this year and had some real killers. In the opening game of the season against the Lions, the Thursday night game, Kadarius Toney was wide open, had an easily Mahomes threw him an easily catchable ball. Toney dropped it, deflected it right to a defender who ran it back 50 yards for a touchdown, and Chiefs ended up losing that game by 1 point. So he's been really affected by things like that. Chiefs were second in the league in offensive penalties. And you combine those two things. The Chiefs really they just weren't strong enough this year, other than Mahomes, to overcome that a lot of times. They were, I believe, 8th in the league during the regular season in turnovers. So there was a lot going on here that was kind of out of his control. And so it sort of looks from the outside, if you didn't watch him play every week, that he didn't play that well. But that's clearly not true. He did play well, and he's not going to be the MVP this season, and his stats certainly aren't deserving of that when you compare him to other guys. But he's been as valuable to the Chiefs as he's ever been.
Adam Teicher here for a few more minutes talking about the 2023 Kansas City Chiefs, who went 11-6, got the 3 seed, beat the Miami Dolphins in the cold, went to Buffalo, and his first road game, Patty Mahomes got it, and then went to Baltimore, and the defense strangled the Ravens 17-10. So obviously we can't go without talking about Travis Kelce and his significant other, right? That's a law. We have to ask about that. So actually, I'll ask it this way, Adam. What's it like covering Taylor Swift?
Yeah, it's been kind of a phenomenon for sure. I never really saw her. Even though she's been to most of the games, our paths hadn't crossed until last week in Baltimore. I saw her for the first time, and so it's not a fake thing that she really is here at the game. So yeah, I can't say I've talked to her or even seen her until last week, but it has been no one asked me, or very few people ask me about Mahomes anymore. Now they want to know about Taylor Swift. So that's definitely a thing now.
In many ways, if you had to pick a Chief to date Taylor Swift, it was obviously be Travis Kelce because of his very strong personality and character. I guess that's sort of a dual question, is like him as the flamboyant Chief / how he's been playing of late, like resurgent in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's he was before the AFC Championship game and during the AFC Championship game and even after the AFC Championship game, he was as amped up as I've ever seen him. I mean, he last week was talking about how he's never wanted to win a game more than the Ravens game, and before the game, he was getting booed by the Ravens fans, and he was egging them on, just kind of, waving his arms like, hey, give me more. And you saw the thing with the kicker, Baltimore kicker, Justin Tucker, where he tossed his helmet and kicked his footballs away from where Mahomes was warming up. And then during the game, he had arguably one of his best games of his Chiefs career. And then afterwards, he was getting real emotional when he was hugging his brother on the field, and he was high-fiving Chiefs fans who were ringing the field after the game on his way to the locker room. So he was, in a lot of ways, he's always an energy guy. He's always pumped up, but a little more than usual last week. I'm wondering if he can find that energy again for the 49ers game on a week from Sunday, because Chiefs need that. He's kind of their energy source. And, I think he's one of the more misunderstood guys in the Chiefs locker room, maybe in the whole NFL. Everybody sees this party guy who's a loud, boisterous guy, but he's as serious about football as anybody you'll find. And that side of him doesn't come out a lot. It's not well known, I guess, but he's as serious about football as anybody. And so it's going to be interesting to see whether he can bring that energy one last time this season.
Yeah, without a doubt, the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift love story has definitely been a storyline that's been surrounding the Kansas City Chiefs all season long. But Adam, I wanted to ask you about a storyline that was pretty at the forefront preseason, and that was the holdout of Chris Jones. Because we've been talking about the Nick Bosa holdout effects and whether or not that had an effect on his season. Was there any feeling that Chris Jones was affected by his holdout, and is he back to playing at his prime heading into the Super Bowl matchup?
Yeah, no, I don't think it did affect him at all. He played. He had another big season. His stats weren't quite what they were last year, but that's not necessarily a reflection on how he played. He had a big time season, and as a matter of fact, he missed the first regular season game against Detroit. He didn't play because of his holdout. He showed up the next, I think it was the day after the game, and he ended his holdout, and he played the next week. The Chiefs were in Jacksonville playing the Jaguars, and he had a monster game that day. I mean, that's one of the best games he's ever played for the Chiefs. And so, he was obviously ready to go, and he'd obviously kept his head in it and all that. So, no, I think he is, every bit the player he's always been, and I don't think it really had much of a impact. Maybe it kept him a little fresher. I don't know, but he definitely had a big season.
Just wrapping up here, Adam Teicher, ESPN NFL Nation Chiefs reporter. Just quickly, Joe Thuney out, missed practice. Is he likely to miss the bowl?
Yeah, I think so. He's got a pectoral injury, and hard to know exactly where he is. But from where I stand, it doesn't look like he's going to be ready to go. He is not. Didn't practice all last week. Hasn't practiced this week. So the Chiefs aren't giving up hope, but I don't think he'll be playing. No.
And then finally, is there any talk there about the Chiefs being underdogs in this game? Like I'm looking at the Super Bowl champs, and Mahomes and Kelce against a rookie quarterback. Is there any talk about that in Kansas City?
Yeah, I think so. But, you look at the regular seasons the teams have had, and it's, I think maybe just judging by that, the 49ers deserve to be favored. But, in the Chiefs locker room, that's kind of a little bit of a thing. I think they've enjoyed in this postseason, not necessarily in the wild card game against the Dolphins at home, but last 2 weeks they've been underdogs, and they've enjoyed that. I think that's kind of been refreshing to them. They maybe played a little more freely, particularly in the game in Buffalo a couple weeks ago, and I think they've enjoyed that part of it. That they don't have that burden on them necessarily. So I think in the locker room they kind of like being the underdog.
Oh man, it's great being the underdog. All right, Adam. Hey, thanks for hopping on. It sure is great to check in and get the Chiefs temperature, and we appreciate you doing that. And then maybe we'll see you on Radio Row. But thank you for hopping on, Adam.
Yeah, thanks, Adam.
Hey, anytime, guys.
Yeah, Adam Teicher. He's been doing it for a long time in Kansas City. Dude, of course they love being the underdog. How great is it to be the underdog,
Dude,
right?
They're the defending Super Bowl champions, and they have this underdog mentality.
Now they walk around us against the world.
Get the hell out of here.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hey, Tim Ryan's going to join
Us
Tobin
and the Swifties against the world,
I
Murph.
know. And by the way, somebody says, please talk about Taylor Swift. No, not going to stop.
She's a storyline. I'm sorry.
It's a great story.
What do you want us to say?
Did she choose the Chiefs just for the lipstick? 808 KNBR. It's her version, as young Tony says. Tim Ryan joins Tobin and Copsay at 4:30. Okay, hey, all this Niners, but we do, and you did this last Saturday, Giants Fan Fest, right?
I did, Murph.
And you had fun, right?
And it was a great turnout the day before the NFC Championship game.
So with nothing going on tomorrow, there's no Niners, no nothing. They're going to be at Napa Yard at Oxbow Gardens in Napa tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's free. Bob Melvin, Patty Bailey, Tyro Estrada, Mark Hallberg, Matt Williams, and our next guest, Michael Conforto. next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You gotta fight for your right to fight!
Treat yourselves to some winnings from Prize Picks, because if you love playing fantasy sports, do what I do and take the sports action to the next level with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. This is the Waterboy Marcus Boucher, and right now I'm in sports heaven. The big game is coming up, and basketball season is really heating up. So there's no better way to turn all of the big games into 100 times your money than with Prize Picks. Just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can turn $10 into $1,000 with just a few taps. I love the easy gameplay, the quick withdrawals, and the huge selection of player and stat options. Over 7 million sports fans have already signed up, and I'm one of them. So join me and watch your favorite players and get paid while doing it. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code word LEADER. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
Here's the set. 3-1 pitch. Swing, and there's a high drive in the deep right center field. He has crushed this one. Adios! Pelota! What a shot! Out toward Death Valley.
I mean, it felt incredible, especially again here in Oracle. It means so much to me to be back out on the field in front of this great fan base in this atmosphere with these guys. I mean, I love my teammates. It's been such a great start so far, and you know, I don't really know how to put it into words.
There it is, Michael Conforto. Dude hit an April 9 bomb against the Kansas City Royals.
Murph, how's that the game?
Maybe Particles beating Kansas City?
Oh, there it is.
All right.
Michael Conforto. It was Conforto all along.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. What do you remember about the game?
I remember Michael Conforto hitting a home run.
And
the
they
Giants came back and they won that ball game.
One of 15 that he hit last year in 125 games. 470 plate appearances, 406 at bats, hit 239. He is a career 253 hitter. I mean, I think the way this is going, he's going to get a lot of chances this year, right? I mean, like it's going to be Lee, him, and then Yaz and Slater platooning, right? I was
say the way it's looking right now, this might be your 3-hitter opening day, Murph.
Or at least part of a DH too. I mean, I think the anticipation is that, and he's coming off that. I know he missed the entire 2022 season with that shoulder surgery. I would anticipate that he's going to tell us. He's going to join us in a minute. The reason why we're talking Conforto, people are like, wait a minute, Super Bowl, why are you talking Conforto? Because he's coming on, because we're promoting FanFest, because we're KNBR.
Right around the corner.
It's tomorrow in Napa at 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And
Go listen to KNBR.
Dude, so good. Nice, Tony, nice. That and Do Your Job are the breakout hits, along with the Tim Ryan sound of the Eddie D briefcase to Governor Edwin Edwards. Oh, man.
Do your job.
It's tomorrow in Napa, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Napa Yard at Oxbow Gardens. Bob Melvin, Patty Bailey, Tyro Estrada, Mark Harburg, Matty Williams, and Mikey Conforto, who is due to join us in just a minute. Don't forget he's a West. It's funny, you look at him because he's the Italian last name. You stereotype. Oh, it must be a New York guy, tri-state area, Jersey. No, he's a West Coast kid. Mm-hmm. His dad played for the Seattle Seahawks. He grew up in Oregon, where he represented he went to Williamsport as a kid in Little League. He was one of those teams that went to Williamsport.
Oregon State Beaver.
I bet he's a Niner fan. Being that, I mean, it'd be that. Well, I guess Seahawks.
Wait, you said his dad played for the Seahawks.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
We'll have to get that in there. Yeah, his dad. I think he only tried out. He played football at Penn State. I think he got a tryout for this. Yeah, he never played an actual NFL game for them. Okay. So anyway, I mean, you're looking at that
knowledge by you, by the way.
Well, I don't know if that knowledge is correct. We'll have to double check on that. I think we talked to him about it last year at FanFest, about like the NFL and all that. Nice. But I mean, listen, am I keeping it real here? I thought Corbin Burns would have been a real nice pickup for the Giants. I mean, yeah, Joey Ortiz. So the people missed it. The Orioles last night traded for Corbin Burns, and they gave away 2 prospects only. And one of them was a top 100 guy, number 57. But you're getting Corbin Burns. You're getting Corbin Burns, dude. You're getting one of the best pitchers in baseball. And so I feel like Farhan missed it again.
Well, here's the thing about Corbin Burns. He's a 1-year rental because he's on the last year of his contract. Right. So I think that's where Farhan is kind of breaking this down, the risk-reward, and whether or not the Giants are on the verge for competing for a World Series. Because if you believe that you are, then you make a move for Corbin Burns. But if you don't think you are, then you want to keep your prospects and keep building that farm system.
I need players. Yeah. I need good players. I mean, why not? They keep talking about if you finish top 6 in the National League, you're in, then you got a chance. A chip in a chair, as they like to say, right? So if I don't know. It's been disappointing. I thought it was my understanding that they were targeting Rhys Hoskins and possibly Corbin Burns, and both have gone elsewhere. And you can choose anybody else who's gone elsewhere too. I mean, it's been pretty light, brother.
It's been a slow offseason.
My kid, who's on this every site available, tells me that somebody reported yesterday that Chapman is down to the Cubs and the Giants. Did you hear that?
See, I did not see that update.
Oh, really? I thought it was count you to be on the same rumor mill as my 16-year-old.
Well, Big D, dude, he's got all the secret accounts that goes to Bay Area Bob.
Ridiculous.
He knows everything.
No, he gets everyone. Remember when he disgustedly said to me, "It's everywhere." What was it? He's talking about how Shohei was going to sign before the winter meetings.
That's right.
I go, "Where'd you see that?" He goes, "It's everywhere."
Actually, one of my favorite things now on Twitter is finding these fringe resources and guys that claim they have front office sources. And then I look to see like their Twitter bio, and it says, followed by Declan Murphy.
That's hilarious. All right, the connection has been made with Giants outfielder Michael Conforto, who will be in Napa tomorrow for Fan Fest. As we get real close to them reporting in a couple weeks, Bob Melvin will be there, his new manager, his catcher, Patrick Bailey, his second baseman, Tyro Estrada, his new infield coach, Matt Williams, and Michael Conforto. So, Michael, a real pleasure to have you on. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus on KNBR. How you doing this morning, man?
Hey, morning, Michael.
Morning, guys. Thanks for having me on. I'm doing great. I'm actually on my way to the Papago facility right now as we speak. So, like you guys said, we report in a couple weeks, and I can't believe it's already here, but we're all very excited. I think we have a special guest at Papago this morning as well. Our newest player from the Korean leagues, Mr. Jung-Hoo.
Hey!
Jung-Hoo. I gotta make sure I'm saying his name right. I'll figure that out today.
Jung-Hoo Lee, right? Or you mean?
Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yeah, that's super exciting. It'll be the first time you've met him, huh?
Yeah, it's at least it's my understanding he's going to be there. So yeah, it'll be the first time I meet him. I think Logan's talked to him. I think Blake Sable's talked to him. So he's already making connections, but he's going to be out here getting ready for the season.
And Michael, you can just straight up refer to him as the grandson of the Win. That's going to be one of the coolest nicknames you've heard in a while, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
All right, well, that'll be great. And hey, listen, Michael, if you're playing left field, that's going to be the guy to your left, right? I mean, you guys got to start forming a little chemistry, huh?
Exactly. We'll start that this spring. Sounds like I'm not going to have to cover as much ground as maybe I was before.
Yeah,
seems like quite the athlete out there. So, I'm looking forward to getting to know him and kind of helping him along in his new journey over here in the major leagues.
And Michael, you know probably better than anybody how hard it is to play outfield at Oracle Park. So what's some advice that you have for Jung-Hoo Lee dealing with all those dimensions?
Well, I mean, you just have to get out there and see batting practice as much as you can. The wind's going to change a little bit as the sun goes down and gets a little cooler. Sometimes it starts whipping a little bit more, but I mean, the best thing to do is just to be out there and get the reps. It's an advantage for us as being the home team. I mean, I remember coming in as a visiting player and being, it can be overwhelming at times. So when you know what you're dealing with, when you have the opportunity to get 82 games, 81 games at home, and really get a feel for that wind. That's the biggest advantage. So he's just got to get out there. I mean, from everything I've heard, he's a natural athlete. He's going to track the ball down. He just got to get the reps. So, that's my biggest advice.
I mean, grandson of the win, you better be used to the win, right? You know what I mean? So Michael, let's talk about the Giants. Obviously you guys didn't have the season you wanted last year. And so you guys then they make a change at manager. Let's start there. What's your experience with Bob Melvin?
I've only had a few conversations with him. This weekend will actually be a nice opportunity to just, get to know him a little bit more. And obviously over the next 8 months, we're going to become family. I mean, I'm going to see him every single day. So, but my first impressions are that he's a really smart guy. He's a baseball guy. He's a Bay guy, and he's very baseball to his core. My initial conversation with him was that he was, he just reached out to say he was hoping that I would come back, and that definitely played a part in my decision. Just getting that reinforcement from him, that he wanted me to be a part of this team, and so I really appreciated that. And I've got a bunch of friends that have played for him around the league, and they have nothing but the best things to say about, the way that he likes to run his team, the way he likes to run, the clubhouse. And, I've just heard nothing but good things. So very excited about that. Can't wait to get to know him a little bit more. And we'll see if we can squeeze a little bit more out of this team, especially down the stretch where we saw things kind of take a turn last year.
Yeah, there's been a lot of moving parts this offseason, and Michael, you had a decision to make of your own to opt in for the 2024 season. So what went into that decision to return to San Francisco?
A lot of things. I mean, like I said, having Bob reach out, that definitely played a part. But some of the biggest things were the guys in that clubhouse. I really was welcomed in by, that core group of guys that have been there for a while, that are going to be there this year. And we became very, very close friends. I fell in love with the Bay, with San Francisco, with the ballpark, the surrounding area. I mean, I didn't live in the city, but I lived in the East Bay, and, just what a beautiful place to live. And then, I just, I have a belief that there is more in this team, and that, we showed sparks last year. We showed a few hot streaks. I think that's going to be more sustainable. I think we got to stay healthy. I think we got to, we got to plug in some holes. Some guys got to step up. But, I really do believe that this is a team that can win, and, I wouldn't have come back otherwise. So, I definitely, I think we had a lot of things going for us. But, the Giants as a whole, the organization just takes such good care of the players and their families. My wife and I, we just welcomed our first son. He turned 6 weeks old yesterday. So just knowing what the Giants can do for your family and for the kids, it was the perfect fit. So it's kind of a no-brainer for me to come back, and I couldn't be more excited.
Well, welcome, baby Conforto. What's his name?
His name's Camden Luca Conforto.
Right. Camden,
Yeah.
like C-A-M, like Camden Yards?
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, there's a little baseball influence there. We've always loved that name, but
yeah,
it just kind of makes sense.
Luca, we got
Luca for the Italian heritage.
I love it.
Just a little bit of Italian heritage in there.
In just a couple of years, real soon, you'll be showing them that Pixar movie, Luca, which is actually a nice little watch, actually.
Yeah, we'll have to check that one out.
It's a cute one.
I'm sure I'll be watching a lot of Pixar.
Oh, yes, you will.
A lot of Disney.
And you know what? I'll tell you this. Some of the kids' movies, because I have a 16 and a 12 now, so I just kind of left that Pixar era, but some quality out there, some decent flicks. You won't be disappointed. So,
yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to it.
Hey, Michael, we got to ask the hard question, which is, watching the Dodgers getting Shohei Ohtani and Yamamoto. It's like, whoa. I mean, they already were 100 wins plus, and they already were the daunting team with Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman. It's like, you got to be kidding me, right? But you're a competitor. You're a pro athlete. You're a Major League Baseball player. How do you guys kind of lock arms in the clubhouse and say, bring it on? Like, how do you tackle that team on paper looking so tough?
I mean, listen, this is nothing new. I mean, they've, over the past, 4 or 5 years now, they've gone out and they've gotten star power, and they've brought in the guys, and, so you always understand that you're going to be facing some elite talent when you go into LA and you're going up against these guys. Like you said, I mean, we're major leaguers too. We've done some things. We've proven ourselves, and baseball is such a game of momentum. It's such a game of teamwork. Shohei is only going to be up 4 times. He may not come up in that biggest spot. We got to find the times that we can band together as a team. We can string some at bats together. We can get some guys on base. We can move them over. We can get them in. That's the game of baseball. It doesn't always come down to the superstars. It comes down to who can play the game of baseball. the best. And so our goal going in is going to be to grow as a team, get closer as a team, understand the fundamentals of baseball, and do those little things the right way, so that over the course of 162 games, we can put ourselves in a good position to beat a team like the Dodgers. I mean, we have that belief. We know we can do it. It's definitely going to be hard. I mean, they got the guys, but we got to step up to the challenge, and the way we do that is we do the little things right.
All right, Michael, that's great, and I know you're excited to meet Jung Hoo Lee. I did want to let you go and everything, but last question, I was just thinking when you were talking about beating the Dodgers, and you were talking about the little things, which is so important. That's where I think Bob Melvin will come in, actually. I'm excited. But then I just wanted to ask about home runs before we get going, and that is, and I'm wondering, now that you've done a year in that park, and you hit 15 last year, and, no Giant has hit 30 since Barry Bonds. It's like quite a story. So ultimately, a challenging park to hit home runs, and you have to change your approach in any way, or are you still looking to leave the yard?
It can be challenging. It just depends on the wind. I mean, it really does. And when you say no one's hit 30 since Barry, I mean, it shows you how good that guy was. I mean, we brought the fences in a couple times at Oracle. And that guy doing what he did, I mean, it just kind of shows, the elite swing that he had. But I will say this, guys don't think that it's unattainable. It's definitely, it's a goal of some players. But, again, this goes back to the little things. It's not all about homers. It's about moving guys over, about coming through in big situations. It's situational hitting. It's hitting with runners in scoring position. And, I think if we focus more on that, than the 30 homers, I think we'll end up being a better team in the long run. But, listen, guys are going to work for it. I mean, they want to have their name right next to Barry Bonds. I know I do. If you're being mentioned in the same sentence, then, you've done something special. So, I think there's a number of guys on this team that can get to that number, and we'll see if it happens this year. But I think we just stay up the middle of the field, and we try to bring in runs, and that's the biggest thing. Square the ball up.
I love it. Good old-fashioned baseball, man. Can't wait. Hey, listen, have a great time at Fan Fest tomorrow. You're gonna be in Napa. Geez, you get to. I don't know if you guys can get a babysitter, and you and your wife go tasting.
Yeah, get
perhaps.
some vino, Mike.
Unfortunately, I have to leave my wife at home, so this is going to be a quick in and out trip. But okay. I can't wait to go see the fans out there. That'll be really fun. They're doing a special thing this year, splitting it up between 3 cities. So, more fans are going to get a chance to come see us. So, really special event. Hope everyone comes out and meets some of us, and it's going to be a fun day.
Awesome. Thanks, Michael, for your time. Murph and Marcus, we hope to see you in Scottsdale, Arizona in a couple weeks. So have a great workout today. We'll see you down the road.
Yeah, thanks, Michael.
All right, guys. Appreciate it.
There he is. Michael Conforto said, hey, Marcus, stay up the middle of the field. Don't need to leave the yard. Move him over.
A little small ball.
Get him
station
on,
to station,
Get
huh?
him on, get him over, get him in. By the way, he's talking about Bonds and how elite he is, and he's just unbelievable. Did you see these venture capitalist guys launched the enhanced Olympics? Did you see steroids allowed? Did you see that?
I heard about this.
Dude, they're like blank everybody. We're juicing. And they said science is real. Let us use the medicine.
They're trying to build the ultimate physical specimens.
I mean, this has been kicked around for a while. Old Pat, who used to work here, old Peaches, was like, why not? It's science. He's like, let them use it. So, I mean, did you see the guy who said he can run faster than Usain Bolt, but he's not allowed to? He's like, I'm going to beat Usain Bolt's 100-meter record because I'm
juicing up.
Yeah.
But that's like the whole ethics of the sports and the Olympics, and we're going to start tearing down Olympic records and stuff.
Well, then what do you think about the baseball? How did you view this? I know it's way too big when we're late on this.
We're about to break.
We're late to break. We got the Niners in the bowl, and I'm like, hey, Marcus, how did you view the steroid era?
Murph, how much time do you got?
Let's save that for after the NBA All-Star game, all right?
All I'm going to say about the steroid eras is Barry Bonds was hitting 30-plus home runs before they put that bullpen in center field.
And before he took steroids, too.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Here's the allegedly. Okay, we kind of punted on the big hit because Ronnie came in, which was awesome. And we should play some Ronnie later, too. But it was about Jed York. And he showed his face yesterday, Punxsutawney Phil Groundhog Day. And it's been a journey for this guy. It's been a real journey. And I want to know where you 49ers fans stand. 808 KNBR, how'd you feel seeing Jed yesterday talking about your beloved team, your president, your owner? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I haven't retired.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Giants catcher Patrick Bailey stopped by the afternoon show with Tolbert and Copes to talk about Fan Fest this weekend out in Napa, where you can see Patrick Bailey live in person. So to hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
He makes a lot of right moves, and that's important when you're playing at this level. Joe Montana made a lot of right moves. I mean, he was a great point guard. He was a great point guard because he thinks like Steph. He plays like Steph. He feels like Steph. And my point is there's something bigger than all of us that I can't even attain, because there are times when you're around Joe that you realize there's certain things that he sees that nobody else can see. And that's kind of what this kid has been able to do, is show that he has the capacity to do that.
Ronnie Lott joined us today at 8 o'clock. It was great having him. Ronnie was just in great form. And for those of you who missed it, A, it's on KNBR.com, and B, we'll play chunks of it tomorrow after the next break. I just wanted to hit on the Jed situation here because that was going to be our big hit.
Until Ronnie called it.
And so Ronnie takes over the big hit when he wants to.
I was going to say, Ronnie was out here laying big hits his entire career. He is welcomed anytime during the big hit.
It was a big day for Jed. He does not do media. And I spent, God, are we podcasting the hours now or no?
Oh, yeah, full Murph and Marcus hours, 1 through 4.
That's awesome.
We got the whole entire show, people. It's available.
So Marcus is so much younger, which is great. It's great having young blood and all that. But I was the history teacher at about 6:50, and because I was explaining to him what Jed standing in front of the media yesterday, what led up to that. And we went all the way back to the Morabitos at Kezar. And then I talked about 77, Eddie buying the team as this young, dare I say punk, he was 30 and he was from Youngstown, Ohio, and he knew nothing about San Francisco. And it was just his dad. It was daddy's money. Mm-hmm. Eddie was daddy's money because his grandpa built the malls in Youngstown. I took you all the way through. And then Eddie, and then all the way up to the unfortunate bribe.
And I got to say, Murph, it's been a fantastic history lesson this morning and a great chapter of this day in 49er history.
Can I get some applause there for that? I'm applauding your riff there, buddy. And Jed yesterday, he's a different guy than he was. And we went over the 2014 interview when he fired Harbaugh and he came on. That day, Paulie was off. So it was just me and him. And I asked him what I thought were fair, straightforward questions, and he wasn't really ready. I think he thought the interview was going to be different, whatever. But still, I thought there were pretty fair, straightforward questions about why he was firing Harbaugh, how it didn't make sense to Niners fans. And he didn't really react that well, and it became a very big deal at KNBR. And Jed kind of went underground. He hasn't been on KNBR since. So was it a big deal? He hasn't been on in 10 years. But anyway, he yesterday spoke, and he spoke openly. He told the story that I think most of you have heard by now, that Kyle Shanahan told him in the summer of 22, Brock's our best quarterback, and he's our third on the depth chart, which raises some interesting questions.
Oh, yeah.
And he talked about, meeting Purdy and kind of experience the highs and lows as an owner and all the things he's gone through. Then he gave this little human moment that people really liked about his son being 11 years old and in tears when they're down 24-7 at half. And Jed got a little Italian American choked up here. Yeah.
I was good. My son was on the verge of tears, and he just started playing flag football and really getting into it. So he brings his football with him everywhere, and you guys might see him throwing on the field before the game. He's sitting there and he's ready to cry. And I'm like, Bud, our friends are here, our family's here. We're in the NFC Championship game. There are worse things in the world. We're healthy, we're happy. like, I keep telling you got to do well when there's pressure. Like, let's throw the ball now. So he's winging it with me in the suite, like calmed everybody down. It was a good moment.
Ooh, got a little choked up there, man. So I saw Mike Silver wrote about it, and he thought it was a real warm moment. And Kawakami wrote about the journey when he was trying to navigate Harbaugh and Balky. And when he was in his 20s, I forgot. I was doing some research. I forgot he wrote to Adam Schefter in 2010 a tweet like, "We will win our division," when the Niners were playing badly with Singletary, and the national media just destroyed him. They're like, "Who is this young 28-year-old or whatever, 29?" He was very young. He took over when he was like 28, 29 or something like that. And it was rough for several years, but he finally found Kyle and John. And now I'm just wondering, I saw the comments underneath the Instagram were so positive. I was pretty surprised, actually. They were like, "This kid's really grown into the owner we love, the owner we need." And, you know, I don't know if those were bots or plants, but I think going to 2 Super Bowls in, 5 years or 4 years? Or that's something. Now, there's an old head version, Waterboy, where they say, "Bro, it ain't good enough to get there. You got Eddie won it.
Eddie went 5-0,
times."
yeah.
So there is that standard of like, the Yoda, there is no try, only do, right? So, but I think, obviously, at this point, people feel great about John and Kyle.
Correct.
And he's secured their bag with contracts, right? So they're not going anywhere. There was a fear John was going to go to Amazon. Remember that?
Yeah, there was talk about whether or not he would get into broadcasting or not. I know people have randomly brought up the future of Kyle Shanahan, but Kyle was pretty clear yesterday, even back before the 2019 season, that he was never on the hot seat with Jed York or anybody in the 49er organization. But here's a nugget that I don't see getting as many headlines. Jed actually said that after the Jim Harbaugh firing, he was interested in bringing in Mike Shanahan and was asking questions about whether or not he would be a combo package to bring Mike and Kyle in at the same time.
That is a really good detail. By the way, I think they have brought in Mike Shanahan. I think he's the shadow coach. Really.
That's the deep secret of the Shanahan system.
So listen, it's a free country and not everybody agrees. 916 says, "I totally disagree, Murph. I heard that interview and I felt your interaction with Jed was a bit disrespectful." Okay, that's fair enough. 916. And it looks like Jay in San Rafael wants a piece too. He's coming at me. He's still pissed 10 years later at your boy, Marcus. Jay in San Rafael, good morning. How are you, brother?
I'm very good. Thank you. Thanks for taking the call. I miss Paulie Mack. I remember it very well. I didn't think you interviewed him as a professional. I think you interviewed him as an emotional fan, and you were in his face. And it's one thing to ask tough questions, but to ask them and put somebody back on their heels, which is what I think you did, I don't blame him for not wanting to come back on the radio. And you're a good interviewer. You do think things through very much. But you were so emotional that day that you just put him back on his heels.
All right, Jay, appreciate it, man. You know, listen, everybody looks at things differently and everybody has opinions and everybody has takes, and that's yours, buddy. I'm glad you got to say it, and I'm sure some people agree with you. But, I mean, there was part of it that was just kind of representing the voice of the fans, which is kind of what people want to do to Farhan right now, I think, a lot of that. And I think some of that is needed, but I appreciate it, Jay, and thanks for tuning in all these years. If you've listened to that and you're listening today, I appreciate you, buddy.
So that's a good thing, but Murph, to me, it comes back to accountability. And, of course, I don't see how Jed York could go into that interview and not think that you were going to ask him about Jim Harbaugh. Like I brought up as an example earlier this year when I was filling in for you on a morning show, it was right after the 49ers traded Trey Lance to the Dallas Cowboys. And I had to do a sit-down interview with John Lynch. And I straight up asked John, why? What went wrong? And there was people coming in on the text line like, wow, the Waterboy's going hard against John Lynch. I'm like, no. I feel like these are questions the fans have, and these are questions that we're going to ask.
Yeah, a lot of people. See, there's a lot of people. Here's a lot of people checking in. So they love the. Some guy says, I thought you held back and were respectful. 209 says, I thought it was fair and deserved. 707 says, I thought it was a great interview. And somebody said, now will you do that to Farhan? I mean, we had Farhan on, what was it, last year? And we were firm with him to the point where he texted me after the interview. And I knew there had been a little bit of the rattling of the cage because he was like, hey, I enjoyed the chat. I thought your questions were fair. Let's continue the dialogue. So I could tell the cage was rattled a little.
But that's the bottom line. Are the questions fair, and are these questions that need to be asked?
Here's a guy at 415. He goes, I'm 38 years old. I remember that interview. He said, I thought you should have gone harder. So there you go. Anyway, the point of the story is that Jed is, I think it's undeniable. Well, first of all, winning's the ultimate deodorant, right? Yeah. That's it. I mean, dude, you win. Forget it. Who wins and is unpopular, by the way? 808 KNBR. Has there ever been a winner that's like, if you win, I mean, I get popularity is one thing. No. Yeah. Who wins and is criticized for the way they go about their business is nobody.
Brock Purdy? Yeah, I was going to say maybe.
Nice.
Yeah,
or
maybe it's Purdy.
Do you have Jimmy? Jimmy played good enough?
Oh, man. We're going Jimmy road?
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Oh, man. Back to the leadoff spot. You and Dave used to wear that thing out.
Good times, man. Good times.
All right, guys. We appreciate everybody coming in on that interview. Here we are getting texts about a 10-year-old interview. You know what? I mean, I'll tell you this. I think every figure needs to have a little Brian Sabian in him. And I've come to appreciate Sabian through the years. He didn't give a blank. And I loved it. And sometimes it meant for awkward radio because his answers were short and there was silence. And John Lynch is fantastic because he fills the interview air. He's anecdotal. He's colorful. And I think you can ask him anything. But I think to be really successful, you got to have a little Sabian in you, which is blank you.
Yeah.
You know?
It's the authentic, doesn't give a damn about anything.
Yeah.
Which is good to have in life.
Whereas like Jerry Jones is so interested in being on the media all the time. You just got to turn around. Like Belichick. Blank you. Now, obviously, he hit the wall.
Yeah.
But it was a pretty good run before he hit the wall.
Yeah, I'd say so, Murph.
So anyway, guys. All right, let's get into some of the stuff Ronnie said on the other side about this team. And I guess there's some fresh Joe Montana sound, huh? I guess Montana's been talking this morning. We turning that around real quick? The magic people we are, the magicians we are, Marcus.
Oh, we're magicians.
Hey, man, It's a Friday, buddy. We're in a good mood. Let's get some Joe and Ronnie on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Well.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
He hasn't had the chance to work with other receivers, and I think that's not a negative on him. It's just that people haven't seen him do that yet. I mean, obviously there was some reason that that the 49ers liked him to be able to take him last in the draft, the things that they saw on tape. And I don't think it'll matter who's out there. Right now he's fortunate because he's got some pretty good studs out there that can give him the ball, and hey, they can go the distance, and nothing wrong with that. Everybody's had those in their lifetime. So I don't even think about that twice. I just think that it's a plus for him.
There it is, Joe Montana, man. I was just, I'm walking around. He's on McAfee, and I'm just wondering, like, it's probably on down at the facility, and Brock's pulling on his pads or looking up. It must be like, damn, there's some kind of shadow around here. I got a shadow hanging over me.
Well, yeah. Think about what Brock Purdy and the boys were thinking when they see Joe Montana on the stage for the NFC Championship game.
I mean, it's a daunting. That's what we're talking about. Jed feels that from Uncle Eddie.
Yeah.
And Brock's so new. Steve Young really felt it. Brock's so new, and so Brock wasn't even. Geez, what's Brock? 24?
Just turned 24.
So Montana's entire career was before he was born.
Yeah.
It'd be like,
That's insane.
I'm trying to think. I compare this stuff to like me. It'd be like I'd be whatever. If I was a baseball player born, you're rattled by the ghost of Stan Musial or something. It's like so old, but it's out there, and the fact that he's still so relevant. By the way, the guy still looks good. He's unbelievable. He just had it, man.
He's Joe Cool.
Some people are just born.
What more do you want?
Some people are just to the manner born, as they say, or just to the. Yeah, he's just got the ice blue eyes.
Yeah, but it's cool, like tying it together to the youth of Brock Purdy. Like I've heard you use this phrase before. The 49er fans who are kids of the Joe Montana era.
Mm-hmm.
Like I literally knew people who were named after Joe Montana growing up, Murph.
Wow. That's awesome. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I know that story.
I dated a girl who was named Montana because of Joe Montana.
Was it a spicy relationship, Marcus?
Very spicy.
Okay, there you go.
Good one.
By the way, speaking of spice, Matt Mayoko going to join Papa and Lund at 11:30 this morning. So, yeah, it's great that Montana is on McAfee, and it's great to have him around. Here he is now talking more about Brock Purdy and the offense.
Yeah, I think the thing I see is something that I think I figured out early on in my career was that what the offense is about, right? It wasn't about me. It was about getting the ball to the people who knew what to do with it, because I'm the mailman. This doesn't belong to me. I want to get it to somebody that knows how to run, knows how to catch. And we had, especially late in my career, when you got guys like Jerry Rice, John Taylor, Brent Jones, Roger Craig, on down the line, all you got to do is get the ball to him. And I think if you look at the weapons that Rock's working with, he's figured that offense out. He understands what his position is. He doesn't try to make a big play. He knows when that chance will come and when he needs to do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Montana, system quarterback.
He called himself the mailman.
That's so awesome.
I'm the mailman.
That's so great. But he's right. I mean, that's what a great quarterback does.
Isn't that the job of a quarterback, to get the ball to his playmakers?
Well, then it gets to technique. How's your footwork? How's your release? How's your accuracy? And that's what makes you a great quarterback. Mm-hmm. Hitting them in stride. Like Jimmy, and Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
He would not always, sometimes he would, but not always hit guys in maximum position to gain yards. And Brock has that Montana-like skill to hit you when you're turning that corner or when you've just beat your man to gain maximum yards.
And also the playmaking ability, the scrambling in the pocket, the playground Purdy, the point guard Purdy that we talk about all the time with Tim Ryan. It's the ability to advance these plays. Hell, get out of the pocket and pick it up with your legs if you need to, but keep your eyes downfield and make these plays. I know people think it's blasphemy when you put Purdy in a conversation with Joe Montana, but we've had NFL scouts. We've had Greg Cosell. We've had people from all over the football world bring up some of the similarities between the two, which is absolutely mind-boggling.
Which is why Greg Cosell, we put this on our Instagram yesterday, was being honest when he said he didn't think he was his superpower is his vision. And he didn't think that he was seeing the field well against the Packers and the Lions.
The processing chip that we talked about.
And whether
Brock.
that was something the defense was showing him or whether it's the bright lights or the pressure or maybe the team's a little out of sync. But he did do enough, obviously.
I mean, and that's the thing. It's like, even when we're talking about Brock Purdy's struggles throughout the playoffs, it's ended in 2 comeback victories.
Told you that Peter King stat. I have it here from, if you isolate the crunch time of when he was trailing Green Bay in the fourth quarter in the second half of Detroit. If you combine those two, what the NBA would call clutch time, right?
Yeah.
19 of 23, 284, no picks. I mean, that's
pretty damn good. That's being at your best when your best is needed,
Nice,
Murph.
Yeah, good stuff, buddy.
And I love just putting that together with the Nick Bosa sound that we played earlier this week of him walking up to Brock and just straight up asking, did you know you were going to be this good? And Brock has an honest answer saying, I think I could be even better. And that's the scary part of Brock Purdy is we still haven't seen the full potential of a Brock Purdy. But for him to be so humble and for guys like Nick Bosa to recognize that talent and recognize that they're seeing something special with Brock Purdy.
I thought Bosa walked up and said something else, young Tony. I thought he just drilled him with the 3-word mantra. Yes. Yes.
Do your job.
There it is, baby. Had to wait a sec. Sorry, man.
Had to wait a couple seconds for Tony to do his job.
That's all right. That's all right. Hey, Tony, I asked for sound. You didn't give it to me. You know what I'm going to say?
Do your job.
There it is.
See, now I'll put Tony on the spot and ask him if he can do his job and get us some more Jed York sound about his conversation with Kyle Shanahan and about how he knew Brock Purdy was special, even going back to training camp last year.
Last year in preseason, I think week 1 of training camp, which you have a quarterback that we're paying, I think, $20 million to. You have a guy that you drafted with investing 3 first-round picks into, and he grabs me after practice. He's like, hey man, we got to talk. And that's generally not a good thing when your coach tells you got to talk. Like, all right, what's up? And he's like, I think our third-string quarterback's our best quarterback. I'm like, okay. I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, obviously, we've invested in Trey. Trey's doing a good job. We're going to do everything that we can. We're not going to change that. And we're not going to change the depth chart. But, I think Brock will end up being our quarterback at some point. And, he didn't force it, right? You had 2 injuries, and that's how Brock ended up playing.
So, I mean, that is a funny story. I mean, it's kind of shocking. I mean, didn't Papa say that he was early in on Purdy?
He was scouting him at training camp also. Yeah, Papa was all over Purdy.
And listen, it's not breaking news that they blew their evaluation of Trey Lance. I mean, that's what Jed is basically saying is Kyle's like, we blew it. This guy's better. It's startling to hear it again.
Yeah.
Dude, you really blew that gigantic trade and you're saying this is the guy?
And that's why my initial thought was hearing this conversation of Jed talking about his conversation with Kyle Shanahan. I wonder how that conversation went between John Lynch and Jed York after Kyle said that Brock Purdy's better than every quarterback on the roster.
Well, like I said, it's almost like a fireable offense. We just traded all this capital for this guy, and you're telling me this guy's better?
True, but then it also brings up the question, do you give John Lynch credit for finding Brock Purdy with the last pick of the draft? Do you give Brian Greasy credit? Do you give Mike Shanahan credit?
2 things can be equally true. You blew the Trey Lance, and you hit a home run. You get credit for not saying we can get Purdy on the waiver wire or on the free agent wire, because that's what their choice was. Mm-hmm. They could have picked up a lineman or something like that, and they're like, no, let's not chance it. That's these little moments in history,
and
right?
It's funny, going back to training camp last year, after Jimmy was practicing by himself on the practice field and the 49ers decided to bring back Jimmy onto the roster, I remember us discussing about whether or not Nate Suffield's $1 to $2 million contract was going to keep Brock Purdy off of the roster. And I remember going out to those preseason games and thinking to myself, watching Brock Purdy against the Packers, damn, this young kid is actually pretty good. He can actually throw a couple passes, and next thing you know, he's the third-string quarterback. Trey goes down, Jimmy goes down, and Brock takes you to back-to-back NFC Championship games and now a Super Bowl in his second season.
It's absolutely incredible, which Josh Allen hasn't done and Dak Prescott hasn't done and all that. By the way, driving in again today. Literally on the bridge.
What is it, Murph? Day 19?
They led with the Lakers beating the Celtics. ESPN, they're like, the big upset last night. Somebody goes, the biggest upset of the year. I'm like, bro, regular season NBA, there's no such thing as an upset, okay?
Yeah, LeBron and AD weren't even playing.
I know, exactly. And then he goes, and then they said, and more trouble in Dallas. I was like,
The D in Dallas stands for drama.
This time he's going to take a Luigi off the bridge and head off towards the city. but it's because Dan Quinn left and everything.
By the way, real quick, just because you brought up the name Dan Quinn, shout out for Dan Quinn for absolutely getting zero criticism for blowing that 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl, and Kyle Shanahan getting all the blame.
It's incredible. Narratives are amazing. Velcro, it's like they used to call the mob guy in John Gotti Teflon Don. They couldn't make anything stick on him. And I think Ronald Reagan had that reputation too when he was the president. No matter what he did, everything just shrugged right off him because he was a charmer. He charmed people. And so Dan Quinn, Teflon Dan.
Dude, Dan Quinn just got embarrassed by Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers, knocked out of the first one, and he's getting a head coaching job, and Bill Belichick is not.
By the way, we've had people say, if Wilkes leaves in some form after the year, next Niner D coordinator, Bill Belichick.
Ooh. I don't know about that one, Murph.
Hey, young Tony, Ronnie Lott was on with us today. It was our big hit. If you missed it, it's on KNBR.com. We cut Charlie here about Brock Purdy. We asked him. We said, it's your chance to talk about this kid going into Super Bowl 58. So he's talking about the big D decisions.
Look, first of all, think about decision making. Decision making is a really, hard thing, but not a complicated thing. And what I mean by not a complicated thing is that, it can be as simple as, hey, get the ball to the right guy. And a lot of times, especially when you're playing with, Kyle and his group and his dad and all the people that are around him, you're going to have people that are going to be open. The question is, can you find them and can you be able to locate them and deliver the ball? And to me, that's the smartness, that's the genius of who he is.
I mean, that's the guy we're looking for in Super Bowl 58.
That's it. I want to see the Joe Montana mailman.
He has to get it to McCaffrey. God, I just really think McCaffrey's going to have a monster day.
Oh, dude, me too. I can't wait to land and place that bet for MVP on him.
In fact, let's go to the Ronnie Lott cut on Christian McCaffrey. I think I will too. Is it still plus 450?
Dude, I saw yesterday on my book it was plus 475.
Damn,
that's good value.
That's easy money, right? Ronnie Lott on Christian. I said I love Ronnie so much. I said, Ronnie, Christian McCaffrey, I said he's like you on offense. I was like, if you like that kind of spiritual leader and just never say die. And Ronnie disagreed.
You know what? He would be Marcus Allen. And what I love about Marcus and Christian is that they do things that a lot of people can't believe that they can do. And what you throw the ball, you want me to play quarterback, you want me to, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I'm going to do whatever you want me to do to win.
Yeah, Marcus is Ronnie's dude. And he mentions play quarterback. I think Marcus did throw a few passes, didn't he?
That's pretty cool. And how about him and Marcus hanging out together in Vegas on Monday for their charity event?
Those guys are. How about those guys at USC together? You think they did okay?
Yeah, I think so, Murph. I think so.
Passing. I want to find Marcus Allen's passing stats.
And he can pass.
Okay. Yes, he threw 27 passes in his career, completed 12. He threw 6 touchdown passes.
Jeez.
Marcus Allen.
He was the original Booby Miles. And he can pass.
Is that the line?
Yeah.
That's good.
That's a Friday Night Lights.
That's good. McCaffrey can... Hey, we're going to see a McCaffrey throw in the bowl?
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised. We've seen him throw touchdown passes before with the 49ers.
Yeah. You just heard Ronnie say, you need me to play quarterback?
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Well, you know what? I needed Christian McCaffrey playing quarterback in the NFC Championship game last year.
I know.
We're over that. We're over that.
All right, guys. Well, listen, fun Friday, that great Friday vibe, and when Ronnie Lott's part of your show, it's always good. Fantastic. So we'll hand it over to Papa and Lund next, and then on into a weekend on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Did you think you'd be this good?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we got the traditional Smoke Two Joints tribute. People don't know we play this. Just give you a little history. Today's History Day, right? Because we did the whole back to the Morabitos and Eddie D. But we took over 104.5 FM in what year? I forget. And we were just like, whoa, KFOG. That was one of the greatest stations in the history of San Francisco Bay Area. And John Grappone, their afternoon guy, would play this every Friday at 5. So this is our Friday at 5. This is our Friday at 5, and
it's a morning tradition, Murph.
And salute to the great KFOG, which was just an unbelievably great station. It's so sad it ain't around anymore. Played everything. Get you your Tom Petty, buddy, and your Steve Miller Band.
I was gonna say, and this is just a great tune to end the Friday vibes high.
Anyway, it was a fun day.
No pun intended.
Thanks to everybody checking in on all the different topics. Today was a big topic to talk about Jed York and how far he's come, and obviously Ronnie Lott's comments on the 49ers who face this moment of truth here. They're going to leave on Sunday, ready to go. Everybody's healthy. You know, obviously you're still missing Cleve Farrell. And it's going to be a big focus on the run defense. Oh, we just got word, too, talking about big focus. We're going to be in Vegas next week. Jim Nance, Tuesday, 9:40. There it is.
Let's Nance, Murph. Let's Nance.
We even squeezed in a little Michael Conforto.
Dude, we got a Conforto hit in there.
Talk about the 30 bombs.
Yeah, which no one has done since Barry Bonds.
And he was saying he wants to put his name next to Bonds.
He said there's multiple people on this roster who could do it, Murph.
He also said, but winning baseball is up the middle. Get them on, get them over, get them in.
I'm looking forward to the culture change, the stylistic approach of Bob Melvin, Matt Williams, Pat the Bat, and all these guys coming back.
Put the ball in play?
That's it. Let's play a little small ball. Spread out, sit down, go station to station. Worked for the Diamondbacks last year.
As soon as Greg Papa gets hooked up, he'll remember the 2000 ALDS Yankees-A's in New York. Joe Torre's Yankees grind out a one-run win over, I want to say Tim Hudson, if Papa's, he doesn't have his headset on. But when he puts the headset on, and it was just from a couple of ground balls. One was like an infield single. One was like a swinging bunt. One was like an error. And I remember after the game, it was like, Hudson dominated you guys, and it might have been Zito. But anyway, either way, Torre said after the game, he said, hey, there's something to be said for putting the ball in play.
That's baseball, isn't it? That's the game of baseball.
Except for now, you want to strike out or hit a bomb, right?
No. Let's put the ball in play and make the defense make a play. It worked pretty well for teams against the Giants last year, since you know they led the major league in errors. Sorry, I'm just throwing shots out in the last couple minutes.
The football equivalent of putting the ball in play is just running the ball.
Run the damn ball.
Yeah.
Run it and see what happens.
Who's that guy a couple years ago was like on a Fox broadcast? They cut to this guy in the stands, and he's had that hat that said, run the damn ball.
Run the ball.
Run it again!
I think he said, run the damn ball. And he was kind of like a cool-looking guy. He almost looked like an actor or a rock musician or something.
Yeah.
He was kind of a good-looking dude, and he had this hat on that said, run the damn ball. I was like, I need that hat.
Yeah, it's good advice. So, I'm surprised Kyle Shanahan doesn't wear that hat on the sideline.
Well, is he going to – how many times will he run it?
Oh, get McCaffrey ready to go, man. Give him a full workload. And we also got to get into the angle of Deebo Samuel rushing against this Chiefs defense because he had some success in Super Bowl 54 running the rock.
Somebody pointed out the Super Bowl 54 was when Deebo debuted.
Oh, yeah. He started first drive of the game, ripped off like a 30-yard chunk run.
He debuted as kind of the wide back. Or that was sort of his breakout game as a wide back.
Rookie season. So now we got year 4 Deebo Samuel.
So fantastic stuff, man. All right, so it'll be no face-off today. So what we're going to do, our game plan is this. We'll do a show on Monday from here, and then we'll be wheels up to Vegas after the show. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we'll be from Radio Row in Vegas. Get ready for some product pitches, guys. It's usually pretty fun. I remember one year we strung together, at the end of the week, we strung together all the product pitches. Pecan used that as a tag out. It was like 5 straight minutes of like copiers and avocados and websites.
Yeah, and get ready for Jake Plummer to show up with the mushroom bar.
Hey, man.
Shout out Michael Bublé.
Shout out Bublé. We'll end it on that.
Full circle, Murph. Full circle.
We'll end it on that. Kyle Parr, good week, buddy.
Yeah.
And young Tony, strong day today, buddy. Well, no. Hey, well, you know what I say if you slip up. You know what I say.
Do your job.
There it is, baby. There it is. All right. All right, buddy. Have a great weekend.
Great weekend. I'll see you Monday, man.
I will see you Monday. We hand it down to the crew down in Santa Clara. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up and brake experts. And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Do your job.
This is about getting some respect.
Go listen to KNBR.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
I think all those guys, for the most part, were young guys, and it was their first one. And I think always when you go your first time, you experience a lot of stuff. But I think when you go your second time, you know all the stuff you experienced. It's about one thing. It's about what happens in those 3 hours. And I think it's real cool for those guys who have gone to be able to talk to players who it's their first time. Kind of help them not get caught up in stuff, especially guys who are rookies and guys like Debo and things like that. So having experience always helps.
You got to play full 60 minutes. You know, to say, we're up by 10 points late in the game, and I'm thinking, you know, hey, like we're about to win us a Super Bowl, and that thing switched pretty quick, you know, and that scarred me for life. Like, because now to this day, it doesn't matter if it's a preseason, regular season, playoff game, you know, I never start getting excited until that clock hits 0, you know, and so that's got to be the mindset, playing all the way to the very end, because they got a pretty special guy back there throwing the football, and you know, we got to do our best to stuff him.
I think keeping him in the pocket as best as he can is one of the big things, just because he loves to improvise and do all that stuff. And then full-on effort, Kyle called it defensive line stamina is the key to the game.
Yes, we're getting down to talking about the game. This is our final day at Levi's Stadium for the year for the 49ers season, and then starting on Monday, we'll be live on Radio Row Monday through Friday. And as Murphy was just saying, great guest, but all the pitches and all that different kind of stuff. We got a ton to get to today. Tim Kawakami is going to join us first at 10:50, and he had not only did Jed York talk, then Jed took him off to the side, and of course, you know, they talked about that dinner, but some other things as well. So we'll play a couple of key cuts for you at 10:30 from Jed York, and I heard you this morning with Murph and Marcus talking about Jed and ownership and the 49ers and all that. So we'll get into that conversation. 10:30, we will play some of the cuts that are the best ones from yesterday, and then we'll get into the conversation with Tim, who wrote a nice piece about it. Before all that, good morning, my friend. Nice shirt.
I'm a little sad. Yeah, Jay took care of me.
I like
the swag from the NFC Championship, but a little sad. This is the last day where, I mean, win, lose, or draw. We're not coming. I'll be here tomorrow for practice, and then we fly Sunday. But this is the last time we're going to do the show here, and we've been doing this show from this studio here at Levi's since August, maybe even July, going back to training camp. So, and you think of how long the season's been, and you know, the Trey Lance situation and what Jed had to say about Brock Purdy, and when Kyle identified him, we'll get into it with Kawakami, going back to, you know, August of 22, and Nick Bosa's contract situation, and Jake Moody missing a couple of field goals. Incidentally, he missed him in Vegas, 58-yarder and a 40-yarder, and the then coach of the Raiders, no longer there, inadvertently called a couple of timeouts because they weren't aligned to ice him. But anyway, and then there was so much anxiety in August because it was just such a built-up level of expectation here to get back to the Super Bowl, but you can't get back to the Super Bowl in August. There's a process, and there were some ups and downs, some great moments, the 5-0 start, the 3-game losing streak, the 6-game winning streak, and then, you know, obviously what happened Christmas night against Baltimore and not having to play them in the Super Bowl. I kind of wish it was Baltimore, not Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and Travis Kelce and Steve Spagnuolo and the Chiefs, but we'll see. But anyway, it's been a long year. Kind of sad, John. Win, lose, or draw. We're not going to come. Maybe we will in February to reconvene here to start something. But This is the last time we'll do a formal 4-hour show here, and we had Tim here every Thursday for the football hour. We were kind of bunkmates here, you and I.
Yeah, I love it.
You always stuck me with a top bunk, but it's all right. It's all right.
I love coming down here because what it does is it just gives you a sense and a feel, and you're down in the middle of it, and it always signaled to me that, today's Friday, obviously, and we're down here because you're going to go out to practice right after we get off the air here. But we always came down here every Thursday at the very least, and a lot of times on a Wednesday too. But what it signified is we were getting close to the end of the week, that we were talking a lot about it. Tim was going to come in and give us a bunch of insight, and we were getting close to Sunday, right? And so here we are. And I don't know.
You
what the
never
feel
show up
is.
on a Friday, as far as my scout.
No.
I'm impressed you're here on a Friday.
Yeah,
You like your Friday happy hours at 2 o'clock.
Oh, man.
So I got to go watch practice, interview Mooney Ward. I got to charge my car.
Oh, nice.
While we're charging my car, you and I can find some place down here.
Yeah, because normally what I do, if I'm going to pull back the curtain all the way, maybe in that last segment, about 1:55,
You start.
It's just kind of a tradition because I have like most people, I have a refrigerator in my garage, and so what I'll do is I'll walk from the outdoor shed to the garage, and I might pop something there, and just for the
Gold
last
Bar
few
whiskey,
minutes,
of course.
just kind of signify that it's the weekend. Although I didn't tell you this, I took January off. I took January
You were
off.
dry January?
Yeah, I was dry January.
That's why you were so excited yesterday.
And so I haven't. The next time I'm gonna
how do you watch?
Well,
How do you watch football like Wild Card Weekend when the Niners weren't playing? How do you watch football?
It wasn't easy.
Dry January.
It wasn't easy. My go-to, and it's just not the same. I did like a soda water and a lime. And I don't think I told you this story. There's a restaurant by my house.
A vodka soda, hold the vodka.
It's not good. And we went to a place about 2 weeks ago. The only time I almost fell off the wagon is I went to a place about 2 weeks ago, and it's kind of a neighborhood place, like a Cheers type. And you go in there, and they all know me, and I all know them. And my wife and I were eating, and it's this
on
table.
the East Bay?
Yeah, but it's still in the bar area, but it's a table in the bar. Because if I sit at the bar, I know the bartenders, which isn't a good thing. And
you're Cliff.
Yeah, they're like, here's your regular. And I'm like, no, I can't have that. But anyway, so I sit in a bar table, and one of the guys sits next to me, and he had about 19 too many. And he sat next to me, he looked at me, and he goes, what do you got in the glass? And I go, I'm just having soda water with a lime. He goes, soda water with a lime?
No, you should have given him a glass and said, here, have a sip of it.
And so we're in the middle of a nice dinner. I think I'm having a nice chicken parmesan. And
nice.
And the guy's on me for like 3 straight minutes about, you can't eat chicken parmesan with soda water. You need a glass of wine.
It's hard to even go into bars if you're not drinking. But I didn't know that. So it's good to have you just in time for Vegas.
Yeah, that's what
Thank God the
figured.
Super Bowl's in February.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of
Believe
Super
me.
Bowls. When the Raiders won their first Super Bowl was January 11.
Right.
Think of how much longer we go with this
I wouldn't
17
have done
games
that.
and extra
wouldn't have
round
done
of playoffs and everything, but we're deep into
Yeah,
February.
I just thought, lose a few pounds, get in shape, do the thing everybody says, and then you get to February, and then you can, blow it
Yeah,
all
but
out.
you're going to lose your edge. It's not, you can't, like you're a starting pitcher. You just can't go out and throw 100 pitches next week in Vegas. I'm going to have to get you out of spring training like 30 pitches.
After a couple
so Sunday night I'll take you out and we'll go light. And then Monday we have to go
I
to
don't know how
opening
we
night.
got. Oh, I know how we got into that because usually, I'm at home and
on a
2
Friday.
o'clock.
Yeah. But
no,
now we're
I
together
wanted-
on a Friday.
Yeah, I wanted to come down. I sometimes unless my wife's listening, being at home's overrated. So you come down, you get. I wanted a sense and a feel.
And
I-
if she is listening, it's really overrated.
Yeah. But like I said, it's nice to get the feel and the sense and being down here, and so it's nice.
And this is it. I next week, so they're gonna practice the same time next week as they do throughout the year. Kyle does change the practice schedule a little bit when daylight savings times changes in October and all that, but it's right around now. At 1 o'clock hour when the show is over. So can I get from Radio Row to UNLV for practice Super Bowl week? How long would that take me to get there?
It's Mandalay Bay. Let me check this. And the stadium
UNLV is
called,
over by the airport, right?
Yeah, it's not far, but it's just what's happened in Vegas. And you know this, and everybody knows this. It's
a little
just the
gridlock.
traffic.
Yeah.
It's just it wasn't supposed to, like everywhere in the country. It wasn't supposed to get that big.
I got a driver when I'm there. When I was there for January 1, I had a Eddie DeBartolo's former, what do you call himself? Eddie's butler. Whenever Eddie would go to Vegas, and they had a lot of team functions in Vegas to celebrate championships and such. That guy took me under his wing, and he drove me here, there, and
Not
everywhere.
far. It's 2.8 miles, but right now it'll take you 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So when the Super Bowl's there,
See,
probably
here
20
it takes
minutes.
me 2.8 minutes to get from here to the field. So
I would imagine
we'll figure it out next week.
I would imagine that right now 2.8 miles. It says 10 minutes. That's at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, what's it going to be like
Super
1
Bowl
o'clock
week.
on Super Bowl
Yeah,
week?
Super
Or
Bowl
2
week's
o'clock
probably
on-
double that. So you're probably looking at 20 minminutes, and then
And then they're off the field when I get
Right.
there. Soon as I walk in for practice,
Greg's coming. Let's go.
Damn.
Papa's coming. Let's go.
Damn.
That's not that far. I mean, that's
Yeah.
but
They got a
nothing
little.
in Vegas
They're
is.
the ones that the Chiefs don't have to move hardly at all. Chiefs and Niners are both staying in Henderson.
Right.
Henderson is huge. You got a Ricky Henderson
Yeah.
County and you got a Dave Henderson County, and they're very different. They're staying at the Raiders facility, which is a mile or so away from the hotel. And the hotel they're staying at is the one we stayed at. Remember when I lost my dad's watch?
Yeah.
It was at that hotel in January. Anyway, so the 49ers being the NFC representative and this being an AFC stadium, kind of, although they're not thrilled with the Chiefs coming.
But so they got to travel back and forth.
They
got to
go. Right. The 49ers got to go from Henderson
And that's a jaunt.
to UNLV for practice and then turn around and go back to Henderson, which they're going to do anyway. Then all the media, for all the media events with the Niners, they go out to their hotel.
outside of
and-
Monday night, which
Outside, they're all together.
Monday's going to be cool, and people should really tune in because we'll have a bunch of video and we'll stream it live and do all that kind of stuff. And you and I will be there. Is that it's inside the stadium? It's in Allegiant Stadium.
It's in Allegiant.
And so we'll see the Super Bowl field and the end zones, and it's going to be pretty
When was
cool.
the last time they actually had opening night in the stadium? Usually it's in a hockey arena or a basketball arena. I thought it was going to be at T-Mobile Arena, the home of the Golden Knights, but it's going to be in Allegiant.
Well, I remember Super Bowl 47 when we went there was in the Superdome.
It was?
Yeah. Because I remember.
Did the lights go out?
No, not that night, but I remember two things from it. A,
it's dark and dank.
Yeah,
in
it
there.
is. But Chris Berman was sweating like he had drank all night long, and he smelled like a distillery. And then the second
Probably.
thing was you went up to Alex Boone and said, "You're the guy I don't
No,
trust
I
on
didn't say
Bourbon
it.
Street."
I
That's
didn't-
what
I
exactly.
did not
what
say
you-
that.
That's exactly
I
what
said,
you
Booney,
said.
you're bunking with me. We'll both go out. If we're going to miss curfew, I'll make sure to get you back at a arena. I took care of Barrett Robbins in Tijuana.
You
Everything
did
went
great.
well.
I tried to tell Alex Boone that. I said, "Dude, this is not the guy you want as a chaperone."
I was with Stanley Wilson in the bathtub. We're all good.
Could you chaperone Patrick Mahomes this
I was
week
with
in
Eugene
Vegas?
Robinson. Look at her, Eugene. Game's kickoff's not till
Yeah.
late afternoon tomorrow.
You should hang with Mahomes. That'd be good. That's with your track record.
Yeah,
that'd be
Lee
good.
Steinberg.
Or Kelce. One of those guys.
Yeah, I'm going to get near Kelce.
Chris Jones.
Yeah.
Somebody.
Lee Steinberg's not letting me get near
Take one of-
Patrick Mahomes
take
the
one-
second.
Yeah, that's his meal ticket.
Mahomes
right
the second throws his second INT of Super Bowl 58.
Man. All right. He did throw two in Super Bowl 54.
I remember
just-
well.
Man.
Right to Fred Warner.
Yeah.
Tarvarius Moore.
We could get a couple. That'd be good. All right. We'll get into everything coming
You know
up
what
next.
the date is today, by the way. Move on.
What is today?
Ned.
Oh,
Ned
that's
Ryerson.
right. Oh, we have to play
Did
that
he see
today.
his shadow? But not just that. This was the date of Super Bowl 54. Groundhog's Day.
Oh, that's
Are you all right, John? Either you're doing
Yeah,
very well,
that
you're Meg
sucks.
Ryan and you're faking it, or you're in agony.
No, the one I did see was today was the day that Manny Ramirez, not the baseball player, but the center for the Broncos, snapped it over Peyton's head.
That was the same day as that game?
Yeah. I hope that,
Yeah.
wouldn't that be great that because at that particular point, I think we all went, oh, this game's over. If maybe
First
we
play,
could,
you know
if we,
what?
yeah, if we could get a
Some
sign
of the
like
Seattle,
that.
we had KJ Wright on. Remember
Yeah,
he
that's
said,
right.
I was waiting,
We should get him on
when
the
Manny
Eagles
Ramirez
game.
snapped the
Yeah,
ball, we knew we
Eagles,
were
we
going to
knew.
win the game.
Yeah, we need something like that. I would like a stress-free Super
Manny
Bowl.
Ramirez. That's what happens when you get to Super Bowl. Peyton
Right.
haven't even
Damn
got
it.
to Omaha yet.
Yeah.
He was like,
Yeah, the
oh,
safety,
and it was
one
so
play into the
easy.
game.
Slow down.
Man, wouldn't that be great if Creed Humphrey snapped one over
You know
Mahomes'
what?
head?
He snaps the ball low over all year.
Yeah.
He's trying to make Mahomes take infield like he's a shortstop again. He snaps the ball routinely, I mean, every game I'm seeing a low one, a high one. I think sometimes they do it on purpose to get Mahomes to roll out of the pocket to his right. He puts it on the ground going right, but that guy.
I'd like a Super Bowl like that for the Niners where it was 43-8, where it's just you knew after the first play, well, this is good.
I'll take 9-8.
Whatever works. All right, we'll get into all of it on a Friday edition as we're live from Levi Stadium. Like I said, a great guest list today. And at the bottom of the hour, if you missed Jed York talking to the media yesterday, surprise, we'll get into a couple of things. And I thought this was common knowledge, but nobody's acting like it, but the Brock Purdy conversation with Kyle Shanahan in 2022 and approving the trade for Christian McCaffrey, two things that are very important. very reason that the 49ers are in this Super Bowl. So we'll play that for you. Tim Kawakami wrote a piece about it, and we'll talk to him at 10:50. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
It is so good to see you. What are you doing for dinner?
Something else.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
For the Hall of Famer, 49ers legend Ronnie Lott joined Murph and Marcus this morning to reflect on what it takes to win a Super Bowl. Check out that podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I think the thing I see is something that I think I figured out early on in my career was that what the offense is about, right? It wasn't about me. It was about getting the ball to the people who knew what to do with it, because I'm the mailman. This doesn't belong to me. I want to get it to somebody that knows how to run, knows how to catch. And we had, especially late in my career, when you got guys like Jerry Rice, John Taylor, Brent Jones, Roger Craig, on down the line, all you got to do is get the ball to him. And I think if you look at the weapons that Rock's working with, he's figured that offense out. He understands what his position is. He doesn't try to make a big play. He knows when that chance will come and when he needs to do it.
That's Joe Montana. He was on with Pat McAfee this morning, and what a great description of what you do as a quarterback. And we get so enamored with the plays, and it's almost like a dunk in basketball, the long throws and the arm strength and all these different things. And when GMs and organizations draft a quarterback, and we've talked about this a million times, maybe Brock doesn't have that, but he does have the ability to decipher quickly, get it to the right guys, a lot of guys around him. And I always think it's funny, and it's certainly no disrespect to Joe, but Joe had those same weapons, and maybe I just misremember, and obviously social media wasn't around, but Joe didn't get
Thank you, Roger Clemens.
Joe didn't get knocked for having Rice and Taylor and Craig and all that stuff like
I beg to differ.
Brock Purdy does.
No, I do.
You think so? You think it's as much?
I lived here. I moved here in '86 through the Warrior games. I remember it. And we didn't
So they said Joe wouldn't be as good?
No. What they said was, especially when Rice arrived, it was, how hard is it to throw a 6-yard slant? Jerry takes it 96 yards. And the night that John Taylor had the two 90-yard plus touchdown catches in Anaheim against the Rams, it was totally a talking point. Skinny legs. And when Dan Marino rolled in for Super Bowl 19 at Stanford, look at Dan. He's big and strong and throwing for 5,000 yards, 5,084 yards, 48 touchdowns. Joe wasn't thought of that way until really. And he talked about it. I heard that whole interview with Pat McAfee. It was fascinating. Joe had a little something in his throat, so it kind of cut him off. But he got more accolades after he retired, he said, when people really began. Now, all of a sudden, you never throw a pick. Right. You never lost a game. And, there was the constant talking point. And then he got hurt. When I first moved here, he had a bad elbow. Yeah. Jack Kemp's son, was the quarterback for a short period of time. And that's when, Coach Walsh brought in Steve. And that was an interesting time. But with Joe, looking back on Joe, and Brock at practice yesterday made a throw. And it was to Debo on an in cut. And it was just one where it was a play action. He spun around, he got his head around. And the ball placement was just extraordinary. It splattered him. And it wasn't, a Debo dagger, a dig, 17 yards and in. But anyway, the way he threw that ball, it was just it reminded me moments like that. And in this generation, and now he's retired, it was Drew Brees who just took the standard of completion percentage to ridiculous levels. But Joe Montana led the NFL in completion percentage in 1980, 65%, in 81, 64%. He was always in the 60s. In 85, 61%, 87, 67%. He led the NFL, and then it came back in 89. And that's, his last healthy year was 90, the year after 70%. So he led the NFL in completion percentage in a year 5 different times. He also threw, 31 touchdown passes here, and a touchdown percentage. Interception percentage was down. So there are times when you got to slow your roll on Brock, but, he hasn't achieved anything yet as far as winning Super Bowls, but he's 2 for 2. He's been the starting quarterback of this team for 2 years, and he's been to 2 NFC championship games. Mahomes looked like it was annual right birth of Pat. His first 6 years in the NFL, he went to the championship game every year. But Joe, there was definitely a Joe Montana isn't, who were the big arm quarterbacks at that time? It was coming off the Dan Fouts era. Dan was still playing then. Marino took it to another level. John Elway, when he came into the NFL with Marino and Jim Kelly not as much physically, but Marino and Elway represented, who was these new guys? Wow, they're big and strong. And Marino Nobody throws the ball like Marino. Marino had the quick release. It was hard to sack him. He didn't have the movement of Joe. Elway moved better than all of them. Elway was an insane, he's Josh Allen, or Josh Allen's him. But there's no question. And we just didn't have social media. ESPN was just starting, but people were civil more in our world. There was a big
ESPN was totally
there was a big Joe versus Steve.
Mm-hmm.
That was the talking point. I mean, but there was definitely, is Joe Montana all that? He just throws a 6-yard slant and Jerry runs it. And then when Steve came in, there was a big Steve is not Joe. Mm-hmm. And that was a real talking point. And we would just, I remember I would fill in on KNBR occasionally. And one time I invited Ken Burns, the documentary filmmaker. He made baseball that year. I saw him in Kansas City and had him on during an A's game. So I invited them on. And Bob Agnew was the program director now. And he didn't know he thought it was a caller. He's like, what are you talking to this guy about baseball and shadow ball from the 50s? Can we get back to Joe versus Steve? I'm like, I'm not going to talk about that for 3 effing hours. Lay off. This is Ken Burns, you fool. Anyway, but it was totally like that. And there was is Joe Montana, I don't know, at the end when he was hoisting the Lombardi, but and he won MVPs during the year, but there was always that he's not as skilled quite as the top end quarterbacks. Right. And in that era, it was Dan Marino and it was John Elway, who were the big and strong guys. And back earlier, it was Namath. Bradshaw took him a long time to figure it out.
It's still that way, though. I mean, the way they draft quarterbacks nowadays, Brock is always going to be an outlier. I don't know what it is.
Well, you're going to take a 6'5" quarterback over a 6'1" quarterback.
Well, because the general manager saves his job by saying, it's not my fault. Look at all the attributes he has. When you draft a Brock Purdy, and look, you got him in the 7th round, but you're never going to draft him early because you got to take a big-time flyer in a guy. If a guy's 6'5", 230, and has a rocket arm, you tell your owner, not my fault. When you take
but there's also a reason you want that guy playing quarterback. I mean, these guys that are playing defensive end. And Joe was talking about, hitting quarterbacks today, and he said one thing he doesn't want to see done is guys drive quarterbacks into the ground like Turkey Jones did to Bradshaw. And he said, these guys are 150 pounds heavier than me. And I'm like, they are. I mean, Joe played 185, 90 when he got to KC. He said he got to 208. I mean, Sam Adams, how big was he? 350, 360.
Massive.
Vita Vea. I mean, these guys weigh 150 pounds more. And Mahomes is 6'2". Mahomes gets his passes blocked a lot more than you'd think. And a lot of it also is arm angle. He drops down, but he just changes arm angle. He's not a right over the top thrower, but he's not, 6'4", 6'5". But there are times where I guarantee you they're going to put Chris Jones over John Feliciano and try to get up in that gap. 54. Well, they just did it. The Lions did it. The Packers did it with Kenny Clark. And Brock didn't play in 54. It's going to be they try to get the right-handed quarterback right over the right guard because that's the midline of where the ball comes out. And there are times you'd like Brock to be 6'5", but he's not. And, Joe wasn't big. Steve wasn't big. So there's a way to do it, especially with the movement of those guys. But, yes, there was a lot of backlash. Us old guys remember when people thought, I remember going, Joe Montana? Seriously, with those skinny legs, is he that good? What if you took Jerry Rice off that team? How good would he be? Rice is the GOAT. All he does is throw a 6-yard slant. How hard is that? Like, are you insane? His 6-yard slant is perfect. And it's right there where it's a literal handoff. And it's not just always a 6-yard slant. But there was a time there where Joe physically...
He won a couple without Jerry before he even got here.
Believe me, I bring that up to Jerry every time. But there was definitely is Joe Montana all that good backlash.
All right, here's what we'll do. Jed York spoke yesterday, surprisingly, to the media and had a couple of interesting things to say. One thing I thought was common knowledge, but maybe it's not. Talked about Christian McCaffrey, what he was doing at halftime of the NFC Championship game, all fascinating stuff. And then Tim Kawakami wrote a piece about it, and Tim talked to Jed off to the side afterwards and had a couple of interesting things to say. So we'll play a couple of the Jed Yorks for you, the owner of the 49ers, and then Tim Kawakami will join us to fill in some of the blanks at about 10:50. It's Pop and Lund as we're live from Levi's, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and there's something about Sunday and playoff football. We got the Pro Bowl Skills Show this weekend. Never miss that. Not quite the same, but still, get ready for it. Wake up in the morning, walk to the store for burgers and beers. You tidy up the house to make room for 10 fellow football fans. Maybe this will be the game the week after. And your biggest Sunday chore is loading up a case of Bud Light in the fridge. And if you get ready for a full day with the quote-unquote family, which is anyone wearing the same colors that you do, the hard work pays off because nothing is as easy to enjoy as a Sunday full of football and beer. Make that a Bud Light. It's easy to get excited for game day because when you got your beers and you got your buddies and your family, nothing is hard until the other team scores. So enjoy your Bud Light throughout the NFL playoffs. Bud Light, easy to Sunday, easy to enjoy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wherever he grew up, however he, figured this all out, to me, he makes a lot of right moves. And that's important when you're playing at this level. Joe Montana made a lot of right moves. I mean, he was a great point guard. He was a great point guard because he thinks like Steph. He plays like Steph. He feels like Steph. And my point is there's something bigger than all of us that I can't even attain because there are times when you're around Joe that you realize there's certain things that he sees that nobody else can see. And that's kind of what this kid has been able to do is show that he has the capacity to do that.
Do you ever have deja vu, Mrs. Lancaster?
I don't think so, but I could check with the kitchen.
Happy Groundhog's Day. By the way, early spring.
Ronnie Lott?
Yeah.
The Punxsutawney Phil? Early spring? He did not see a shadow?
Early spring. That's what. Yeah.
When's the last time he hasn't seen a shadow?
I don't know. Do you believe in it? Is that
you better tell Scott Boras it's an early spring. What's your guy saying?
What'd you say? Baseball. We did see a Corbin Burns trade yesterday, which I did
to the Orioles.
All right, Tim Kawakami is going to join us in about 17 minutes, and he was in the press conference as well with Jed York. Kind of just came out of nowhere and took him off to the side and had a few pieces of conversation. But we'll play a few cuts, and then we'll talk to Tim at about 10:50 to fill in some of the cracks here. But this I thought was common knowledge, but everybody was posting it and talking about it yesterday. Here's Jed York. We'll play a few of these for you. When Kyle Shanahan told him in training camp 2022 that his third-string quarterback was his best quarterback.
After practice, he's like, hey, man, we got to talk. And that's generally not a good thing when your coach tells you got to talk. Like, all right, what's up? And he's like, I think our third-string quarterback's our best quarterback. I'm like, okay. I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, obviously, like, we've invested in Trey. Like, Trey's doing a good job. Like, we're going to do everything that we can. We're not going to change that. And we're not going to change the depth chart. But, like, I think Brock will end up being our quarterback at some point. And, like, he didn't force it. right? You had 2 injuries, and that's how Brock ended up playing. But he's always honest, even if it's not like one thing that owners don't love to hear when they've invested money and or draft picks or both into people, that the last pick in the draft is the guy that we think is the best. That's generally not great news, but he's honest. And he let it play out the right way. You know, Brock, ironically, I think his first game was against the Chiefs, and he had some mop-up time. And Brock, I think he threw 1 ball into the stands, and, you know, may not have had some sarcastic comments for Kyle post-game. But when Brock took over last year, like, I think we had a calm about us, but there was a sense that, like, nothing catches you by surprise. And again, like, you might not love everything that Kyle tells you, but he's always open and honest, especially in the moment. And he's very clear about that with me.
All right. Was that new news?
I think that's the first time he said that publicly. Anecdotally, I've heard that story before, but I don't think Jed's ever said it. I don't think Kyle's ever said it. I wonder what the reaction will be in Frisco, Texas, where the Cowboys are, and Trey Lance. And obviously, that was a weird time. I mean, Trey was the starter. Nate Sudfeld was the backup quarterback.
Jimmy's on the side field.
Jimmy, well, yeah, he was just trying to rehab from an injury,
wild.
and they were openly trying to trade Jimmy. And then Brock was number 3. But we'll talk to Kawakami because I was on his podcast the other day. We were reminiscing about this time. He got after me on social media when I saw it in the Green Bay, the first preseason game. I saw it, in the OTAs, the mini camps, the training camp, everything. But he wasn't getting many snaps, so you didn't know. But when he came into that Green Bay game, the first preseason game, and I actually watched some of that back getting ready for the Packer game because it was against Jordan Love. Remember when he rolled to his right, he hit Tanner Hudson? My call was actually, it's not quite sprint option, but it kind of looked like it. Joe Montana, but it was the front pylon. Then he rolled to his left, and he had Keyshawn Johnson. He threw him the damn ball.
The Fresno State product.
Yeah. And it was a 2-point conversion because their touchdown made it 19-14. The 2-point conversion made it 21-14. Anyway, and then bleeding the clock, the snapping of the ball, 5, 4, 3. I'm like, who is this guy? I mean, we had Dan Minucci on that next Monday, and Dan raised him. And who is this guy?
He coached him in Arizona, yeah.
Coached him in Arizona, the backup in Buffalo. We happened to go on Minucci's show today, and he's been on our show a lot. And that's the guy Sean Purdy hired when Brock was in the 9th grade to teach him how to play quarterback. And man. And then we went to Egan to scrimmage the Vikings, and I was getting ready to do the show, and I was standing on the field. We had to go on the air, and it was acting up, and it was the very end of the joint practice, the second day, the move the ball period. I was standing right next to Mike Shanahan behind Brock, and Brock jumped ahead of Nate Sudfeld behind Trey. And I thought, what's going on here? And then I'm standing there. Daniil Hunter's over there. Zadarius Smith's on I can't see anything. And Brock is just in the pocket, and he's moving the ball in the move the ball drill. He's just sliding leg, just a little bit here and there. And I'm like, whoa, who is this guy? So I think back then, but they did it organically. It's not like they benched Trey. They brought Jimmy back because they didn't know. Trey gets carted off in the home opener. Jimmy gets carted off in early December against Miami. It's on to the Brock star.
All right, this is an interesting one, too, and you and I talked about this and debated this a long time. The 49ers trade for Christian McCaffrey was a 23-second, which ended up 61st overall, a 23-third, which was 93rd overall, a 23-fourth, 132 overall, and they still owe Carolina a 24 fifth-round pick for Christian McCaffrey, and with a move like that, obviously, you got to talk to the owner.
We'll send him a fifth of Gold Bar whiskey. They'll be happy with that.
So here's what Jed said when he was approached.
He thought it was a lot to give up for a running back, and I think John and I thought it was just the right amount to give up for Christian. And I remember that very vividly, where it's like, look, it's not a pass rusher, it's not a quarterback, but it's a good player, but like, do we want to give up that much? And like collectively, it was, do you want him to go to LA? Like, do you want this is where we are, right? And I mean, as somebody that plays poker a little bit, like you don't go all in on 6-jack offsuit, right? When you have pair jacks or ace king, like you might not win the hand, but like that's the time that you want to push your chips into the middle. And I feel like that's where we were with Christian, and we did give up a lot, but I think we have one of the best, if not the best player in the National Football League on our team.
Okay, a couple of things there. First of all, we're going to Vegas, and he's using that analogy. I like it. I'm a poker player myself.
What does that
I'm
mean?
excited.
Explain that to me. I have no idea.
Well, he's just saying that there's certain hands that you want to play, but you can't push in.
What's six jack? What?
Six jacks. I wouldn't play six jack, but
what does that
just
mean?
Depends. Well,
a six and a jack.
Yeah, and he's just saying there's certain ones you'd play, certain ones you wouldn't.
I want a poker match between Joe LeCobb and Jed York.
I want to play.
How good would that be?
Oh, I guess
you'll
I
have to watch. You'll have to watch. Joe
I can't afford to be in that
poker
hand.
player. Anyway,
but what he's saying is, and I think the key thing he said there, and you and I talked about this when it was happening or after it happened, was after the Matthew Stafford situation, which the 49ers tried to get Stafford, and then L.A. wins a Super Bowl, and then the very next year you're hearing that Sean McVay wants Christian McCaffrey, and I think that's the thing that pushed it over the top. It's easy in hindsight to say that that's not a lot to give up, but it is a lot to give up. As good as Christian McCaffrey is, that's a lot to give up. In retrospect, it's not. But when you hear the Rams are in on him too, and that was at a point where the Rams are your chief rival, and they got Matthew Stafford, I'm sure that's what put it over the top.
Yeah, they had to throw in the extra draft pick, and the Rams didn't have that pick. They tried to get him to take Cam Akers, and they wouldn't take Cam Akers. So I thought it was a lot. You were on the Christian McCaffrey train, and I saw how good he was. I was thinking like Kyle, Elijah Mitchell was a good player. I just did not know that Christian McCaffrey was this good of a player and this tough of an inside runner, which Eli is. And then you get all the other stuff that Christian does, and he's the best running back in the game, and he's the best offensive player in the game. He may be the difference in the Super Bowl. He could be a Super Bowl MVP, but the quarterback market is what it is, exploding wide receiver market. The running back market got depressed. If he was going to go to the Rams, so you had to make that trade. But this offseason, when the running back market, these guys are sitting out there. Austin Eckler, what could you have gotten him for? Now, Eckler's not McCaffrey.
Josh Jacobs, who led the league in rushing before
and he's not McCaffrey, but you did give up a lot, a second, a third, and a fourth. You haven't even given up the fifth, and he is the highest paid running back in the league, in the history of the league, and he's probably going to have his contract redone. He's not just a running back. I understand that, but that's where Kyle's value. It's interesting when you're an offensive play caller and you run the game very conservatively. You run it more like Chuck Knox. You appreciate punting and football. Chuck Knox was a great coach. Wherever he showed up, his teams won. He couldn't quite win the big one, but he was a great game
Rams,
manager.
Buffalo Seahawks.
Great. And but anyway, and then Kyle also, for a guy, the way he runs the game is a little different than a guy who calls offensive plays. Most guys that call offensive plays are bold. And then the way he helps switch on and they run it together, he's prudent. He's not a pass rusher. He's not a quarterback. Why are we giving up all this? Even though he knows Ed McCaffrey, he knows what his dad thinks of Ed, and they all know Christian from watching him play in high school in Colorado. He's just a side of Kyle Shanahan that is deeply rooted. He's not, I'm not going to say he's Farhan-like, because Farhan's not, as bold as Kyle. Ultimately, they did make that trade. But and there's been so many times this year as I look out in that practice field, and I think of you, because you were all in on that trade 2 weeks before, and I was like, Kyle, I'm like, I don't know. Can you get Saquon Barkley for cheaper or just sign him in the offseason? And then there's so many times this year I just said, and then in games, where would the Niners be without CMC?
There's no doubt. Finally, one more, and then we'll get to Tim Kawakami in about 8 minutes. This is interesting. So, like the rest of us at halftime, and I was in the booth with you guys on Sunday, man.
I was very calm, John.
Boy, whew. You
got the wrong guy.
24/7. Here's Jed York sharing a story about him and his son. They were in the box, and his son's really gotten into football lately, and things were not looking good. Here's what he relayed.
I was good. My son was like on the verge of tears, and he just started playing flag football and like really getting into it. So he brings his football with him everywhere, and now you guys might see him throwing on the field before the game. He's sitting there and he's ready to cry. And I'm like, bud, like our friends are here, our family's here. Like we're in the NFC Championship game. Like there are worse things in the world. Like we're healthy, we're happy. Like I keep telling you, you got to do well when there's pressure. Like let's throw the ball now. So he's winging it with me in the suite, like calmed everybody down. It was a good moment.
Yeah, we were all crying in the booth too. The kid wasn't alone. Everyone was crying.
I was calm.
You were crying.
You got the wrong guy.
Tim was crying.
I knew it would turn.
Holder was crying.
I said, just wait. Dan Gamble will give us the game back.
That's not what I remember.
Yeah. I do see Jackson warming up. He's there with a buddy, and they play catch back and forth, and Chad is there. So it's just a good thing it turned in the second half.
Yeah. Let's just say that.
This is the one thing we got to ask Kawakami. Did you hear that Jed was strongly considering hiring Mike Shanahan as the coach of the 49ers?
Yeah, in his piece. Yeah, before
Chip Kelly.
Yeah, boy.
So the timeline and
but he wanted to bring Kyle so they could have continuity.
Well, that's what the Raiders.
Right?
That's what the Raiders wanted to do. When they were interviewing Mike Shanahan, the Raider plan was to hire Mike Shanahan, bring Kyle as OC, let Mike coach the team for a couple of years,
that's what
and then
Jed
let
wanted,
Kyle take over. So they had the same plan, and now Jed's plan got executed. Well, you didn't have to hire Mike, but Mike's still here. You got him on staff. You don't have to pay him. Maybe they do. I don't know. He's close, and then they're going to the home of the Raiders to have Kyle coach the game. But both franchises had that thought. That's when the Raiders interviewed Mike Shanahan. The plan was to hire Kyle, have him serve for 2 years, and then give him the head coaching job.
I remember you being 100% behind that.
Yeah, I was.
Let's hear from Tim Kawakami coming up next. Not only did he have Jed there, but he took him off to the side, talked to him for a few minutes afterwards. Great piece in The Athletic. We'll talk about that coming up next. Papa and Lund on a Friday, live from Levi Stadium, only here on the Sports Leader.
Faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
I mean, I remember Nick Bosa getting held on 3rd and long and that not getting called.
Bill Vinovich.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund.
He owes us.
He does owe us. Real quick, before we get to Tim Kawakami, my dreams are coming true. And we don't have to talk about when's the last time the Giants and the A's made a trade. No more Ross Stripling. He was going to make $12.5 million. He's still going to. But he's going to do it in the East Bay with the A's. $3.25 million the Giants are going to pay down. So the Giants save $9 million.
Who do they get back? Is it an actual baseball trade?
They got Jonah Hill, who was the
No. Paul D.
Jonah
Podesta?
Cox. Yeah,
Paul D.
he was
Podesta?
Paul D. Podesta. I'd rather have Jonah Hill, but an outfielder by the name of Jonah Cox.
You love that.
And in your face. And so there you go. There's your trade, A's and Giants, and Ross Stripling is no more. So $9 million in savings, and we'll wait with bated breath where Farhan will jump into a dumpster. Maybe. All right. So let's get back to the conversation. We'll get into that a little bit later, but let's get into the conversation. Jed York popped by, and the media spoke with them, and Tim Kawakami was not only that, but then he spoke with them off to the sides for a few minutes as well. And if you look at all the videos, you see Tim in a nice, like a sky blue, like a Carolina blue zip up there. It looks very nice.
He has his own podcast, John. He has to dress
TK
up.
show.
Yeah.
And he's got a great piece in The Athletic right now that you need to check out. And he joins us courtesy of the guest line. How are you?
Had I known that I was going to get that much video run on a KNBR feed, good Lord.
Yeah.
You'd have dressed up.
You try to position yourself not to get in the angle. The KNBR, like right on, like was it on me or was it on Jed York?
It was you and Jed. Like that's the only two people you saw.
I was thinking to myself, oh my God, how did that happen? But I'm sure Jed was happy about that. But he and I together, we're a twosome. We go way back.
Yeah. Was the French Laundry mentioned at all during your conversation, Timmy?
He mentioned Thomas Keller afterwards, and I went, thanks for that. He didn't. Oh no, I forgot it wasn't because he was talking about getting the Super Bowl. I asked him about getting the Super Bowl. It is kind of a big deal. I put in my column, but kind of a big deal for them to get the Super Bowl again. I think Jed York is getting some, respect, or I don't know. There's some credibility there. The first Super Bowl in Levi, San Francisco Bay Area wasn't reviewed very well. They get it back. But anyway, we're not here to talk about that. But they said there's a great dinner that Thomas Keller made for everybody. I'm like, you had to bring that guy's name up. But that's a whole other thing.
Yeah, Super Bowl 60 is coming here after Super Bowl 50. But first, we're kind of fixated on Super Bowl 58, the home of the Raiders. And there's a lot of things you want to get into with your piece. But I did not know that Jed York was talking about Mike Shanahan being the head coach of the 49ers in 2015. We know about Mark Davis and John Madden interviewing Mike to be the head coach of the Raiders the year earlier when Jack Del Rio was hired, and I think they both had the same plans. Hire the patriarch and the Super Bowl champion Mike, let him coach our team for a couple of years, and then turn to Kyle, who will be on his staff as an OC, and then he takes over as HC. So enlighten me. I hadn't heard about that plan from the Niner perspective. I had heard the Raiders, but Kyle was and Jed was talking about hiring Mike Shanahan.
Absolutely. It was finalists. It was the Chip Kelly hire. It was Chip Kelly or Mike Shanahan. And I had heard at the time that they were really interested in Mike Shanahan. I had heard also, this time this is Jed saying it, but I heard back then they were kind of looking at Mike plus Kyle. And I think if the Shanahans were into it, I think the 49ers probably would have done it. But the Shanahans were not interested in it. And I think Mike and Kyle, they'd done it in Washington. I think they liked it. That was kind of Mike's dream, was to coach for Kyle. But I don't think they wanted to do that again. And I don't think they wanted to position it where, well, Mike doesn't have that much more time. So Kyle, I don't think they wanted that. I think Kyle kind of wanted to do his own thing too. So it probably was awkward for the Shanahans, but that's where Jed started thinking about Kyle. And I knew that at the time. Jed mentioned it this time. Like, that's kind of where he got this. My long-term guy might be the son, not Mike. And he got him. Now, they had to go through some process to get there. They hired Chip Kelly that season, had to fire Chip Kelly, go through the search. And we all know, I think Josh McDaniels was a very, very serious candidate back in 2017. Like, probably was December 16, and then into January 17. They were talking to McDaniels. They couldn't quite figure out the puzzle, the general manager, just the big picture. McDaniels was somebody that they were interested in, and then they moved off of him, and they got Kyle and John Lynch got together, and there it is. But I think it does go back to Jed having some interest in Mike Shanahan, the 49ers connections, the way that offense runs. It goes back, a couple years before they even hired Kyle.
Where are you, brother? The roles are reversed, John. Whenever I do Kyle Collins' podcast, I'm driving through some canyon, and he loses me, and Tanika has to fix Tanika's gone now. Where are you? You're in and out. We're losing you a little bit.
Tanika's not gone.
You sound better now.
Yeah.
Where are you?
I am doing the Papa driving on the 101 down
Of course.
Are you coming here? Are you coming here?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I'm driving there. I am eager to join wherever you guys are. You know me. When I hear where you guys are, I get in my car and try to join.
Yeah, of course. Tim Kawakabe's joining us. Make sure you check out his piece in The Athletic today. Jed York talked to the media, and then Tim also talked to him off to the side. What is also fascinating in your piece, Jim Harbaugh goes to the Chargers yesterday. He's his normal socially awkward self in the press conference. But between Jim and then what you just talked about there, I still can't believe they hired Tom Sula followed by Kelly in that mess, and then they cleaned it all up with John and Kyle. But he has, he got the as you point out during Michigan's bye week, he came back, so they have buried the hatchet there, huh?
Yeah, I think they both understand that thing should not have ruptured like it did. They were winning, right? They didn't win big the last season, but that was partly because of all the problems. That was a winning situation if they could just have figured it out. They could. And I think both sides have kind of understand, they're not going to say it. Maybe Jed will say it a little bit more than Jim. Jim's not going to say it. I've talked to Jim. But they both could have behaved better. They both could have done some things differently. Trent Baalke was a major problem. They both could have handled that better, or Jed could have just fired Baalke. I think they're getting that winning is the most important thing. It's not who gets the credit. It's not who behaves a certain way when the owner's in the room, or the owner behaves a certain way when the coach is in the room. They got stuck on that stuff. And this is a winning franchise. We are seeing it now when they got it right. Jim Harbaugh is clearly a winning coach. We've seen that in Michigan, and I'm sure we'll see it again with the Chargers. And I think it took some time for them both to figure out, well, wait a minute, the good elements were all there from both sides. We just screwed it up. And I'll put most of the blame on Jed. I think it clearly was mostly his fault. I don't know that Harbaugh was going to last that much longer with the 49ers, but he was a winner. They should have known that. They should have felt that, and done everything they could to keep that. They went through the process of the 2 years after him. They realized what was wrong. They hired the right guys, Shanahan and Lynch. And I think this is Jed maturing, you can say. You can just say experiencing things and understanding. Jim Harbaugh wasn't a problem. He just was somebody you had to deal with. The winning was what was the important thing. Do you want to win? If you do, you keep Jim Harbaugh. They didn't. They had to go through a process, and now Jim Harbaugh won a national championship in Michigan. He's going to win in L.A., and the 49ers are winning with Shanahan and Lynch. I just think it's just something that you have to experience maybe as an owner. You have to go through the impetuous stuff. You have to have the impulsive decisions. You have to screw up. You have to get through the fights. And then you get through the end of it, and you're wiser, you get to a better spot. And I think that's where both sides are.
And yesterday afternoon, as you wrote in your column, it was interesting. As Jed was talking to you guys here, Jim was being introduced by the Spanos as the new coach of the L.A. Chargers. So the relationship, and Jed got into it, obviously, and he gave them both contract extensions right after they signed Nick Bosa to his in September before the start of the year, Tim. The relationship between John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. And you cover the Warriors as closely as you cover the Niners. And Bob's gone, but do you see commonalities between the relationship between John and Kyle and Bob Myers and Steve Kerr?
Absolutely. And, they see it. Both sides see that. I think Lynch and Myers are very close, as we know. I think Shanahan and Kerr have gotten to know each other. They're very similar. I say, the one thing about Kerr that people don't really see is that he's a tough guy, too. He can get on people, and he does. And it's not on the press conference very often, but he's a little more like Kyle than you think he is. We know how blunt Kyle is. We know how he doesn't suffer fools. Steve Kerr can be like that, and I think what you have seen with Myers before he left, and maybe now with Dunleavy, we'll see how that develops. You definitely see with Lynch is they're kind of the smoothers, right? They're the relationship guys. They're when something gets hot, certainly with Kyle, the 49ers, when Kyle gets hot, John Lynch is the guy called in, okay, let's kind of, everyone, we're okay here. Kyle's okay. Kyle, you and me, let's talk. Let's cool off a little bit. Maybe not so much recently, but certainly like during the COVID year for sure. A lot of frustration with that year. They're still talking about that. And I think that was Myers' role with the Warriors. I mean, maybe much more with like Draymond, Kerr's dealings with Draymond, others, Durant. There's definitely kind of the top guy who kind of has the relationships and the coach who kind of has to go through it emotionally, has to push the buttons, has to be there, has to live with every single second, and relies on the general manager, the president, whoever it is, to kind of keep things tied together, keep his eye on the big picture while the coach does the daily stuff.
Talking about Jed York, he was with the media yesterday. Tim Kawakami's joined us, got a great piece on it in The Athletic. Make sure you check it out. It's Pop in London, KNBR, AM and FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. The quote that's getting all the headlines was, of course, Brock Purdy and Kyle going to the owner. And that's a little bit different. I mean, if you go to John Lynch, if you go to certain people and say he's the best guy, and I know that behind the scenes, Pop has talked about it a lot, Tim Ryan. But when you go to the owner, when Trey Lance is still on the team and you've paid him all that money and you just paid Nate Sudfeld $2 million guaranteed, and you go, oh, by the way, the third stringer, the Mr. Irrelevant, he's our best quarterback. That was a pretty funny moment.
Yeah, and actually he was the fourth stringer at the time.
Yeah, so, right, fourth stringer, you're right.
They were thinking of him as the third stringer, but he was the fourth stringer at that moment. It's interesting, Kyle's kind of mentioned this to me, I think he did in July, that, Jed kind of poked at him after he threw the interception in his first game, just kind of mopping up in the Kansas City game. And go, hey, I thought you said this guy was good. Did not hear the details that Jed brought up yesterday. But, yeah, Kyle was in on Purdy. Like a guy named Greg Papa was saying at the time, and I was saying that I didn't understand what the hell Papa was saying. Guess he was right because he was hearing it.
Boy, that was hard for you to say, wasn't it? That was really hard for you to say, wasn't it?
I saved that tweet when you ripped me. It's all right, Tim. We made up.
I rip Papa all the time. He rips me.
Do you? Do you? Yeah, I never rip you, man.
But, yes, Shanahan saw it, and he told people, and one of them was Jed York. And I don't think Jed really felt it. And Jed said it, like, yeah, really? Like, we just traded 3 number 1 picks 2 years ago for Trey Lance. We paid Jimmy Garoppolo, I think it was a base of $14 million with a chance to make a lot more if he played more, and he did play more. But it's another sign. This is the beginning of last year, not even this year when he had the torn up elbow. This was like last year when nobody was thinking of him that way. Kyle Shanahan is honest enough and confident enough to tell his owner, the other guy, the third or fourth guy, is the guy I think is going to be the best quarterback. But 2 things are important here. He's honest enough to tell the owner that and be thinking of it. And 2, he was right. Like, these are important things. And I think what Jed was saying was, I like that. I like the honesty. Some other coaches would never tell you that. They would try to tell you what you want to hear. They would try to justify their decision to trade for Trey Lance. They would do anything but to get to this hard thing. Wait a minute. The guy we didn't even really think about it is the guy. And Kyle is direct enough and, kind of flexible enough to say, okay, wait a minute. This other guy, I hadn't thought he was the guy, but he's the guy. You better be right when you say stuff like that. You better be right when you act like that. But I think the bigger picture is this is how this all was formed, not just with Purdy, but with all the elements of this team. It's not being done for PR. It's not being done for career longevity. It's not being done to kiss up to the owner. And believe me, there's a lot of kissing up to the owner in the NFL, tons of kissing up to the owner. It's about what is the best thing. And Kyle Shanahan identified it that early with Brock Purdy, maybe with some advice from Greg Pop at the time. I don't know. And they went that way. That's where it went. Now, they didn't change. Like, they didn't say, no, he's the first stringer. No, they still like Garoppolo. They still Lance. They played that out. But we know the way the NFL works. It just, things happen naturally. Both guys end up getting hurt. And it's Brock Purdy's team, and it's going to be Brock Purdy's team for a long time.
And that's obviously, as we, this is the anniversary 4 years ago to the day on Groundhog's Day that the Niners lost that Super Bowl to Kansas City and Miami, Timmy, Super Bowl 54. And The major changes, and they're profound on both teams, but, going from Jimmy to Brock. And then Raheem had a great NFC Championship game, Tevin Coleman, but the acquisition of Christian McCaffrey, and John Lund was on that way before I was. They gave up a lot to get him, a second, a third, and a fourth, and they still got to give Carolina a fifth, and none of those people that actually made the trade are still employed there. But and I thought Jed was honest, and it also speaks to Kyle and his prudence. Well, you were talking about his game managing. It's interesting as a guy who was an offensive coordinator and does, design the Niners offense, call it on game day, that he does appreciate the foot in football when he calls a game. And then as a overseer with John of the franchise, he's prudent. He's not going to give away draft picks for, he said, a quarterback and a pass rusher. But beyond that, just your thoughts on the acquisition of McCaffrey, what Jed said about it, and flat out, I mean, the Niners would not be in this situation had they not traded for Christian McCaffrey.
No question. I thought the most interesting part of that was, like, Jed acknowledging, Kyle doesn't give up a lot of draft picks for offensive players. Like, he does kind of scheme the offense. Now they've used the number one on Ayuk and obviously the money in them for Trent Williams, but overall they put the money on the defensive line, right, Bob? That's every time they make a major move, you're thinking it's going to be for defensive linemen. Kyle respects the defense. He wants personnel on defense, and he will do what he can on offense. And had a chance here to change everything with a running back. Running back is not considered a very valuable position in this league, but this guy's different. This guy can change who we are. He's Debo and a lot of other things. And it's interesting that Shanahan was maybe the most resistant. I thought that's the one where Kyle might not have loved that comment as much, just because obviously McCaffrey's somebody he coaches, and maybe you don't want McCaffrey to hear that he was a little resistant to it. I don't know, maybe Kyle doesn't care at that point. But I had heard at the time, when I heard they were going after McCaffrey, I thought, running back? What are they doing? But as I reported it out, I realized this is a guy who can change their offense. And there's maybe 3 of those in the entire league. And they want to get him. He's still young. You definitely don't want him to go to the Rams. And that's interesting. Yeah, they had the 4th-round pick they could throw in, and the Rams didn't have a 4th-round pick. That could give the 49ers a Super Bowl. Just that they had a 4th-round pick and the Rams didn't. It's fascinating that, 49ers gave up all that draft capital for Trey Lance for nothing, all that draft capital, and they still had more than the Rams to be able to get Christian McCaffrey. It's just all these little details, these little wrinkles are fascinating for all of us, but definitely we hear about the details a little bit more from Jed York. He'll just say it because what? Someone going to get mad at him for giving it up? No. He can say things like Lacob can say things that no one else can say about the Warriors. But McCaffrey changed the team. I think Kyle wasn't 100% sure about it, but I do think that Carolina game where they beat them, 2 games before they made the trade, was more evidence. He had defensive players coming up to him. I've heard this after that game saying this guy is different. He's not just the third down back. He's not a guy that can't run inside. This guy can do everything. I don't know whether that was because guys knew there was a possible trade coming up, but I'd heard that Kyle heard from defensive players saying, this guy is really hard to tackle every single play. And that's what Kyle wants, physicality. He doesn't want third down backs, right? He doesn't want just guys who can only go outside. He wants toughness. He wants to dominate the line of scrimmage. And Christian McCaffrey can do both things. He can get you outside, obviously, and he can go right inside the tackles. And that's why he's worth what he's worth. And that's why he might be the difference in winning the championship.
That was so amazing, that first game against the Rams where he caught one, threw one, ran for one. Yep. It was like, I guess he can do everything.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
What else can he do?
He's LT.
It's unbelievable.
Maybe you could have thrown in a few more draft picks and it would have been worth it.
All right, slow your roll, Fitterer. Slow your roll.
It wasn't bad.
He may work here.
Yeah.
When did the podcast, I did Timmy's podcast the other day. Did that drop yet, Tim?
It dropped yesterday, I believe, yes.
Delilah? Anything on Delilah? At the end, I went off on a compassion speech to get dinner reservations for Delilah, which we can't get to in Vegas. Anybody reach out? Anybody?
Nothing. Yeah, the joint powers for you and me, Pop, have not been too much. Although I looked at that menu and it got me really, really hungry.
We're going.
When I looked at that
We'll
thing.
invite Jed York and we'll make him pay.
Exactly. Run.
Just like the
you guys
French
got to go to the
Laundry.
bathroom at the
Just
last
like the
minute.
French
Just
Laundry.
run for it.
Papa's going to pay. No, Papa's going to pay.
am?
The whole thing.
All
Papa's
right.
going to pay.
Just hey,
That's
Tim. Just if you hang with Papa, he's got this magical red card, man. When that thing comes out, start ordering big.
I think I'm going to lose that Sunday on the flight to Vegas.
That's a good card.
Where is that
He's
thing?
treated me a time or two. He's treated me a time or two.
So when are you coming to Vegas?
I'm not coming till Friday. I got the NBA trade deadline on Thursday.
yeah.
So
What do you think they do?
What
They can't trade
I don't know.
Wiggins now. Don't do that.
Yeah, I've heard that they've got offers out. They don't know. It's basically based on what other teams will take their offers. I don't think they're thinking there's going to be something major, but we'll see. They're not like not trading, but they're not like, okay, we'll now bid this. Okay, we'll now bid this. They would probably move Wiggins, but it won't be for a subtraction deal. I think, maybe they would have done that a month ago. That's not the case now. And they sure as hell are not moving Kuminga, and that's what everybody wants from them. So it might be quiet. I'm going to stick around just in case because I was thinking it was going to be big. And who knows? These things change quickly. But I am not anticipating a huge Warriors trade deadline, but I'm still going to stick around for it.
Jed York, what was the poker hand? 6 queen?
Yeah,
what was it?
6 jack.
6 jack.
It's middle of the road.
Yeah,
that's not good.
Jack, I drink. I don't know what 6 jack is.
Papa, I heard you talking about this before I came on. I want to play poker with you.
No, I'm not playing. But you know what I want you to set up? Joe Lake up against Jed York. Niners Warriors. Joe's a big poker player.
Joe's a
for your franchise. I get
for
the
your
other,
franchise.
I get the franchise. I get the other one.
You got to televise that one. Huge.
Just a few billions involved in that one. Just a few billions.
TK, thanks, man. We appreciate it. We'll see you down in Vegas.
All right, guys.
You're the
And
best.
I will drink 6 jacks just for you, John.
Tim Kawakami, great stuff from The Athletic. Make sure you check out his piece and the TK show. We'll come back. Where are these two teams? We got, by the way, Matt Mayoko will join us at 12:30. Ask Papa anything at 11:50. Anything at all about the Super Bowl. If you want to do Warriors trade deadline, that's fine. Other things come in as well, and people take advantage of the anything part of the Ask Papa anything. So we'll do that at 11:50. So start lining them up. But where are they better? Where are they worse? And I looked through the Super Bowl. Where are the Niners better? Where are they worse? We'll get into that conversation next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Patrick Bailey, the Giants joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to preview the 2024 season and promote FanFest in Napa this Saturday. Check out that podcast and more, trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
And Brock, it seems like he's like the Cowboys or Notre Dame or whoever. You either hate him or you love him.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's 50-50 down the middle.
It's like blue cheese or cilantro or
Right.
he's the most polarizing for what reason I don't quite understand, other than, that he's in a great system, has great weapons, like we're taking that away.
Yeah, but a lot of teams, a lot of quarterbacks are in systems and have great weapons.
Yes.
I'm not sure what the visceral response is to him. I don't understand it.
It's
he's
strange.
shown the point is he's shown the ability at the end of games, which is really, what defines quarterbacks at the end of games to make big plays. And I'm happy for him. He seems like it's a great story.
That's our friend Howie Long. He was on the Up and Adams podcast, and he compared Brock to Notre Dame or the Cowboys or Duke or, those are all brands that
Yankees.
you either love or hate.
I guess I'm insulated, and I hear the outside noise. Why would anybody hate Brock Purdy? Literally, he's the nicest human being I've ever met. Seriously.
Yeah, he is.
He's the Brock of Gibraltar. He's Brock Steady. He's a good dude. Why would you hate him?
We'll go back to, because you've told this story, but we got a lot of new listeners, I'm sure, and people want to jump on and are, all into the Super Bowl. When Brock Purdy first came aboard, right? I mean, he would come back and sit by you.
It was just the nature of football.
Right.
And we had, 90 guys in training camp. The first trip was to Eagan, Minnesota, the joint practices with the Vikings, and he was in the back with us. He sat right in front of me.
He's the fourth string quarterback.
So that night, well, Jimmy wasn't back yet, so I don't know what Kawakami's talking about. It was Sudfeld, it was Trey, and it was when Jimmy came back, Sudfeld was already gone. I don't think he was ever the fourth, but whatever. Good story. Tom Brady was a fourth string quarterback at one point. Anyway, so that game, that was a night game after we had the joint practices all week. Brock played a lot in that game. And we got out of there, and it's always, a couple hours after the game before you take off. They got to load everything. A preseason game, it takes forever to get everybody on. And it was late. So most guys are sleeping on the way home. And Brock played a lot in that game. Trey did a lot in the joint practices. Trey didn't play in that game going back to his native Minnesota. Anyway, Brock's in the seat in front of me. And most guys, players, but remember Lincoln Kennedy with the Raiders, the biggest man on earth. And this is when he was retired, when he got just bigger than ever. He would take the seat in front of me, and he wouldn't say anything. He just reclined his seat. But he's 350. I think remember when John brought him into camp one year in Tampa? I think he weighed 4 bills. He was huge. Now, he tapered down, but he's still huge. Whatever seat he took, I was like, I'm going to shift the other way. Exactly. I'm going to play outside leverage or inside. If he's taking the window, I'm going outside. Whatever it is, he's in my lap.
Right.
But there was no, and we're buddies. We work together. There was no like, hey, Pop, I'm coming back. It's just, he's in your lap. So I'm like, Brock, we're like 2 hours into the flight, and I'm 5 feet nothing. My knees are nowhere near the chair. He leans back and says, do you mind if I recline my seat?
Didn't he call you sir?
No, he didn't. Yeah, you like that one.
I know, I think he called you
voice
sir.
of God, would you? And so anyway.
Sir, can I move my seat back?
I said, dude, recline your seat. And then the beautiful part, after he already made the team, we go to Chicago for the first game of the year. Now, Jimmy's on the team, but they cut the roster. There's 53 guys. He has a seat up front with all the other players.
He wants it.
He's still sitting in the back with us. And I said to him, well, you bet I ain't got nothing. I haven't achieved nothing. I'm nothing. I'm like, Brock, yes, you have. I mean, but that's the humble guy that he was. And I remember flying, just to what Kyle was talking about, Jed was telling the story about Kyle. I remember flying back from the Chicago game, and the Niners had, a 10-0 lead, and then Justin Fields hits
Brock would have hit that wide open throw.
Tyler Croft, but the one, who was the former Niner wide receiver that uncovered on the scramble drill? Dante's Pettis. Anyway, so we're flying home, and we've lost a game you shouldn't lose. And I remember well into the flight, I tap him, and I just said, if you started today and you played, we would have won.
You said that to him? I don't remember.
I did say that. Well, you weren't there. How would you know?
No, but I don't know that you've relayed that story
I never
before.
told that story to anyone. Yeah, but I did.
All right, at 11:50, so in about 20 minutes or so, you can ask Papa anything at all. You can do it through the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line or on the phone lines at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. So start lining those up, and we'll get into that conversation. But just to finish this conversation off, because we played Howie Long coming in here, honestly, amongst all the storylines that we're going to talk about in the Super Bowl next week when we're on Radio Row in Las Vegas, that will be the most confusing. And I'm most interested in all the guests that we talk to ask them perception of Brock, just because, like you said, he's the nicest guy. I certainly haven't interacted with him like you have, but I've talked to him. Everybody sees what he does. They know the family he's from. I mean, the story everybody knows. I mean, the story is what the story is. I don't know how you could hate the guy. I understand hating Duke. I understand hating Notre Dame. I understand hating the Yankees. Like, Howie Long just made that comp, and I'm thinking to myself, if he was an ass, like if he was a Dennis Rodman type, or if he said stupid stuff, or if he, you know what I mean? He's never been anything but respectful. In fact, he's a cliche machine, to be honest. One day at a time, all that kind of stuff. Like, that's just, it's smart what he does. He's not controversial in any way, shape, or form. He comes back from a bionic surgery. He's the last pick in the draft. Like, normally we put those kind of people on a pedestal and say, wow, what a story. We do movies about guys like this, like a Rudy Notre Dame story from nowhere, but this guy's actually good. And yet there's this big controversy for some reason, and people really don't like him. And I'm like,
do they
what
really
is
not
wrong?
like him, or they don't like his play for whatever reason, and they see vulnerability in him because of his size and what they perceive to be a lack of arm talent? I don't think anybody makes it personal. He's never dissed anybody. They have a show to do, and that's well, the way the world is now, is to spout off, even if you're uninformed or uneducated. You have a forum, and that's what you do. I don't think.
But does anybody ever say, like, when you hear Brock Purdy's name, does anybody ever say, yeah, he's okay? I mean, it's either you really like Brock Purdy, or you really don't.
I think that's what they're kind of saying.
Right?
I don't really listen because I just watch. What I'm more concerned about is Steve Spagnuolo and what he thinks of him.
He likes him. Like, anybody informed likes him.
I'm going to see how he's going to play him in this game.
But I mean, anybody who's informed, at least publicly, like Andy Reid said really nice things.
Well, of course they are. He's playing against him in the Super Bowl. I want to see how they play him. I want to see if they put Chris Jones over John Feliciano and get right over the right guard and block his shot. They've got line. We talked about the linebacker speed. These guys got major speed with Nick Bolton and Drew Tranquil. Those guys wear running back numbers 32 and 23, and they play like running backs. It looks like Marcus Allen, and Marcus wasn't even that fast. I think Bolton's faster. So they can choke off the middle of the field with tremendous speed. Their corners are amazing. This is McBride in the slot and outside, and
got him running.
L'Jarius Sneed. But he knows that. He's going to load the box and stuff to run. He's going to try to take McCaffrey away. So whatever they think of him, I want to know what Kansas City thinks of him and how they play him. I wouldn't blitz him, but Spags is a blitzer. He used to be a fire zone guy where he brings pressure and bails. Now he's just a flat-out blitzer. He overwhelmed Tua. He overwhelmed Lamar Jackson. Those are guys you go get for different reasons. I don't think you go get Brock, but we'll see. If they come in the A and B gaps and get into his launch spot, and you may have to move him. So the bottom line, as far as the world and their assessment of Brock, this is the biggest stage in American sport, one of the biggest in the world. And I think they're going to assess him really and how he plays in this game. So he got him here. Some of it was uneven, but he got him to the Super Bowl. It's an amazing story. He's 2 for 2 years. And even last year was half a year. He got him to the championship game, got hurt, and now championship game and a win. But this is going to be if he fails in this game for whatever reason. Like Jimmy misses one throw on a deep post route, which are hard to hit, overthrew Emmanuel Sanders. That's what he's forever known for. So this is a big game for him, obviously. But I also think it's a big game for Kyle. Huge. And I know there's a lot of work we got here, and a lot of, he's not treating it that way. He's firmly focused on what he needs to do. There's one more. The whole thing this week is one more. This is the one we couldn't get. We couldn't get the championship game 2 years in a row, but this is the one we couldn't get. And, Kyle's missteps in big games with people analyzing 28-3, although he wasn't the head coach then, and then losing the lead to Kansas City. So it's obvious. And these are pressurized moments. I mean, the one thing with Brock, you just want him to settle into the game. He is Brock steady. He looks like he's artificial intelligence, but he's a human being. And we've seen a little of the frailty. I think people don't.
He's a human being.
I mean, he really is. He's just a baby face. He's just a young man. But this is a different game. It's It just, believe me, I did my first Super Bowl. It was weird. It's different. And it's even in any role you're involved in, it's just a little overwhelming. So just settle into the game. I think Mahomes had that problem in his first Super Bowl against the Niners. And then the Niner defense just confused him, and he wound up not playing well. But in the end, he pulled it out, and he won the game, and he was the MVP. So they can all have an opinion of him. They're going to have a lot more going into the game. But I know when we go into the Radio Row in Vegas, the big mural from floor to ceiling is going to be Brock Purdy, Patrick Mahomes.
It won't be CMC?
I don't. We'll have to see.
Yeah,
I'm sure there'll be a
Brock
couple
and
of guys. There'll be a couple of guys.
All right, we will get into that. I told you 19 versus 23, Super Bowl 54 versus Super Bowl 58. The difference is where are the Niners better and worse, where are the Chiefs better and worse, and then you can ask Papa anything at all. So 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. You can use hashtag AskPapa so we can better see them on YouTube and Twitch as well, or you can put that on the text line, the Golden State Building Materials text line is wide open. If you want to text, that's easier for you. If you want to call the show, that is great as well. Use that same number, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We'll do that in about 15 only here on the Sports Leader.
Sure, KNBR's got you covered on game day with Greg in the booth and John hosting pre and post. But NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko has your Niners news all week long. Here's Papa London Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's going to get built up all week, the rematch and that sort of thing. I think at the end of the day, there is two completely different teams because there's a lot of different faces on each side of the ball. I think we just got to treat this as it is. This is a different offense than what it was back then when we played them. It does have a lot of similar players there, obviously in crucial positions, but we just got to make sure we prepare the right way and we're ready to go on Sunday.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Happy Friday. It's Pop and Lund. We're live from Levi's Stadium. Pop's going to jump out to practice afterwards, and then we will be there all week long in Las Vegas. Don't miss a second. We'll have all sorts of great guests and a lot of fun and looking at the Super Bowl. And I was talking to us. We'll do this a little bit later on in the show, our best moments from Super Bowl away from the Super Bowl, because I was counting. We've done 8 or 9 of these together and on Radio Row, and this is the third.
And live to tell about it. Yeah.
I don't want to start the stories now, but the one that first pops to mind is when we went to Super Bowl 47 and we went
Vegas?
to
New Orleans.
Pat O'Brien's as our first stop.
Right when we landed on Sunday night.
We saw Cordell Stewart. And
his wife.
Yeah, it just got really weird.
The housewives.
That was just a wild week.
There was a lot of hurricanes.
Yeah, there was a lot of hurricanes. And the one thing I learned about
those
you
is
back
once you have 2 of those, it's
yeah, right. It's good night.
And they were, how much were they? Like $29.99 each? Just like, really?
And they have like little shacks all along Bourbon Street of them, and it's just insane. But anyway, if we start down that road, we'll never get out of it. But we'll go down the road on that a little bit later. In about 15 minutes, we'll do Ask Papa anything at all. Again, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, either on the lines or the text. So line them up now for that. But I was looking at this morning, and I was looking at the game itself. Now, obviously, there are a lot of differences, as Fred Warner just said, but it is Niners-Chiefs, and it's going to be talked about a ton, I'm sure, during Super Bowl week that it's a rematch. But quickly just kind of going through this, where are they better, where are they worse? Oh, we have Mayoko right here. Oh, I thought I had written down Mayoko wrong. We'll do this a little bit later. I apologize. Matt,
it's time to ask Matt.
Yeah, ask Matt anything at all. Matt Mayoko,
Why don't
of course.
we ask him?
Super genius and 49ers Talk podcast. Make sure you check out all his great stuff, and he's on Threads mostly. So make sure you check his stuff out on Threads, and he joins us courtesy of the guest line. What's happening?
Well, I just stepped out onto the field here at Levi's Stadium. There's not a game. It's a little bit more quiet than it was last time I was here. Then a plane flew over, so I decided maybe I should walk back into the tunnel. But now I'm back outside. There's a little bit of hollow, kind of echoey sound in the tunnel. So, that's really information you need to know.
No, you sound good.
You sound really good.
Well, thank you. Well, now I'm back outside. So if a plane flies over, I'll just gonna have to figure this out. As far as away from the game, where does the Clevelander rank on that list?
Ooh. Top 5.
Yeah.
Top 10.
The great thing about the Clevelander was
that was good.
That Papa opened the bar tab. And so you'd go up to the bar.
Well, the reason being, we had all the KNBR staff, and we had the NBC Sports Bay Area staff. So I was working for both.
But it was early at first.
It was Tuesday.
But it was early in the night at first, and then all of a sudden the Cleveland got packed, and all these people were like, hey, there's a red card at the bar. And all these people we didn't even know started ordering.
Yeah, that's when Devin Fox cut it off.
Yeah, I saw people that I'd never seen before in my life and haven't seen since going up to the bar going, hey, I'll take 2 gin and tonic, an old fashioned, and a couple of Amstel Light, and put it on the Papa tab.
Put it on the Underhill account.
All right. I'll have a steak sandwich, and I'll have a steak sandwich.
Right.
And then they were like, how do you spell Papa? And they're like, I don't know. P-O-P-P-A? Yeah, and they're like, close enough. We'll do it.
Crazy.
Real good.
That was crazy.
That was fun. So John was asking, and again, I watched this game back because I was forced to, because NFL Network was playing it the other night, but I don't know really how much they'll watch it back, because there are some similarities, obviously, the quarterback and a few players on the Niners defensively and Debo, but there's so much change in the two teams. Just one thing that struck me is Debo was a rookie, and how much Kyle featured him in that game. On the first of the openers, it was all Debo. But they made the trade to get Emmanuel Sanders middle of that year. And he had some big plays. Obviously, the post route where Jimmy overthrew him. Kendrick Bourne was the third wide receiver. And then right after that, the Niners went out and got Brandon Ayuk, and they got Juwan Jennings. And I think what Kyle got fooled, and a little bit with Dante Pettis, the beautiful route-running, fast guy to play wide receiver, he said, the hell with that. I want big, strong badasses that are a block for me. No block, no rock. Just talk about the philosophy and the change. From Debo was there as a young guy doing Debo things, but Emmanuel wasn't a great blocker. Kendrick Bourne was a nasty guy, but not like Juwan Jennings and Brandon Ayuk.
No, I mean, you got to realize, that was 3 seasons into this complete overhaul, this revamping of the 49ers. And so I don't think Kyle Shanahan came to this epiphany that I want receivers who are physical and who can block. I just think that they hadn't gotten there yet. They could only fill so many holes and do so many things. But yeah, no, the thing that struck me too is like you had Deebo Samuel, and then you really didn't have anybody else. Emmanuel Sanders did bring a lot to the table just because of, his veteran leadership and a lot of the stuff that he taught the young guys continue to this day. But, he was very close to the end of his career. And then, basically, Kendrick Bourne was the Juwan Jennings before Juwan Jennings. He was the third down guy. He was the red zone target. He was the guy that was kind of the possession, kind of put your face grill in there and mix it up a little bit. But yeah, when you look at now, and the 49ers don't have, tremendous depth at wide receiver, but they have 3 really solid guys. And I think that, last year they had, or the last time they were in the Super Bowl, they had 3 solid guys too, but they probably weren't anywhere near as, when I say solid, this year they have 2 superstars at wide receiver, and then a very good, very good for what the 49ers want from him in Juwan Jennings. But, they didn't have the same explosiveness. It was Debo. And, one of my takeaways from that game, Greg, and going back and watching it too, was that they were having such good success with Deebo Samuel, and then he didn't have a touch from like the 6-minute mark of the third quarter to the end of the game. And that's an area where, they just got to get the ball into the hands of their playmakers. They got to get the ball into the hands of the guy who's hot. And, that's one area where I think the 49ers could have done better in that game, was just, if Deebo Samuel's on a roll and he brings his physicality to the table and they're able to have success, they probably should have gotten him at least 2 or 3 more touches through the rest of the third quarter and into the fourth quarter of that game.
Matt Maiocco is joining us. He is down at Levi Stadium getting ready for practice. Pop and Lund, we're down here as well. We're getting ready for the Super Bowl, and we'll all be down in Las Vegas next week, so make sure that you tune in. Another difference from Super Bowl 54 to now, Mahomes is the same quarterback, obviously, and we're going Jimmy to Brock, but I was looking at the numbers in that game. If you gave me right now Mahomes' numbers in this game, I would take him. He went 26 of 46, 286, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and he was sacked 4 times for only a 78.1 rating. Jimmy was 20 of 31, 219, a touchdown and 2 interceptions, but it was that fourth quarter that we've talked about forever, 3 of 11, 36 yards and an interception, and he missed the Sanders throw. So to me, Brock is, it's obvious when you talk about the quarterbacks, but obviously Brock is going to be, I think, better in this game than Jimmy, and hopefully better than Jimmy in the fourth quarter.
Well, first off, Patrick Mahomes, I know what you're saying. He's the same person.
Yeah.
He's not the same player. Patrick Mahomes now has Super Bowls under his belt. He has put himself in that very short list of all-time greats. Even a guy who hasn't played all that long, relatively speaking, he is an absolute all-timer, and his record break backs that up. And the fact that I think this will be his 18th postseason start, and in the previous 17, Kansas City has won 14 of those games. And so he does a lot right, and he's just not along for the ride. He is the guy steering the ship. So Jimmy was in position heading into the fourth quarter to be the MVP of that game. And then, the last interception, they're just trying to do something. At that point, they're down by 10 points. Jimmy did not play poorly, I would say, for most of that game. And I know that that's always going to be, everybody always looks to the offense. Why didn't the offense score more? And rightfully so. But it really was a complete team breakdown. The defense, which was the highlight of that team throughout the season, let's not forget, they gave up 21 points in the final 7 minutes of that game. So it wasn't just Garoppolo. For the most part, he played well enough to win until he didn't. And so that's another lesson to be taken from this is that, and I think Fred Warner alluded to this yesterday. I think there was a point where some of the young guys on the team look up there at the clock and see 8 minutes left, up by 10 points. Gosh, when's the parade going to be? I hope they have my ring size correct. And then next thing you know, they're walking off the field while confetti comes raining down on them.
And now they're asking Fred, where's your NFC championship ring? And
Was that funny?
I have no idea. Honestly, I got one too, and I have no idea where mine is as well. Just not the same. So give us the logistics of the week. You are coming here. The Niners will have a practice today. It'll feel like a typical Thursday practice as far as the schedule. They don't have to play on Sunday. They're going to fly. And then they'll do it again tomorrow, which will be a Friday, but the media is not allowed in. So, and then the guys are all going to the podium again today with Kyle Shanahan as well, Manny?
Yeah, in the coordinator. So Brock Purdy will make his one and only press appearance before jumping on a plane to go to Las Vegas on Sunday. Yeah, I mean, basically the way they structure the week is it's almost as if they're playing a game on what would be, I guess, on like Sunday or Monday.
Right.
That they're preparing
Monday. Monday, yeah.
You're right. Yeah. I mean, it'd be basically if they were playing a game on Monday night, this would be the way they would have the week structured. They want to be able to get to Las Vegas, have by and large all of the heavy work done, and then just kind of tweak things a little bit, but as far as the main installation and everything else, they want to have that all off their plate and then just kind of fine-tune the game plan before they kick off on February 11th. But, that's the one thing that Kyle Shanahan, with a dad who went to the Super Bowl numerous times, with his experience going there with Atlanta as the offensive coordinator, that's the one thing that he knew that he wanted to implement when the 49ers went there in February of 2020, and they've continued that as far as the preparation and the work week.
Are you going to go crazy in Vegas? Are you one of those guys?
Am I?
Yeah.
John, I think you know me well enough to know that I'm a professional. And, it depends, actually. If Papa has the bar tab open, then I'm all in.
Yeah.
You and I are the same on that.
So what do you think about opening night, the big media crunch on Monday? Who, from the Niner perspective, George Kittle, will be George Kittle there? Anybody else? Nick Bosa is so much more comfortable in settings like that he was his rookie year when he went there for Super Bowl 54. I think the nation could find out who the real Nick Bosa is.
Yeah, Bosa is. I think this surprised some people. The local reporters who cover the 49ers. It's the Bay Area chapter of the Pro Football Writers. Every year we award the Gary Niver Award, and it goes to the 49ers player who's most cooperative and professional in dealing with the media. And it might surprise some people, but Nick Bosa won this year. He's just been so good, and he's really, very approachable at his locker. He'll explain things, and he's a fun guy to talk to. And I know
very honest.
He's super honest, and that obviously, his kind of detailing what they were trying to do against Jalen Hurts and the Eagles was fascinating to listen to. And even after he talked, in front of the gaggle of reporters, he and I talked for another 5 minutes about that. And, he just it just laid it all out there. And, he doesn't tell you everything, but he tells you a lot, tells you more than, a lot of people. And he even said, after the fact, he went back or he heard how he explained it and listened to what he had to say. And something crossed his mind like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said all that. But then you see what happened with the Eagles, and I don't know if that had anything to do with it, as far as just kind of laying out the blueprint. And the blueprint was a word he used. We've given the rest of the league the blueprint on how to handle the Eagles. And he did say, like, well, it ended up working out okay, whatever he had to say. But, Kittle will be Kittle. He's going to eat up the spotlight. Just trying to think who else has the personality to really shine through. I think, Trent Williams is very comfortable in those situations, and he's fun and easy to talk to. Let's see, defensively, Warner is just so, I don't know, just so classy and so presidential, and so he'll come off great. And so many of those guys
How about
will.
Debo? Debo's pretty direct in his own way.
Yeah, Debo is kind of hit and miss a little bit. Yeah. I think Debo kind of at some point just is like, I'm done with this.
I think Ward's going to be the guy because he's a former Chief.
Oh,
Mooney man?
He's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got quite a personality.
He's funny.
Funny.
So he is funny. All the offensive linemen are just solid dudes. Armstead, solid guy. I mean, that's the one thing. I've been covering this organization for a long time. And, people who want to kind of know the inside of it, they always ask what's so-and-so like? How's this guy? What's he really like? And I would say, of all the years I've been covering this organization, I mean, the locker room that they've had and the 53-man roster, and, I don't talk to the practice squad all that much, but I'd like to say, I mean, everybody in that locker room, it's about as good as it gets. And I just can't imagine there are too many locker rooms around the NFL that is as good as the 49ers have been. And, for me, it really started, back in 2018, the first year. I think they kind of had to figure out who were there, who was going to stick around, who wasn't. It took them a while, I think, to kind of figure out with the draft, the kind of personalities they wanted, the passion that when it comes to football. And once John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and the personnel department, Adam Peters, once they figure that out, man, they've hit a lot of home runs. I mean, not every player is going to be a great player, but what they've done a really good job of is making sure that at least the pieces fit, that, they haven't skimped on character or bad locker room guys because of the talent. Sometimes teams will make an exception. Like, well, this guy's really selfish, not a team guy. He's looking after his stats, but man, those stats are just so darn good. He can help our team. They've just done a really good job of putting together the kind of team that I think for the fan base is easy to root for.
Matt Mayoka joining us. Matty, we'll see you in Las Vegas next week. We're looking forward to it. Real quick before I let you go, we're going to do Ask Papa coming up next. And I know you do the weekly with Papa.
We didn't do one this week. He didn't want me on the bye week.
We wanted to let the momentum build for Super Bowl week.
So what would you ask him if you were going to ask him something? If
I were to ask Papa?
Yeah. You're going to ask Papa a question.
In the bar tab. The bar tab.
When's the media power? When's the media party in Vegas?
Tuesday night.
Tuesday night.
Where's that at?
I got an invitation. I didn't look at it.
Yeah, I haven't looked. It's wherever they drop me off when I jump on the shuttle bus. That's where
it's going to be tough to beat. Last year in the middle of the desert in Arizona, that was pretty cool.
Cigars?
Yeah, that was a pretty good.
What would I ask Papa? I would ask Papa.
Not to put you on the spot or anything.
Well, I mean, I don't know the answer to this. I don't know that anybody does. Like, why? Nobody's answered this one other than one guy making a mistake on every play. But what's going on with the defense, and can it be fixed?
What's going on with the
run
defense?
You kind of swallowed
is
a
the question?
Bit. Cleveland Ferrell got hurt. Cleveland Ferrell got hurt.
So what you're saying then is that there's no easy fix for this game?
I think they fixed it better in the second half. I think one thing with the Andy Reid running game, Isaiah Pacheco's a great back, but he's more straight ahead. McCole Hardman is the guy. Remember the game? We're all going back to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
I'm going to the game last year. Last year's game was when they ran those jet sweeps, jet passes. McCole Hardman scored 3 touchdowns in that game, all on the same action. It's a different version of getting to the edge And Nick is honest. What did Nick say when you asked him about Andy Reid? He game planned for me. They didn't block him. They influence blocked him and took him where they wanted to go with nobody. And McCole Hardman went screaming by. And McCole Hardman has been marginalized this year. He went to the Jets. He came back. He's not catching the ball. He's fumbling the ball twice in Orchard Park against the Bills. Went through the back of the end zone. So I'm not sure where Hardman is right now, but he'll have somebody doing that. So I hear you. They got to fix the run defense, but I think they did largely in the second half. But one quick thing I want to ask Mayoko. The New Orleans Saints are going to hire Clint Kubiak away as they fired Pete Carmichael as their offensive coordinator, Dennis Allen, to the former Raider coach and the Saints head coach. He interviewed Brian Griese for that job, but apparently they're working on the details to hire the 49er passing game specialist, Clint Kubiak, as their offensive coordinator. So Clay is still on the staff. These are both Gary's sons, who was with Denver with Mike for years and the head coach in Houston. So Kubiak is gone. Just give me your thoughts on that.
Well, I think that, Griese is a guy that it wouldn't surprise me if they now transition Griese into a coordinator spot where he becomes passing game coordinator, something along those lines, and then they bring in, a younger guy to work as quarterback's coach, and that way you still keep Griese in the building.
Well, Clay Kubiak could do that because he's the assistant quarterback coach.
It's true. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, absolutely. So to me, that would be the very reasonable and rational and next step was that you kind of help Brian Griese take that next step, to be a coordinator, and then you're right. Clay Kubiak would easily transition into the quarterback role. Quarterback's coaching role. So to me, that's not as big a deal because the pieces are already in place for them to move forward. And then, while we mention them, I think it bears repeating this week when the coaching staff was assigned the duty of, Clay Kubiak and Brian Griese, hey, find a quarterback that either won't be drafted or is a late round pick that you would like to work with that you think would be a good fit for us. Both of them independently came back with Brock Purdy. So I know there was, Steve Slowick, one of the scouts, really found him and brought him to everybody's attention, but independently Clay Kubiak and Brian Griese both arrived at Brock Purdy's the guy. So big hats off to those three gentlemen, kind of mostly behind the scenes to help discover Brock Purdy. And here we are 2 years later, less than 2 years later, and he's the starting quarterback in the Super Bowl.
All right, we got to jump, and it is Ask Papa coming up next, but somebody's got an Ask Mayoko. I think I know the answer to this. 408 asks, how long has Mayoko been doing this with the 49ers? Isn't it 29 years? 29?
He's the jinx.
This is my 29th season, 29? And all you have to do is do the math and blame me for a 29
since he arrived.
year.
So the year after the Super Bowl, that was you?
No Lombardis.
Yeah, although
although.
It's probably not all my. I'm sure I contributed to it, but I don't think it's all my fault.
All right, man. We'll see you in Vegas. We appreciate it.
Okay, sounds good.
All the best. Thanks, Matt.
I got Kyle's speech
that
the
is
night
Matt
before
Mayoko.
the game. Win one from Maddie.
I did know that, but then I had forgotten. Yeah, it's all his fault.
Yeah.
The year after the Super Bowl, Matt Mayoko jumped aboard, and nothing since then. Well, they've been close. All right. Ask Papa anything at all. Jump on the lines. A bunch of texters. You can use the hashtag Ask Papa. That would be great. Or you can jump on the phone lines as well. We're already starting to line up the calls. Both the text line and the phone line are the same. So however you want to do it, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Any questions you want to ask about the Super Bowl, welcome. We're coming up on the trade deadline for the Warriors, and the A's and the Giants made a trade. So all those things or more, whatever you want to come up with, we'll do it next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
I waited.
No, that's for the audio recap of the game.
We've
been waiting.
I apologize. It is Pop in London, KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Ask Pop anything at 415-885-627. 415-808-KNBR. Magically, that will get you through on text or call. If you call, you'll get on the phone line. If you text, you'll text through. Isn't that great? All right, we'll get out to the phone lines in a minute, but a few questions on the Golden State Building Materials text line. First and foremost, this is a good question. If both teams play at an optimal level, they play their best.
Both teams play an A game?
Both teams play an A game. Who wins? Both teams play in their A game. Who wins? Good question.
Their defense, this is the best Kansas City defense. Going back easily to Derek Thomas and Neil Smith when they were together in 97. I think in some categories, this defense is better than even that group because of their cornerback play. I mean, the ultimate chief defense to me was Hank Stram's defense, and they had Buck Buchanan and Willie Lanier, and Bobby Bell was one of the greatest linebackers of all time, Emmett Thomas and Jim Marsalis and John Robinson at safety. That defense was the best. I think this defense they have now is the best defense since that group, but statistically, it is the best defense they've had since their 97 team. Or actually the 97 team. They averaged 17 points a game allowed this year, John, second to Baltimore. They had 57 sacks this year, second to Baltimore. And this is the one thing it's amazing to me. They're the youngest defense in the NFL, average age 25.6. So a lot of the guys that we're talking about from the game 4 years ago, not a lot of guys are on that defense anymore. Chris Jones, and that's about it. And their corners are really good. So I think that the matchup that is really most interesting is the 49er offense against Kansas City's defense and Spags. Fifth game is a DC. How much will he blitz Brock? Normally, I think the Niners are going to be in the 30s and mid-30s. They didn't get there against Green Bay, but they got high enough, 24, and they got to 34 against Detroit. From the Niner perspective, if they play an A game offensively, can they get into the mid-20s, 24, 28, somewhere in there? And is that good enough to hold them off? I'm looking at like 28, 27 or something like that, Niners. But I think if both teams play an A game, then we'll have a hell of a Super Bowl. The Niners' offense against their defense will be the matchup. But on the other side, you got Patrick Mahomes against Nick Bosa and Fred Warner and Charvarius Ward, the former
They can
Chief.
get those tackles, though. I think they can get those tackles.
Well, we'll see how it works. But I think the Niners, and then you get into special teams. Harrison Butker's a big-time kicker. Game's going to be in a dome. We'll see how Jake does. Their punter, Tommy Townsend's good. They're kicking punt returners. Our guy, Richie James Jr., which is interesting. I think it's a very even matchup, but I'd say 28-27 Niners.
All right, let's jump out to the phone lines. You can ask Papa anything at all, and I'll get back to a lot of great questions on the Golden State Building Materials text line. Rusty's been waiting a while in Marin. Hi, Rusty. Welcome.
Hey, John. Hey, Greg. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Great show. Love it.
Appreciate it.
My question for Greg is, obviously confidence for Niner fans is real high this year. With these two teams coming in to play this game, it's obviously going to be different than the last time they were in the Super Bowl. What's your kind of biggest cause for concern on the Niner side? I mean, I think Matty touched on it with the edge rush, but curious where you think your cause for concern is.
I mean, saying our run defense against Pacheco, he's a good back. He's big. I know Andy's going to run those jet sweeps, whether it's to Hardman or somebody else. He's going to try to get the edge the way he did. He just tricks it up. I mean, it's Patrick Mahomes. And I know he's thrown 14 picks this year, and there have been some moments they've dropped 33 balls, and at times they didn't look like themselves, but it don't matter now. They're in this game, and they beat Miami. They suffocated Miami in those Arctic conditions in the wild card. They went into Buffalo and just took that game over. Yeah, there was a missed field goal at the end, but he was still going to drive at the end. And then they just took Baltimore apart. Second half was more even, but he's just managing the game so well. So obviously it's Mahomes, it's Kelce, it's those two guys. It is Rashee Rice. He's a lot like Debo. He's not a great route runner vertically down the field. They run a lot of shallow crosses to him, and they run a lot of bubbles. You got to come up and tackle that guy. He is thick. He will get through it. And then on the other side, this defense is just loaded.
Susceptible against the run, though.
They're loaded on defense, and you can fill the box and play the run. Baltimore got away from it. They had one run. Baltimore's a great running team with that quarterback, and he had one run on the 4th and 1. Losing to Menahue will hurt them. Karlaftis, good player. Chris Jones wants to play the quarterback more than the run. Maybe you run right at him if he lines up over Feliciano, run behind John, and you can obviously pull Aaron Banks there. But the linebackers are extremely fast. This is a good team. There is no doubt. This defense, I don't know if it's as good top to bottom as Baltimore's or even Cleveland's, but it's coordinated perfectly, and they're playing well. These corners are great. So I'm concerned about all of it. Kansas City's got some areas you can attack, but we said that about Detroit and Green Bay, and it didn't turn out exactly that way, so you never know. But this is a really solid Kansas City team.
Statistically, Detroit was good against the run. If you're going to do something against Kansas City, 4.5 yards per run, which is 25th, and they're about 17th as far as total rush yards. So they got to be able to run the ball. That's something that the amazing stat from the Baltimore game is they only ran it 16 times. Running backs only ran it 6 times against Kansas City. So I have no idea what Baltimore was thinking.
Kansas City was loading the box. You get into an 8-man box.
But it doesn't matter.
It's hard to run into an 8-man box.
Kyle can't do that. I mean, and he knows that. They're going to, he's 30 plus.
It's hard to run into a 5-man front.
Yeah, I get it, but you got to do it. I mean, it's 30 plus.
You got to be successful doing it, or you're beating your head against the wall.
But he will, and he's done that before. So that's the way to beat Kansas City. You got to soften him up somehow. And then offensively, it's not that Patrick Mahomes is worse. He's not. But this is not Super Bowl 54. This is not the weapons that he had in Super Bowl 54. Like you said, they've dropped a lot of passes. You talked about this morning on the morning show. They have 21 holding calls as an offense, which is second most to Dallas's 22. Jawan Taylor is a penalty machine, and it will come down to the same thing. And I think that Nick kind of was sending a message, much like NBA coaches do in the playoffs. That wasn't an accident yesterday in the press conference where he said they hold a lot. He's sending a message right away to the officials of the Super Bowl. They hold a lot, more than anybody.
Jawan Taylor committed 17 penalties this year, the most by an offensive player in the NFL in 20 years. And I've seen him. He took back-to-back penalties against Miami. He took back a Rashee Rice screen touchdown against Baltimore. But you know what? They scored on those possessions anyway. So it's the Pat Riley theory of playing defense. Riley, especially when he went to New York and to Miami, they just fouled every single play. But they're not going to call it every single play. Or Vinovich is going to get a call from the commissioner.
Just call it on jet wasp and key plays like that when it's obvious right in front of the official.
They come back. I'm telling you, they took away a Rashee Rice touchdown, and they came right back the next play. And they didn't score on the next play, but they got down there. So they do hold. Donovan Smith is better than I saw him in Tampa. I thought he was terrible in Tampa Bay. He is playing better. He missed 5 games this year. He gave up 12 pressures, but
he's a penalty machine too.
We'll see how it goes. They're going to go 3 tight ends. They're going to play 13 personnel, and they're going to put a tight end on each side to give you a long corner, though. I mean, Andy's smart. He's an O-line coach, but we'll see how it goes. And the big thing is it doesn't sound like Tooney's going to play right now, but the game is not for 9 days. He may figure out a way. But Allegretti is good. The middle of their line, Trey Smith's good. The one thing about Creed Humphrey, the center, is he does not snap the ball well at all. So, the Niners did show that Buckeye blitz where they put Chase Young and Nick over the guards inside. You may want to do that in this game some.
All right, Ask Papa anything at all. Johnny is up next. Hi, Johnny. Welcome.
What's happening, fellas?
Here's Johnny.
What's happening?
That's right, baby. Love the show. Love having you on the radio. Before I get to my question, I did want to throw my hat in the ring with the Ayuk coinage of the big play there.
What do you got?
I don't know if it's out there already, but this is a little bit more applicable from the Detroit fan standpoint, possibly. But it's the nuke to Ayuk.
Nuke is a good one. Nuke's a great word.
That's a good one.
That's right. Big bomb of a pass. Everybody fell to the ground, and the fallout was.
And everybody fell on the ground. That's not bad.
That's right.
That isn't bad.
That's right.
Yeah, there you go. All right. We'll think about that one. That's good.
So the question is, because I stream the game, I listen to your broadcast every time. I sync it up with the TV.
How do you do that? Is there an app that does that? How do you do that?
It's a very a finite art form. I tell you. If there's a national anthem playing, I try to sync it up there. If not, it's opening kickoff.
Oh, there you go.
And then it's a little bounce.
Thank you.
Takes about 2 to 4 minutes to get it dialed in, but once I get it, it's money. Got to hear those touchdown calls.
Nice.
So I wanted to just double check and make sure that you were going to be calling the Super Bowl.
Of course. we're calling the Super Bowl.
I know on the streams, it's weird in the Super Bowl because they have a national broadcast of it. And
Kevin Harlan on Westwood
Harlan
One
is great.
Well, how did you watch the championship game? Because that's kind of the same parameters. Were you able to? Where did you get the championship game, Johnny? Johnny's gone.
Yeah, because a lot of people are asking that question on the text line as well because they want to listen to you. I know that the NFL takes over that stuff.
They also did the championship game. So if you were able to get it with via the championship game, you can get it the same way.
I guess what I'm saying, though, is that we don't have control over that. So a lot of people will text into the station and say, what's going on? What's going on? The NFL takes over that, like you said, for championship games and for the Super Bowl. So just so that people know. Let's go out to, is it Julia? Julia. Hi, Julia. Welcome.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I also love streaming the games. That's the only way to listen to them. I just wanted to ask what your guys' opinion is on the national dismay and, just overall consensus of everyone hating the Niners in the Super Bowl. I mean, I get it with the Chiefs. They've got this huge dynasty, but, we made a few unfinished appearances, and it's been 30 years. I feel we deserve it.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a.
Are you asking for the sense of who people are rooting for?
The nation. I just feel like the talking heads on TV have been rooting against the Niners all year, and they're waiting for Brock and the clock to strike midnight and Cinderella, and he's not. Is he the biggest weakness in the Niners? It's not like the Niners win this thing every year. They haven't won a Super Bowl since '94. It's been 29 seasons. But there was clearly everybody rooting for Detroit. And now that it's Kansas City, it's a lot of Mahomes love, and he's worthy of it.
But why is it? That is a good question because I remember Super Bowl 54, and we were there all week in Miami, and I remember because Kansas City hadn't won one since, 50-something or never or whatever it was.
Super Bowl 4.
So
65 toss power track.
So everybody was on the Kansas City bandwagon in this city, and I got that. But now they're starting to get to that point where it's like they won last year, they're winning a lot, Kelce's getting overexposed, all this kind of stuff. So you would think logically that the 49ers would be the pick for most people, but I do not get that sense.
Well, you know what's annoying to me is the Dallas Cowboys. And when they were losing to Green Bay, I was conflicted because I really wanted the Niners to beat them. But they got trampled by Green Bay and they're out. But you knew, damn, now all they're going to talk about is Dallas and what their offseason is and Jerry and Dak and all of it.
Yep.
The Niners, when you look at, people traveling to road games, the ratings, are the Dallas Cowboys that much more popular than every other team in football, including the 49ers?
The ratings tell you that, right?
Even during a show when they're out, they're not playing. There's nobody going to Frisco. Their facilities closed. They're all at the Senior Bowl.
You're talking Frisco, Texas.
Yeah, Frisco, Texas. So, why are the Dallas Cowboys that more popular than everybody else? It's just sometimes you wonder, damn, they talk about them more not playing than they do the week of the Super Bowl, the teams that are playing.
It's funny you say that because I was driving down today and, you got every option you want. And I was listening to some of the national talking head shows coming down today, and they were doing a Cowboy segment.
But they do it all show. They open with
it. Why are you even talking about them? But
nonstop.
The TV ratings do say, and I worked for ESPN for 10 years. They do this research, and they tell you these are the topics
Really?
today.
People want to hear that?
They do. They say they don't, but they do. And so, look, I wouldn't want to talk about them because I think they're irrelevant at this point of the season. It should be all about Super Bowl talk, but that is kind of what they do.
I wonder if you would rank the popularity of each franchise nationally. All right, we'll give Dallas number one.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the second most popular team in America?
It might be Kansas City right now.
It is?
I could be wrong.
Where do the Niners rank?
They got to be top 5 for sure. I think top 5.
It doesn't seem that way.
You know what's funny, though? When we talked to Will Gavin in England, he says the Niners are the most popular.
Well, he loves the Niners. He carries our games.
We had Carlos Ramirez on yesterday. He said in Mexico, the Niners are number 1. What are they, not number 1 in America? Are they like David Hasselhoff?
It's kind of like the Raiders. They were number 1 outside of the Bay Area.
Exactly.
But in the Bay Area, they had 35,000 people there.
All right, we'll continue the conversation. A lot of great texts that I'll get to on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Text line 415-808-5627. You can jump on a phone line as well, 415-808-KNBR or 5627 on that one as well. By the way, before we go, rest in peace, Apollo Creed, former Raider
master
Carl
of
Weathers.
disaster.
How about that, man?
Love him.
Love him.
The master of disaster.
Makes me sad.
Apollo Creed.
Plus, he was in what's the Sandler
Happy
movie?
Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore.
He was fantastic in that. But he was Reggie Jackson meets Muhammad Ali. He made Apollo Creed come to life.
He was awesome.
What a character.
Plus, he was an awesome guy. I mean, in fact, speaking of Super Bowls, we had him on. I can't remember which Super Bowl. We had him on at a Super Bowl, and he was outstanding.
I've had him on many times. He's a former Raider linebacker.
Yeah, he's outstanding.
I mean, a guy like him with his body, you thought he'd live forever.
Ugh.
78 years of age, the great Apollo Creed.
That sucks. All right, more Ask Papa. We'll do that to the bottom of the hour. It's Papa and Lund live from Levi's, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Super Bowl winning head coach Brian Billick. He joined Tolbert and Coach yesterday to break down the Super Bowl rematch between the Niners and the Chiefs. Check out that podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. You can continue to ask Papa anything at all before we head off to the Super Bowl. We will be there on Monday, so make sure that you are tuned in. We'll be there all week long. All the shows will be there, and we'll get you ready for Super Bowl 58 in Vegas, so make sure you are there. It is Groundhog's Day. We're asking you any reversal you would like in Bay Area sports history. We talked about Roger Craig, the Joe.
Not the hum baby.
No.
High knees.
Yeah, high knees, the fumble. Joe getting hit by Leonard Marshall.
Same game.
Jet Wasp. Russ Ortiz. Well, there's a lot of them. Teabag, Draymond. I mean, my God, man. We've had a ton of them. Or you can just ask Bob anything about the
Willie
Super Bowl.
McCovey lining out to Bobby Richardson in 62. They would have won the World Series.
Yeah, so there's a lot of them. Keep hitting us up. And, again, if you want to just talk about the Super Bowl itself, any questions, comments, thoughts on that, we can continue that conversation as well. So whatever you want to do, top of the hour in about 7 minutes, we will give you the foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear today. Let's go to Dom in the city. Hi, Dom. Welcome.
Big Dom.
What's up,
Hi,
Dom?
Jeff.
Hey, Big Dom.
How are you? Thank you for taking my call.
What's up, Dom?
Yeah, you just mentioned the one. I was at that game. October 16th, 1962, Candlestick Park. Willie McCovey hit a line drive that a couple of inches higher, the Giants would have won the World Series. Mays was on second. I forget who was on third, but both of the runners.
Matty Alou was on third. Matty Alou. Or was it Felipe?
It was amazing. I grew up right around the corner from there. We always walked.
Yeah.
And
Was that
saw the
Felipe
game.
or Matty? Because what Willie always said, so the Alou was on first. Willie doubled down the line to Roger Maris. And because it rained so much.
Mays was on second.
Yeah, he doubled.
But I do not remember who was on third.
Well, it was Alou, one of the Alous, and Mays always thought he should have scored.
At one time, they had all 3 Alou brothers.
I know they did. Jose, Matty, and Felipe. I know.
I watched them build Candlestick Park. It was incredible. The hot dogs were 30 cents.
Oh, my God.
Where were you in 62? I was actually born October the 10th of 62 that year. I was born, what did we look up? Game 4? I think it was a game at Yankee Stadium. I was born right between a game of the World Series between the Yankees and the Giants. Thank you, Big Don.
Yeah, that's good. Good stuff. 62, you just walk 30 cents. How much was a beer? If a dog's 30 cents, what's a beer? A dime? Well, can you imagine the kind of damage? Oh, boy. That'd be crazy. All right, we'll give you the foreplay at the top there. Really good stuff from the foreplay today. I was just looking over the thoughts. We got a little Howie Long for you on Brock Purdy comp that I think is kind of weird. Joe Montana was on Pat McAfee today. Ronnie was with the guys this morning, and I did hear that Ronnie's going to be in Las Vegas, so hopefully we can catch up to Ronnie as well. And a little bit of Nick Bosa from yesterday, a short answer, but I think it is telling something that he might be trying to do, so we'll try on that as well. At what point are they in this World Series, or excuse me, in this game, by the way?
Butker with a field goal, 10-3 Chiefs, early second quarter.
All right.
February 2nd, 2020. 4 years ago today.
Like I said, I always turn it off. I'd still watch it. This is a good one that we have not talked about from the 650, the KD Achilles tear. Yeah, that would have changed things a little bit.
Wow.
Imagine. Don't have that.
Well, what do you do? I mean, I would go back to the calf injury against Portland in, what was that, game 5 when he rose up in the right baseline? And because the calf injury knocked him out for weeks, and he came back for game 4, and then he blew out the Achilles. I think it was all related. But I think if he did not have the calf injury, he would not have had the Achilles. So if they do win that championship, and they win 3 in a row. But I still think KD leaves. That was a really weird year. But I hear you. I mean,
but
nice
if
to
you
get
go back to it, remember how it was like if you can just get KD, and then he comes back, plays a really good first quarter. Was the injury near the end of the first quarter?
The first play of the second quarter.
First play of the second quarter.
He faced up Serge Ibaka.
Like, okay,
but he wasn't himself.
Man.
He was not. He was
you
not.
Could tell. He wasn't moving.
He wasn't. Even though he made threes and he played well, he was not exploding. But they were down 3-1. It was game 5 in Toronto. They had to win that game, and DeMarcus Cousins was not going to play in that game. They had a team meeting And the veterans went to Steve and said, he's killing us. He can't play. But after KD blew out his Achilles, they had to go to the boogeyman, and he was great that game. And then, Clay gets hurt in game 6. So, sheesh, was that a bad week? On the 10th of June that week, on a Monday, you lose KD with an Achilles. On the 13th, that Thursday, last game ever at Oracle, Clay blows out his ACL. Wow.
That was horrible.
Bad week.
This is a pretty good one from the 707. How about Bonds and Balco? How about Barry just never associated with that?
Lay off my guy Victor Conte.
No, that's kind of interesting. I've never.
Well, then
really
he doesn't hit 73 home runs.
Yeah,
he doesn't break the record.
But he's in the Hall, I guess. But yeah, I guess from a perspective.
What does that change? The
Giants. For us.
Do the Giants win the 2002 World Series because Barry is faster and stealing bags? I don't know.
No,
he just never. Well,
baseball
you would say he never got hurt because when he got hurt is when he tried to recover from injury and got into it with Balco.
This is a good one. The cap throw that's tipped up in the air by Sherman.
Malcolm
and
Smith.
they play the Broncos in the Super Bowl. I mean, if that turns into a touchdown, if Crabtree catches that, they play Denver.
That throw was flat.
How does that Super Bowl
Sherman
play
tips
out?
it, and Malcolm Smith with the INT. And then he was the Super Bowl MVP 2 weeks later.
I got to go back and look at that and what the odds were on that because we were talking the other day about Super Bowl odds and who could be a pick that could come out of nowhere and make you a few
that would
bucks.
be like Demetrius Flanagan Fowles being the MVP of the
seriously,
Super Bowl.
he had to be
Malcolm
at least
Smith did not
101.
even start for Seattle. He was not one of their starting linebackers. He came in their nickel.
Yeah, he had to be, I don't know. I'll look this up, but he had to be 100 to 1. At least.
Was he even on the board? Is everybody listed as an MVP?
Not everybody, but I mean, there's a lot of players on it. He might not have been. You're right, because the biggest odds right now for MVP is 300 to 1, and it's both kickers. Both kickers are 300 to 1. Yeah, longest odds 300 to 1, both kickers. So yeah, I mean that's probably.
Well, a kicker's never been the MVP of the Super Bowl.
No,
has won a few Super Bowls. Vinatieri, Jim O'Brien, way back with the Baltimore Colts with his chin strap undone. Won a Super Bowl for Johnny Unitas.
Yeah, that's very good. Yeah. But a kicker has been an MVP of the league in 1982, but not of
the Super Bowl. That was Mark Mosley.
So anyway. All right, good ones. Good ground high. I think we covered all of them. I'm trying to think. I think 72, Dallas 49ers, the onside kick probably.
Oh, Rafael Septien to Preston Riley?
Yeah. I think that's probably the only one we didn't get. If you had to choose one, I know it's very difficult, but we've gone over all of them.
The Leonard Marshall hit.
Is that the one?
Without a doubt. I mean, that changed everything. They had an amazing run from the middle of 88 through 89 when Seifert took over. I mean, would you even change, Bill Walsh retiring? How would that have changed the fortunes? Maybe not. I mean, they were pretty good with Seifert, obviously, at 89 and 90. But when the middle of 88 through 89 and then through 90, all the way to the NFC Championship game, they had one of the greatest runs in the history of pro football. And then it all came to a crashing stop when Joe was hit by Leonard Marshall.
All right, it is Pop in London on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Let's get to some sound. It's foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa in Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, really good stuff today. We'll give you a little Howie Long making a comp with Brock Purdy. I think this is a little weird. Ronnie Lott was on with the guys this morning. And some Nick Bosa, and I think maybe Nick is doing something here, kind of like what NBA coaches do during the playoffs. And we'll hear some John Lynch as well. But let's start at number one. This is our pal Howie Long from Fox, and everybody all week long, and it's going to go into next week about what now is being termed Brock Purdy slander. Like, that's a thing. That's a term, Brock Purdy slander. And Howie Long was asked on the Up and Adams podcast with Kay Adams why that is, and this is the comp he makes.
And Brock, it seems like he's like the Cowboys or Notre Dame or whoever. You either hate him or you love him.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's 50-50 down the middle.
It's like blue cheese or cilantro or he's the most polarizing for what reason I don't quite understand, other than, that he's in a great system, has great weapons, like we're taking that away.
Yeah, but a lot of teams, a lot of quarterbacks are in systems and have great weapons.
Yes.
I'm not sure what the visceral response is to him. I don't understand it.
It's
he's
strange.
shown really the point is he's shown the ability at the end of games, which is really, what defines quarterbacks at the end of games to make big plays. And I'm happy for him. He seems like it's a great story.
Okay, can we dissect this for a second?
What's wrong with blue cheese?
Yeah, is blue cheese and cilantro that
polarizing?
Controversial and polarizing?
I don't know.
Put cilantro in in a salsa, a fresh made salsa. It's amazing, and you can't have enough.
Well, I think of blue cheese.
Who doesn't like blue cheese?
Buffalo chicken wings. Well, I know Peyton Manning loved it because whenever he got to the line, he'd say, "Blue cheese, blue cheese,
blue cheese." I got a
and
burger.
Cilantro.
Is good.
What is?
I don't understand that one.
I don't know.
She's saying blue cheese like. You could say like ketchup on a hot dog. You could say like blue cheese and cilantro. I don't think that controversial, but anyway, whatever. But what Howie Long was saying was essentially talk about some of the more polarizing brands, the Yankees, the Cowboys, Notre Dame, Duke. He's saying that's Brock Purdy. And I'm like, really?
I got a new nickname for Brock. Blue cheese. Brock Blue Cheese.
Well, I don't know. The reason why you don't like those brands is because they win so much. So I would like Brock Purdy to be disliked in those ways, but he's not yet because he hasn't won. So if you win, that's why Notre Dame and the Yankees and the Cowboys and all that are so polarizing, because at one point in their existence, they won a lot and it pissed people off.
I don't know.
So that's a weird one.
I don't know. Howie was on a roll.
Yeah.
We're not going to see Howie. He'll be here.
Cilantro.
But he did. CBS has the pregame show.
Yeah.
And the Super Bowl.
One of the reasons why people are wondering where they can find you so much is because, let's be honest, no offense.
You don't want Tony Romo?
No.
Tom Spencer's listening in Pebble Beach.
I like him a lot. But
you are looking live.
I'm just saying that if you were going to rank them.
What, Tony? How about Greg Olson? He's a free agent? They're really going to do this?
Well,
they're not going to put him in the booth with put him in the booth with Brady.
They're not going to do it. That's what Brady said this week. It's a two-man booth, and Brady's it.
That's a mistake. He could need someone just to make it a little. What's wrong with a three-man booth?
I saw Greg Olson was on with McAfee, and he basically said, I want to call the biggest game. So I think he has an option to either go to the second chair with Fox or he could possibly go to CBS. And if you're CBS, wouldn't you want Greg Olson over
Tony Romo? Are they going to get rid of Tony Romo? How much they paying Tony Romo? He's the one that did this to contracts in the booth. I would say go to Amazon Prime, but they don't have playoff games. Yeah, you get rid of Herb Street and put Greg Olson with Michaels.
Yeah.
It'd be the move.
That would be awesome.
Who has next year's Super Bowl? NBC or Fox? Not CBS. They have this one.
Right.
So, I mean, something tells me they'll figure out a way to put him in the booth with Kevin Burkhardt, his buddy, and Tom Brady, and make the first year easier on Brady.
I would, but they both said that's not happening.
It's not happening now.
They don't like threesomes. Here's Ronnie Lott this morning with Murph and Marcus, and you said this yesterday. So I don't know if Ronnie heard this. But
you're talking Ronnie Lott, not Ronnie Bell?
Ronnie Lott.
I want to keep my Ronnie straight. Not Ronnie Harmon?
This is the comp that he made for CMC. We were talking about CMC comps yesterday.
Who did he say?
This is what Ronnie said.
Roger Craig?
You know what? He would be Marcus Allen. And what I love about Marcus and Christian is that they do things that a lot of people can't believe that they could do. And what you throw the ball, you want me to play quarterback, you want me to, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I'm going to do whatever you want me to do to win.
There you go.
Yeah, I did say Marcus.
You did. You said Marcus.
Yeah, and Walter
and
Payton.
Roger, and you said a few guys,
Roger was just 1,000. I thought maybe Ronnie would go Roger because of your teammates, but really he's different than Roger Craig.
Well, they both went to SC, right? They both went together
but
there.
I mean, the thing with Marcus was, I grew up loving OJ, and he wasn't OJ to me. He didn't run fast enough, but he was a more complete player.
Catch it, block it, run it.
Oh, my. I mean, he played fullback at USC, like Ronnie said. His presence around the goal line was Walter Payton-like. Walter Payton was like that as well. He was truly a three-down back. I just didn't think Marcus had the breakaway speed. And I'm not sure what Christian runs right now, but as far as a complete football player, I'd put Marcus even over Walter in that regard. Like, he could do anything. And you could line him up in the slot and have him run a route if you wanted them to be a lead blocker in a goal line play. And there are times with the Debo stuff where they interchange where Christian McCaffrey is leading Debo. So in some sets, it's not technical where they play him, but fullback, but he is the fullback. So they're just, the size is different. But as far as a complete player, it'd be McCaffrey would be in that realm with Marcus Allen and Walter Payton, Hall of Fame backs.
All right, your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear today. Here is Nick Bosa, and I think he's doing something interesting here because Nick is smart. I think this is just kind of like what NBA coaches do in the playoffs. They kind of send messages to the officials, to the media. I think Nick is doing this ahead of Super Bowl 58. He's asked what he thinks of the Chiefs' offensive tackles.
They hold a lot.
Short and sweet.
They do.
And as you said, Juwan Taylor, who tries to get a kickstart early, leads the NFL in penalties. The Chiefs overall have 22 holding penalties, which is second to Dallas by just 1. Their left tackle, Donovan Smith, who used to be with Tampa Bay, is a holding machine as well. So is Nick just saying that, or does Nick know, okay, I'm sending this through the officials so that you know?
Honestly, I'm watching back Super Bowl 54 because it's on in the studio and I got to watch it and I can't keep my eyes off it. Even though I watched it the other night. No, but they're holding him. Eric Fisher's holding him every play. So I think, and Andy Reid, that's the way they're going to run this. And they're not going to call it every play. But Eric Fisher held Bosa throughout. There was a play where he had a sack on Mahomes coming, and he just flat out held him. So these two guys will hold. The right tackles committed more penalties in the NFL this year than any player on offense in 20 years. It is amazing. Brandon Browner, remember the old Seattle Seahawk? He had a year a few years ago in 2015 where he had a high, but he's a defensive player, and that's the way they play there. He had 21 penalties. Juwan Taylor had 17 penalties this year, the most in the NFL by any player since 2015 when Brandon Browner had 21. But on defense, offense, because Browner played defense, Taylor's had more penalties on offense than any player in the league in 20 years. You have to go back to 2003. So I'm sure when Kyle meets with and they'll bring Vinovich in, and they ask him any special plays. And I'd love to be there when he meets with Andy, and he says, we're going to run this play from the Rose Bowl in the 40s. And, it's going to be 360 spin with Patrick, and our running back's going to get a direct snap, and Sammy Watkins. And the hell was that play? What has he got up? But Kyle will point out, just watch their right tackle and their left tackle. He'll point out a lot of things in the meeting, but just watch their right tackle and the left. And those guys know. Vinovich and the whole crew knows. And it's a blended crew. It'll be Bill and then the best umpire and the best down judge. That's just the way they do this. Back judge. It's like an all-star team of officials, but they do hold. I think Nick, if he's sending a message or not, he's just honest. And when he plays those guys, they hold him. When he played against Andrew Whitworth against the Rams, Andrew Whitworth would hold him. When he got his hands on Nick, that guy had old man strength. Nick could not get him off. But once he got him, he wouldn't let him go, and he just held him. So if you're blocking Nick Bosa, the best thing to do is to hold Nick Bosa.
My dad had that. Now, you get to a certain age as a teenager, you think you take the old man. I was like, he vice gripped me one time. Like, what the hell is this? And he just looked at me like, it's not your time. It is not your time. I was like, all right, it's old man strength. All right, one more. John Lynch. He says he needs to win one of these things because he's looking at all these 49ers legends, and they got a bunch of these rings. He needs to get one.
I mean, some of the hardest days I can ever remember are the day after, whether it be last year or the previous couple. Those are hard because you've put so much into a goal. And when you fall short with what you believe to be a special group of people, that's really difficult. And, but the thing we say every year is it's how are you going to respond to it? And there's so many pieces to that. And so, fortunately, we've got a lot of players, a lot of coaches with a ton of pride, with a ton of character, and I think we've got an organization that very much knows who they are, and I think it starts with truly believing in your core and every fiber of your body that's what we're here for, to win championships, and that's what this organization is about. It's what the faithful, our fans demand. It's what our former players. Believe me, the hardest thing is looking at the guys, the Ronnie Lotts, the Steve Youngs, the Joe Montanas when we haven't done that, because those guys have had our backs and we want to have theirs. And so they know we're fighting, but you got to pay that off. And we've got that opportunity this week. We understand the challenge at hand and how difficult it is, but if you want to be great, that's what you got to do. You got to bust through.
It's good stuff.
And I wonder, Kyle, and Nick does address the team the night before every game, and he'll probably do it for the Super Bowl. I wonder, there's been certain big games where he's had John Lynch talk to the team. And I don't remember if he did it in Miami, but this is a new group. A lot of new players playing in the first Super Bowl. I mean, nice to hear from the Super Bowl champion, Hall of Fame player, and John just laid it out. So maybe you want to have John, speak the way he just spoke, and you could hear the emotion in his voice. And by the way, I did, I know Terry got hurt. Maybe Strahan got the word late to get on stage. And I want to give any questions to John Lynch for, the guy that put the team together. I thought it was odd that he didn't speak at all at the podium. There are a lot of guys. You wanted to hear from Trent Williams. They weren't going to go on forever. I'm sure Jim Nantz at CBS won't make that mistake when he gets to the podium in Vegas a week from Sunday, because typically it goes owner, general manager, head coach, star of the game, MVP. Why didn't John Lynch talk after they won the Hallis?
Is this bogus call against George Kittle coming up?
A little bit later.
Bad call.
Daniel Sorensen. Slight little extension of the arm.
That was another one.
That was a 40-yard plus play. Would have got him in a field goal range.
Right before the half.
Or so the score would have been 23-10 when last play.
Here. Yeah.
We got a little time. They got to punt the ball.
Yeah.
Dustin Colquitt, the left-footed punter.
All right, your thoughts. We will continue the conversation. Plus, I said this before. Matty Miyoko was coming on at 11:30. I got confused on the time, so Matty came in at 11:30. But I was looking at 19 versus 23, where each team is better or worse. We'll get into that conversation. If you want to ask Papa questions, we can still do that. We'll be off to Vegas next week, and we'll still be able to take calls, take thoughts, take texts, all that kind of stuff. But we will be busy. So if you want to get in some thoughts now about the Super Bowl, any questions, comments, 808-KNBR, 808-5627, 415-808-KNBR, or 5627, text and phone lines. We'll do that up until 2 o'clock. Remember, Tolbert and Copes will jump in at 2 only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Hall of Famer, 49ers legend Ronnie Lott joined Murph and Marcus this morning to reflect on what it takes to win a Super Bowl. Check out that podcast and more, trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Ned Ryerson, I did the whistling belly button trick at the high school talent show. Bing! Ned Ryerson got the shingles real bad senior year, almost didn't graduate. Bing! Again! Ned Ryerson, I dated your sister Mary Pat a couple times till you told me not to anymore.
Ned Ryerson?
Bing!
Bing!
He got the shingles.
I forgot about that. Bing!
Ned the head never got any.
I'm going to have to watch that tonight. Although it is
I did
Friday.
watch it last year on
You
Sam
did?
Second. I did.
We can continue that conversation. The do-over, the...
She had to go back in the history of Bay
do-over.
Area sports and go back and
Like
freeze
Groundhog's
it.
Day.
And it's any moment. What moment would you change?
By the way, I don't know who wrote that. I have to go back who wrote and directed that movie, but it is brilliant. Because Bill Murray keeps
It may have
going
been Bill
back.
Murray's
and
best.
He was awesome in that. And then the
He had a
next
few
day,
that were lost in translation.
yes, for sure.
Literally.
But that was,
one
I mean, that's
really
a great
good.
concept where you could just
Even
be like,
Stripes. This one was really
Stripes
good.
was outstanding. But yeah,
This one was
that's pretty
different,
good.
though.
That's pretty good.
It was
So,
a great character for him, too.
If you want to do over, hit us up on the
And
text
Andy
line. or the phone
McDowell was
lines.
adorable.
But he kept like
Every woman in
he'd make
America
notes
wanted a
about Andy
hairdo.
McDowell. Like, okay, the next then and it's like, you know, the sweet vermouth.
That's why.
I always toast us to world peace.
So-
That was outstanding.
So if you're a Bay Area sports fan, we're going back. Here comes Leonard Marshall. Let's cut him right here. Joe, roll the other way. Don't roll that way.
Yeah. Jet Wasp is
that what
is the
people are
NFL
on?
just going to not is the NFL just going to replay this all week long?
This is going to end now.
My God, man.
It is
Let's
February
stop
2nd, so it is the 4-year anniversary. After this, they're going to give it away.
I hope so.
Nice play by Jimmy. Got his head
Nice
around
throw to
fast. That
Sanders.
play action fast. Over to Emmanuel Sanders.
All right, let's get out to the lines. Orlando needs your help here. He's got something.
Okay.
Orlando's in
Orlando
Napa.
called. Did he call yesterday? I believe I heard Orlando from Napa yesterday.
Napa. Hi, Orlando.
What can we help
Welcome.
you with? What do we got?
Hey, man.
Well, good afternoon, John Gregorio. This is Martin.
Gregorio.
Pope Gregorio the
I like it.
13th.
I like it.
Thank you. Show your
Okay.
respect.
Well, I don't know what you are. Are you the 13th?
Well, the most famous pope in history was Gregorio the 13th. So I don't know.
Okay. You were
Which
named
one am
after
I?
him.
I'm no pope, believe me. But I do send
I
a
know
papal
that.
message,
I know.
and I do
How well I know
pontificate a
that.
lot, but I'm no pope.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
I've been a
How can I help
49er
you,
fan
Orlando?
since they were in the old American Conference.
Wow, you go back
And I-
way then?
Yeah, I'm 88.
Okay.
I was 10 years old.
You sound good.
I got something I want
And,
to show you that's here right in the facility we are at. There's a picture. Well, you're not watching on the stream, so I can't. Here's a
Well, you
picture
can
of the
explain it.
original 1946 49ers. It's the original team from
that's when they went into the-
1946. Is that
You got
cool?
that in your phone?
Conference.
Yeah, is that right over here. Go back and in the main room.
Oh, is that right?
It's here.
cool.
And the way they colorized it is amazing. Frankie Albert was the best player on that team?
No, he wasn't the quarterback yet. The quarterback,
He wasn't?
he came on later from
Okay.
Stanford. I think when they were into the NFL, he was then.
Oh, he wasn't in the All-American Conference, Frankie Albert?
Not in the beginning.
He was the
No, a different
Steve
quarterback. You
Steve
can
Young
look
of
it up
that
if
era,
you
though,
want.
right? A lefty you could run and throw?
Oh, he was great. He wasn't very tall either. He was about 5'10",
Yeah.
and he had a good head as a quarterback.
Now, he played in
didn't-
46. He was on the original team. He was with the L.A. Bulldogs in 45, and he
Look at
played
you.
with the Niners in 46. But anyway,
okay. So
Orlando, how can I help
here,
you? How can I help you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Quarterback, I think that was ahead of him then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Give us your question.
Anyway, what I'm saying is there's no way the 49ers are going to win this game.
Damn! Don't say that.
Come on.
Don't even say that out loud. You can think it, but never say it. Don't say it. Don't talk it into existence. Don't speak it.
They're crying. I'm crying every night. You see how long ago? That's why I told you I was such a fan.
So why do you say that? Why do you?
Of course they can win.
We have a defensive line that's like a sieve with large holes in it.
Leo Namalini won't. If Leo was alive, he'd come grab you,
one guy that
Orlando.
can reach the quarterback, and if you can't play like Tampa Bay played.
Well, why can't we?
This isn't the same offense.
Why can't we play like that? Why can't our line dominate them the way they did to this line in Super Bowl 55? Why not?
They haven't done it all year. That's why not. They're going to do it in one game?
Takes one game. They're in this game. They've done it. They've done it here and there. Come on.
But here's what I would say to that. As great as Mahomes is, if you look at the numbers, the offense isn't nearly as good. They're just not. So I'm not saying that it wouldn't be nice to do that.
This O-line is better than the O-line we saw in Super Bowl 54. The O-line they have right now is better. It's clearly better.
It is?
Yes, it is better.
The tackles stink.
Schwartz was not all that, and Eric Fisher wasn't all that. And the interior, they had the doctor, Duvernay Tardif
at right guard.
This line is better.
Tooney's not going to play, though.
We'll see if he doesn't play. Something tells me magically, Tooney, when he gets to Vegas next week, he may have some amazing recuperative powers.
I think they can take advantage. I don't disagree with them. They have struggled, but this offense isn't as good. This isn't like the team that lost to Tampa's offense. It's not the same. Just not. Yeah. And as much as we look at this game.
Well, this O-line's way better than that O-line. They got overpowered. That's why they had to rebuild their O-line.
But the receivers aren't close. Give it up to Kelce. Yeah. You got to figure out a way with Kelce. But there is no Tyreek Hill, and he is the most dangerous. He's not the offensive player of the year. That's Christian McCaffrey. But Tyreek Hill is the most dangerous offensive weapon in the NFL, and they do not employ him anymore. That's a massive difference.
Okay.
Massive difference.
All right. Orlando, well, all I remember is a week ago at this time, you telling us they're going to roll the Detroit Lions, and it was 24/7.
They did.
Okay, it was 24/7. Now you said the 49ers defensive line sucks. They didn't play them.
Well, no, they
Orlando, they'll be fine. They can. I believe me. I have tremendous respect for Kansas City. I'm trying to find Greg Popovich's appropriate fear and not fanatical fear with these guys.
They're not as good as they were.
You don't have to fear them. I'm not. In one game, you have to beat them in the chess match. Anyway, but the Niners can beat this team.
Yeah,
they can beat this team. But they have to go out and do it, and it's going to take an A. You're not going to be able to play. What did they play in the first half? A D game? A C minus? A D?
The team 4 years ago was better.
You can't do that.
The team 4 years ago was better than this team. They were.
That team doesn't exist anymore.
I know. I'm just saying. This team
Mahomes
is
is better now than he was 4 years ago.
But he doesn't have as good of weapons.
Okay.
He doesn't.
All right.
They scored. If the 49ers scored 20 points against this team, they could still be in the game. They lost 31-20 in that Super Bowl. They could win this game with 20 points.
Do you think they're going to hold Kansas City to the teens?
Kansas City, in their 6 losses this year, have scored 20 points once and less than 20 in the other 5. That team in Super Bowl 54 would never have been the case. And they're really good defensively. You got to give it up to Kansas City defensively, but they're not near the offensive team they were 4 years ago. So that's the difference. But I don't share his opinion that there's no way they can win. Of course there is. Let's go to Justin next. Hi, Justin. Welcome.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah. So I've got a question. It looked like, especially in that first half, and this is a question for Pope Papa now. I'm going to call you that from now on. Pope Papa.
Pope Gregorio. What number am I? I would say Pope
he
Gregorio.
Said 13, and that's
that was
number.
years ago when the Gregorian calendar was born. I would say Pope Gregorio the 69th.
Well, I'm saying either the 49th or the 6th because we're picking up the 6th.
The 49th. Let's do the 49th. The 49th. All right. All right. That works too.
Pope Papa.
Yeah.
It looked like Chase Young was taking off some plays in the NFC Championship game, and that's got to be a scary thought, especially with the weak tackles that Kansas City has. I mean, they're really counting on those two outside guys, and we know Nick Bosa is going to play, but, man, Chase Chase looked like he was taking some plays off, and we traded a lot of capital to get him.
I mean, I saw that on tape, watching him when he got here, and David Lombardi watched the same tape, and he loved him. And John Lynch, they didn't have to give up a lot. It was a compensatory pick. Chase has had his moments, but when you play as many snaps as they play, and he got singled out, he wasn't the only one in the backside pursuit on the Jahmyr Gibbs touchdown. How many tackles did they lose in that play? I thought it was 3 watching it live. Really was 2, but it was in different pursuit. So, hopefully you got to play hard. One thing, Kansas City's line's going to play hard. Karlaftis comes at you all day. I do think one thing about defensive linemen is you see a lot of guys like that. Not everybody's Nick Bosa. Khalil Mack, as great as he was when I watched him every snap in Oakland, he would take plays off. If you ran away from him, he would not always chase it down on the backside. I know you're always susceptible to the cutback run, and you got to close the backside, but just watch a lot of guys. They don't chase it down on the backside. So he's not alone. It's just he's so damn big, and when he's not hustling on a play like that, and the backside run comes right in his area, and if he made a little more of an effort, maybe he could have got him down on the 10-yard line. It stands out. But, that's the reason, frankly, that he had an issue with Ron Rivera and Jack Del Rio in Washington. He was doing that. And I think part of it, John, everybody was saying how many snaps he was playing coming back off the terrible injury. Maybe he's playing too many snaps. How many snaps do you have to play to give me 100 on every play? Just play from snap to whistle every play. How many? If you can't do it, do what Christian does. And he hardly ever raise your right hand and say you want out. If you don't think you can do that on the next snap, we got somebody else behind you that can.
By the way, I just got the list from Media Row.
We front row?
Yeah, of course.
Are we?
As the Niners. 170. As 170.
Outlets are there?
Like, yeah, 170.
How did you get there? Where did that come from?
Just got it right here on a list.
Oh. It was sent to you or you sought it?
Yeah, it got sent to me.
Oh.
Mike Holder's our contact.
How many are actually radio stations or how many are podcasters?
I'll have to look. I'll have to break that down.
So are we number 1? Are we in the front row?
Who does number 1 work for? That's number 2.
That would be
who's number 2 work for?
Larry Bloomhagen.
Yeah, there you go.
Do we have a prominent position?
It doesn't show. But I'm sure.
All right.
And once you walk through the door as the Pope.
Well, I'm a little worried about Vegas. I just got a text from Will Kiss. When do you arrive, Greg?
Oh
my God, why? Why are you asking? No, he called. He called to congratulate me.
Here we go again.
He called to congratulate me, not to escort me out.
This key doesn't work. This key card doesn't work.
Well, any car I get into, you start it. I'm not starting that car. This is Vegas.
Exactly. Oh, man, that's a good point. I'm not getting in the car with you. I'll walk.
No.
Thank you, though. All right, we'll continue the conversation. Our last day before we head off to Vegas on Monday. Are we getting close? No, we're not getting close yet.
Sammy Watkins over the middle.
Yeah.
Think about the Niners in this game. Man, they played nothing but cover 3, but they were so good. Just any motion out wide, the way they widened out the zones. And they played the same defense every snap. Sherman against Kelce, but he rallies up and makes the tackle. I think that's the way
you tackled very well.
That's the way you got to play this guy. Rush 4, drop into a zone. The thing is, they don't play as tight a zone because they vary the defenses, and some, it's different on one side, one on the other. When they asked Nick, what did you remember about? We had a championship defense, and you just watch the snaps, how tight they are. The way it's a Belichick zone, the accordion. They open up wide and they slam it on you. Just watch how tight this defense is. When you see that, you know what? I didn't know if he would show him anything from this game. Just watch how we played defense back then. That's the way you've got to play to give your challenge. And now with the talent on this team, if they have a 10-point lead with 7:13 to play February the 11th, they're going to close the door and win the game. But you got to get to that point. This team was locked in defensively.
Absolutely. It was a fun night to watch up until a certain point. Papa and Lund, thanks for joining us. Super Bowl 54 is on in the studio, and if you don't want to watch it, I don't blame you whatsoever. I always turn this off around Jet Wasp time, but if you want to, feel the pain, you can do that as well. We'll get more into it. It's Papa and Lund. We're live from Levi's Stadium on a Friday, off to Las Vegas next week for the entire week for Super Bowl 58, only here on the Sports Leader.
You haven't done it all year. That's why not.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Ned, I would love to stand here and talk with you, but I'm not going to.
Hey, that's all right. I'll walk with you. You know, whenever I see an opportunity now, I charge it like a bull. Ned the Bull, that's me now.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. Watching Super Bowl 54 up until a certain point. Boy, I thought they had it. At that point, it was 5:43 left in the third quarter. Nick had just knocked it away from Mahomes. D Ford almost recovered it at the Chiefs 39. And then on the very next play, Warner drops into that zone right in front of Tyreek Hill, picks it off. And I remember you and Tim turning around, and you guys didn't say anything, but Tim kind of put his eyebrows up like, we might get this thing.
Well, Mahomes, I mean, and it was a deep curl to Tyreek, but Fred just sat there. It
was awesome.
How did Mahomes not see Fred? Was he the invisible man? I mean, he sat right there in that curl zone, in the hook zone, but it was a deep shot the way Fred, I think he just didn't think the linebacker would get that kind of depth, but man, watching that game plan and just the way they played the zone, a lot like Belichick's zone, I don't know.
Yeah, but it's kind of like what you just said. You were saying earlier in the show, I wonder if they'll go back and look at this, and then you just thought about this, because the more you watch it up to that play, they did. They just had him thoroughly confused. He didn't know which way was up. The pass rush is getting there. They're putting a bunch of pressure on the guy, and you started to feel it. There's about 5 minutes left.
Now they drive and they get to the Mosterati touchdown to go up 20-10.
And that's when we in the booth kind of went
play action, getting his head around, throwing darts over the middle to Debo. But here's this. Look at how deep Warner gets on that drop. And it's just Tyreek. They run that route all the time. It's a deep.
He just thought he could throw it over.
It's a deep comeback. What's great about Tyreek Hill, and still is, they're so afraid of his vertical speed to run by you. The guy's got crazy change of direction. He comes back, he locks back, and he comes the other way. He creates such huge cushion and separation because of his straight line speed. There was nobody around him at all except Fred Warner. Getting in the that was Fred, huh? I don't think his haircut was much shorter back then.
Absolutely. All right. Again, we'll be in Vegas next week. Make sure that you tune in all week long. Give us your thoughts before we get out of here. And again, we will take calls next week, texts next week, all that kind of stuff. But it is going to be a madhouse and a lot of fun. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Let's go out to Captain Don in San Bruno. Hi, Captain Don. Welcome.
Fellas, what's happening?
Hey, man.
Pop, Lund, I listen to your show, guys, all the time, man. Look, I just found out Bill Vivenovich is going to be the head referee again after he robbed us in 2019. How can that be allowed? I mean, Pop, if anybody knows this answer,
he's a good official, brother. He's a good official.
Except for he missed that one holding.
He's a good official. And the thing is, a lot of times the white hat, the referee, gets blamed for calls that they don't make. They don't make PI calls 20 yards down the field. That was his call. As the referee, the umpire, they're responsible for the offensive backfield, protecting the quarterback, and they see offensive line play. So that one was on Bill. He could have easily called that PI himself, or his umpire, Barry Anderson, are the two guys. Do we have the full crew for this Super Bowl beyond Bill Vinovich?
I haven't seen
Carl Johnson was the line judge in this game, and Carl went to work for the NFL. You know, after Pereira left and Blandino was there for a while, but Carl came in to run the officials for a while, then gave that up. But it could have been Bill Vinovich himself making that call, or Barry Anderson, the umpire. So, and when the captains go out for the toss of the coin, send Bose out and just say, "Hey, Bill,
remember
call the hold on their tackles in this game."
Mr. Bill is coming up next. That's right. Big Saturday Night Live character. Hi, Mr. Bill. Welcome.
Papa.
Mr. Bill.
Papa,
Should
I'm
I
a
kill
huge
Bill?
fan.
Mr. Bill. You're a what fan?
Huge fan of yours. Haven't called in about 23 years, but concerned about Thomas and his
Ambry?
back to the ball.
Ambry?
Yes, back to the ball every play.
Yeah.
Me too.
Well, first of all, he's got to get healthy. And the one thing is, Logan Ryan jumped in and played nickelback the other day. I don't think they'll do that. But Diamador Lenore at outside corner, you could play Logan Ryan inside in the nickel. I don't think they'll do that. But I hear you. The one thing is, John, is watching Jimmy Ward play in the Super Bowl wearing number 20. Can we sneak Jimmy Ward back and put him in number 20 and no one would know?
Yeah, I would like to have him.
You worried about Ambry Thomas? Ambry played well against the Lions. And, the Jair Brown played well on their special plays, the toss, throwback, and the flea flicker. And then on the flea flicker, Ambry got hurt. So I think he'll be fine for the game. I'd like to see him do more in practice today than he did yesterday. But you've also got, if Ambry can't go or you want to make a change, would you ever put Logan? You were the one that brought up Logan Ryan playing nickel. And I thought, are you crazy? He can't run. But he did a good job jamming Amon-Ra St. Brown on that big fourth down. That was a huge play. You got to have somebody reroute Kelce.
Yeah.
So, Logan obviously proved he can do it against Amon-Ra. Travis, a bigger guy, but are we worried about Ambry Thomas getting picked on? He played a good game against the Lions.
Yeah. Yeah, just Mahomes is relentless, and he's going to find him. This is, at this point of the game, 2:35 left. The 49ers make the extra point here to make it 20-10, 2:35 left in the third. And there was someone in the booth, I'm not going to say who turned around and said, I think we're going to win this.
It wasn't me, was it?
No, it wasn't.
I was
you.
thinking it.
It was someone else.
I was thinking
And that was the year that Kansas City kept coming back on everybody.
Yes.
And that person turned around and said, I think we're going to win this. And I went, no, don't say that.
Seriously?
Yeah. Wow. Somebody said, I think we're going to win this.
Wasn't me. But I was thinking it.
I know, we were all thinking it.
I just wouldn't say it
But we
out
all
loud.
did look at each other like, this might
Well, you know what?
happen.
You know what? Not right now, but when they overturned the Tyreek Hill play and set up the third 15
Right.
before
People forget that, by the way.
2-3 chip Jet Wasp. I don't forget that. That was a huge play in the game. I thought I would flip it, and then they wasped the next play. How did kill a wasp, John? We bring a big thing of raid into the booth?
Something. Yeah, that thing.
They're not going to run that wasp play again.
Could you imagine? Oh, man.
I think we should beat them with 65 toss power trap. Fake the toss, run an inside trap to use check. That's a good play, actually.
I know we got a whole week to talk about this, but I know all the talk is going to be about Brock, but if they win this thing, I think CMC is going to be the MVP.
Let's watch the game.
They can. He's gonna have a big game. I think he got to have a big game.
Jake Moody, 7 field goals, Super Bowl MVP, makes a 69-yarder to win the game.
Can you imagine?
Could be. How do you know?
Just don't make it on the right hash. Every time you say that, you're like, the ball's on the right hash.
Tell you what, yesterday in practice, they put him on the right hash.
What did he do?
And he made a real effort to pull it across his body, and he was bombing it right down the middle. So the right hash is an issue. And you know where it all started? Allegiant Stadium, Vegas.
I know.
Missed
That's
the
why I'm saying
58-yarder.
that stuff. Yeah. Oh, by the way, people say this is a good one. This might be the best one.
For the
actually.
redo on Groundhog's Day?
redo on Groundhog's Day. How about the earthquake? How about undoing
just
that?
The loss of life.
Yeesh.
Wow.
That's probably
That's
heavy.
heavy.
The one.
October 17th, 1989. We go back to
How about undo that
5:03 p.m. How would that? I mean, as far as the game goes, A's probably still win, but who cares about that? The loss of life and everything on the bridge, and hell yeah, that would be just a redo.
Mm-hmm. That'd be good.
That'd be pretty amazing.
By the way, am I the only one in the Bay Area who drives through tunnels like the Caldecott or something and tries to go through it as fast as they possibly can? I
Still thinking of that, the earthquake?
I always do. I'll be driving along and be like, punch it, get through this.
Well,
thing.
I mean, after the earthquake, we were just paralyzed for so
Still do
long.
that.
And I got like, we need to come out of our caves and resume our lives. But I remember when they reopened the Bay Bridge, I got on the bridge that first day. And when my tires hit that bridge, I went 140 miles an hour. Esteban Loaiza, all the way across that bridge. I couldn't wait till I got to the other side. I think I pulled over at Treasure Island and got my heart rate down and then finished the ride.
By the way, we were talking earlier at 1 o'clock about the Up and Adams podcast, and she said, yeah, it's like cilantro and blue cheese. Bruce tweeted at me and said, cilantro is unappealing to a small percentage of people due to a genetic factor.
Okay.
To us, it tastes soapy. All right.
Everything is unappealing to a small percentage of, everything is. People don't like anything universally.
Right.
But is it polarizing? Is cilantro polarizing?
Yeah,
that would be 50-50 people don't like it. I don't know, whatever. And what's wrong with blue cheese? What do you get on your chicken wings?
Right.
You got blue cheese.
Ever have a blue cheese bacon burger? Oh my gosh. It's unbelievable.
Peyton Manning's Audible. Blue cheese, broccoli. Ben Stiller. What was Ben Stiller's bit? Blue cheese, right?
Yeah. Oh, we got a little Steve Spagnuolo talking about Brock Purdy. See, everybody loves Brock. He's giving him all sorts of props.
Yeah.
He says, we've got some crossover film on Brock during the course of the year, but when you dive into it and you watch him, it's not a quarterback that's managing all of those tabs they put on him. He's for real.
Okay.
He's for real. He's going to say nice things about him anyway. So, all right, we got some remnants before the top of the hour. Tolbert and Copes will jump in at 2 o'clock. Our final, about 10 minutes before we head off to Las Vegas next week. We'll give you a few remnants before we get out of here as well. The Warriors are back in action. The Giants made a trade today. So do that to the top of the hour. Then Tolbert and Copes. We're live from Levi's on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Patrick Bailey, the Giants joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to preview the 2024 season and promote FanFest in Napa this Saturday. Check out that podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Chin up, Happy. Don't feel bad about me. I got my hand back, see? We've only just begun to live. White lace and promises, a kiss for luck, and we're on our way.
Was that really? That had to be good. Sounded like Carl Weathers singing.
It was. Right? We've only just begun.
Apollo Creed,
the master of disaster,
passed away. Man,
Happy Gilmore,
bummer, man. Carl Weathers passed
76? Away. That guy was in amazing shape.
Yeah. A couple of things today beyond the 49ers. And remember, we're going to be in Las Vegas, all the shows next week. We will be there starting on Monday and Monday night. We'll have all the great stuff from the media night. So make sure that you tune in, not only with to all the shows, but go to KNBR.com and all of our social media outlets, and we'll have you covered in all of those ways. You can check out all the video and everything else. But so this is our last day. So a couple of things beyond the Niners today. The A's and the Giants made their first trade since Darren Lewis and Ernest Riles.
You're not counting Adam Pettyjohn?
Guess not. And what was the other one?
That was for U.S. Cash.
Sky Bolt. It was like money, I think, across. But anyway, we hardly knew ye, Ross Stripling.
For Cox.
Yeah, for Jonah, not Jonah Hill, Jonah Cox. And so Ross Stripling, we hardly knew ye. And
so they've got Alex Wood and Ross Stripling in the A's rotation.
Yeah. So Ross Stripling gone. The Giants pay $3.5 million of the $12.5 million, so they saved $9 million. So we're waiting on
Just relocated it to Matt Chapman's bank account.
Chapman or Bellinger or Snell. They do need a starting pitcher in that rotation now, so that'd be nice, Blake Snell. But hopefully that means there's another move to be made. And do remember also Napa tomorrow, 10-1.
Giants
Napa
Fan
tomorrow.
Fest.
Giants Fan Fest continues. Our good friend Bob Melvin and a bunch of other players up there. So make sure you hit that. That's something. And then Warriors hit that road trip, and on this road trip will be the NBA trade deadline. So we shall see. We talked to Tim Kawakami a lot about his piece about Jed York, talking to Jed, but at the end of it, we talked about the Warriors deadline. He's actually going to stay around here because he thinks something may happen. A lot of people are saying it's not going to be a major
it'll be right
move,
during our show, right?
Yeah,
February the 8th is Thursday. That'll be a big day. We'll find out about NFL honors that night. Kyle's up for Coach of the Year. McCaffrey and Purdy are up for MVP. McCaffrey's up for Offensive Player of the Year. I think Christian will win that. And then the big one will be Patrick Willis on Thursday, whether or not he makes the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and I feel good about that as well. But I'm getting sad, Jen. I don't feel good about much right now. We are leaving this room. And if they do win the Super Bowl and we have to reconvene for a big public gathering in mid-February, maybe we come back here. Maybe we don't. Who knows? But you and I've been coming to this room Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. If we travel on Friday.
Yeah. We do the pre and post.
I got to make sure I pack up all my. I can't leave an iPhone charger here now.
Not today.
Is Tim, did he leave his license or anything? Money?
I spend a lot of time in here.
Tim left his phone here like once a week. Hey, bro, go get my phone.
Pick up my phone.
So we're done. I mean, and we came here training camp, right, in July?
Yeah, we've been here since July. And then I'm here
February.
Before and after all home games.
That's true.
On Sundays. Wow. So, I mean, I've been in this room for a ton of hours.
It smells like you a little bit.
Believe me, it's not good. It smells like a man, baby.
But the reason it's been so long is they advanced all the way to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's cool.
Which is go back to when we first came here and Brock and the elbow and the anxiety of August, the whole Trey Lance thing. I wonder where Trey's going to watch the Super Bowl. And then everything. It's just, it's just been a long year. Getting Bosa signed to his contract and then getting Kyle and John.
We can stop watching
signed
now.
As well. Tavarius Moore just came up with the interception.
11:57, 20-10. Moore with the interception. I thought, oh, baby, at that point.
Yeah.
NFL Network's replaying Super Bowl 54.
The one thing, I honestly, I didn't think there'd be much from this game you want to take because they are different. I think if you're Steve Wilkes or Fred watching this, just show it to your defense.
Like, this is how we can play.
We're not playing like this, guys.
Because there's enough guys on this defense that are still around, especially in the front seven. Like, come on, man.
Quan Alexander is flying. Legendary. I thought Dee Ford was slow. He is so fast in this game. Now he's playing limited snaps. He's flying. Armstead. Snaps. That is the effort
Bosa
level you got to have to win against Patrick Mahomes. You didn't even win the game, but you got to 7-13, and they only had 10 points. Just watch the way the defense played in this game. Effort, scheme, the tightness, the way they all worked together. I mean, ultimately they would bust on the Wasp play, and they got Mosley to bite on that. But, John, they are so tight in this game. We need that defense again.
No, I remember being in the booth with you in Miami, and when he intercepted that ball, 20-10 with, and we were going to get it at the perfect time because then we don't have to watch Jet Wasp. But man, at that point, like 10 minutes left in the game, I thought,
no, I'm going to go watch. I'm going to go watch them actually practice. So,
all right, you'll be out to practice.
So when do you land on Sunday? You probably get there before me. You get there before. We don't get there till about 6:30.
Yeah, so I'll be waiting for you.
You going to meet me in Hendo? You're not coming to Henderson.
That's too far for me.
You're not going to.
I'm like a magnet to the strip.
So am I throwing the bags right away on Sunday night and coming to the strip?
Let's go. Yeah, let's go.
I got Shane Salazar coming. He's this year's whale.
Is he?
He's got me nervous.
I'm ready.
He's got me nervous.
Well, you're kind of like Kyle Shanahan. If you would get all the work done before you come to Las Vegas, that would be probably the way to go.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Because once you get there,
I'll
give you your normal Saturday night. I know that's what you do, but outside of that, wing it.
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
Yeah, absolutely.
I need to save my voice. For how many touchdowns will I have in the game?
5.
5 against Spags?
That's what we need.
They're going to lay 35
need
on
4 to 5 to win this
now
game.
You're saying 4. All right.
4 to 5, I think.
I'll take 3 and 3 Jake Moody field goals.
That'll work too. That's 30.
30.
All right. Thanks as always. Great job by Danny and Walter. And they're going to join us. Walter's going to be down in Las Vegas as well. We'll have a great time next week. Make sure that you tune in. All the shows will be down there. It's going to be great. Anything you missed today, Matt Mayoko was tremendous. Tim Kawakami. If you missed any of those, just go to KNBR.com. We will hear you, or you will hear us from Las Vegas next week from Media Row. So tune in then. Tolbert and Copes right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station.
This is one time where television really fails to capture the true excitement of a large squirrel predicting the weather. I, for one, am very grateful to have been here. From Punxsutawney, this is Phil Connors. So long.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Light show today. I like light shows. A little light heading into the weekend. Marcus Thompson, Tim Ryan going to join us. And we'll be full. I'm sure we'll be full of football next week. Be in Vegas. So we'll have plenty of people hawking stuff. So there will be no shortage of people trying to hawk you their product. Or as Aaron Cheek used to say, Tui, America, Tui. Anyway, moving on. What's up?
Did I miss something? Do we only have Tim Ryan today?
Tim Ryan, Marcus Thompson.
Oh, you said Marcus Thompson. I think you missed Marcus. Okay. A little light show.
Come on, bro.
Headed into the weekend. Sorry, man. I'm okay if we forget him. That's fine. I'll tell him we forgot him. I'll tell him I did.
Thank you.
I won't put that on you. I'll just say it was me. I'll be like, I forgot you and gladly. No problem, Marcus. Best sports writer in America. And Tom, we're not that light, dude. You forgot one. I don't know if you missed the text.
Dan Fouts.
Dude, we have Dan Fouts coming on. 350.
Dan Fouts, one of my favorites.
Dude, I was like 350 Dan Fouts, 430 Tim Ryan, 450 Marcus Thompson. Derek will welcome the apology, I think, at any moment from us. You can keep waiting.
Whoa, hey, whoa. He snuck Dan Fouts in on me late, okay?
He did throw it in late.
It's a whole rewiring process at that point.
It's an afterthought for him, too.
Last game of the year, Brett. Can't hold anything back now.
Nicely done.
No, he was literally one of my favorites growing up. He was
the best.
Like late 70s, early 80s. So that was, end of junior high, going into high school. Loved the Chargers. Loved Dan Fouts. So it's always kind of fun to talk to Dan.
He could sling it, man.
Ooh, he was awesome, man. Awesome, and that receiving core was incredible. Air Coryell. They were like the greatest show on turf without actually being on turf.
Before that, right.
And think about the yards they put up and the stats they put up when the rules were much different. You used to be able to drop quarterbacks on their heads and maul receivers until the ball was in the air. Then you had to let them go. Like, it was a totally different league back then. So you look at his yards and his, like, that's why when people look at the TD to interception ratio and all that, I'm like, I go, you can't even compare.
Well, and he played with nobodies, right? Just like Brock?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's nobody around him.
No, nobody around him.
Nobody did anything.
He didn't have anybody around him. He didn't have Jefferson, didn't have Chandler, didn't have Winslow. Didn't have Charlie Joyner. Yeah, didn't have any of those guys. They Chuck Muncie.
Well, and let me throw this out because you don't have to tell me same era or close. This is probably much earlier, I think. Then we should make note of this. I know Pop and Lum were talking about it. Real bummer today, dude. The passing of Carl Weathers.
I know.
A former Raider and one of the all-time great athletes turned actors in history, and one of the early ones. I mean, I know Jim Brown did it, of course, but Carl Weathers, for me, dude, like being a kid who grew up with an absolute love. I mean, Adam Sandler movies in the prime of his Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore, The Waterboy. That's all right up my alley as a kid, a middle school age kid. And Carl Weathers as Chubbs. And then my dad shows me Rocky when I'm like 10, 12 years old. I mean, he's one of the all-time great movie characters. And Carl Weathers passes away today at the age of 76. Raiders linebacker from 1970 to 71. Of course, famous for Apollo Creed and Chubbs Peterson. Got my hand back, Happy C. Having an epic handshake and death in Predator. Don't forget, and a goofy version of himself that we've hit like 3 of those 4 frequently. Arrested Development. He plays himself as a life coach for Tobias.
Whoa! There's still plenty of meat on that bone. You take this home, throw it in a pot, add some broth, a potato. Baby, you got a stew going.
he's an acting coach turned life coach, dude. Whoa. There's meat on it.
I love the way he laughs before he says it. Oh, you got a stew.
310 on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line says, I might have a stew going this weekend. R.I.P. Apollo, dude. Yeah, I mean, dude, when you think Carl Weathers, what stands out to you? I mean, he touched multiple generations in multiple ways, and the fact that he had a great sense of humor and played Chubbs. I mean, Chubbs is a hilarious character. Oh, he wouldn't let me play on the pro tour. Oh, I'm sorry, because you're black? Hell no. Damn alligator bit my hand off.
Wouldn't let me play on the pro tour anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry. Because you're black?
Hell no. Damn alligator bit my hand off.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hooked my ball in the rough down by the green. Damn alligator just popped up.
No, he was great. Now, for me, it's Apollo Creed.
He's a legend.
Yeah, he's
Apollo who? One has been training another has been.
I don't need no has been coming around my corner.
You're just messing in my corner.
Man, do us all a favor. Drop this chump.
Oh man.
And then Rocky got
rocked.
Dispatched, as we like to say.
Damn, Rock, come on! What's the matter with you?
Tomorrow. Let's do it tomorrow.
There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow.
Pounds that table. And Rocky's looking in the mirror in that crappy hotel room in Compton, just staring in that mirror.
I love the last scene from number 3. Where they got the Marcus Neiman picture.
Ding.
It's like he goes, ding, ding.
What
That's hard for
favor?
me to take. You beat me by 1 second. And that's hard for a man of my intelligence to take. I don't think it's verbatim, but it was something like
It's pretty
that.
close,
I
yeah.
just thought that was a great scene.
He goes, you still owe me that favor.
The worst scene. And like, I love those movies, and yeah, they're kind of cheesy. One was really good. I mean, one was well written. I mean, that's why I won the Oscar and all that kind of stuff. But, they were what they were. But I just, I love the whole thing. It's fun to make fun of the boxing.
I think I know the scene you're going.
I always said CompuStat. If CompuBox was around there, it'd be like, Rocky this round, 99 for 101, and Apollo Creed.
You ever see how many punches?
100.
Yeah. Ever see how many punches thrown in a boxing match?
They never missed. But no, the cheesiest scene of all was them hugging on the beach. I'm like, oh, please. I go, this is killing me.
Yeah.
I go, you guys are wearing me out here with this. I go, first off, I'm never going to believe, I would believe you guys landed every punch before I believe Rocky ever beat Carl Weathers in a running match, like a race. Never going to happen. Not going to happen. So that was, and I know that's how they needed to kind of close it out to get to the fight, but I was like, oh no, come on.
Yeah, they're jumping in the
bro,
Yeah.
in the water, jumping up and down. Oof.
Tough deal. When he goes out in 4 too. You know what I mean? His ego gets him.
Yeah, that was rough.
Stick down Drago, dude. He comes
was
out.
expecting exhibition. I'll give me an exhibition, and Drago's like, no.
Nah, dude. Well, dude, it's like when Rocky fought Thunder Lips in 3. He thought that was an exhibition,
Correct,
too.
he did.
It's not an exhibition,
Yeah.
not for Thunder Lips.
No,
The
not
ultimate
for Thunder
male
Lips.
versus the ultimate meatball. Oh, man. Carl Weathers is just giving us so many great ones. I had read at one point he was so not upset about Creed becoming a thing, the movie, like the story that carries on in the same Rocky universe with Michael B. Jordan as Adonis Creed, but he wanted to be a part of it in some capacity. And Rocky, they're like, nah, man, like, it's over. Your character's gone. But I can imagine that, because it's pretty cool that movie and that name has lived on, because I think anybody who's become a fan of that from this generation, you got to go back. You got to know the history of Apollo Creed, right? And what happened with him and how he was basically the Muhammad Ali character.
Yep.
He'd never been knocked down, I think was the story when Rocky went to fight him. And he decides to fight Philadelphia's favorite son on the bicentennial, right? 1976 is when they're doing it.
Yep.
The fight in Philadelphia, and his original opponent gets hurt or sick or breaks his arm or something like that. So he ends up fighting Rocky and gives him a shot, and he goes the distance. Nobody had ever taken him the distance. Maybe that's what it was. Anyway, nobody had broken Rocky's nose before that first round either, apparently. Not by the looks of it. But, if you're just joining us, Carl Weathers passes away at the age of 76. He was literally in commercials this week to promote Rob Gronkowski's Kick of Destiny. Did you see that?
Yeah,
there was ads out there for that. So
I did.
Yeah, it's
those were great. Those were just fun. I mean, again, it was like, it wasn't Raging Bull. It wasn't supposed to be that. It was just different. It was, and nobody really even knew who Sylvester Stallone was at that point.
Well, he had never done
anything.
anything.
It was just kind of a fun underdog story, and you got behind Rocky, and then the boxing match was, it's cool for that time. It was fine. They could have tightened up their choreography a little bit, but back when men were men and went 15 rounds for a championship belt, and men got brain trauma, and that's what happened when you go 15 rounds. But they said, so, yeah, I don't care. And I'm going those 15 rounds. I'm going to get out there and hell with my brain, and I'm going to lay it on the line for the people for probably like $10,000.
Yeah,
probably where Rocky got at that point. He probably got like $25,000 to fight in that fight.
Well, don't forget, he's walking around bouncing that ball with the fingerless gloves in the beginning. Remember, he's like that. He's the muscle for
and punching the meat.
Dude, that guy had the ultimate.
Never forget punching the ribs.
They're like, that's cool. It's like, no, he didn't really have much of a choice. You know what I mean? It wasn't by choice.
No, but Apollo Creed was great, and then he did the great the babyface turn in the Rockies. He became like a lovable Apollo Creed
because Rocky starts Rocky loses the eye of the tiger, and he sees it happen, and he has to train him. Yeah, it's and then he falls on hard times at 4, as I mentioned before, and Rocky's got to avenge him. But sad day, I think, for a lot of generations, or for many generations. Carl Weathers passed away at 76. Again, a Raiders linebacker. How many people here in the Bay Area knew him from 70 and 71, and then Apollo Creed and the Rocky movies. Chubbs Peterson for a whole new generation, and we got more sound. We'll pepper it in too, because there's too much. To hell with that. As Tom said before the show, he was going to do the show for Carl Weathers. I said, to hell with that. I'm playing for Chubbs. I'm doing it, man. So anyway, we'll keep celebrating Carl Weathers throughout the day. We got a lot of good stuff to get into. The Montana and Brock Purdy situation, both being mailmen. We can get into that when we come on back. Also going to get into plenty of your calls and your thoughts a little bit later. I'll throw some topics out to you in just a bit for you guys to think about, and we'll get to our great guests. Not as thin as we thought. Dan Fouts, Tim Ryan, Marcus Thompson.
Filled up the plate a little bit.
On the guest list today. Never thin when you got a Hall of Famer. And we're not talking Marcus Thompson. We're talking Dan Fouts. All right, when we come on back, Joe Montana, Brock Purdy, the mailman. Will Brock deliver next Sunday? That's next on the Sports Leader.
Chin up, Happy. Don't feel bad about me. I got my hand back, see? We've only just begun to live. White lace and promises, a kiss for luck, and we're on our way.
Out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon's sports leader.
The Hall of Famer Ronnie Lott joined Murph and Marcus today to discuss the 49ers being back in the Super Bowl. Check out that podcast. It's trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
He hasn't had the chance to work with other receivers, and I think that's not a negative on him. It's just that people haven't seen him do that yet. I mean, obviously there was some reason that that the 49ers liked him to be able to take him last in the draft, the things that they saw on tape. And I don't think it'll matter who's out there. He's fortunate because he's got some pretty good studs out there that can give him the ball, and hey, they can go the distance, and nothing wrong with that. Everybody's had those in their lifetime. So I don't even think about that twice. I just think that it's a plus for him.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Friday afternoon. That was the voice of Joe Montana on the Pat McAfee podcast. Saying, and by the way, when I heard this quote earlier, I was like, I can't believe this is now the knock. Well, Brock hasn't played with bad enough receivers. I was like, is that the goalpost move now? He's in the Super Bowl, but his receivers are too good. Joe's saying, like, look, man, he hasn't had a chance to play with any other different receivers. So he joined Pat McAfee today, and he said himself that there really isn't any difference in the responsibilities that he and Brock Purdy had as quarterback, which I thought was an interesting way to look at it. For anybody who hasn't seen the Joe Montana Peacock documentary, I'd implore you to go check it out. One, it's great. It's a really great insight. It's really well done. Our guy Mike Silver shows up all over it. He's got some great quotes in there, but it tells you really about the only negative is Silver. Tells you a lot of great insight about the internal battle between he and Steve and the back and forth. I think Brent Jones is in it plenty as well. Also, there's a lot of great stuff, and it starts with Joe Montana as, not even remotely a starting quarterback in college at Notre Dame. He was like the 6th string or something like that, like the 7th guy. Like, he was thinking about quitting and tried to quit at one point and wanted to join the basketball team. And go play basketball, and the football coach said, well, you're on football scholarship or whatever it was, so you can't miss. So I think actually what he did was he said, yeah, you can play hoops, but then he scheduled every football practice during basketball tryouts or something, so Joe couldn't do it. So anyway, here's more from Joe Montana on the Pat McAfee Show, saying Brock Purdy has figured the offense out. When you do that the way Joe did, you just have to deliver the mail.
I think the thing I see is something that I think I figured out early on in my career was that what the offense is about, right? It wasn't about me. It was about getting the ball to the people who knew what to do with it, because I'm the mailman. This doesn't belong to me. I want to get it to somebody that knows how to run, knows how to catch. And we had, especially late in my career, when you got guys like Jerry Rice, John Taylor, Brent Jones, Roger Craig, on down the line, all you got to do is get the ball to him. And I think if you look at the weapons that Brock's working with, he's figured that offense out. He understands what his position is. He doesn't try to make a big play. He knows when that chance will come and when he needs to do it.
Pretty cool thought. Yeah. And it's true. When you watch this documentary, I don't know if I hadn't seen the Peacock Montana documentary, if I would feel the same way, or if I would understand as much about what he's talking about. Like, I understand the comp that we said this, remember how much we joked about, well, we have to disclaim that we're not saying he is Joe Montana, but now Joe Montana is saying, in as much as football has changed in these offenses, which, by the way, are, Kyle Shanahan's offense is an evolved version of the offense that Bill Walsh created, the evolution of it by generation and, of course, player and creativity. But, like, does it lose credibility when to me, obviously, but does it lose credibility, any negativity towards Brock, when Joe Montana himself says it's not much difference in what we were doing?
Well, I didn't even really think about that. I just think that people aren't watching what they're looking at,
or know what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's interesting hearing him say that, because I can only imagine like Peyton Manning or Tom Brady or Dan Fouts or whoever saying, you know what, going to management and saying, can you give me fewer weapons? It just don't look as good. Like, I can do this with if you just give me, I don't need Jefferson or Joyner. Maybe keep Winslow around, but get rid of the other two guys so I can show what I can do. I mean, of course not. It's ridiculous. Like, yeah, quarterbacks are like, yeah, I don't care. You can say what you want about me. Give me all the weapons that I could have. Because Like at the end of the day, all they care about is winning. They just want to win a Super Bowl. They're not cared where they don't care where they're ranked. It's like I just want to win, just win a Super Bowl, and he has figured it out. It's so funny to hear Joe say it though. This doesn't belong to me. I got to get it to somebody who knows what to do with it. It's pretty funny to listen to one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time saying, "Yeah, this doesn't belong to me, man. I just got to get rid of this stuff." But no, I think what he sees is that he knows how to run the offense, and he knows what his job is in that offense. And Joe figured that out pretty early, and so has Brock. Brock figured it out pretty early. And is it easier to figure out when you have all those weapons? Yeah, of course it is. No one's saying it isn't. I mean, yeah, but he doesn't have to apologize for it. He shouldn't apologize for it. He wouldn't apologize for it because, again, he's not worried about what people think of him right now. He's like, hey, you think of me what you want. I just want to win a Super Bowl. And then guess what? If he wins another one and then goes on to have a great career, then it doesn't really even matter because at that point people are like, okay.
Well, he did it forever.
We were wrong. We were wrong. So who cares? Really what they think. I think those people look more foolish by the day, but it is what it is. Like I said, you dig your heels in and you say, I'm going to die on this hill and this is what I said and I'm going to stick with it and I'm going to keep sticking with it until I don't have to stick with it anymore. And that's not this point. So they'll just keep doubling down. And at some point, we all know how that goes. Keep doubling down when you're at the blackjack table. You will be pulling lint out of your pockets shortly, and then at 11:59, you'll be waiting by the ATM machine saying, ding, okay, $300. Let's start it all over again. God, I hate that. I hate that feeling.
Hate that feeling.
Sucks.
It's the worst. Can't wait to feel it next week. Days away. Days away, boys. So let me ask you this. You're going to ask, too, because I think you'll be more of a neutral mind on this. I think if you ask somebody in the Bay Area, they would be more biased, but you were in Southern California. Was Joe Montana ever considered the quarterback that Dan Marino was?
Oh, I mean, it took a few Super Bowls. I would say by the time they beat Miami in that Super Bowl, then it was like, this guy is... I mean, I think they still always said that he had a better defense, which he did. He probably had a better offensive coach, one of the best ever. And that Dan Marino's, I think, was one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. He didn't win one, Joe did. So, yeah, of course, you factor that in. But, again, this gets back to my whole, what if Dan Marino played for the 49ers and Joe played for Miami? How different would their careers be at that point? Because I think that matters so much in terms of, like, what your ceiling can be. What's the system? Who's the coach? Is he an offensive coach? Does he have a really cool, innovative system? All those sort of things. Because no one's ever going to question the greatness of Dan Marino throwing the football. I mean, that guy was unbelievable. Again, that was a different time, different era, and he was just dicing teams up. Dicing them up. Awesome. Just the quickest release ever. But no, at some point, Joe just kind of, passed him up, and he became the guy. And then he just became more the guy and more the guy and more the guy because, it's like 15-1, 13-3, NFC Championship game. Oh, another Super Bowl. Oh, another Super Bowl. It's like, okay, now we're done. By the end of the 80s, it was over. But you got to remember, second year, I think that was Marino's second year they went to the Super Bowl. Then he set a record for most touchdown passes in a season. I forget what was it. Was it 3 a game? So I think it was 48.
48, yeah.
Or something. Yeah. I mean, he was just awesome. It was the Marx Brothers, Duper and Clayton. Boop, 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 boop.
That was Groucho and Chippo.
You want to talk about dropping dimes.
That's for Derek specifically. That's just me and you, Derek. Only me and you are the only ones on the... Maybe Tom, too, but yeah, me and you.
Yeah, I think I missed that one.
Our little Harpo? Can I throw you a Harpo? No?
Oh, yeah, no, I got that one.
Got it. You got it. Yeah, I was going Marx Brothers.
With the X.
With the X, thank you. You got it.
With the X.
There you go.
Yeah, I like to use 2 X's just to be kind of... But no,
I'm more of a
I would
guy.
say by mid-'80s, it was like, yeah, Joe's the guy. Joe was... And remember, there were a lot of good quarterbacks in the 80s. John Elway was in the 80s. I mean, John Elway was like supposed to be the guy.
Well, you asked me
right?
that. You are like, what if Elway was on the Niners and I said, I think they win 8. I said, I think if you put it, like, again, it's not a knock on Joe, but to that point of the skill set, it's like Tom Brady was able to do it. If you were to swap Brady and Montana, not Brady and Montana, Brady and Manning, does Brady win more? Maybe, but does Montana win more? I don't know. I don't think that he does. He probably wins about the same. He might have a better defense, but I I think the discrepancy in the talent definitely is there. But to me, there's no knock in executing your job in the way that you're supposed to at a high level and at a level that is at the same rate as guys across the league who are losing more games than you are. I never will understand that.
Well, if you win the Super Bowl, what else? I mean, like, what more do you want? I won a Super Bowl. What do you want me to do it with more flair? You want me to do it with bigger numbers? I don't know, because that's the whole goal here is to win. And if you keep winning, then you win the Super Bowl and you get immortalized. Like that's the whole deal here. Does anybody think Joe would have been as revered if he'd won 1 Super Bowl instead of 4? No, because that's what it's all about. You get to that level of greatness where your numbers are just like overwhelming. There's only one way to measure guys, and that is by rings. That's it. And fair or not, that's just the way it goes. What do they always do in basketball? Yeah, he won 6. He's got 5 now. What if he gets to 6? I mean, how much does that change? How much should it change? I don't know. I just know that's the measuring stick at that point because everybody's already like kind of determined their greatness. And we all know how great they are. MVPs and all-star games and all pros and all that. They all have that. It's like, okay, well, how many championships you got? Well, 1. And you got 4. Okay, you're better. Like, that didn't seem all that reasonable that you have 10 seasons of 16 games, and then you have like a few playoff runs, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, you're better. But that's just the way it is. You win more. Yeah. Why is Brady better? 7. That's it. I mean, Brady wasn't until he got to like 5, 6. You go, oh damn, he's got 5, 6 now. He's got to be, he's got it. Well, I don't know that he was any better than he was the year before that. Maybe it was a little bit, maybe not, but so that's and if they were going to use that as a measuring stick, why are we talking about all the other stuff? Like, I mean, who really cares? And let's not say this is a Trent Dilfer thing. It's not a Trent Dilfer thing. And the numbers suggest yards per attempt were like 9.6, one of the best ever in the entire history of the league. Dilfer didn't do that. Dilfer didn't lead the league in percentage. Now, he dropped down at some point. I think he was like 2nd or 3rd by the end of the season. But you look at his numbers, they suggest a guy who's really good at what he does, and he wins. So, I don't know. I feel like we're like over-fertilizing this ground now. It's like, oh, damn, we were growing stuff. We blew it. We ran over it. But it's just the same old stuff, really. But yeah, you win, you'll get your recognition, period. Just as simple as that. They can't keep it from you at that point.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. We are streaming twitch.tv/The Sports Leader and on YouTube, of course, at KNBR 1045, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. Check out the video stream. A lot of fun conversation going on this week around the 49ers who are back in the Super Bowl. We're heading out to Vegas next week for Radio Row. I'll be there through the game, and I'll come back the morning after the game. So we'll be definitely all over that next week. But let's get more into the last time. I just actually was out in the bullpen. They got it on NFL Network. So anybody who's flipping channels, don't put on NFL Network. It's the 49ers and the Chiefs, 2019 Super Bowl 54. Mike Holler and I were just standing out there, and Mike said, I hate this game. And I turned back. I was like, what the hell is this doing on? The hell is this?
45-1.
45-1
Yeah, I had him 45-1.
Oh, to win it all? That's right. I forgot. You were all over it.
I bet him at the beginning of the year.
Oof.
And that's my one shot.
Oh.
I spilled spaghetti. I spilled the spaghetti.
Well,
they were up 10. I was like, oh, it could happen.
Well, if you got them before this season, your odds probably weren't as good because Brock Purdy an upgrade over Jimmy Garoppolo. We'll talk about that. The upgrade at quarterback from the last time the 49ers saw Pat Mahomes in the Super Bowl 4 years ago today. The Niners lost 31-20 to the Kansas City Chiefs. And since then, everything has changed on this roster. We'll talk about it next on The Sports Leader.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Brett can't hold out. Last game of the year.
Tolbert and Copes, it's a Ska Friday on the Sports Leader. 49ers and the Chiefs getting ready for the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 58. How about this? We were just getting ready to see it down there. I think we got the play. Ralph didn't come in with the correct one. We were getting ready for it, actually. It's in the fourth quarter. I told you on NFL Network. They're showing that game. Super Bowl 54. And Jimmy overthrows Emmanuel Sanders, dude. As soon as you got it ready, guys, let me know. Anyway, 4 years ago today, Niners lose to the Kansas City Chiefs in Super Bowl 54. Biggest change this time around. We'll talk about that in just a minute. And we will get to your calls at 415-808-5627. Line them up. Your calls in about 10 minutes at 808 KNBR. 3 things we want to hear from you. Are you more confident this time around against the Chiefs with Brock Purdy at quarterback than you were with Jimmy Garoppolo? Do you think Purdy completes that pass that Jimmy missed to Emmanuel Sanders in the last Super Bowl? And number 3, if Purdy wins, does he immediately join Joe Montana and Steve Young as an all-time 49er quarterback? 415-808-5627. 808 KNBR is the number to call and the number to text. Raph, you have the play we were talking about? Here it is, Super Bowl 54.
Here we go. Sorensen showing blitz. Here he comes. Third down. Jimmy's going to throw a deep shot down the field for Emmanuel Sanders. He overthrew him. Emmanuel Sanders ran right through the coverage there in a post route, and Garoppolo overshot it.
There you go. Papa on a post route, and he overshot him.
He was
pissed, dude. He was hot about that.
Yeah.
He was hot.
I didn't even think it was he wasn't wide open. He was right on his ass. It would have taken a nice throw to drop it in there. I think sometimes people think he was like 2 yards clear, and he just completely whiffed on the throw. It would have been nice if he'd have dropped it in there. The other ones that killed me were just, damn, Chris Jones, man. Jones just kept knocking stuff down. It's like, bro, could we throw to the other side? Maybe throw to the left side where that dude's not. We don't have to worry about him knocking stuff down. God, he had such a huge impact in that game. Remember the one Kittle was wide open and he just big paw came out of nowhere and just swatted it down.
Swatted it out, dude.
Damn, he's so good. That guy's really, really good.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the one thing I remember, because I've been watching this a little bit of this too, was like the score is not indicative of how well the Niners defense played. Defense was really good most of that game, and then just got a little leaky late, and then you got the touchdown very late when the game was kind of decided. But yeah, I thought the defense was really, really, really good, and it was that 3rd and 18 or whatever it was. That was such a backbreaker. And you saw it. Mosley bit on the in route, and then he just vacated an area, and that's where Hill ended up, right in that area. Because the deep guys don't have a choice. They got to keep backpedaling with that dude coming at you. That dude's coming at you. It's like, whoa, we better start bailing here. And then as soon as you bail, he just makes a left turn. It takes you too long to get over there. But heck of a play design too by Reed. But yeah, that was, man. Wonder what would happen if they would have been able to stop him on that. Cuts a punt, you get the ball back. That was a rough sequence.
That's a rough play. That's a rough play. What would you say is the biggest difference this time around? Is it as simple as Purdy over Garoppolo? Is that the biggest obvious? I mean, it's the obvious difference. Is that the biggest in your mind?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Garoppolo was pretty good that year. I mean, I people have their own memories of Garoppolo, but
I liked it.
Better.
I didn't hate. I never understood the Jimmy hate. I understood the frustration with Brandon Belt, like why he divided people. That one to me logically made sense. For Jimmy Garoppolo, I was like, all the guy's done since he got here is win. I didn't think he was elite in the sense that he was like a top 10 quarterback in the league or 5, but he was a top 15, and I was like, you can win a Super Bowl if you have great, it's funny that the argument about Jimmy's success didn't happen in the way that it's happening with Brock Purdy, right? Yet, I would also credit the weapons around Jimmy, or the play calling maybe even more so, because there were many guys who, Raheem Mostert had been on 7 practice squads, I think, or something. before the 49ers made him, put him on an active roster, and he set a record. And I believe to this day he is the NFL all-time leader in yards per carry by minimum number of attempts to this minute. So Raheem Mostert ended up at a later point in his career getting contracts, having a great career. Kendrick Bourne ended up getting a contract and leaving and going to New England after he was here in San Francisco. I think there are weapons on offense. Matt Breida was a guy I'd never even heard of and was, not elite, but had some great games and some great big runs. Elijah Mitchell. I just think that there are guys that Kyle Shanahan brought in that succeeded because of the play calling. I mean, Nick Mullins, would he have a contract right now and be a backup in the NFL if not for the play calling and the opportunity to play because of the injuries to Jimmy? Probably not. So I do think, again, it's a body of work for everybody that makes a successful football team. But I also think that Jimmy benefited as well from the weapons around him, yet people just kind of accepted that was the cap for him. He was the same guy to me when he walked in to San Francisco as he is right now. And whatever game he plays next, I don't think he'll be that much different.
Yeah. He might have even gotten a little worse.
Maybe.
Possibly.
Yeah, Brock's better than he was when he started.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. I thought Jimmy was really good when he came in just slinging it. And then but it was fine. But I don't know if that's the biggest difference or the defense is the biggest difference. Because like I said, that defense was nasty. That defense was top notch. And you weren't going to just line up and run against them. This defense is not top tier. I think it can be at some point, but it hasn't proven it this year and never proven it consistently. So that's probably the biggest difference to me. Offense is definitely more explosive, but the biggest difference probably the defense isn't. Like, I always thought they had a great chance to win that game just because their defense was so good. I mean, they mauled teams going into the Super Bowl. Green Bay and Minnesota, they had no chance. No chance. Couldn't move the ball.
No chance.
Dismantled Cousins, dismantled Rodgers.
Hey,
see ya.
He had no chance. They had Rodgers. I said they had no chance.
So they were running team and defense. And that's the biggest difference is the defense. Do I think Purdy's better? Yeah, of course. But I think the defense is probably, for me, the biggest difference in these two teams. That defense was kind of you look at it and go, that's Super Bowl defense right there. That's one of the best in the league. And this one just kind of hasn't been quite that this year. Be nice to see it one time, but it certainly hasn't been that during the first two games of the playoffs.
I'll ask you this one. I don't know. This is not a linear. The answer for this isn't necessarily a linear answer to me, and it's maybe more complicated than a yes or no. Are you more confident going into this Super Bowl that Brock will win than you were that they would be able to win last time around with Jimmy? Like a week out last time around. I know you can't exactly remember, but you know how you felt about Jimmy.
I thought they would win last time too.
I thought they would too, but
I thought they would win last time.
But this time is maybe more for me about scar tissue. One, as a fan, right? A scar tissue, and two, it's about the other part of it is that Patrick Mahomes is more emboldened now in who he is. So it's not necessarily about a lack of confidence in Brock or more confidence in Jimmy. In my mind, it's more about the quality of team, which again brings us back to the body of work, obviously. But if you ask to a fan what their biggest concern is, I think 99, 95, I don't know, maybe that's ridiculous, but it feels like 90 to 95% say the defense in this game. Whereas I think last time it would have been, don't turn the ball over. Jimmy threw it 8 times in the NFC Championship.
Yep. Yeah, I think I was more confident last time that they were going to win than this time, just because of defense. I still feel like they're going to find a way to win this game. I think they've been the best team all season long. And I read a stat where if they went by season numbers before the playoffs started, and of course you got to include those, but if they did, Niners would have been a 5-point favorite on a neutral. And now it's a 2-point favorite. So the Chiefs have picked up 3 points during the playoffs. And what do you trust? Do you trust the last 2 games? Do you trust 17 games during the course of the regular season? So I guess that's kind of what you're going to have to figure out. I know what side we'll be on. We were on the same side the first 2 games. Hey, get one done, Niners. You got to cover one game if you're going to win the Super Bowl, for crying out loud. I mean, we have to.
I'd like to.
You don't. I guess you could win by 1, and that would be a non-covering Super Bowl win. But I'm thinking they're going to, if they're going to win by 3 or more. But Yeah, I look. I'm just going to trust the numbers. The defense still scares me a little bit. It really does, and Mahomes scares me. The defense has scared me the last 2 weeks, but Love didn't scare me. He'd been playing really good, and Goff didn't scare me. He'd been playing really good. Mahomes scares you because Mahomes just does stuff. We all see it. He just does Mahomes stuff. You're like, God dang it, that dude! That throw to Kelce. Are you serious? It just zinged one into his hip, and Kelce caught it as a touchdown, and he runs at the right time, and he's Mahomes. I don't need to say anymore.
Excuse me, Holmes?
Obviously, excuse me, Mahomes. But mostly it's a defense. Mostly it's about the defense. Again, I think if they come out and kind of shut the run down, if the first run's a 7-yard run up the middle, I might throw my remote at the TV. Seriously. It's happened 2 straight weeks. I'm like, are you kidding me? Again? I was so mad last week. I was like, really? Montgomery 8-yard run?
Yeah, up the middle, up the gut.
After they ran it up your highway the first half against the Packers. And, come on.
Is that a saying?
Yeah, no, it's not. Well, it is, but it has another word attached to it that I didn't feel like including on the radio.
Is that ass? Yeah, ran it up your ass.
Well, it's a candy.
All right,
candy maker.
There you go. Ran it up your candy maker. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. It's a Scott Friday. Raph is here. Derek's here. We're streaming on twitch.tv/thesportsleader and on YouTube. The Suckholes are here. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Are you more confident this time around with against the Chiefs with Brock Purdy than you were with Jimmy Garoppolo? Let's go to Pete. Pete is in San Mateo. Pete, you're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, hey guys. Listen, I was just calling in because here we are. The biggest concern is whether we can stop the run in the defensive line.
Yep.
And we have to have. I'm not looking at it, but there's got to be $80-90 million.
Yeah.
Paid to this defensive line.
Yeah, you're right.
And it's and why is this the number one thing we're worried about? And what the hell is John Lynch going to do at the end of the year? He's going to look back at these and say, okay, wait, we're spending all this money. Supposedly we have the best defensive line coach in football, and yet this is what we're most worried about. So what is the problem? Is it Wilkes? Because it's got. I'm not calling for his head or.
No, it's a great question, Pete. And Pete, it's a great question, and I would say that maybe that answer comes if it's that maybe comes after the Super Bowl, right? But also to that point, they made a trade to enhance the defensive line. They added Randy Gregory, right? They added Cleve Ferrell in the offseason. Drake Jackson was a high draft pick at number 2 in the second round. Was he end of the first round or end of the second round? I think it was end of the first 2 years ago. Out of SC, and they thought he was going to be a weapon. Pete, we do appreciate the call, man. We got to run, but I do think that's something that will be addressed. It's why Kyle was asked, I think, point blank yesterday, would you consider bringing in Mike Vrabel or Bill Belichick as a defensive advisor? And he said, I haven't even considered it. But if you ask him that question after the season and after the Super Bowl, who knows? They win the bowl and the defense pitches a shutout. Could all be different. 808 KNBR is the number to call. 415-808-5627. You can call us. You can text us on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. You can hit the chat room. I'm involved in the chat room. We all check in there on the YouTube chat at KNBR 1045. Are you more confident this time around with Brock Purdy than you were 4 years ago today with Jimmy Garoppolo? That's next on The Sports Leader. The Athletics' Tim Kawakami joined Papa and Lund to discuss Jed York talking to the media for the first time in quite a while. That podcast is trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Ska Friday afternoon. We're all getting ready to head out to Vegas. By the way, tomorrow morning, 10 to 1 out in up in Napa. Make sure you check out sfgiants.com/FanFest Tour to check out all of the information on the next Giants FanFest Tour stop. I'll be up there. Therese Vignal will be up there with me. My guy Anthony Garcia. You see him on the in-stadium hosting team as well with Therese. And you see him on the on NBC Sports Bay Area's Giants coverage. We're all going to be out there with a bunch of Giants players. Bo Mel, Matt Williams is going to be there. Pat Bailey, Conforto, Tyro Estrada. And it'll be a blast. Come on out. We'll be doing a bunch of interviews, but let's get out to the phone lines. Get your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. Are you more confident against the Chiefs today, going into this one, Super Bowl 58, than you were 4 years ago to the day, with Brock Purdy at QB over Jimmy Garoppolo? Next question. Do you think Purdy completes that pass to Jimmy that he missed to Emmanuel Sanders? Jimmy missed over Emmanuel Sanders in the last Super Bowl. And number 3, if Purdy wins, do you immediately have him in the all-time 49er QB class with Joe Montana and with Steve Young? Let's go to John. John is in San Rafael. John, are you more confident this time? You're on the Sports Leader.
I'm more confident this time, and it's a 3-part answer. The first one is Brock Purdy's just simply a better quarterback than Garoppolo. The second one is he showed his ability to scamper in the last game, and if they defensively plan for that, you would think Kyle Shanahan will have a destination pass play where they deliberately have him start to scamper, and when the defense sucks up, they'll be able to throw the ball to a post, a flag, and pick up a touchdown. And the third one is, in terms of coverage, I think the 2 linebackers we have, if not the best, are among the best in the entire NFL. And what that means is there are going to be some times where Mahomes needs Kelce and he's not going to be available, and he counts on that. So I think you take those 3 factors, and the Niners don't win the game easily, but they win the game.
John, I appreciate the call, man. Dude, John brought the heat there. What do you think about that, Tom?
Broke it down.
Yeah, broke it down, dude. Good breakdown from John. Then his phone broke down at the end.
No. I mean, I get where he's going.
Yeah.
And I don't know what a destination route is. Like, isn't every route you run end in a destination at some point?
Not for Forrest Gump, it wasn't. He just ran to that tunnel and kept going. They had to tell him to stop.
He stopped at some point.
Go!
Why'd you stop?
Stop! I don't know. Kind of tired now.
Tired, I guess.
Think I'll go. He just think I'll go home now.
Just tired, I guess.
People dedicate their life. He's like, "Jeez, dude." But you're right. I mean, I don't know the terminology destination route. I don't pretend to be inside football. I love the game, but I.
Well, no, I love. No, I mean that all makes sense. And what other people are going to say, some of it's going to make sense. Some of it will be gibberish. But that's the thing I love about sports is that everybody can have an opinion on the game and how it's going to play out, and then it will play out in a fashion that none of us could have predicted. I mean, that's why no one predicted the Lions to be up 24-7 at halftime. Nobody. Like, that's just like, what? Are you kidding me? How could you predict Ayuk catching a ball with someone's face mask? Like, things happen. That's why I love sports. That's why we all love sports. I mean, we love it, and it's like the unpredictability of it is just, it's awesome. Because rarely is someone right about exactly how a game is going to play out. Because it doesn't work that way. But yeah, no, I think what he says makes sense. Absolutely. And I think some of those things could happen, no doubt.
415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR is the number to call. Are you more confident in Brock than you were in Jimmy 4 years ago? You think Purdy completes that pass that Jimmy missed? And if Purdy wins, does he immediately enter the all-time 49er quarterback lore with Joe and Steve. 408 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, says way less confident, mostly due to the way the Niners have played over the last 2 weeks, but also because I now realize how great Mahomes is. Dude, it was like we said last week. Tom and I think, talked ourselves. Did you actually bet the Ravens? I never did. I bet the Chiefs.
I didn't bet anything. I didn't bet anything. Well, actually, I did. I bet a small
couple of shekels.
Chiefs Niners teaser is what I
that worked out.
So.
Yeah,
yeah, it did work out.
You push on the Niners.
No, I won the Niner one because the Niners went from 7-1.
Oh, good.
So, but I took the Niners too, so that canceled out the teaser. So it's like I would have preferred them to win by 9 or by 10. That would have been beautiful. That way I could have walked into a win that I don't know if I would have deserved or not, but I would have taken it gladly. I wouldn't have given it back. And then I already had the teaser, but trust me, I was okay with the way it ended up because in the first half I was like, I'm going to lose this straight, and with teasers going to hell too.
Yeah,
we both find a way to win this game.
We talked ourselves into it. I was like, I could sleep if I bet Mahomes and he loses. I'll be like, at least I went down with Mahomes. Let's go to Robert. Robert is in San Francisco. Robert, are you more confident this time around with Brock than you were with Jimmy 4 years ago? You're on the Sports Leader.
I'm never confident, but I wanted the last guy is a hard act to follow. Your last caller, but I wanted to. Maybe put it a little bit different, that Mahomes' ability to convert on a broken play is incredible. Yeah. And I think Purdy has some of that in him as well.
I'm with you. I do think that Purdy, when a play breaks down, has been able to extend plays with his legs, and he can improvise a little bit. Let me ask you this. Do you think Purdy completes that pass that Jimmy missed in the last Super Bowl?
Yes.
And then one more for you. One more. If Purdy wins, do you have him in the Joe and Steve argument?
Not quite. I doubt if he'll ever have to buy a beer again in the Bay Area, but
yeah.
Not quite. Give it a couple more years. Tom, I got a question for you.
Sure.
The thing about McCaffrey that amazes me more than anything is his ability to break a long one. Is there a prop bet on Vegas, a number, that he'll break one and go over?
He's saying longest run they'll have. Yeah,
they might have longest run, like over under 28 yards or whatever the number may be, but that's how they'll do it. They'll set like a certain number, and then you get to bet whether you think it'll be higher than that or lower than that.
Yeah, well, if you had to put 20 yards maybe?
Here's what it's at. You ready? His longest run in the game is at 17.5 yards. It's minus 115 both ways. I would hammer the over.
There you go.
Personally, I would. What do you think, Robert? Would you take it over?
With the number there, the 110. Yeah. I think I would take that.
Now, Robert, you did. Hold on, Robert. You did open the call saying, "I'm never confident."
Well, you know what? I'm never confident about something like that, but I'm pretty confident about McCaffrey.
I'm with you. Robert, I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. We got to run, but I do appreciate the call, bro. Anyway, KNBR is the number to call. Let's go out to AJ Cruz. Oh, our guy AJ in the 209. AJ, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's up, Captain Tom? First Beatty Coach. Shout out to Stuckholes on the YouTube line. Hey, okay. Let's see. Am I more confident this time? Yes, because I believe our offense is way more effective. On the flip side, our defense is less stout than it was in previous years. But ultimately, what did it come down to? It came down to Jimmy making that last throw. He didn't do it. I feel that Brock has the ability to move around, maybe extend the play. I don't think he runs for it, but he's able to get it to a receiver. Our receivers are more sure-handed this time around. So, yes, I'm more confident in the offense this time. Question number 2, yes, I do believe that he'll get that throw to Emmanuel. And finally, will Brock be in the Pantheon? Well, I'm pretty sure that 100% Niners fans will take Steve or Joe over Brock 100% of the time. But given his draft status and given the amount of crap everyone's been piling on him, I see he gets in based on his moxie, and I can't wait for all the narratives to flip, and suddenly everybody, well, I had my doubts. I just didn't want to say in public because, bro. But, hey, those aren't just facts. What do I know? This is strictly conjecture, bro.
Oh, it's just your opinion, man. Appreciate the call. You're the man, dude. Good call from AJ. Tom, did I ask you about the throw? I mean, the completing the throw is one thing, but it's like I do think Brock has a pretty good deep ball. I don't think it's bad at all. People act like he doesn't have arm strength. I think it was a pretty good one. But I also was joking with the guys before the show. The guy that Jimmy missed, Emmanuel Sanders, completed that pass himself to Raheem Mostert like weeks before in New Orleans. Remember that? The flea flicker. I was like, man, the only guy who could have thrown it is the guy he was throwing two. So that was a problem. But the throw itself is not so much something that I really worry about. I'm like, I know it's one play. It's tough to ever be like, again, if he makes that throw, it's a touchdown. Again, he's right there. But I'm more interested, I guess, in the Purdy and the Montana and Steve conversation because I do think then for a generation, he's the guy. As long as if he finishes the career with one, he'll be the guy. It's sort of like Ben Roethlisberger. What did he get? Did he get two, though?
Yeah,
Ben got two. But when he had one...
He got the phony one against Seattle and then the one against Arizona.
When he got the one against Seattle, the phony one. People in Pittsburgh, though, they loved him because remember he started his career like 15-1 or something like that. Yep. Like he showed up and just won. And so I could see that be for a legendary franchise that has been starved for a championship for a generation that he's right. The caller before, I can't remember the name, maybe it was Robert, said he'll never buy a drink again in San Francisco, which is true, or in the Bay Area. But
yeah, we don't even know if he drinks.
I would doubt it.
I mean, he might not drink. How about that? If he wins a Super Bowl, 2 out of the 3 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks for the Niners don't even drink. You have Joe. Joe gets all the Guinness. Joe gets all the free beer in the Bay Area.
415 checks out on the text line says he drinks holy water.
He might. I bet you he drinks that more than beer.
You may be right.
Quite possibly. Although, look, I think Jesus drank wine, so it doesn't mean you just don't drink. I don't know. If I had to guess, I would say
Jesus
no.
drank wine. 808 KNBR. Thanks. I mean, he also turned water into it. Let's hit the bigger point. Hit the bigger point.
Well, if you're going to be able to turn water into wine, why wouldn't you drink? That makes no sense to me. Like, I have this gift. I can get this water. I can turn it into wine.
You have to.
Of course I'm going to drink wine. I mean, if I could turn water into beer, like, of course, yeah. IPA, boom, bam. We're good to go. Stout, boom. I'm good. Yeah.
Tom, he's like, nah, Jesus, nah, Jay. I'm good, man. I'm a beer drinker. I'm a beer drinker, Jay.
If you can make this for everybody else.
I'll settle for a port, but like I don't, you get a stout, but something like that.
Porter.
I'll do a port.
But a rice lager. I'll give you a nice rice lager, Jesus. You enjoy that one.
Anyway, KNBR, what kind of lager would you ask the Lord and Savior for? No. Number one, are you more confident? Are you more confident this time around in Brock than you were in Jimmy? Do you think Purdy completes that pass that Jimmy missed to Sanders in the last bowl? And if Purdy wins, do you have him up there with Brock and Joe? 415 checks in and says, Brock drinks milk and pisses excellence. 510 says, oh, no, this guy's bringing up Roger Craig. He's not over it yet. Let's go to Will. Will is in San Francisco. Will, how confident are you in Brock over Jimmy?
Hey, how you doing? I'm definitely more confident in Brock. He had an MVP-type season. Also, his ability with the legs. Like, I think that's a huge difference between him and Jimmy is just his ability to move around. So I'm way more confident in Brock. I think he makes that pass to Sanders. And I think you automatically have to put him in that legendary status with Joe and Steve. Like, he'll be number 3 behind those guys, obviously, but he'll be the third Niner quarterback to win a Super Bowl. So I don't see how he wouldn't be a legend, right?
I can't believe you have him over Brody, Will. I can't believe it, dude. On these, thanks for the call, Will. No worries.
I mean, look, he
wasn't that good of a joke, bro. Don't worry. I appreciate the laugh.
Super Bowl, you're in there, right? Yeah. You get admittance to the club. You're in that club, but yeah, and I mean, no way is he even close to the same level as those guys. I mean, it's not even comparable. He's only in his second year. I mean, let's give him like 5 years and see where he's at that point. We weren't even saying Joe Montana was one of the best quarterbacks in the game and his first Super Bowl. He had to continue to do it. So, you're talking about guys, Hall of Famers, Super Bowls, passing titles, all that stuff. I mean, those are 2 of the best that's ever done it. So he's got a long way to go. But you win a Super Bowl, absolutely. You led your team to a Super Bowl. You're a 49er quarterback that's won a Super Bowl. You could stand shoulder to shoulder with those guys on that because they did it and you did it as well.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon, 415-808-5627. 808 KNBR, the number to call and to text. I see all you guys texting in. We'll get to a bunch of these on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line in just a few minutes. Phone lines are lighting up, though. Jake, John, Steve, Tom, Donnie, another Jake. We'll get to all those calls and all you guys checking in on the YouTube chat. More of your calls next. Are you more confident in Brock than you were in Jimmy to win the bowl? Do you think Purdy completes that pass that Jimmy missed? And if Purdy does win this game, do you have him up there as an all-time Niner quarterback with Joe and Steve? We'll get more into that next. And then at 3:50, we're going to check in with the Hall of Famer Dan Fouts, only here on the Sports Leader.
Pacifica, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pacifica's Sports Leader.
Steph Curry was named to his 10th All-Star appearance yesterday. Wasn't named a starter, though, for the first time in his career. He's going to be coming off the bench. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Look, we got one more big game going on. You also can get in for hoops. It's a whole lot of fun. You can play some fantasy. You can win real money. Fantasy, but reality. That's right. Put some cash in your pocket. Fantasy game. You can win real money. Totally legal here in California. And a blast. Been telling you about it for a number of months now. You got to play Underdog Fantasy's Pick'em game. That's where you pick between 2 and 5 players. You select higher or lower on a player's stat totals. And then if your picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money in a single night. Legal in California, as I said, and it's a blast to play along as you watch your teams. Get in on the game now. Go to their easy-to-use mobile app, and when you do, sign up with promo code KNBR. Underdog will match your first deposit up to $100. Then you're ready for the big game. Plus, they'll give you a special pick of higher than a half a total yard to use with your first Pick'em entry. That's Underdog Fantasy. Promo code KNBR to get that first deposit of $10 or more, up to $100 matched, plus that special pick. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms do apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Friday afternoon, a Ska Friday. Is this Ska, Tom? It's kind of punky.
Yes, it is. I mean, if you listen to it, because you don't get the horns, but yes, there's definitely an element of ska that's
you know me and my horns, dude. I love the horns.
To Rancid.
I'm a horn dog, they say. Tolbert and Copes.
A couple of the guys in Rancid came from Operation Ivy.
I do know Operation Ivy.
Definitely more ska than they kind of Rancid is. Rancid's a little more kind of punk than ska, but they definitely got elements of that. But this song, probably not as much.
Just to clarify, by the way, I did throw it a break, and I said 350 today. We'll catch up with the Hall of Famer, longtime Charger quarterback, and San Francisco's own Dan Fouts.
Yes.
And then what are we doing there? Raph keeps trying to play that soundbite. I think
somebody just get eaten.
I think he's trying to play that soundbite of Fouts going last game of the season, can't hold anything back now. But every time he tries, it's like been slowed down. But I said Hall of Famer Dan Fouts, and then as soon as I threw a break, I said to the guys, he is a Hall of Famer, correct? Nobody really acknowledged.
Yes.
But Derek said yes, he was. He was on the phone when with a caller when I said it. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We're asking, are you more confident in Brock this time around than you were in Jimmy? Do you think Purdy completes that pass that Jimmy missed? And if Purdy wins, does he join the Pantheon, as AJ said out in the 209, of Montana and Steve Young as an all-time 49er quarterback? Let's go out to the 831 on the text line here. Hugo in Stockton says, oh, he just made some 49er bets out in Tahoe. Nothing huge, but 110 in total bets. He hit them all. Yeah. He's just waiting for the final two, Niners to win the bowl and CMC to win MVP. How about that? Good for you, brother. Good for you. I hope you hit. On 110 and going 4 for 4 so far on $110. That's pretty good on futures. Let's go out to Jake. Jake is more confident. Let's go to line 2, Raph. There's a 2 in there. Yeah, Jake is more confident this time around. Why are you more confident this time, Jake, in Purdy than in Jimmy? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys, wait a minute. This is Jake in Ames, Iowa, but I'm east of Omaha, south of Minneapolis, west of Chicago, and north of Kansas City. I just want to.
It's our guy Jake in Ames, Iowa. Attaboy, Jake. What's up, dude? Welcome back to the show.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm very confident in Brock, but I hate people that just beat on Jimmy. I'm like, this Shanahan-Lynch era, if Jimmy didn't get traded here, it would have died. Yep. I mean, they were dead in the water with C.J. Beathard. So I think Rice, Taylor, Owens, and Solomon would have caught that ball from Jimmy. That's what I'll say about that. But the reason the Niners are going to win this game is because CMC is a 49er and Tyreek Hill is not a Chief. And that's the reason they're going to win this game. And Brock doesn't turn the ball over in this game. They're going to win this game. I'm in Chiefs country here, and we got a lot of Iowa State people following Brock. Of course, a lot of Niner fans in Iowa, period, anyway. A lot of season ticket holders for the Chiefs. The Chiefs fans are very on pins and needles about this game because they know this Chiefs team is not as good as that 2019 team. So I expect
damn, it's great, Jake. You guys can you can kind of ride the Brock Purdy train right into the station this next Sunday. And then as soon as that's over, you just pick up with the Tyrese Halliburton train and go into the NBA playoffs.
Beautiful.
Hey, Ames is on fire right now.
And then you got the Ames High Harrison Barnes in Sacramento. I mean, everything comes back to
that's right, Harrison
Ames
Barnes.
And San Francisco.
And don't you have Dougie McDermott still kicking around too?
Dude, Dougie McDermott's hanging. Yeah. Shout out
the
Mike.
Best high school basketball team ever.
Yeah, this is true. Harrison Barnes, people might not remember, Harrison Barnes was the #1 rated high school player coming out of
UNC, right?
Coming out of high school. They went to
huge,
UNC. Yeah,
huge 5-star recruit.
Big time.
Jake, I appreciate the call, man.
Thanks,
Check in
Jake.
anytime. We always love when you call, dude. Out in Ames, Iowa. Let's go back out to the phone lines here. Out to Donnie. Donnie's down in San Bruno. Donnie, more confident in Brock or Jimmy? Does Brock complete that pass? And does he join the Pantheon of Joe and Steve? You're on the Sports Leader.
Fellas, what's up? First of all, I just want to say I'm not confident because we got robbed in 2019 by the same referee who's going to call this game, Bill Bogdanovich. But Jimmy, he deserved a ring, man. All those missed calls against us. But, you know, it's going to come down to the referees screwing us again with the Taylor Swift and the Kelce thing. You know for sure. Why would they have Bill Bogdanovich back repping this game after all the controversial videos made against him? Tommy, please say something.
You're killing me. You're killing me. I don't think Vinovich cares who wins one way or the other. This is what I always tell everybody because they always say the NBA officials suck. And I go, yeah, for the most part, they do. But take solace in the fact that they're not there to screw one particular team. Sometimes you do get screwed. but it's not on purpose. They don't try to screw you. It just happens to be that they were bad for you that night. But it very well could be they could be bad for the other team too. So the one thing I do like about Vinovich is I read the stat that last Super Bowl between these two, I think there were like 9 penalties. That was it. So I'm all for letting them play. If they're going to miss a few, that's fine. You just hope they miss a few here, a few there for both teams. But I'm all about play on. I love play on. When we're watching a basketball game, you get like first half's almost over, 4 fouls called. You're like, oh, this is beautiful. It's just go, just play. I hate the stoppage of play, and I hope that 9 calls are called in this game. I just want to let these dudes play. They're going to miss some calls. Somebody may get held on occasion. If you're going to do it for both teams, though, I'm good with that. But that just we're already starting off the game with the. I'm afraid the referees are going to kill us.
Tommy, please say something.
Tom, please help me out.
Dude, he just laid out. Dude, that killed me immediately. By the way, can we just really quick make note of his name is Bill Vinovich. He dropped a Davinovich twice on us. Davinovich. You got Davinovich calling it.
Davinovich.
I got to tell you, it's one of my favorite things in life is when somebody's name gets botched. I got one today. Some email from somebody who was really trying to have us book something for Radio Row. It was like something we won't ever have. But you just absolutely botched my name, Koepland. I was like, we got to come on, bro. You asking for a favor? What are we doing here? Let's go out to John. John up on line 1 there, Raph. John, who are you more confident in, Purdy now, or were you more confident in Jimmy 4 years ago?
I'm more confident in Brock than I am Jimmy, though I did like Jimmy a lot. But it just seemed like he could never get us all the way there. And then I like the fact that Brock is running out of the pocket a little bit more. That's going to help.
Do you think Brock joins the Pantheon of Montana and Steve if he wins this one?
He's on his way, but I don't think he joins them yet.
Not quite. Yeah, I think he's got to do a little bit more. And then what about that throw, man? I don't put too much into one throw, but it is the one I love to hang my hat on because it's the most fan moment of the game where you're like, man, if you catch that pass and you make that throw, not catch it. If you make that throw, Jimmy, we're going.
Well, you're talking about the one Ayuk got when it bounced off the defender, right?
There you go. Yeah. No, I'm talking about the Emmanuel Sanders one in the Super Bowl 4 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Does Brock make that throw?
I'm not sure about that.
Do you make that throw, John?
Damn right, John.
Could I make it?
You can make it. That's what I thought. Hey, let's get one, huh? Let's get one next week, John.
If I got the right referee, I can do anything, right?
Well, not Davinovich. Can't have Davinovich, huh, John? Dude, thanks.
Yeah, I've gotten mad like that before at refs, but like you said, they don't care one way or the other. They're just doing their job.
Hey, we appreciate the call, John. Thank you so much, man. Good stuff there from John. Now, let's go out to Steve. Steve's down in San Mateo. What's up, Steve? You have more confidence in Brock? Does he make the throw, and does he join Joe and Steve? You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, he makes that throw where it clangs off the defender and gets into Sanders' hands.
Yeah, nice. Okay, solid. Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
And also too, I think Purdy joins the pantheon of Steve and Joe because he's doing with an inferior O line. The O line's he's accomplished it a lot with a below par O line. And I got a question for you guys. Do you have a comp, past or present, for CMC?
The one that they always bring up, Steve, is what's his name from the Rams and the Colts, Marshall Faulk.
Oh, Marshall
Faulk.
His
name, Hall of Famer. Is he Hall of Famer? I'm going to start standing it now and see if
I think
right.
Ricky Waters is a guy that can run the ball, catch the ball, and was really good at both. Marshall Faulk's probably the best one though, because they can both run routes like receivers. But I think that's probably the best one.
I know Niner fans would have loved Waters to be here for longer. We appreciate the call, man.
Steve would have loved Waters to be here for longer.
That's the one that I think Niner fans are like, God, if we could have that guy back. Tom is in Martinez. Tom, let's go with those 3 questions. More confident in Purdy than Jimmy? Does he make the throw, and does he join the group of Steve and Joe? You're on KNBR.
Yes, I'm more confident. I was the minute I saw the kid step on the field. I was totally stoked, and I told myself, we're on our way. I know we're going there. Does he make the throw? He makes every throw that can get to where it's going. And think about this, fellas. This is this kid's first full year at quarterback, and we're already asking the public, is he where with Steve and Joe? That in itself says a lot.
It's pretty incredible, Tom. I appreciate the call, man. Yeah, that is. That's what I mean. Is it's alarming to me that this is not the number one story in sports in America. Let's go down to Patrick. Patrick's right here in San Francisco. Patrick, Where do you come down on these three questions? You're on KNBR.
I got to say that I was at the first game that Purdy went in, and we were all making kind of silly jokes about he looked Purdy. And I will say that he is far above what Garoppolo could do. And I think that the only difference is he's not as Purdy as Garoppolo.
Oh, thank you, Patrick. How sweet was that? You're on. Thank you for the call, man. Look at you. Somebody else did check in. They go, yeah, 415. Actually, I found the text right here. 415 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says, I'm glad. Dude, how about the last text I sent was, I'm glad I watched The Golden Bachelor instead of that Dubs loss. That came back on January 5th. Their most recent one is Jimmy's still handsome. Good on you, 415. I'm glad you're listening to Tolbert and Copes. Thanks for checking in. Let's go out to Bob is in Sebastopol. Bob, where do you come down on these three questions? Who are you more confident in?
Well, I think they have a better chance this year than they had in the last Super Bowl, and I think they're going to win. And there's a lot of reasons why, but I think Brock Purdy has a very good awareness of his timing and his drop back and his steppage of his feet. And the timing of his feet, with what's in his mind, with the receivers running their patterns. It's like a dance. It's like a coordinated dance, and Joe had that. Joe had that very much. And Paul Hackett grained that into him when he was a rookie, and he grained it in him, and he had the best feet in the NFL for years and years. And I think Brock has that too. And not only that, one more thing I've been trying to get back to you for a few days. Brock has a nice timing with his handoffs and his runs. He doesn't rush it. He doesn't delay it. He's got a good, and that's very important. He's got a good timing in his handoffs to his runners.
Hey, Bob, real quick, when you say a few days, how long you been trying to get a hold of us?
About 3.
Oh, dude, what's the deal, man? Come on. Hey, Derek, you got to get Bob on, man, when he calls. Bob, call anytime, man. I appreciate the call.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, dude. Yeah, we really do appreciate it. We got to run for a minute. But, yeah, dude, he's... The people whom I don't see Joe play. I saw Steve play. That's why I always go, the argument of Steve and Joe. It's so funny when I was old enough to understand that there was a debate on the roster. I've always gone with the skill set that Steve Young had because it also became the more modern skill set, the running skill set. But wouldn't see what Joe was able to do. Joe did a lot of what Brock does. When you watch video of him, and I look back and I've seen that Joe doc, a lot of what he does is run to space, make a throw. Run to space, break a little 4 or 5 yard run. We'll talk more about this. We will get back to all your calls. Damian, Brian, Jake, Chris out in Pacifica. We will get to all this and more on this conversation on who you have more confidence in. Plus, it's not like we got another week to kill before we get to the bowl. Let's check in with a San Francisco native and a Hall of Famer. Played quarterback for many years in the NFL and a longtime broadcaster. Last game of the season. Can't hold anything back now. It's Dan Fouts. He joins us next on the Sports Leader.
The water boy just needed some water.
Wow, Dan. You think that up all by yourself?
Shut up.
Shut up, Brent.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Friday afternoon. We are making the connection with the Hall of Famer Dan Fouts. But before we do that, should get you some odds. What did I say, 352? We got plenty of time here. What am I doing? We got plenty of time to lay out. I'm a fool. You acted like a damn fool, Happy. Shout out the great life of Carl Weathers. We're celebrating him today as he passed away at the age of 76. Touched many lives with his humor, his football play, and Apollo Creed, one of the all-time greats, Chubbs Peterson. I'm acting like a damn fool, Happy. By the way, tips and picks, sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Celebrate Twin Pine Casino and Hotel's 30th anniversary all year long in Lake County, where every visit is a winning experience. I love going up there, man. I've stopped at Twin Pine many a time on my way to and fro Clear Lake. And because it's tips and picks, why don't I get you some of the MVP odds for the Super Bowl, which I think might be the most wide-open MVP in a Super Bowl game ever played. Patrick Mahomes is at plus 125. Brock's at plus 225. McCaffrey's at plus 450, which is a damn good number for Christian McCaffrey to win an MVP. Yep. Travis Kelce's at plus 1,200, another damn good one. How about Debo at 2,000? Plus 2,000. Then we'll go Isaiah Pacheco, 2,800. Rashee Rice at plus 5,000. Here's where it gets really juicy. George Kittle at plus 6,000. Brendan Ayuk at plus 6,000. And Nick Bosa at plus 7,500. Defender always a long shot, but it's pretty good value there at plus 75. I love the McCaffrey at 450. I'd like more, but I like it at 450. You have any one pick there that you would take, Tom? If you could take one, who are you getting?
Not really. When's the last time a non-quarterback won it other than Von Miller?
Derek, you got it for me?
Von Miller was he was like 25-1, but I think he's the only defensive player maybe that's ever won it, or it went along. Maybe somebody's won it a long time ago that I don't know about, but yeah, Von Miller won that one. It's hard. You win, it's going to be because you're quarterback, mostly. So, I don't know. Those are weird for me because, I do like McCaffrey, but I'd probably bet Purdy.
Ready? Eight wide receivers have won it. So, Debo and Ayuk, great value there on plus 6,000 on Ayuk and plus 2,000 on Debo. Rashee Rice, as I said, also is there at plus 5,000. Cooper Kupp won it 2 years ago.
Won it, right?
Cooper Kupp, yeah. Well, Cooper Kupp, hold on. Cooper Kupp won it 2 years ago.
Yep.
Julian Edelman won it with 10 catches and 141. And then before that, the last non-quarterback was Von Miller. Before that, it was 2 years prior with Malcolm Smith. And before that, you could go Santonio Holmes. Remember that? He had won it.
Excuse me, Holmes.
Excuse me, Santonio Holmes. Hines Ward had won it before that. And, dude, how about back-to-back receivers? Hines Ward the year before, Deion Branch.
Deion Branch, that's right.
Dexter Jackson won it with Tampa. Shout out Derek Papa. Ray Lewis won it with Baltimore. Then before that, Terrell Davis, Desmond Howard as a kick returner, Larry Brown. Yeah. We had like 3 straight years of no QBs, which is wild. 4 and 5, Emmitt Smith. Yeah, you can go further back, but there's and Jerry, of course, back in 23, Super Bowl 23, 11 for 215.
That was sick.
Touchdown, dude. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. We can get back into those same 3 questions. 10 defensive players have won it, and 57
have they
previous.
really? Wow.
So it's 10 defensive players. And how many wide receivers did you say, Derek?
8.
8 receivers and 10 defense. There's 18 right there. You're 57. So some good
Probably
value. Good value. That's it. Yeah, a handful of running backs. So it's interesting that there haven't been that many running backs. I don't think running backs won it since Emmitt Smith in Super Bowl 28.
Really?
It doesn't. No, I don't think so. Unless I'm missing somebody.
Who was the running back for the Skins at the time? Tommy Smith or something like? Nobody ever remembers that guy.
Is he the quarterback?
No, there was a guy for the running back. I think he might have won one of them, but there was like a running back for the Commanders, now Redskins, and that ran for like over 200 yards in a Super Bowl, and no one ever heard of him. Like I didn't even know who he was during the season. I'm like, who is this dude? Like came out of nowhere to
Timmy
have
Smith, not Tom.
Timmy Smith. That's what it was. Timmy Smith. Yeah, it's like 212 yards or so. It's like, are you kidding me? That was insane. Like, you go to the list, and most of these guys you know. Like, I know that guy, know that guy, know that guy. Unless you're like before we were born, maybe, or early in the 60s, early 70s, late 60s. They might have a guy, maybe, that you go, oh, damn, I didn't know him. But Timmy Smith? Yeah, Timmy Smith. That was that. I don't think anybody ever heard him since or after.
Sounds like a kid who lives next door, little Timmy Smith.
Yeah, it's a great story, though. Great.
He didn't
story.
play after that Super Bowl, says Derek. How about that?
He didn't?
That's incredible. Just Derek has, oh, man, fell in hard times, yeah. Fell in hard times. And then Rockin' New Era on the YouTube chat just says, Tamar! Yeah, good knowledge there on your South line. Let's go back to Damien in Vallejo. Back to the three questions here. Damien, you're on the sports leader. More confident in Brock or Jimmy? Does he make the throw, and does he join that trio? You're on the sports leader. That duo, I should say.
Yeah. I'm like 60-40 Brock, Jimmy. I was a really big Jimmy fan. I believe he was the catalyst for reviving our franchise when we were down. I think one thing that people miss about the Super Bowl is that on that throw to Emmanuel Sanders, I believe if he makes that, just to say he makes the touchdown, I believe there's 1:20 left on the clock. I believe Mahomes is coming back and with a 4-point deficit, and he's winning that game. I mean, they were hot, and the defense was gassed at that point. So I think if they had another possession, that they were definitely going to drive and win that game anyway.
Thoughts on that, Tom?
I mean, who knows? I mean, it's just all like, I don't know if we'd have completed the pass. I don't know if Mahomes would have come back. Who knows? We would have liked to have seen it, but yeah, who knows?
Well, Damien, I'm kind of with you. Like, I'm of the mindset, Damien. Like, you can't leave him 13 seconds. Like, we know that's too much.
Yeah, even that was too much. Because, the thing is like, for 4 years, I've been listening to people say, "Oh, well, if he makes that, that touchdown throw, it's over. They win. Yep. And I'm like, well, you don't know that for sure because he had him hit it in 20 seconds, and we see what he did with 13 seconds. So I just think they were destined. That Super Bowl was destined to be theirs from the get.
Well, don't worry. Those are the same people that say if Tart would have picked off the ball against the Rams, they'd have won that game. It's like there's 9 minutes left in the game. What are you talking about?
One of those
9 minutes left. How are they going to win? They're going to win. Like, how much time was left? A minute? No, 9:50. Not what? 9:50? So if he catches it, the game's over at that point? Like, it's funny how people's memories work sometimes. Like, oh, if we would have hit that shot, we would have won that game.
I know,
Bro,
right?
The shot was in the beginning. That's the fourth quarter. There's like 11 minutes left in the game. What do you mean you would have won that game? What are you talking about? It's like everybody's memory just kind of goes wonk. Well, look, everybody looks at it through their own team's lens.
The point is,
just look at it differently.
I think the point Damien's making, and I'm with you, Damien. I want the Niners to touch the ball last. Damien in Vallejo, 707. Say it backwards, Damien.
707.
Thank you, bro. The sports leader. Okay, Brian.
Touch the ball last, kneeling down.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I don't want Mahomes to have the ball last.
Yes.
Even if he's done like 30 with it last, I'm like, yeah, he probably wins. Brian is in Brentwood. Brian, you're on the sports leader. Where's your confidence?
What's happening, guys? Hey, first of all, shout out to you guys for bringing the phone calls back. I don't know if that had anything to do with you, Copes, with your new role, but it's been awesome.
It's a team effort, bro. Much love, dude, and I'm glad you guys are enjoying it, man. I appreciate the call. What do you got today?
Yeah, so the first question, I do think Brock makes that pass. I think Brock makes that pass, but I don't fault Jimmy for not making that pass. Jimmy was what Jimmy was, He had a lot of good attributes. He was a good dude, and I'll never forget his time he spent in San Francisco, but I do think Brock all around, he's making that throw. And the difference between Brock and Jimmy is the pocket presence, and what Brock feels as pressure and what Jimmy felt as pressure, to me, feels totally different.
Yeah, I'm totally with you on that because Jimmy, it sort of felt like, when's he going to make the mistake? When's he going to throw right to that linebacker? When's it coming? And now with Brock, it's like, it seems like the calm under pressure, like he'll take a sack and he'll get up and he'll make a big play. Or he'll hang in there in the pocket and make a throw. Also, Jimmy not being able to throw outside the numbers, it's noticeable that Brock is a different ability quarterback with that skill set. Mm-hmm. Would you agree with that, Brian?
Oh, 100%. You know that Jimmy was always going to be good for like one or two bad picks a game, and you just accepted that. You just knew, like, hey, man, it's Jimmy. That's just what he does. But he redeemed himself a lot of the time. So, like, again, I can't fault Jimmy. Like, I love Jimmy. I'm a big Jimmy guy. But Brock is just on another level, and I don't think he's on the Montana or the Steve Young level, but he's trending in that direction. And the way that he has taken this team and really just put it, I feel like I haven't seen a game like what I saw against Detroit with him so far in terms of his all-around skill set and the ability for him to use his legs and just scramble and get out of the pressure situations and put that game on his back. I mean, I've been praising Brock for a long time and had a lot of conversations with good old FP Santangelo on KNBR, and we were in that same boat of just like Brock. But it wasn't really until that last game, man, where I was like, okay, this is the dude.
Yeah, he is that dude, man. Brian, I appreciate the call, man, and I appreciate the compliments about the calls coming back. We've enjoyed talking to you guys. It's a lot of fun. We are going to catch up with Dan Fouts, the Hall of Famer, in just a few minutes here, but let's go to Jake. Jake's out in Dallas, either in enemy territory or infuriated about the Niners' success. Jake, where do you come down on this, man? You're out in Dallas. You're on these sports.
Man,
later.
Behind enemy lines my whole life, reading
man.
the sports page to keep up with my Niners. Man, let me tell you something. One, I want to take you back to that throw that Jimmy made that overthrew in the Super Bowl. Look at that throw to Ayuk. The ball's almost in the same spot.
It's a great call.
It hits the defender who's over the top. It's almost the same throw. The only difference is we have playmakers. We got playmakers on our team now that are not going to let this happen. Christian McCaffrey being on the field. Deebo Samuel is a whole different beast than he was in 2019. Brandon Ayuk is a blessing. He's been a star for us this year. I think the only thing we really got to worry about is that run defense. We've got to shore that up against the Chiefs because Mahomes is going to make plays with his feet, and Pacheco is a monster. On top of that, Brock Purdy, future Hall of Famer. He wins the Super Bowl this year. He goes right in with all the others because you know what? Steve Young's got one, and he's put up more yards this year than any other 49ers quarterback.
Hey, Jake, you might come off as like a little bit over the top in terms of like that statement right now, but you're behind enemy lines in Dallas your whole life. How old are you?
I am 36.
There you go, dude. So it's been a lot of Cowboy fans pretending they're America's team in your life. You're like, you haven't done anything. You haven't done anything.
Oh man, I've been a troll. I've held my own. I've been a faithful since day one.
Let's get you one to take home, huh? Let's get you one to take home, right, Jake?
That's right.
All right, man. Well, have a great weekend, and thanks for the call, bro. We'll talk to you later. It's a bold statement, but I get it. You kind of have to be bold if you're down in Dallas your whole life as a 36-year-old 49er fan. He's got to stand his ground. So we appreciate all the calls. So we'll catch up with more of your calls in just a bit. We have more to get to in terms of some more fun prop stuff, which we have plenty of time for next week. We do still have to get into our referee segment, Bill Davinovich, but we can save that for next week, Tom. Davinovich, we got time on that. What we don't have time to waste is for our guy Dan Fouts. Did you grow up watching him? Like where?
Oh yeah,
where in
that
your
was my
age
favorite
group?
team.
So where in your age was he when you were watching him? You were 13, 15. Like what's your?
I was like 15.
Oh, okay,
15
you're
to
prime
18.
Prime fan.
Oh, love that guy. Loved Dan Fouts. I loved John Jefferson was my favorite receiver. Kellen Winslow, favorite tight end. Charlie Joyner, and then Jefferson left, and Wes Chandler came over, and Chuck Muncie. That team was awesome. I loved that team. Eric Coryell, score 38 and hold your breath. Can you make it stick? Like it was all offense with them. Defense not great, but a couple years they had a pretty good defense. But mostly it was like, let's go, like run TMC Warriors, so you can get to 120 before they do and see what happens.
Did you ever come to fisticuffs like in the school playground or like in the courtyard with a kid because you said Dan Fouts is a system quarterback?
No, I did not know that. I don't remember that actually.
So we're not that much alike because
I don't remember that.
So we don't have that much in common.
Apparently, we're not.
Because I'll do that for Brock. It'll hit KNBR. We'll get back to your calls.
If you're in the school crowns right now, then
well, I win a lot of them. I win a lot of these fights.
I love you, but I may have to call the cops.
Us 12-year-olds, they shouldn't be. No, but don't be talking ass, man, about Brock. I'm out here. I got to protect my guy. I win a lot of them. I'm like,
I bet you do.
I'm like Floyd. I'm like 63-0. All right. When we come on back, we'll catch up with Tom's hero. No, I'm kidding. Hall of Famer Dan Fouts. He joins us next. Last game of the year. Can't hold anything back now on the Sports Leader.
Last game of the year. Brett can't hold anything back now.
The San Francisco Giants and the Oakland A's have made a trade. Ross Stripling and his death ball are headed to the Oakland A's in exchange for cash and minor leaguer Jonah Cox. Stripling for cash and Cox. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, let's continue talking Brock Purdy, Niners Chiefs Super Bowl, and we're going to do it with a Hall of Fame quarterback and one of my absolute favorites growing up. Love the Chargers, love Jefferson and Chandler and Joyner and Winslow and James and Muncie, but it was a quarterback that got everybody in line. Give him the ball, let him go. Dan Fouts joins us here on KNBR 680, the sports leader. Dan, thank you so much. It's always fun talking to you.
Oh, absolutely, Tom. Good to be with you.
Oh, man. So I just want to get your thoughts on Brock Purdy because it's funny to me. This still, I feel like here in the, well, I want to say in the Bay Area, but we get a chance to watch him. And I just shake my head all the time when I hear people that still want to hold on to the fact that system quarterback, only good because he has weapons and just a myriad of other reasons when if you watch the games, you realize this guy's out there, like, and he's a reason. They're not winning despite him, and you played the position at such a high level. I'm curious what you think when you watch him play.
You know, that term game manager is really stupid, really. You talk about you talk about weapons. I mean, I had the greatest weapons of all time, and you just rattled them all off, and nobody called me a manager. But so I guess the big thing is look at the results. That's all that really matters. And you know, he's a clutch player. So let's call him clutch instead of a manager.
No, it's funny because I said the same thing, Dan. I'm like, why is that even a bad thing? Like, isn't that what you're supposed to do? Is manage your team, get him the ball when you're supposed to get him the ball. Some throws are going to be tougher than others, obviously, but that is actually your job. And how that became a slight at some point, I mean, I would love a guy. It's like a point guard. I want somebody to run my system and do it the way I want it to be done. You got to improvise a little bit, right? But most of the time you're going to run it. I don't know why that ever became a negative. I really don't.
I don't either. I think that we got to label everything these days, put him in a pigeonhole or something. Yeah. So he doesn't measure up to all the superstars that are out there today. So what? He's in the Super Bowl. I mean, isn't that why you play the game? As somebody said, is you win the game, and if you win enough, you keep playing until the end of the year, and you hopefully to win that one. So, nobody ever called Montana a game manager. He was a superstar, and that's what Brock Purdy is going to turn into be.
No, there's no doubts. And look, he has a running back like Christian McCaffrey who does it all, catches the ball, picks up blitzes, runs the ball. You had a guy like that. Maybe one of the first guys I remember, Chuck Muncie, who was very good running the ball and then very good catching the ball out of the backfield. What kind of element does that add to an offense when, you can get your running back on some mismatches, but he's also a guy, if they play a light box, you can just hand it to him and then get you 5-6 yards.
Yeah, you said the magic word, mismatch. I mean, that's what you're looking for throughout a ball game, whether it's your tight end, if it's your wide receiver on a linebacker, or a running back out of the backfield on a linebacker, or lined up out wide, maybe against a strong safety. So there's always ways to create those mismatches, but really the bonus for the 49ers and all their fans is that McCaffrey does it all. And he does it with such smarts, and he does it with a fire in his gut. I just love watching him play because I know he's going to make the right play. And as a quarterback, if you're managing the offense, you need that.
And then, of course, you had a tight end who stepped on the field, and he was a mismatch from the get-go. Was it hard not? I mean, you had such great weapons. Each one of them can get open and go the distance, but I got to imagine in different game back then, of course, it was hard not wanting to look Kellen Winslow's way all the time because I can't imagine there were too many teams that did have a matchup for him.
No, they really didn't. Not one guy, that's for sure. And I always, people would ask me what's it like throwing to a guy with that type of ability, and I always use the analogy, and it's kind of a basketball one that you might relate to, Tom. Yeah, I felt like Magic dumping it into Kareem.
Yeah. I get that analogy. Now, I was on the business end of those, to be honest with you. I didn't know what it felt like per se. I know what it felt like to not be able to stop those sort of things. But yeah, when you can go Hall of Famer to Hall of Famer, then you were definitely in good company. Just your thoughts on Mahomes. I mean, everybody knows what this guy does and how he goes about his business. But again, you're a Hall of Famer, and you've seen some great quarterbacks. You've been a great quarterback when you were playing. Is there something that sets him apart that makes him a little bit different?
He's a real gamer. There's no question, and he's got such great athletic ability. He was a baseball player growing up, so he knew an infielder. So I don't know if it was second base or shortstop, but there are a lot of throws that those two positions have to make that are off platform, if you will. The sidearm throw, almost the underhand throw sometimes. And he does all that, and he does it on the run. He's really marvelous in the way he can create, and especially, we talked about Purdy being clutch. Well, there's hardly anybody that's playing right now in the NFL that is as clutch as Mahomes is. And he does it with a play that makes you shake your head. How did he do that? How did he do that? It's amazing.
Yeah.
Talking to the Hall of Famer Dan Fouts joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Do you get pangs for San Francisco when you see the Niners in the Super Bowl?
Oh, absolutely. Being a ball boy back in the late 60s and early 70s, I wish I had kept my 49er red jacket that I wore on the sidelines. But Chico Norton always made me give it back every Sunday, so I could never.
Oh man, that's so cool. Do you have a standing memory? Thinking back as a kid. I mean, it's so cool to think about that when we see. I love seeing videos of the Denver Broncos because that's my childhood when John Elway and Mike Shanahan were winning Super Bowls and seeing Kyle in the background and him like John Elway's getting yelled at by Mike, but there's Kyle standing right behind him and he was a ball boy at Candlestick. I just think that's such a cool thing to have, and then to grow up and have the run that he's had as a head coach. You had it as a quarterback. Do you have a memory that stands out at all?
Well, I was a Kezar, so I go back farther than that, and I was always on the opponent's sideline. Because I wanted to see, the great ones from the Packers and the Colts and the Rams. And I wanted to see what they were like. And it was always sunny on that side of the field anyway. But I remember going off the field at a Colts and a 49er game, and John Unitas went up to John Brody, and they were congratulating themselves. Actually, Brody was congratulating Unitas because we never beat the Colts back then. And as they reached the tunnel, Brody says to Unitas, "John, if you're walking off the field with me, you better put your helmet on."
That's funny.
That's good.
That is good. That is good stuff. I mean, all those memories. It's weird because, I was a sports fan growing up, and I grew up in Southern California. So the Chargers were my team. The Lakers were my team. The Dodgers for a little bit, and then I switched over to the Angels when I was probably 12, 13. And you kind of keep those teams with you like your whole life. Like, I don't like the Lakers anymore, but when they play the Celtics, I root for them. The Angels I love, and then the Warriors. The Warriors are my team now, of course. But did you feel that way? Like, do you still carry those teams with you? I don't even know if you were a Warriors fan or a Giants fan growing up, but it's different when you play professionally. You kind of lose a little bit of that in the sport that you play. But the other sports you still kind of follow and still kind of enjoy checking them out. I'm wondering if you grew up a Giants and Warriors fan and you still follow them.
Well, my dad, Bob Fouts, was very involved in broadcasting a lot of things in the 49ers, in San Francisco. The 49ers number one, but he also did the Warriors with Bill King when they first moved out from Philadelphia. And he was the voice of the San Francisco Seals before the Giants moved out from New York. So I was absolutely, and still am to this day, huge Warrior fans and huge 49er fan and Giants. So, I miss the San Francisco Seals hockey team. I don't know what happened to them. They went to Oakland or something, and then everything disappears when it goes to Oakland. But, I'm just a huge
San Francisco fan still.
So when you're watching the Warriors play, when you see Steph Curry play, do you see quarterback like translatable skills between what Steph Curry's doing on the court and let's say Mahomes, or the creativity, the point guard? Because they kind of did this on ESPN a couple nights ago, and I'm wondering, as a quarterback yourself, when you're watching point guards, do you see kind of those skills that are in a good quarterback?
Well, it's hard to compare anybody to Steph Curry. Okay,
sure.
Let's start right there. What he does is unimaginable.
No doubt.
But Mahomes probably today comes as close. But if you go back through the years with quarterbacks, you can pick out Joe Namath, who did it with tremendous style, and then you had Unitas, and Montana was so smooth and so great, and Steve Young right after that. So all these guys have that same type of quality, and they're all winners.
Talking to Dan. Go ahead, Tom.
No, I was just going to ask Dan if he played. Did you play all sports growing up?
Not very well.
Well, you played really well.
1 for 9's not bad,
Well, the way it works is I couldn't hit the curveball, and then then I could start hitting the curveball. Then they'd blow the fastball by me.
Yeah, well,
and then I couldn't dunk, and they didn't have a 3-point line, so I just tried football.
Yep.
It worked out pretty good, man. San Francisco's own Pro Football Hall of Famer Dan Fouts joins us, longtime Charger quarterback. What'd you think of the hire of Jim Harbaugh?
I like it. I like it a lot. Jim is a type of guy, no nonsense guy, that'll get that franchise turned around and head in the right direction. I have a lot of confidence in his track record. He took the 49ers to the Super Bowl. And if a guy catches the ball at the goal line or in the end zone, the Niners win that Super Bowl. So, I think it's a great hire for the Chargers. They have the talent, especially offensively, to go a long way, especially with the quarterback like Justin Herbert.
Do you feel like they need something like a little bit extra, Dan, down there in Los Angeles? Because I've said they're the only team in the NFL that plays 17 road games. I don't even know if they have a home field advantage over anybody. And Dan, I think will help that. Like, they needed something, not just winning might not have done it. They needed something extra, and I think Harbaugh kind of brings that to the table.
Yeah, and maybe a compass too. To point south. Maybe
I agree with that.
That's as far as I'll go with that, because I think people know how I feel about talk about disappearing.
Yes.
The Chargers. They do, on offense at SoFi Stadium, have to use a silent count.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, the Raiders did too a couple of times this year, I think, in Vegas. But we knew that. We knew that in Vegas.
It's a joke. No, that's as far as Dan will go with it. I'll go one step further. They should be in San Diego. It's a joke that they're not.
Yes.
San Diego deserves a football team, and they'd be much better off there than they are in Los Angeles. But what'd you think about Bill Belichick, arguably the greatest coach of all time, not getting a job this cycle?
Well, that is a surprise in a way, but then when you think about his legacy and what he's done and what he would demand from a new franchise, a new outfit, that's a tough mix right there, because as you said, he was so close to breaking Shula's record for most wins. And hopefully he'll get that opportunity somewhere, but it may be a while, because a lot of coaches have to, with that type of success, they'll have to sit out a year maybe, and then come back when the team is really desperate.
Talking to Dan Fouts here on the UMA guest line. Just a couple more before we let you go, Dan. One of our texters has checked in as he's asking about the Freezer Bowl you played in 1982. We've had some insanely cold temperatures here in this postseason. Back into the indoor games. There was a funny question asked to Todd Bowles early in the postseason about playing indoors in Detroit when it was so cold. But -9 is what I'm looking at for the Freezer Bowl back in 1982. His question was, how long did it take to get it's Fred says, how long did it take to get feeling back in your fingers? But just a thought on that game, or do you remember playing in those cold temperatures and how you prepared for it back in 82?
Well, first of all, if you forgot about the wind chill, the wind was blowing between 20 and 25.
Yep. Wow.
And so it brought the wind chill down to -59.
So to answer your question about
how'd you feel about 59? Right. I'll bring it back. Have you got him back yet? I'll ask. Yeah.
No, there's a lot of shrinkage on that day.
Shrinkage is a thing. Yeah.
Oh God.
Oh man, hey, you're a Seinfeld guy. I love it.
I can't even imagine that wind just ripping through your body. And look, staying warm today probably isn't easy, but it's easier than it was back then. What kind of archaic things did you have on the sidelines to help you keep warm?
Nothing.
No, that's really archaic.
Cloth.
Yeah, we were from San Diego, dude. You know?
I know.
Yeah.
We had nothing.
Oh man, out in Cincinnati, dude, crazy. Hey, I wanted to ask you because I'm 34, going on 35, but there's a whole generation, and we see it now with so many pro athletes becoming actors and showing up in movies. And we've been talking about Carl Weathers passing a bunch today, and how great he was as Apollo Creed and in the Happy Gilmore movie. But you were in another Adam Sandler movie, and we play the soundbite all the time, and we love the quotes that you have at the end of the Bourbon Bowl, at the end of Waterboy. Just a thought or a memory on that, and how quotable that is. It's because he didn't hold anything back. It's just such a classic line, I think, for so many of us.
Yeah, well, shut up, Adam. You know how many people you know how many people I made happy by telling Brent Musburger to shut up?
Oh, it's the best. Shut up, Brent.
And you know what? Every time he calls me, which isn't all that often anymore, but I'll see his name come up on the ID on the phone, and first thing I'll say is, "Shut up, Brent."
I love that.
He is so awesome. I love Brent. Don't you feel like kind of when you're talking to Brent, like we've had him on the show and I've talked to him being in Vegas every now and again. I'll sit down and we'll chat. I just feel like I'm talking to a living museum. Like all the things that he's seen and done in sports. It's amazing. Just you bring up anything and he'll go, "Yeah, I was there. Yeah, oh yeah, we did that. We did this. We did that." I mean. I don't know. You probably didn't. I don't know if you found it as fascinating as I did, but I was like, God dang, Ali and the Olympics and all that. I mean, it's incredible.
Well, I did work with him for 4 years at ABC doing college games, and each week was just a gas. But the thing that a lot of people don't realize, Brent Musburger was an umpire early in his days. And can you imagine him being an umpire, calling balls and strikes? I just love the guy. You talk about a million stories. He had them all.
God, he is so good. Hey, we always appreciate you coming on and hanging out with us and talking a little football. It's always a treat for me to kind of go down memory lane and talk about football back when you were playing. I was watching as a teenager, and then it's always fun to get your thoughts on the guys of today. So thank you very much, Dan. We always appreciate the time, and maybe we can catch up with you again at some point.
That'd be great, guys. Take care and good luck, and go Niners.
All right, good deal.
Go. Thanks, Dan.
Awesome.
I appreciate it.
Dan Fouts, Hall of Famer.
How great was the Unitas Brody story?
Dude, that's incredible.
Think about that.
That's incredible.
That's so cool.
Or put your helmet on when you walk off the field with me. That's pretty good. Guy was a ball boy at Kezar. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan was a ball boy at Candlestick. Pretty cool. Pretty cool to draw that line there. So if you missed any of that, great stories, great conversation with Dan Fouts, and he just quoted he paraphrased his line for the Waterboy. Told me to shut up. Solid. Love that.
You did.
All right, we got plenty. That was solid. I love that.
I'm guessing he has that one loaded, ready to go.
Oh, dude, shut up, Brent. It's because he didn't hold anything back. As I teed it up for him. Dan Fouts, the Hall of Famer, San Francisco's own. If you missed any of that, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We're streaming on YouTube, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app.
Waterboy just needed some water.
Wow, Dan. You think that up all by yourself?
Shut up, Brent.
Tim Ryan joins us in about 20 minutes at 4:30. Marcus Thompson, the best sports writer in the country, joins us at 4:50. We'll do all of that in the next hour or so, and then we'll wrap it up with a whole lot of fun at the end of the show. When we come on back, though, did Nick Bosa give the Chiefs any bulletin board material? I'll tell you what I mean next, only here on the Sports Leader.
No, there's a lot of shrinkage on that day.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
Hall of Famer Ronnie Lott joined Murph and Marcus today to discuss the 49ers being back in the Super Bowl. That podcast is trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Now we know everybody's house is probably a little bit different, but we all have one thing in common. We all want fast, reliable Wi-Fi that has great coverage. But everybody probably has a spot or two in their house that doesn't get the best Wi-Fi coverage. That ain't gonna work. So what to do? You can check out wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Get that, everyone's taken care of no matter where you are in the house. Like I said, whether you're on your phone, tablet, TV, everyone just wants to do their thing. And with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi, that's what everybody is able to do. Period. It's just that simple. All you have to do is get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network for a reliable connection throughout your entire home. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, actual speeds vary, and are not guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast Wi-Fi that's reliable and has great coverage throughout the entirety of your home. You want Xfinity.
Back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yeah.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. Well, Scott Friday. There's the horns I was looking for, Tom.
There you got them.
There, I got my horns.
Yep.
Thanks, Raph. Raph showed up just in time for the rain to end. Raph's usually working in the KNBR Weather Center, but we got him on the board today for Tim.
He is.
Nice to have a little break from Tim. I get a lot of Tim in football. Lot of Tim, especially during a Stanford season. We are going to catch up with Tim Ryan here at 4:30 in about 15 minutes or so, and then Marcus Thompson at 4:50. Still to come, a sound soiree, a soup du jour, and Kerry Crowley at 6 o'clock to take you on a sports phone journey up until 9 o'clock. But before that, Nick Bosa was asked this week. Was this today? Earlier this week, I think it was. He was asked about it was yesterday. Asked about the Chiefs' offensive tackles, Donovan Smith and Jawan Taylor, in which he responded this. Tell me if you think this is any bulletin board fodder for the Chiefs.
Okay. Things stand out when you watch them.
They hold a lot.
It's almost he can say whatever he wants because it's the way he says it. And they hold a lot.
This is one more time.
They hold. And these guys hold all the time.
They hold.
Something like that. The inflection is just like, whatever.
The ball's on this guy. You know what I mean? To say something like that.
They hold a lot.
Yeah. I don't like that he said that. I just think it's a little too much. Travis,
it's like the way he says it's like, I don't know. Did he mean that as a slam or I don't know? Yeah, but whatever. We'll just leave it alone.
It's like a fact. He's like, I don't know. Just,
Well, Taylor definitely holds a lot. He led the league, he led the league. That's undisputed. If Taylor's 74, which I think he is,
you want to hold, yeah.
Yeah, that's what he did. So, no, I don't think that's bulletin board material at all.
No,
I always found bulletin board material kind of funny, like Super Bowl. It's like, what is a Super Bowl? You actually need more to get you motivated? You do you really?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like
now it's
you're
on.
about to be immortalized.
Now it's on.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
now
I
he
was
said that.
cruising coming into the game, but when I heard that,
Jawan, he's like, what did Nick Bosa say about me?
Now
I'm
gonna
block hard. Now I'm definitely not giving up any sacks or holding. You know what I mean? Now I'm definitely gonna. So we didn't talk about this at all. The Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. I guess this happened. Nobody heard about it, or I don't think anybody heard about it here before the game. It was after the game, and Kelce talked about it on his podcast with his brother, Jason Kelce, about the Justin Tucker field goals on their end of the field before the game. Did you hear about this? No. So you know how field goal kickers, basically when teams warm up on the field before an NFL game, they each get their own side, right? Like you're warming up on your own side of the field.
Yep.
And field goal kickers, though, they get to use both sides. Because of wind and trying to gauge, they're going to end up going on both ways, and so they get to it's a gamesmanship thing. You're allowed to use a sportsmanship thing. You're allowed to use both ends of the field when you're a field goal kicker. We've seen this before. You're supposed to, out of etiquette, of course, use you're not supposed to be kicking into their end zone when guys are there. You're not supposed to be doing stuff like that. Well, Justin Tucker comes out and he's going to kick on the Chiefs' side, and the Chiefs quarterback's warming up in the end zone, and Justin Tucker comes and puts his helmet on the goal line of the end zone. And so they used it, they claim, as disrespect and motivation. They were pissed about it. Justin Tucker said that he was having some fun with it. He was joking around and whatnot. Anyway, they took it as disrespect and motivation. I don't know if they used that for anything extra. Have you seen, do you think Nick Bosa is poking the bear with guys who are looking for something extra, considering they have been an underdog this entire postseason outside of the wild card round?
I mean, I guess it's possible that, they could add that to the motivational fuel tank and give yourself a little extra. I mean, everybody could use a little extra, even if it is a Super Bowl. I mean, you're going to play as hard as you can and try to be as focused as you can, but every little thing, maybe if you could figure out a way to use it to focus you up a little bit more, yeah. I mean, Michael Jordan did that all the time. He'd use guys who was a kid for Washington, Bradford or whatever his name was, that said he had thought he had a good game against Jordan during.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice game, Mike.
That wasn't even.
That's all I said. He said, "Nice game, Mike," and he took that as disrespect. Turns out he never said
it. And then he torched him the next game.
Nice game, Mike.
It's damn, man.
That's all time.
What's wrong with you? But that's what he did. He had to make stuff up. He was so great. But yeah, you think you don't need as much during the Super Bowl, but I guess you could. I guess you could, but I mean, Taylor's a fact. When he says, they hold a lot. But I do know that one of them leads the league in holding, so I guess that would be you hold a lot. So that's a fact. But yeah, I guess. Because, I mean, do athletes do that? They use stuff that people would look at and go, what are you talking about? But that's what they do. I mean, that's a lot of them, not all of them, but that's what they do. You want a little extra something? You'll find, I mean, they could find something even before that. They'll find something somebody said, just to be able to say, convince themselves that, oh yeah, he was taking a shot at us. Where like the rest of the free world would read it and go, what are you talking about? This is not even close to like taking a shot at you. And they'd go, oh yeah, it is. So, I mean, that's just how athletes can be. You got to find whatever it takes. Whatever's your smelling salt to get you going, you use it.
Did you ever have anything like that?
No, I don't know if I was worthy enough.
You're kind of revving all the time.
I don't know if I was worthy enough to be mentioned by anybody. They didn't care, to be honest with you. So I don't know if I used it. Like, I always tried to go out there when I was playing, like, I can outplay this guy this game. I know he doesn't believe I can, and I'm not as good as this guy this game, but I want to try to outplay him this game. Didn't work out very often, but that was like my motivation to try to have a better plus minus, which we didn't even use. I kind of kept track of that before anybody else did. As soon as I went into the game, I looked at the scoreboard and I go, okay, it doesn't get any worse than this. I don't want to come out and we're like, we've lost 8 points while I'm out here. And I'd always try to keep track of that in my head. And I thought I did a pretty good job, but who knows? I have no idea. But it was something that I was like, if the team gets better, if we increase our lead or cut the deficit, then I felt like, okay, that was good. Good run, and we'll try to do it again next time I'm on the court. But, yeah, I don't remember anybody. That was kind of my motivation, though, because everybody I was playing was better than I was. And everybody who I was playing, like you're talking about Malone and Barkley and Cummings and all those guys. So it's like, okay, just be better than them tonight. Be better, like to try to like have a push with these guys tonight. That's good. If we get a push out of this, we're good. And like I said, it didn't happen very often, but that was still the motivation going in. And you got to find something. Especially in the long NBA season, 82 games, and you can find, okay, what do I need tonight? What do we need tonight? Like, let's try to get that. I think every athlete does that to some extent. Somebody says something to you, and you take it out of context and use it the way you want to use it. That's just the way it is. So yeah, I think most athletes probably do that. Like Mahomes probably even does it, but it doesn't have to be the other team. It just could be like, what motivates you? What are you trying to accomplish? Like nobody said anything about me, but I'd convince myself that they think it's going to be an easy night against me, and I'm like, okay, it's not going to be an easy night. You're going to play your ass off and play physical against them and make them feel it. And so yeah, you gotta have something. If not, then you're just kind of showing up playing in the park. And look, even playing in the park, you have your motivation. What's your motivation playing in the park? Stand on the court. You want to stay on the court. Okay, there you go. There's your motivation.
Yeah, right. So, if you lose, you're off. Right.
Yeah, exactly. And it could be, depending on what park, could be an hour.
Survive in advance.
Back watching. Yeah. So, anyway. Well, not me. They'd pick me all the time. But my buddies would have to sit for an hour. I'd bail on them in a heartbeat. I'd go, bro, I'm playing. You guys get your own ride home. I'm getting back on the court.
So, JD and I were talking about this the other day about calls in the playoffs. In that It doesn't feel, and I said this just observationally, I said, I don't know factually, I said it feels observationally like there aren't nearly as many holding calls throughout the NFL postseason, at least offensively. Offensive line calls. Feels like it never happens.
Yeah.
Niners and the Lions were both two of the most flagged teams in football this year. The officiating crew for that NFC Championship threw more flags per game than any crew this year, yet there were 9 total flags between them. You think Bosa was maybe using this to... I mean, a lot of times the media is used for stuff like that. He does it. This guy does this a lot, or they hold a lot. It's an opportunity to say something like that and say, hey, pay attention to this.
Yeah, it is. It's a subtle way. I don't know if that's what he was doing, but yeah.
I don't know. Maybe answering a question.
Coaches do it all the time.
Coaches are calculated with it.
Subtle hints and like, hey, this is happening, that's happening. But, it could backfire on you, too. They pay more attention to it. Maybe Jones gets a few more holding calls. So... Again, my preference, not necessarily the player's preference, because, look, my preference is low foul game. Keep it going, keep it moving, let's go. If I'm playing, though, and I'm getting fouled, I'm like, what are we doing here? Why aren't we calling this? And they're like, well, you said you like the low foul game. I'm like, well, no, that's when I was calling the game, not playing the game. Let's go, give me the call. I want to play. Like, the player's like, hey, they're cheating, and you're not calling it. So they're going to have a completely different viewpoint as we do, or as I do. I'm not going to include everybody else in this. It's just my preference is low call games, even if they miss a few. Just keep it churning, keep it burning, let's go. But yeah, if you're getting held in your Bosa and everybody, everybody's talking, hey, how come he can't get to the quarterback? How come he's not doing what he did last year? Well, that's why. I'm being held. They stop holding me. I can get to the quarterback. So when you're the one getting peppered with that stuff, of course you're going to say, hey, what's going on here? How about helping a brother out? You think? Huh?
Yeah,
Maybe a holding caller too. So people know I'm not making it back to the quarterback because I'm getting held. But yeah, I mean it's more. It happens more often during like a basketball 7-game series, because that's, in between games the coaches are, we're getting like going to the rim. We only got like 11 free throw attempts. How do we only have 11 free throw attempts? We're getting bumped. Like Phil Jackson was great at that. Like he was really good at dropping those little seeds to the officials for the next game. It's harder to do it when it's one game and you're out. Like
Sure.
there's only one game. So basketball was like probably the one sport where baseball does it too. Strike zone. Stuff like that, getting squeezed, doing this, doing that. So it's a little bit of an art, but yeah, I'm sure Bosa's probably, who knows? Maybe we're overthinking it. Maybe Bosa was just ask a question and I answered it. Maybe he didn't have any thought of like trying to plant a seed somewhere to go. I don't know. These guys hold a lot, man.
Sackaroonie, baby. It's a holderoonie, baby.
I'm trying to get my sackaroonies, and they're not letting me get them because they're holding. And the holderoonie is not a good thing for me. So you know what? If you want to blow the whistle, hopefully that thing works.
You want to make like too short. 808 KNBR is the number to call into text. 415 says, Tom, you said the players didn't know you enough to start anything. Says, what about that Larry Bird thing at the center circle at the jump circle?
Yeah. He knew that I was white.
Yeah. For those who don't know,
what he knew.
For those who don't know, that you were at the jump circle, Warriors playing the Celtics, and Larry Bird standing next to you. He looks at you and he looks at Moley and he says, "Go ahead.
You gonna guard me with a white guy?" And I just told Larry, I go, bro, I'm just trying to make a living, okay? Ease up.
Yeah, it's good.
I mean, I'm not as good as you.
Like he said it to the white guy. That's what makes it so funny.
I told him at one point, I go, you want me to just knee you in the back and end it? I go, you just play the game. I go, I'm tired of your crap.
It's hysterical.
Then he lit me up for like 30.
And then who was the one who goes, Tom Tolbert, stand in line.
Oh, that was the Houston broadcaster.
Oh, yeah.
That was on the TV on the television.
I was on a broadcast, dude. That's tough.
Yeah, I was on a
That's
broadcast. You don't know
break.
Tom Tolbert. Stand in line.
Stand in line.
Not many do.
This guy played the Final Four, man. Give me a break.
Yeah, I was like, damn.
Dude, cut me some slack. It's over to
wearing me out over here.
It's over to Coast with you on a Friday afternoon. We're having some fun. We'll catch up with our guys Tim Ryan and Marcus Thompson, and then a sound soiree, a soup du jour, and Kerry Crowley takes you up until 9 o'clock. Tim Ryan will be on the call next Sunday for the Super Bowl. He's next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for the good people over at Kugelman Law. Alex Kugelman, Kugelman Law, sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Tax season just around the corner. Yeah, I get it. I know. Hey Tom, wasn't it still here? Yeah, okay, I just said it. Yeah, it's back. It's always back. It doesn't go away. It can be a stressful time of the year, and you certainly don't want to increase your stress levels worrying about your taxes. If you have any issues or you just want to avoid issues, set up a consultation with Alex Kugelman or anyone at Kugelman Law. I've talked to Alex personally. He's very knowledgeable, very personable, and if you do have issues with your taxes, whether it be didn't file, filed late, crypto, criminal, he's seen it. He's done it. He's done this for a long time. This is what he does for a living. Look, when it comes to the Super Bowl, or shall I say, the big game, you don't want a rookie out there calling plays for you. You want somebody that knows what they're doing out there calling plays for you. When it comes to your taxes, you don't want some guy, yeah, I got you. No, come on over. You want to bring some beers at 7. We'll get it done. No, you want someone who's been doing this that knows what they're doing. Alex Kugelman is that guy. So set up that consultation lower the stress level. In fact, you can drop the bag of stress altogether because he'll sit down, talk with you, give you a roadmap, a game plan. It'll be all transparent. What's it going to cost? How are we going to get there? Get to that light at the end of the tunnel, and then you can stop worrying about taxes. I don't worry about taxes. I don't. I just send Alex and his team stuff and go, all right, just let me know who I owe. Ouch. Okay, let's keep moving on. That's sftaxteam.com, sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamo Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
We do it every week of the 49er season and the bye week between the Super Bowl and the end of the NFC Championship. It continues with our guy, Tim Ryan. He'll be on the call next week for Super Bowl 58, Niners and the Chiefs. Tim joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, dude? How are you, man?
I'm doing well, Coach. I'm going to steal one of Brock's lines. One more, baby. One more.
One more, dude. One more. I'm fired up, dude. I fly up tomorrow night. How about that? How about that, dude?
You're
dude.
whacked like that, though.
Yeah, dude, I'm whacked. Yeah, I gotta go grease the skids for everybody. Get us going. Get lubed up before everybody gets there. Get lubed up before I pick up Tom from the airport.
Yeah. TMI, bro.
Yeah,
TMI.
Dude. Tim, tell me about, not tons of guys are on this roster that were on the roster the last time the Chiefs faced the Niners in the Super Bowl. 4 years ago today, Super Bowl 54. I don't care about whether or not that's a good thing or a bad thing. I wonder about the guys who were there before and the impact that they have and their mentality that's the unknown versus the what it takes to get the job done. What's this week been like with those guys?
Certainly when you look at both rosters, the 49ers have more holdovers. This is, as you know, been a 6 or a 7 year plan. So that was 5 years ago, and there's still some of the core players left on this team that, they were so young back then, and Debo was a rookie, George in year 2 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Brett, so many young guys, and that was a magical season. And then to be as close as they've been over the last few and getting to the NFC Championship and for a variety of reasons falling short, they know how hard this moment is to capture and how hard it is to achieve. So they're going to be highly motivated. They have been all week. It's been a terrific week of practice. I think one more day tomorrow to work on some stuff, and then hit the airplane on Sunday, and then a normal week next week in terms of Monday, Tuesday off, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday game on Sunday, and back into the routine. So they know the task at hand. I think that the mettle they've developed in the playoffs, I think it's something that's going to serve them well in case, they go in and get down. I mean, these last two games and the way this team has been able to flip the script and play opportunistic defense when they had to, and then obviously make plays offensively when they had to in the Packer game at the end, and then the whole second half last week. I think it's toughened their skin up. I think it's given them more resolve, more belief if things don't start out great. This is going to be a huge challenge now, and there's fewer players left for the Kansas City Chiefs. If you go look at their roster, I mean, they've got just a couple guys on each side of the ball, and maybe Chris Jones is the only one on defense when I look at their roster. Monumental challenge. Kansas City's playing their best football right now offensively. When you look at him, Kelce is reignited. He's so freaking good in terms of, his route tempo, getting to his destination it's unbelievable. I mean, just how he can time up, and many times, Copes and Tommy, he's running 3/4 speed, almost looks like a jog, because he's not going to go sit in the hole and wait and let the bracket close on him. He's going to get to the hole and turn around and knowing when the ball is going to get fired to him from Pat Mahomes. And I think at the end of the day, when you look at this offense, and they have been, up and down all year. They've had a lot of drops at wide receiver, and then you include Kelce in that group. They've been pass heavy most of the season, putting the ball in Pat Mahomes' hands. But they flipped the script a little bit in the playoffs and have relied on that gap power game and Isaiah Pacheco and what he does as a violent, wild running back. And a good offensive line, especially on the interior. I'm not sure if Thuney is going to play or not at left guard with his pec injury, but the right guard's pretty good. At the end of the day, big challenge for the defense. I think, they're going to bend. I mean, we can't think they're just going to go shut down Kansas City and Andy Reid and his play calling. And that's the whole thing is that's a big job in terms of all the creativity and all the shifts and all the motions in his scheme. So defending that scheme is going to be a challenge. And then you talk about defending the playground after that, and Pat Mahomes extending plays is even a bigger challenge. So I think the top priority for the defense is eventually going to come down to getting Mahomes down to the ground. And a big part of doing that is you've got to make him unsure. He's not a guy that processes is the best of anybody in terms of reading coverage and getting it out on time and throwing it to the beater all the time. He's just got great chemistry with Kelce. They scheme up a lot of good things for Rashee Rice. But at the end of the day, you got to mix and match coverages like crazy. And I think, we saw some of that last week against Jared Goff and some of the zone looks that started as man and then flipped to zone. They got to constantly be rolling through those coverages, because if you don't, and you're Steve Wilkes and you're going to sit in the cover 3 deep, Andy Reid, I promise you, will have beaters dialed up that will not allow the rush to get home. So the big challenge is the playground after you defend the scheme against their offense. And then on the other side, Coach, defensively, they are young, they are aggressive, they blitz the holy hell out of the perimeter, they pressure the holy hell out of the perimeter. They're very capable of blitzing. I think the sixth most blitzes in pro football, and I'm sure you watched the Baltimore game. They blitz Lamar almost every down. I mean, if you got 5 in protection, they're bringing 5. They want to get everyone one-on-ones. If you got 6, they're bringing 6. And the reason they can do all that is because they can press and lock down with those corners, and in terms of, Snead and McDuffie, and then either Williams or Watson, whoever comes in, they all play press. They are all very efficient at it. That, to me, is the biggest challenge in this game. This defense has gotten better and better as the year has gone on. There are holes that you can take advantage of, and I'm sure Kyle's going to have a lot of good stuff dialed up. They do not get a lot of takeaways. And you can attack their safeties. You can attack their linebackers, I think, in the passing game. But when it really comes down to it, what are they not great at? They're not great at defending the run. And as you know, the 49ers have, including the playoffs, 32 rushing touchdowns on the year. The run game has got to be able to crank to take some pressure off of Brock. You don't want to be in third, and they've been outstanding on third down in the postseason and really all year. Third and long against them is trouble. Got to be able to run the ball and get some yards on the early downs.
Top 3 ball out call last week?
It felt like the top ball out call last week. Okay. Hell with top 3, bro. That's all timer for me.
Well,
in that game and that moment with that momentum. Oh, bro. Come on, Tommy.
I wish you were going to be like, there was an Alf Morris fumble in 2012. And I was like,
I love that you capped it with I love that you capped it with the Mike Breen. Bang! Bang!
Bang, baby! Oh, man, I don't know what I'm saying. It flies out of my strap.
But trust me, it fit the moment.
We loved it.
No
It's
doubt.
real, man. It's real.
It fit the moment. Here's something though that I told Copes could happen this week. I come home, get ready for the Super Bowl, watch the game, turn it on. I go, Pacheco, if they hand it off to Pacheco the first play from scrimmage and he runs it up the middle for 8 yards, I'm going to take my remote and throw it at my TV.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Yeah, it's been the first half last week, and really the run defense has been leaky. And there's no magic formula to fixing it. D linemen, get off blocks, shed, disengage, get to the ball. You know, all those pin and pulls and those crack tosses. The nickel's got to trigger faster. Fred's got to be a little faster in his trigger. And I promise you, as much they run a lot of gap power and they want to keep a lot. Pacheco is an inside the tackles runner. He is violent. He gets after it, and he's got big time speed. But how would you not run the pin and pull crack toss based on what you've seen off the tape at this defense? So they've got to get that fixed. Again, if you get into a lot of third and shorts where they can just play the quick game, and they're way different than they were in 19. And this offense to me changed when Tyreek left. And Juju Smith-Schuster. And I mean, they are now, they're going to take – Mahomes is much more going to take what the defense gives them. And if you're in off coverage, he's going to throw hitches and slants and find Kelce in the holes, and they're just going to matriculate their way up the football field. So you got to get them in the third and long situation so that the rush has a chance to be able to get home. And like last week, and you saw it, and whenever they got Goff off the spot, they were successful. And Detroit trusts their tackles. They're going to do 5-man protection, and Bosa made them pay for it. And Kinlaw had some good rushes, and Armstead with a couple. Hargrave's the guy that's got to really step up in this game. Second Super Bowl in a row for him against the Kansas City Chiefs, especially if Thuney's not out there and it's Allegretti, the Nick Allegretti kid is at left guard. He's got to be the guy, but they do a lot of 5-man protection, which tells me the wide swiper, Nick Bosa, is going to have a chance to do his thing on either one of those tackles, and he's got a good matchup. The whole trick is once you get there, getting Patrick Mahomes down to the ground.
I agree with you. I totally think this is a McCaffrey game or running the football game. And I wanted to ask you, do you think this is a game, being that it's the last game of the season, we're going to see some Debo carries, depending on how his shoulder feels like? Because to me, it feels like this is the way you can get this defense is by running the football, which it amazed me that the Ravens did not do. The Ravens of all teams
what happened
the ball off. The running back 6 times. That's how many running back carries they had. To me, this has got to be maybe not 30, but at least 25 carries between Samuel and McCaffrey.
Yeah, I think a big part of that, and again, I don't know what Baltimore was doing either, and obviously Lamar, broke down in some big moments. They certainly had their opportunities to win that game, but once they lost Mitchell right before the 49er game on Christmas, they became a different rushing offense because, he was the guy that could really make people miss with his speed and his cutback ability, and they just had more plotting runners, especially with Edwards out there. So I don't know what their issue was, but the 49ers, we all know the goal and the ambition is 30 runs, and 5 of those to Deebo Samuel would not surprise me. And that's where they're different than they were in 19. His role, the addition of McCaffrey, Brock at quarterback versus Jimmy, the opportunity to hit a deep ball. Okay, there's going to be – these guys are going to have to beat man coverage on the edge, got to run it, and then when you think of you can run those corners off because they're in press, especially when they're in any type of 4-deep looks or 3-deep. And then you can either beat them or you clear it out, and now you've got an option route or a choice route with the 2 receiver on versus the linebacker or safety. And the 49ers weapons, in my opinion, can beat both of those, whoever that is out there lining up from the hook to the flat.
Got it.
Tim Ryan will be on the call next week. Next Sunday, Super Bowl 58. Tim, enjoy the weekend and the flight out, and we'll see you next week, man. We'll see you out at Radio Row.
Are you guys there all week?
We're there all week. I get there tomorrow. Tommy gets there, I think, on Wednesday night. But everybody else flies out, I think, Monday night for all the shows Tuesday to Friday. So we'll all be there.
Tommy, how many Radio Rows in a row for you, bro?
1.
In a row?
Oh, you didn't go last year?
No, I went to the first one I went to was Patriots-Packers in New Orleans.
I went to that one. I was at that one too.
That one wrecked my body for a while, and then I went to Denver and Packers San Diego. I went to that one.
I was at that one. Yep.
I went to Radio Row when it was Broncos Panthers. But yeah, I haven't been. I don't go to.
You're a big dog. The big dog sets his own schedule.
Well, no, look, Tim. If I'm going to buy my own diapers, I'll buy them. I don't need somebody selling them to me at Radio Row. Okay.
I hear there's some CBD. I heard there's some CBD sales going on around there.
I bet there is probably free samples like Costco.
Hey,
Here, rub this on your knee and see if you can make it home.
Tim, ask Pop a couple of years ago. He was at Radio Row, and Jake Plummer came by with his mushroom candy bars, his chocolate bars. And Jake Plummer looked like he just crawled out of. I mean, like he crawled out of a cave himself where he grew them. He was like beard was hanging to the floor. And Pop decided I'm gonna have one. Dude, he bit into it. He started like choking on it on the air.
No, he did not.
Yeah, dude. And he goes, and then at one point he goes, "There's soy in this. I'm allergic to soy." Oh, dude, that is.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
good one. All right, so before you, how many in a row for you?
This is my first ever. My first one ever. I've never been.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I got to tell you, at one point I did 18 in a row.
Did you really?
From the Packer game all the way until deep into the mid 2013, 14. So yeah, I did a lot in a row, and all those years at Sirius doing that show, and then Fox Sports Radio before that, and Sports Fan before that. This thing has just exploded, you guys. It's unbelievable now. I mean, and the distractions and the money and how much everything costs to get anything. It's like, man, has the world changed on us.
No doubt. Well, we'll look forward to seeing you there, Tim.
There's no mushroom candy bars at your first one.
Enjoy your first one. Don't take any mushrooms from anybody.
I'll save you a bar for the game, dude. All right. All right, dude. Talk to you later, man. Tim Ryan, he's great, dude. We gotta dig that up, dude. I guarantee we have audio of Greg being like.
Dude, if you had the audio of me at my first Super Bowl, it was incredible. Dude, I interviewed Sam Cooke, the founder of Sam Adams.
So his name's not Sam Adams?
It's not Sam Adams. No, I think it's Sam Cooke. It's Cooke something. I think it's Sam Cooke. What is it?
Sam Cooke was a musician, was he?
No, but I think it was Sam Cooke. Well, I know Sam Cooke's a musician.
It didn't
I
sound
thought it
like
was Sam Cooke.
Maybe that was Sam Adams.
Yeah, somebody look it up. It's Sam Adams. Yeah, I interviewed him on Bourbon
All of a
Street.
Samuel Jackson.
Well, I interviewed a stripper.
Did you?
I interviewed a vampire.
I interviewed a vampire.
There we go. New Orleans, I did, but they thought they were a vampire. They actually had porcelain fangs put in their mouth. A guy and a girl.
Call me crazy, but I think real vampires don't get them implanted. Call me crazy.
No, they don't. Call me crazy. I don't think real vampires exist, but they did.
Says the interview.
Bro, I was just walking down Bourbon, just grabbing people. I had a little microphone tape recorder. I was just like, I grabbed somebody. If they look whacked out, I was like, let's go get that person. That's going to be incredible.
Yeah. You got to get. There's some good ones in Vegas or on Bourbon Street. I'm sure there'll be good ones in Vegas as well. If you missed any of Tim Ryan, all available KNBR.com and on the KNBR app. When we come on back, we got a sound soiree for you, then a soup du jour. As our guy Tacky checks in, says, Copes, you got to earn your mushroom bars, bro. Your sound soiree is next on the Sports Leader. Steph Curry was named to his 10th All-Star appearance yesterday. Wasn't named a starter, though, for the first time in his career. He's going to be coming off the bench. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
It's time for Tolbert, Copes, and Thompson. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland with The Athletics' Marcus Thompson on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
We're going to make the connection here with Marcus Thompson on the Yuma guest line. He joins us every week from The Athletic. Best sports writer in the country. Warriors. Where are we on the Dubs, Tom? I'm trying to figure out exactly. Oh, dude. He's talking to the chair again. Marcus Thompson, we have made the connection with Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. Marcus, I imagine no focus on the Warriors for you as it all turned to the 49ers now. What's going on, man?
Oh, man, why would you assume that? It's a big night in Memphis.
No, I'm talking more. I'm talking 49ers. I'm talking 49ers, man. I'm talking 49ers.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about like Vince Williams Jr. and Darren Jackson Jr. against,
I'm sure. You know where I want to, legit, you know where I want to start before we get into 49ers? What I want to ask you legit, and I should have thought of this off top, is Carl Weathers. Carl Weathers passed away today. Dude, that was legit. There are a handful of guys and actors, and a few of them of which I didn't know were going to affect me, and as I've gotten older, when I was a kid, one of the first ones that hit me, because I always wanted to see him live, and my dad and I had a connection over him. Like celebrities I don't get real emotional over, but Frank Sinatra. I was a kid. I was like, I didn't realize how young I was and how old he was. And then I thought, my dad and I had a connection over a couple of those songs, and I was really sad when he passed. The other one that got me bad was Chadwick Boseman. That one, I don't think I'd ever expected to break down over that one the way that it affected me. Now, this one didn't emotionally affect me that way, but I was really touched when thinking about Carl Weathers and the impact he's had, not just on this part of the country, but how generationally as an actor, that's become a bigger thing, right? You become an actor a lot of times now. You continue your career after pro sports, but Carl Weathers as both Chubbs, of course, his Great Death and Predator, and then also you get him as Apollo Creed, one of the all-time great sports movie characters. Just your thoughts when you think Apollo Creed and you think Carl Weathers.
Yeah, man, I think he's one of those undercover kind of legends that you don't really appreciate how much he's been a part of your entire life. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, I've been watching this dude my whole life. One of those other guys, it just popped up. What's his name? I think it's Garrett Morgan or Garrett Wilson or something. Just got his star on the Walk of Fame. He was Martin's boss of Martin. But we were talking about it. You just don't know. Like, man, this dude was in everything.
I don't know who you're talking about. I guarantee you I'm going to know it. As soon as I see it, I guarantee I'm going to know who this guy is.
Yeah, no question. You will know him, and he's been in everything. Carl Weathers is one of those guys. I mean, obviously Chubbs, obviously Apollo Creed and Predator. But, and then he, kind of, I was talking to my cousin about it who's younger. He knows him from The Mandalorian. I mean, this guy has really spanned generations, right? And don't forget about his TV repertoire is pretty good too. So, this is like a legend. This is a full, impressive career. Not to mention, he's been in every household as the master of disaster, the king of sting, right?
Yeah.
He was the guy in the Little Bitty American short.
The master of disaster, the king of sting, Apollo Creed, and the best is you say, Apollo who? One has been, train another has been.
Living in America. That was his song, baby.
Dude, he's walking out to ding, ding. George Schlatter is the boss of Martin. I know exactly who this guy is when I look at his face, dude. I go, this guy's got his hands on the Walk of Fame. It's incredible, dude. It's hysterical that this has gone down in the way that it has with many guys where they touch generations because of the characters that they play, but also he had ties to the Raiders, man. Played for the Oakland Raiders. How cool is that?
Yeah, he had a nice little cup of coffee in the league. You made it as an actor when you play for the Raiders, and people don't even know that, right? Like, really? You played for the Raiders? Normally that was your claim to fame. He played for the 70s Raiders, too. He was out there with Lester Hayes and them. So
damn right he was. Yeah,
he was an OG, which is probably why he didn't make it. But he also was Hurricane Smith. I bet you don't remember that one.
Hurricane Smith.
Old school. Back when one of the times he got a chance to star as the action guy. I don't think it worked out that well.
I don't remember that.
1992
film. Didn't work out that well.
1992 film. Yeah, that's why.
Huh.
Rotten Tomatoes isn't banging it out of the park, though. It's.
I remember the Hurricane with Denzel Washington. I do remember that one. That
was a great one.
Yeah, that was a great movie. That was an incredible movie. Yeah, but not you put Smith on it, you lose me. You lost me on.
Yeah, a lot of people got lost by that. But when you're a kid and all you got is the TV, you end up watching that type of stuff.
And I know what happens. So, what are your thoughts as we get closer to a week out from the Super Bowl? Like, it's hard to really kind of crystallize anything, and like, because you got another week to go to kind of get into it. Although not a lot changes game-wise from this week until next week, but just kind of your initial thoughts when you thought Chiefs 49ers.
Well, as it's gone, right? I mean, obviously the first thing you think about is Patrick Mahomes, right? And the reason they don't have a Super Bowl is because they ran into Patrick Mahomes in the fourth quarter in 2020, right? But as it's developed, to me, it's starting to feel like the key matchup is going to be Kyle Shanahan against Spagnuolo. Because if you just reading about him and hearing people talk about him, like this guy is the ultimate, give me one game, I'm going to scheme a defense for you. And now he's got a really good defense, right? He's got a really great defense to kind of do that with. And if you look at the problems of the teams, you know, he's caused, like Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, you start like worrying, like, uh-oh, this is going to take Kyle's A game, because they're going to come with something that's going to make Brock Purdy uncomfortable, that's going to, you know, kind of muck up how Kyle likes to do it. So the question is, can Kyle, like, almost be ahead of the game and kind of figure out what Spagnuolo is going to do and have a counter ready? Or is it going to be, I got my scripted and everybody can kind of know what it is because I'm predictable and we just got to survive again? So to me, this is becoming more of a Kyle Shanahan against Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator and defensive play caller for the Chiefs.
Do you have any thought? I was saying to Tom earlier, we were looking at the numbers for MVP, for who it could be. If you run down the names for it, Mahomes, Purdy, here's the odds like in order. It's Mahomes, Brock, McCaffrey, Kelce, Debo, Pacheco, Rashee Rice, George Kittle, Brendan Ayuk, Nick Bosa. That's the top 10. Is it like the most potent potential MVP pool you can remember?
Oh, yeah. I mean, even like compared to the last time the 49ers were there, normally it's like 3 or 4, but I mean, a part of it is the 49ers. I don't know about that Rashee Rice business.
I can't believe he's higher than Kittle. It surprises me he's higher than Kittle and Ayuk.
Yeah, the 49ers make it a little bit difficult because they spread the ball so much.
Sure.
So it's hard to tell. Like, either one of those guys could go off. So, yeah, I mean, feasibly, but the only problem is, I mean, it's going to the quarterback. Like, what are we doing? The real one is like Mahomes, Purdy, or Christian McCaffrey. I'd probably put Christian McCaffrey ahead of Purdy in that sense. But it's going to go to the quarterback. This is what we do. This is not a surprise here. If any of those other guys go off, the quarterback will get the credit anyway because he threw him the ball. So I'm going with McCaffrey as the only non-Mahomes, is my number one non-Mahomes contestant.
No, I buy that. You buying what the Warriors are selling the last couple of games, even though it feels like everybody's like, look at the Warriors. Even I said yesterday, Mark, was like, you can kind of start to see something a little bit with Draymond back and Wiggins playing the way Wiggins is playing and Kuminga doing what he's doing. And I was like, yeah, they went 2-2 at home. It's not like they've won 4 in a row. And I'm like, hey, yeah, look what they've done the last 4. It's just kind of like they look better. The results haven't really been there because they lost the 1-point games to the Kings and the Lakers. But I don't know. I guess with Draymond being back, Wiggins playing the way he's playing, although he's not going to keep that up, and Kuminga playing the way he's playing, he might not keep that up. I don't know. I think like I can kind of see a team in there like that's kind of maybe they could do something in the playoffs, win a round possibly, but they've already dug themselves such a huge hole that they can't afford any more things to go wrong or have any more slumps because then you're just toast.
I'm going. Remember your parameters from last year. It's like, give me 10 good games.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Like, I'm sticking with that.
Yeah.
I want to see you do it over a 10-game stretch. Give me an 8-2, a 7-3. I mean, shoot, a 6-4 at this point would feel like, like massive progress. I mean, even Steph was hesitant to kind of put too much stock in the improved aesthetic of how they play. I mean, you could tell he's just kind of like, man, we just got to win games.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's tough to just map out, 25, 30 a night from Kuminga and efficiency from Wiggins because we've seen so much of them not doing that it's kind of difficult. And not to mention, Steph has been feeling it, right? He's been shooting the ball well, and he's coming off a slump, but this time of year, every time as you get towards the All-Star break, Steph tends to, wind it down a little bit. He gets a little tired, and he needs to break to kind of do his post-All-Star break surge. So unless he breaks that, they've kind of proven if he's not on, they really can't win. So they kind of need him to find another gear for this last stretch. But yeah, I'm not falling for the banana in the tailpipe. Give me 10 games, then I'll holler at you. And I mean, you got road games, winnable road games. If you're not doing it now, then win.
Dude, and I in 10 games, 15 games, really what I want to see is, can Wiggins be somewhere between what he is the last couple games? Because he's not shooting like 70% the rest of the year. Okay, we know that. But can he stay aggressive? Can he keep engaged when things aren't kind of going his way? He's still not really rebounding. I'd like him to do that, but I've said that about 1,000 times, so maybe I should just give up on that, but I'm not going to. And then Kuminga. Like, he's been really good. His defense needs a lot of work. We know that, but teams are going to start looking at him and going, okay, we got to factor him into the game plan. Like, what do we want to take away with him? Because now he's just like doing what he wants, and teams are reacting to him because they're kind of saying, okay, this is all about Steph. We're going to take away Steph. But now that Kuminga is like kind of, got a little bit of a spotlight on him, I think teams will start looking at him and saying, okay, let's factor him in and see what we want to do when he does his stuff. That will be the next jump for him. Can he deal with being game planned for, at least reasonably game planned for during the regular season, and make those adjustments and still be a player who's a factor in the game?
I mean, yeah, you're right. That's going to be the next level for his development. But if that happens, that's a big plus for the Warriors, because that's what they don't have. They don't have somebody else that says, we kind of got to go do something for him. Like everybody else is just kind of live with it. But that's kind of what he's done, is created this lane. It's so valuable what Kuminga's doing, because it's actually not that like exceptional. Like, he's just like making smart reads and driving hard and finishing strong and getting to the line, being smart about what 3-pointers he takes. So it's real, like, he can duplicate it, right? He can replicate what he's doing. So it will make sense that some version of it could continue. And I'm with you. I feel like they're still going to say, hey, Steph, we're still going to put 2 on you, so get comfortable. And Kuminga's got to do it more. He's got to punish them more and more and more. And maybe with Draymond, he can do that. And if at some point anybody makes the other defense react, that's what they need. And he's going to have a tough time when it happens. We saw the same thing with Jordan Poole, right? Jordan Poole came back, and the defense is like, all right, that was cute what you did in the finals, but now we're on you. Then it was a lot different for him. So it's going to be tough for his career development, but, man, they need that so badly, because right now it's like, hey, man, everybody, you can have whatever shots you want. Take them all, because we don't believe in you.
Yep.
And until they can do it, Kuminga's like the best chance to make somebody do it right now, or Clay going on one of his tears like he did last year when he shot like 900% for the month of February. They need one of those months.
Exactly.
900%.
Those months are good.
It's not a percent. Come on, dude. Marcus, you going out next week to Vegas?
Yeah, you know what? I got a little lip for complaining about my accommodations last week.
Really?
But yeah.
Hold on. Well, I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna text you because I don't want you to get in more trouble. But I want to know what the lip was. I want to know what the accommodations were in the complaint. Yeah.
So then, but the funny part is, every time I tell somebody where I'm staying, like, people don't even try to hide. You know how when like somebody's like telling you something and you don't want to make it sound that bad, you're like, oh, okay, well, that's fine. Like, no, people are like, ew, ugh. Somebody literally told me, you should probably bring your own bedding. I was like, wow.
Wait, you mean for this trip?
Yeah, for this trip.
Are we staying at the same place?
I don't know. I have no idea. It's just the media hotel.
Oh, God. Oh, damn it.
Yeah, it's a Luxor.
Damn it all. Damn it all, Marcus.
Dude, Luxor sucks.
Listen, all you need to know is...
Who do I give lip to? Who do I
all you need to know is, like, it's $68 on Super Bowl week on Wednesday. I was like, $68
that's Wednesday.
on Super Bowl week?
Yeah. What a bargain.
That's crazy.
That's it.
They're like, sir, we made the whole building a Dorito. What did you think we were charging?
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade out of that room to my mom's house. I think that's what I'm gonna do.
Attaboy.
No.
You enjoy parking when you get to Radio Row, Tom.
What do you think Mom's doing? She's gonna drop me off, baby. I'm good to go.
Pack you a P. Hey, make her let me come. Bring me.
You got the room. You got the room.
She cut the crust off. If she cuts the crust, me and Marcus are there.
In the building. Tell her I'll bring her a pickle.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you gonna dip it in Fun Dip or whatever the hell you dip it in?
It's Kool-Aid, dude. It's Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid, whatever it is.
Tell Mom to just get some water for us, and we'll make some Kool-Aid. All right, Marcus. Well, we'll see you out in Vegas the next week, man. When do you get in?
I get in Wednesday.
All right, Tom too.
Y'all do.
Yep.
Y'all at Radio Row. I'm pulling up. I'm crashing.
We'll see you there, man.
Yeah.
We'll see you there. We'll be there, man.
Joe Montana sitting there. He better get up because I'm coming.
Ain't get no Joe Montana, bro. Don't worry about that. We ain't bug Joe. All right, man. We'll see you out there on Wednesday, Marcus.
All right, Marcus.
Yeah. Good deal. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, best sports writer in the country. We'll see you. So far, Tom, also, should tell you, Steve Young told us, JD and I, when you were out the other day, I said, are you going next week? He said, I'm gonna be in and out. I'll be there, and then I'm gonna go back, and then I'm gonna go back to Radio Row. That's legit what he said. And I was like, what do you mean? And this part's really cool. He's going to be there on Radio Row. His daughters are they're doing a women's football thing, a women's empowerment and football thing, and he's bringing his daughters to talk flag football from the league that just did. How cool is that, dude?
Nice.
How sick is that? So Steve and his daughters will be out there. All right, bro. I'll see you guys out there. See you in Vegas.
All right, bro.
Okay. I told him I'll see you out there. Who first to 34? That's what does it. You missed any of Marcus Thompson.
Hilarious.
All available, KNBR.com. And the KNBR app. When we come on back, we got a sound soiree for you. I hope it shows up in the soiree. Our guy Mad Dog Russo.
Oh boy!
Shouted out KNBR. How about that?
Did he really?
And I'll tell you, maybe Mad Dog Russo coming your way on Tolbert and Copes in the near future. We'll tell you about it next in just a little bit. Sound soiree, and then we got to talk a little bit about Radio Row because a lot of fun stuff 49er-wise coming your way this coming week. It's Tolbert and Copes. Best sounds in sports next on the Sports Leader.
San Carlos, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Carlos's Sports Leader.
The San Francisco Giants and the Oakland A's have made a trade. Ross Stripling and his death ball are headed to the Oakland A's in exchange for cash and minor leaguer Jonah Cox. Stripling for cash and Cox. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Now we know everybody's house is probably a little bit different. But we all have one thing in common. We all want fast, reliable Wi-Fi that has great coverage. But everybody probably has a spot or two in their house that doesn't get the best Wi-Fi coverage. That ain't gonna work. So what to do? You can check out wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Get that, everyone's taken care of no matter where you are in the house. Like I said, when you're on your phone, tablet, TV, everyone just wants to do their thing. And with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi, that's what everybody is able to do. Period. It's just that simple. All you have to do is get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network for a reliable connection throughout your entire home. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, actual speeds vary, and are not guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast Wi-Fi that's reliable and has great coverage throughout the entirety of your home. You want Xfinity.
This is Tolbert & Co.'s Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert & Copes with you on a Friday evening. I was like when Tom's humming the sounds for na 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 na. We're with you Friday evening here. Sound Soiree, best sound in sports that you might have missed. We're heading out to Vegas next week. I'll be there as of Monday, as of tomorrow night, actually, but as of Monday. Tom will get there Wednesday. He'll be with me Wednesday afternoon, Thursday, and Friday on the show. We'll tell you about some of the guests and the good stuff we have coming up on KNBR ahead of the Super Bowl next week. But before we do that, let's get to some sound. Howie Long? Hall of Famer? Hall of Famer was on the Kay Adams podcast. Kay Adams, Derek's old coworker at the NFL Network. Kay Adams podcast, and he says, well, he's got some comments about Brock Purdy, and he relates them to the Cowboys. Tell me what you think about this.
And Brock, it seems like he's like the Cowboys or Notre Dame or whoever. You either hate him or you love him.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's 50-50 down the middle.
It's like blue cheese or cilantro or
Right.
he's the most polarizing for what reason I don't quite understand, other than, that he's in a great system, has great weapons, like we're taking that away.
Yeah, but a lot of teams, a lot of quarterbacks are in systems and have great weapons.
Yes.
I'm not sure what the visceral response is to him. I don't understand it.
It's
he's
strange.
shown really the point is he's shown the ability at the end of games, which is really, what defines quarterbacks. At the end of games to make big plays. And I'm happy for him. He seems like it's a great story.
Isn't every quarterback in a system? I mean, of some sort? You just go out there, what's your system? Well, we don't have one. We just wing it. We just go out there and just kind of draw them up and go.
It's Justin Fields. That's him.
Yeah, just figure it out on the fly. Motion offense.
Or
just
open.
go. Just go do it. What do you want me to do? Go do it. You get 9 yards to get them. I don't care how you get them. You get those damn yards. Give me. How do you get them? What do you mean? You want me to draw it up for you? You go get them. You're the player. Of course everybody has a system. It's so stupid. Like, everyone's a system quarterback. What they're trying to say is, oh, if he didn't have this system, he couldn't play. He couldn't play without this system, which is dumb. I don't think he's that polarizing now. I don't think it's 50-50. I don't think 50. I mean, that seems pretty extreme. Like, put him on the Cowboys Notre Dame level. I mean, that's like, I've talked about that before. Like, who are the teams like either you love or you hate, or maybe they're most hated? Lakers are on there. Probably Celtics are on there. Yeah. Cowboys are on there. Notre
Nationwide.
Dame, Yankees. Yep, Yankees, Duke.
Are we blind? Are Niners on there?
I don't know.
I think Niners have climbed. I think they've climbed near that list. If they're not on it, I think nationwide. I think they're near that list.
Maybe it's hard to tell in the Bay Area.
I hope so.
Right?
I hope so. I hope
that's what your goal should be as a team.
You should want haters. That means you're doing something right.
Patriots were that team for a while. Everybody just hated. It's like, but it's funny because Notre Dame, even in down years, and Cowboys in down years, people still hate them. Right? It's like, we still hate you. Yankees still hate them. Lakers still hate them. Like, there are certain teams when they stop winning, like the Patriots. I don't hate the Patriots anymore. It's like, who cares a crap about the Patriots? I care about as much about the Patriots as I did before Brady got there. Like, whoever, the Patriots, whatever. Don't think about them much. But when they win, you're like, okay, I've had enough of these guys.
Oh, dude, you know who else?
Who's that?
F the Dodgers, dude, for life.
Dodgers.
More
the Dodgers.
So you were talking about for life. F the Dodgers for life, forever.
Oh, they're gonna hate him even more now they got Ohtani.
F them all, dude.
Everybody hates the Angels.
Dude, screw them. God, I hate that team. I just cannot wait to hate that team more. I can't. Sometimes I'm like, I hate that team. Brock, Belt, OJ, my top three.
Isn't it by far?
Brock, Belt, and Juice are my top three polarizing Bay Area sports athletes. Is that where we're going?
Juice.
Really divides the.
Funny.
Really divides the crowd. I wonder where the Venn diagram is on Brock and Juice. Kidding. We'll move on. Let's go to John Lynch. How about John Lynch, 49ers general manager, Hall of Famer? Piece of sound from him. The hardest thing. He talks about the hardest thing. Well, he says the hardest thing is looking at a guy like Ronnie Lott and Steve Young and Joe Montana while they're in the organization, they're in the building, and you know those guys have titles. You've had great success, but you don't have one.
I mean, some of the hardest days I can ever remember are the day after, whether it be last year or the previous couple. Those are hard because you've put so much into a goal. And when you fall short with what you believe to be a special group of people, that's really difficult. And, but the thing we say every year is it's how are you going to respond to it? And there's so many pieces to that. And so, fortunately, we've got a lot of players, a lot of coaches with a ton of pride, with a ton of character. And I think we've got an organization that very much knows who they are. And, I think it starts with truly believing in your core and every fiber of your body that's what we're here for, to win championships. And that's what this organization is about. It's what the faithful, our fans demand. It's what our former players. Believe me, the hardest thing is looking at the guys, the Ronnie Lotts, the Steve Youngs, the Joe Montanas when we haven't done that, because those guys have had our backs and we want to have theirs. And so they know we're fighting, but you got to pay that off. And we've got that opportunity this week. We understand the challenge at hand and how difficult it is, but if you want to be great, that's what you got to do. You got to bust through.
It's an interesting situation. Yeah.
Damn. We forgot the Jerry Rices, the Brent Jones. In John Lynch's defense, he could have named 30 people. The Niners have like that many guys. He keep on going.
It's like Keenan's got like 4 of them. Yeah.
I thought he was going to say the hardest thing is the waiting.
It's like Chuck Haley.
Waiting is the hardest thing. It's not how the song goes, by the way. But anyway, YouTube chat, just to kind of get back, it just kind of resonated in my head. Jim Cook, not Sam Cooke. Jim Cook, Sam Adams. So Jim and Koch. Cook. So
that's Billy Koch, I think you're talking about. He's a closer.
Correct.
Billy Koch, the goat closer. He had the goat beard. Koch. Oh, man, Billy Koch, dude.
But no, it's interesting because, yes, that's the standards here. Yeah, like you coach here, you're a GM here, you're a player here. Like, that's the standard. I mean, you're talking about a team that dominated a decade like few other teams have. I'm sure the Packers dominated an entire decade. I don't even think the Cowboys dominated an entire decade. It was more like a half a decade, but the Niners were like a decade. And they went from like 80 to 90, pretty much. It's pretty incredible what they were able to do. I mean, really, the Patriots, another team that dominated a decade, maybe even a little bit more, but that's hard to do. Like, you get that. Different players, ended up with a different coach, a different quarterback, just different, kind of different, a lot of things. And to keep that level of excellence is it's really remarkable. But again, we talk about the bar. That's where the bar is. Go win. That's where the bar is. You talk about Lombardi trophies in, what is it, Patriots 7? And is it Niners and Steelers? Or is it
Steelers have 6, I think, now.
Okay, Steelers have 6.
Don't they have 6?
They have. I thought they were tied, but I don't know.
They were. It used to be Steelers, Niners, and Cowboys all had 5. I thought.
Okay.
I think the Steelers have. I thought they went 6-berg, but I could be wrong.
But think about it. Even if it is or it isn't, those teams right now. But I would say even more so. The Patriots, I think that when I think of Steelers, what's their level?
So Steelers have 6. It is right. Okay. Steelers and Pats both have 6. Brady has 7.
Okay, Brady has 7.
It's unbelievable.
My bad.
Yeah, it's more than any franchise. Yeah, exactly. That's hilarious, dude.
Yeah, it's more than any franchise.
That's unreal.
But would you say, in 2 years, well, that's the Patriots level? I don't know. It was like Brady was there, and they were great for a long time, but it was like one quarterback. They do it with another quarterback, or
it's different. You're
or
right.
A different coach, or they did it with a bunch of different players, of course. But the Cowboys have done it. Jimmy Johnson, Tom Landry. Then you got the Steelers. You got Tomlin's been there. Then you got Cowher, and you got Noel. So I mean, you could see those teams. Patriots to me are a little different, but the Niners are part of that group where. You sign up to be a Niner, you're signing up. People expect championships. That's what the fans expect. That's what former players expect. That's what the people that are working there expect. And you don't feel that in Arizona. You don't feel that in Jacksonville. Everybody says they want to win because everybody does want to win. But those aren't that's not expectations. If Jacksonville wins a couple games in the playoffs, that's a hell of a year. I mean, they're going to be bummed because you want to win Super Bowl, but that's not everybody else's expectations. You're a Niner. That's it. Period. Win me a championship. That's what we do here, and that's what they're trying to get done.
Celebrity Coach with you on a Friday. We got more here in the Sound Soiree. Let's go. How about this one? Dude, I saw this. We're due, by the way, for a Bill Walton hit. We haven't talked to Bill in a while.
Oh,
when we get past the Super Bowl, when we get time to into February, into March, we got to get Bill Walton on just to eat an hour.
A full Walton.
Yeah, a lot of our listeners who've checked in on the YouTube chat, a lot of them have not heard us with Bill Walton. Even those who continue to listen and did before didn't hear us with Bill Walton because Bill just comes on and talks for 40 to 50 at a time.
You don't know it's us.
He doesn't know. He just goes. It's a stream of consciousness.
Oh, Tom, did I tell you I was down in Tucson?
So many songs about the river.
The Lute Olson statue. Let me tell you something. It was magnificent.
Well, dude, I got a good one here. He was on the game with his partner, Dave Pash. And I won't even give you the content. Dave Pash asked Bill Walton an interesting question, and it's an interesting answer. Here it is.
Is it true, because we were showing the George Luce building there, is it true that you were in the mix to play Chewbacca?
No.
I heard that.
Chewbacca is modeled after me.
No, I'm being serious. I heard that you were in the running for that you were being considered to play that role. I'm being dead serious.
You're always serious. That's one of your problems, is that you don't have fun with your life.
But you're not answering that question.
No, George Lucas is as cool as they get. And I remember the night that George and Kareem and Bill Russell and me, we were all up in San Francisco at a big fundraiser for the Martin Luther King Memorial. Beautiful play by Johnny Rice.
So since you're not answering the question, I'm just going to assume it's true.
What was the question?
I'm just going to assume it's true because there's...
I auditioned for Chewbacca, and they said, no, but we're going to model the character after you.
You were in Ghostbusters, and people didn't know that. So, again, I think there's a great chance that this is a true story.
Dude,
Chewbacca.
Would it shock you if Chewbacca was modeled after Bill Walton?
No.
Well, that surprised you. So I met the guy who played him once at a comic book convention, and in stature, again, I don't think he's quite as tall, but seriously, not far off in stature from Bill Walton. By the way, how about that room? George Lucas, Bill Walton, Kareem, and Bill Russell. We were hanging out up in San Francisco.
Oh, man. By the way,
Peter Mayhew, that's his name. Yeah, that's right.
About 15 seconds into that clip, somebody threw up a tremendous brick. That thing just clanked.
You heard that rim?
Oh, yeah, like clank. I was like, Jesus. Somebody just killed that rim.
It's good ear by you.
That was straight clank.
Good ear by you.
That is so Bill, though. Just gets asked a question, and then you have no idea where he's going. He just meanders.
They call him Chewy Baca.
His thoughts. Chewy Baca. Chewy Baca. That reminds me. Luke Olson.
Oh, George Lucas, great guy. I love American Graffiti.
God, that's an American treasure right there.
Hysterical, dude. One more piece of sound here. Our guy, Mad Dog Russo, how about just showing KNBR some love? How about that?
Yeah, I know you're a Niner fan. What can I tell you? Go listen to KNBR.
How about that? Dude, he had a caller on, and somebody was like, go listen to him. Go do it. Go do it. So, how about that? I'll tell you when Mad Dog Russo is going to join you and I face-to-face at Radio Row. I'll tell you about it next, along with all the other guests, and stay tuned for the 49er coverage I'll tell you about that's coming your way. Not just coverage. It's something that's just an awesome, cool thing. If you're a 49er fan, you're going to love everything we have coming your way. Not from Radio Row, but in the evenings, on the weekends, we've got you covered, blanket, wall-to-wall, 49er stuff. A little walk back through memory lane. It's going to be a lot of fun. We got a lot of great stuff coming your way. I'll tell you all about KNBR's 49ers coverage, which is going to be wall-to-wall next week as we're down at Radio Row in Las Vegas, taking you from Monday all the way through the Super Bowl, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I got to tell you, I saw that Elvis movie, and ever since then I had a different feeling about Elvis in Vegas, the sadness. Sadness of Elvis in Vegas, dude. Like, wasn't really having it, you know?
Didn't see that.
The irony. You're not missing much. You're all good.
I missed it.
You're all good.
I'll go catch it.
You're not missing much.
Not really.
He was the king. It was more sad than anything. I was like, geez. Talk about Tom Hanks' performances, dude. Colonel Tom. Was that his name? He's there.
Oh, you mean the Elvis movie? I thought you meant going to Vegas or leaving, or not leaving Las Vegas. That was sad, too. But, no, I thought you meant the
3,000 Miles of Graceland?
Elvis. I thought you meant, no, the actual Elvis, like the movie Elvis was in, like back in the 50s. Like,
you saw that?
One of those
in theaters?
I didn't see it. That's why I said I didn't see it. I went to the theater. I was there.
Oh, they have a cartoon and a newsreel in between in the intermission, Tom? Jesus, dude.
What do you think?
They have powdered soap there, too?
Nope.
I'm kidding. Shout out the Paramount Theater in
the first
Oakland.
movie I ever saw.
Yeah.
First movie I ever remember seeing was The Shining. I saw it with my mom.
What? How old were you, dude?
Mom, I was like 16, 15.
Oh, you don't remember?
So I had to have
seen
seen something. But, she told me she'd take me to the movies, and I go, I want to go see The Shining. She goes, we got to read the book. And I go, God dang. I got to read the damn book? You know, when you're like 15 or whatever. Like, I don't want to read the damn book. So I read the book, and she took me to see it, and everything was good. Except for I think that old rank lady got out of the bathtub. That was a little uncomfortable. But other than that, it was good. Yeah, that was
Mom, this is different than the book. It's not the same point. They don't describe the wrinkles like that.
I was like, oh, the boils. Oh, she's killing me. Oh, I mean, I'm killing her. Oh, something happened. Somebody's killing somebody. So.
It's hysterical, dude.
Because remember, she was like super hot, and then all of a sudden she had the boils. She's like, like he's like slobbering from the mouth. I was like,
yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the movie.
You know, I kind of look out of the corner of my eye at my mom. She's like looking out of the corner right at me. I'm like, oh,
she's
God,
like, I know. She's like, I know,
please.
right? It's good, right?
Please go away.
I know it's good, isn't it?
Can this please go away? And I looked over at my mom. I go, God, the ass is sagged that much when they get older. Jesus, look at her. No, I didn't say that. That'd have been brutal.
Speaking of Tom's mom, she'll be in Vegas, huh?
She'll be in Vegas. Yes, she will.
Never thought I would ever start a sentence. Speaking of Tom's mom, we played the Chris Russo soundbite. Russo to me, I say to you, a little bit different than Stephen A. I didn't need them on the same show, and that was short lived. But Russo, like Stephen A. to me, has always been hysterical because of his takes. He's just such a New York radio guy. He's going to join us on Radio Row next week, which will be great. So. You said to Tim Ryan a little bit ago, this will be your, maybe 5th or 6th or 4th or 5th, something like that ever?
Yep.
So he's been...
mine will be my 4th.
Your 4th ever. This will be my 1st ever. I'll get your thoughts in just a minute, but just want to tell you what's going on KNBR in terms of Radio Row guests next week. So on the morning show next week, you'll get the likes of Jim Nantz in person, too, Jake Glazer.
Yeah.
And it's what a lot of people will hear, too, is a lot of these people are already like friends of shows, which is cool. Jim Nantz has been buddies of the morning show for years.
Yep.
So get him in person. Jake Glazer, which is a good one. Kurt Warner in person. Derek goes, actually, Jim Nantz is by the phone. That's hysterical. Why is he on the list, Derek? What the hell, man? What difference is it? He goes, well, it's they haven't separated it all out yet. So. Okay, I'll presume then. Ed McCaffrey, which is great. Dude, I honestly, no joke, was a huge Ed McCaffrey fan as a kid. I like that Broncos team. And Rich Gannon. One-time Raider quarterback.
Okay.
Papa and Lund.
Good rundown.
Rod Woodson, which Papa, I'm going to love talking to my buddy Rod once again.
Hello, Rod. How are you?
Thank God for Rod. Kevin Harlan. Kellen Winslow Sr.
Yeah, that'll be a good one.
And then C.J. Mosley. C.J. Mosley is another one in person. And now for us, this let me throw in the rest of those guys. Now for us, Tom, what really matters. Okay. Let's see Derek. Let's see how kind of work Derek
That's
did.
why I love working with the PD.
Oh, nice.
Boom.
Dude, we got some good names.
Cream of the crop.
All right, I'll tell you what. We'll start off with me. Russo will be good. I also, do you remember, dude, I could have heard it on your show. Like, do you remember the 2003 Giants lose in the division series? to the Marlins. After going wire to wire, they're in first place.
Are you kidding me? I know exactly
Dude,
where you're going.
The rant that he went on.
One goddamn time.
I got the Yankees rolling through Minnesota, pounding the Twinks. He goes, just give me one. He goes, I can't give it off a F-Rod. I got Pedro. I got Pete Feliz. I got JT. Well, no, I love JT. I love JT Snow. Like, he comes back to JT. I'm stoked. I'm really excited to meet Russo. He's a legend. It's going to be fun.
Russo's awesome.
It'll be fun. How about this one? Ricky Williams.
Oh, nice.
808 KNBR. Will
nice.
Ricky Williams smoke with me? I'm going to try. I promise you, at the very least, I will have gummies there. But, dude, I'll you with you. We'll do it. We got to try to get down with Ricky. Rich Eisen's going to come by. How about that? We're not going to the Rich Eisen show. Rich Eisen's coming to us.
I'm going to ask him. I'm going to go, why'd you stone us all year? What happened? Are you going to show up now? Let's go, Rich.
What the football, dude?
Get off your ass. Answer the phone every once in a while.
It'll be good to totally. It'll be good with Steve to be like, you get booked as a guest on his show. We book him. So you guys and Rich and Armand, same class, Steve. Gerald McCoy. How about that? Longtime D tackle. Gerald McCoy's going to come by. Talk about some D line play with him. Derek put Harmony on the list.
Wow.
She's my last guest on this list. She's not on today. Derek says a lot of people know. Well, I get her in Vegas tomorrow night. Check Instagram Live. Remains to be seen. All right. So, you can hear a whole bunch of great guests next week. And then let me tell you what else is going on. So, starting next Monday, everybody who's a big Dubs OT listener, Warriors, I know Warriors are going on right now. We're moving towards the trade deadline. When we get to next week, John Dickinson and our guy, Greg Silver, they'll still be doing Dubs OT podcasts. So make sure you check the podcast page for all Dubs OT and just Dubs, because we're going heavy 49ers coverage next week. So Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Kerry Crowley's got you on Sports Phone. Wednesday night, Matt Kolsky is taking you on Sports Phone. Kerry's got a night off. Matt Kolsky will be with you on Wednesday night. It'll be Dieter Kurtenbach on Friday night. But at 9 o'clock, after every Sports Phone next week, starting at 9 until midnight, you're going to get the red and gold road to Vegas. On Monday night, you're going to replay the 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys from this season. On Tuesday night, you're going to replay the 49ers and the Seattle Seahawks from this season, all blowout wins. Wednesday, Niners and the Eagles from this year. Thursday, we'll replay the Packers and Niners divisional game. And then on Friday, you're going to get the Niners and the Lions in its entirety. You wake up Saturday morning, 10 a.m., we're set with you. Dieter Kurtenbach's got you on a preview show 10 to noon right here on KNBR. And then, this is where you want to lock in, of course. Well, from 10, of course, but noon until midnight in sequential order. The first 4 49er Super Bowl victories. And then Sunday morning, you wake up 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. You'll get Steve Young's Super Bowl victory in 1995, early 95 over the Chargers. And that'll take you 8 to 11 right in to 49ers pregame with myself, Dennis Brown, and John Lund through the Super Bowl. So starting Monday, KNBR all at Radio Row. You're getting the best 5 49er blowouts from this year from 9 to midnight every night. And then you're going to get some coverage of the Super Bowl, plus all 5 49ers Super Bowl victories. And then if they win this thing, we got a whole bunch of great stuff planned. So make sure you're locked into KNBR all next week for all your 49er coverage.
Well done.
Good deal.
Really good.
Good
That's
deal.
Really cool stuff.
A lot of good stuff, man. A lot of fun deals and good, dude. Huge partnership for us with the 49ers. Love getting to work with guys like Bob. Bob, what's his name? Sarge. I'm kidding, dude. I love Sarge. What's up, Sarge? That's my guy, dude. Anyway, dude, it's awesome to have these relationships and be able to, because that's what it's about, man. I grew up a fan. I remember the first time the Giants and the Yankees played a game at Oracle Park. Lee Hammer had Giants-Yankees 1962 World Series games played. Where was I ever going to hear that? Who was I going to hear that for? There's kids and people out here that are never have heard Joe Montana to John Taylor, dude, or have never heard big moments, or you just want to relive this season. We've got that for you this week. We've got Steve Young and his Super Bowl for you next weekend. KNBR's got you covered wall to wall. 49ers back in the bowl. When we come on back, we'll get you ready for Sports Phone KNBR. Start lining up the calls. Kerry Crowley's got you tonight. Friday night, Sports Phone KNBR. It's the People's Show, only here on the Sports Leader. Hall of Famer Ronnie Lott joined Murph and Marcus today to discuss the 49ers being back in the Super Bowl. That podcast is trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, better ready to wrap it up. Send you off into your weekend. Before we do that, Kerry Crowley is going to be joining us, and we'll find out what Kerry has going on. But one thing I wanted to get to today, I never got a chance to really get to it and kind of wedge it in there. I thought it would have been kind of fun. I mean, it may have sucked. Who knows? But it just kind of, I'd forgotten about it, but Cope's talking about all the old Niner games we're going to play here on KNBR.
Yeah.
Kind of brought me back to it, because that's one of the cooler parts about Super Bowl week is you turn on the NFL Network or ESPN or whatever, they got all these old Super Bowl games, like half-an-hour format, and you get to watch all these games. And for me, it's really cool because I started watching the Super Bowl. Kind of the ones I remember are kind of started with the Dallas Steelers ones, the Lynn Swann great catches and stuff like that. Though that's where my memory kind of stops before that. I'm sure I watched some of the games, but I remembered all those games, at least fragments of them. So it's fun to go back and listen to them, and not listen to them, but watch them. So that kind of sparked my memory. And what I was going to bring up is for those people that have watched all those old Super Bowls via NFL Films, or again, it could be ESPN, like, what do you remember about those? Like, what memories do you have from those shows? Because for me, when I think Super Bowls and I think memories of Super Bowls, like what memory like really kind of stands out to me? It's Roger Craig running in from the 10-yard line against the Dolphins. It's Willie Brown returning the touchdown against the Minnesota Vikings and stuff like that, like Jerry Rice against the Bengals down in Miami. That catch where he almost gets tackled and he like spins out and he like gets like 20 yards on the last drive of the game. It's stuff like that Kevin I remember,
Dyson,
like Dyson getting stopped a half yard. Yes, absolutely. Like stuff like that. And I was going to ask people what they remember, the Santonio Holmes catch in the back of the end zone.
And right before the who was it? Larry Fitzgerald running to the end zone and looking at the scoreboard clock as he runs. The before half James Harrison pick six. Yep. These are moments that I will never forget in Super Bowl history.
I mean, stuff like that where you just go back and you start kind of going through the Super Bowls.
Edelman?
I remember
that's a catch.
I think it was Butch Davis. I think Butch Davis was his name. caught that ball for the Cowboys against the Broncos. And if you haven't seen the catch, you should go back and check it out, because today it would have never been a catch. He caught it and crossed the goal line and then dove full stretch, and then the ball kind of hit the ground and it didn't pop out, but he just laid it there. Just laid it in the end zone and rolled off, and they gave him the touchdown. It's wow.
It's serious.
That's an interesting catch.
Serious as a heart attack in my ear. You just start talking about it. Derek wasn't even paying attention. He looks at me and goes, incomplete.
By today's standards, it most certainly was. And I'm not even sure if it was Butch Davis. That's a bad. I know he's a coach. He coached at Miami and Cleveland, but I can't remember what his name. I think it was Butch something though. But anyway, no. But stuff like that, and then each year I go back and watch these things, and it just kind of takes me back to that moment, like the Swan catches. Not just the juggling catch at midfield, but he had an incredible catch on the sidelines where I have no idea. He looked like a ballerina. He came up and his body's contorted, and then he comes down in bounds, both feet in bounds. Lynn Swan had some of the greatest catches of all times in Super Bowl. Jackie Smith dropped the ball from Staubach right in his chest, and he just clanked it. I was like, oh, that poor man. Oh, jeez. That kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm just wondering. I was going to ask people, if they're as old as I am, or maybe a little younger, and they watch those shows, what are some of the indelible moments from Super Bowls that you remember? Because the Willie Brown one's one where he intercepts it. He's running down the sideline, and you see him chugging away, pulling away from the Viking receiver. That's pretty cool. There's a lot of moments like that are really sweet.
Butch Johnson, by the way, is the name. Butch Johnson.
Butch Johnson, not Butch Davis. Yeah, Butch Johnson. I knew it was Butch. Not Pulp Fiction Butch. Butch.
If I had to rank mine, I'd probably go. I'd have that Fitzgerald one on there, and the Santonio. How about that Malcolm Butler's interception? Yes. Absolutely. Janet Jackson. I would have. The 4 goal line fades to Crabtree. Got to have those up there.
No, you don't have to have those at all. You do not have to have those.
All. I don't. Yeah, dude, it's funny though how the Super Bowl it produces, because even what was the score of that Broncos, the horrible one, Broncos and Seahawks?
55-10?
Was that it?
Oh, Broncos Seahawks.
Not the 49ers one. No, the Broncos Seahawks, the one in New York. Yeah. Was that New York?
Oh, that was 41-10?
Yeah, it was a blowout, right?
Oh, it was a blowout.
Was that the one that started with?
First play of the game,
with a safety. What was it, Derek? 43-8.
43-8.
Such a stupid
2 points on either side.
43-8.
Yeah,
we'll go for 2.
Square,
what was the score? They went for 2. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a 3 and an 8 in my score. Oh, this sucks.
Terrible.
What? I won? Oh, it's incredible. I won the pool. Oh, sweet.
Derek's just 36-0 when they went for 2. I want to see the who I do. I just want to see him. I want to see with the fingers up. Go for 2. We're going for 2 here.
God, Super Bowl.
We made the connection with Kerry, I think. Have we?
Have we?
Kerry Crowley? Kerry, you have your Tom's talking Super Bowl, the moments that stand out to you throughout your life. Is it as a kid, or I was going? Well, we'll throw them to you. I won't even tell you what I was saying. But who do you like? What's your favorite?
You actually just mentioned it, Copes. One of my first gigs ever in sports was doing stats for the Arizona Cardinals, and I did this in college. And so as part of doing stats, we sat in a booth with 8 people and tracked everything. I was on tackles and assisted tackles in, I want to say it was 2013, 2014. And because they hosted the Super Bowl in Phoenix and Glendale that year, I was there right in front of the play where Malcolm Butler made the play and the Seahawks didn't run it with Marshawn Lynch. And so that one will stick with me forever. First Super Bowl of the 2 that I've attended, and usually it's just monotone stuff in the stats booth. And, you say 13, drops back, throws, right, hits 80, 9-yard completion, that sort of thing. And I just remember the guy who's probably 55, 60 years old at the time, and he was monotone as heck in the booth. He goes, just screaming as soon as it happened. He was having some sort of a meltdown on the goal line. Oh, and there you have it. So yeah, that was the most iconic Super Bowl memory for me, just because I was in the building that night, and I was I think 19 years old at the time. I thought it was the coolest thing in the world.
Wow. That is pretty cool. It's funny you mentioned that Super Bowl, because my buddy said he saw something. I'm going to have to verify it, of course, but he said he saw something, on YouTube that when they threw the ball and Malcolm Butler picked it off, apparently the referees were in the end zone, and after they were walking off the field and stuff, one of the referees turned to their referee and said, "God, I thought they were going to run Lynch." I was like, "Are you serious?" They say that. Like, I want to see that. I want to verify that, because if it happened, that's pretty funny.